Chapter 91 Interstellar Cruise. After a few days, after the two of them had collected all the goods, Yanrui said to Jian Anchi, "Are we going now?" Although Yanrui still wanted to take a break, it looked like a fight was about to break out over there. Even though it was not his own plane, Yanrui still wanted to avoid war. Because of the war, the good martial arts plane had become a war plane. The scene of people living in poverty made him feel heartbroken. Jian Anchi glanced at his phone, which had new messages. He glanced at it and said, "Okay. Let's go now." "Is it still 1 to 300 this time?" Yanrui nodded. "It's 1 to 300. 300 days can always get things done." "What kind of location can I choose this time?" Yanrui looked through the system's information and asked. The system video popped up 3 maps. As expected, the locations of the 3 maps all looked particularly dilapidated. "What is the first one?" Yanrui squinted his eyes and didn't see anything special. "The first one is a broken planet where they may stop. There is no life on this planet anymore. They stopped there to search for planetary minerals." Yanrui looked at the dark photos without much interest. He pointed at the second one and touched his chin, thinking, "Is this a treehouse?" The first photo was a mine, but the second one was a treehouse. Although the tree had dried up and died without any vitality, its huge body could prove its vitality. "It's a treehouse," the system answered. "This treehouse is also on a broken planet near the cruise ship. But this planet is larger than the previous one. Are you sure they will dock?" Yanrui asked the key question. "Are you sure they won't just skip and go to the next planet?" System, "Can't guarantee it." "That's true. Where was the third photo taken?" "It looks like there are lights and people at least. It's on the cruise ship. But it's a relatively back one. And there are less than 20,000 people left on the ship." "What are the rules of the cruise ship? Can they visit each star ship?" "No. Identity authentication and application are required to visit between star ships. And the application time is about a week." The system answered carefully. "But if you get off the star ship, no application is required." Yanrui thought about it, and then said cautiously, "If I open a store on those 2 planets, will I suffocate to death? The gas composition of each planet is different. If there is no oxygen, he will suffocate to death." He is really afraid that the system will not think of this. After all, they are all electronic life and don't have such troubles. "No. There won't be any problems in the supermarket." Since that's the case, Yanrui didn't consider opening a store on the starship. He didn't want to belong to any force. "Which of these 2 planets do you think we should choose?" Yanrui was a little undecided. He turned to look at Jian Anchi and asked, "The tree house? You can practice your supernatural powers. Maybe you can save the tree." Jian Anchi deliberately approached Yanrui when he spoke. I don't know if Yanrui didn't notice anything unusual, or he was used to Jian Anchi's actions and didn't feel anything wrong. Yanrui smiled. "I'm not that powerful. So let's go with the tree house. Anyway, no matter where you choose, the structure inside the supermarket is the same." After making the decision, Yanrui chose a certain location. "Host, are you sure you want to enter the plane?" "Yes." Ding. This time, the plane crossing was not completed instantly like last time. Instead, the two waited for a few seconds before their eyes went dark and they found that the scenery in front of them had changed. "Can we go out like this now?" Yanrui stood at the door and looked around. "Can we breathe when we go out?" The system turned into a little monkey and stood on Yanrui's shoulder. "Probably not. They have to wear a specific respirator when they go out. Otherwise it is easy to have problems." "But when will they come?" "There are still a few days." "Right. Based on the speed of the starship, it will take about 3 days to reach this planet. But you don't have to worry. Before the resources of this planet are mined, the 6 major forces will not turn against each other." Yanrui put his hands behind his back. "Then let's prepare something before they come." Yanrui folded his arms and looked at Jian Anchi. "How to attract them? Make a book corner for them? Force people to read?" Jian Anchi didn't think anyone would be able to calm down and read in this situation. Yanrui leaned against the door frame, looking at the popcorn he had specially placed on the shelf. His eyes lit up. "System, can we build a big screen here? Just like the virtual Buddha statue you projected for me in the last plane. To project images out of thin air?" "Yes. But different equipment is needed in different media. And it costs points. Do you want to try it?" "Points. Points. Points." Yanrui clenched his fists and waved them in the air twice. He calmed down after venting his anger. How many points do I need to try it? You can buy a void projector. There are 20,000, 100,000, and 1 million price ranges. There are also 10 million price ranges. However, that is what your dimension calls 4D. None of the films we bought can achieve this effect. So I don't recommend this price range. Then buy a 1 million one. Yanrui's heart was bleeding. But he couldn't catch the wolf without sacrificing his child. The system has already put the functions of these projectors in front of him. This 1 million price range has clear picture quality and surround sound, which can make people feel like they are in the scene. The most important thing is that after wearing specific glasses, it can also separate people into an independent space that cannot be seen with the naked eye to ensure the quality of watching movies. It is equivalent to everyone being a specific VIP no matter where they sit, and will never be disturbed by the outside environment. I don't know how he did it with these glasses. He has never received such treatment in the cinema. A little envious, Yanrui bought 2 pairs of glasses first, and wanted to tell Jian Anchi to try the effect of these glasses first. But he saw Jian Anchi frowning and replying to messages, looking impatient. Jian Anchi? Yanrui walked up to him. Why do you look unhappy? Is there something wrong with your leader? He didn't have any problems, but the people above him did. Jian Anchi's expression was serious, but he became a little gentler when he turned to face Yanrui. It's okay. Anyway, we are not there, so it won't have much impact. The people over there also found Yanrui's information, and someone ordered him in a very tough tone to bring Yanrui out for investigation immediately. I believe that it won't be long before the call will reach Yanrui's mobile phone. But fortunately, the flow of time here is different from that over there, and he still has time to prepare with Yanrui. I said we should watch a movie and try out these glasses. Yanrui shook the glasses in his hand. It's called glasses, but it's a world of its own. If the secluded cultivators in the cultivation world knew about this thing, it would probably sell like crazy. You can go to the cultivation world to have a look if you have a chance. Yanrui didn't say anything. After he put the glasses on his eyes, he immediately felt that his whole body was closed. There was darkness in front of him. An endless loneliness instantly overwhelmed him. Yanrui took off the glasses immediately. After taking a deep breath, he said to Jian Anchi, let's watch it after choosing a movie. I can't accept this thing. The big screen can also be shown in the supermarket. Yanrui and Jian Anchi came to the vacant room. The two chose a foreign interstellar blockbuster that cost 3 billion. Yanrui took out 2 sofas from the space button and collapsed inside to watch the movie attentively. The plot of the movie was so tight that Yanrui forgot to eat popcorn. He was startled when he suddenly felt something soft beside his mouth. When he subconsciously opened his mouth, he found that it was Jian Anchi who was feeding him popcorn. So considerate. But it was a bit scary. However, Yanrui still accepted it with peace of mind. After watching it, Yanrui took off his glasses. He turned his head and looked at Jian Anchi with some surprise. It's really good. I can't hear your voice or the wind outside. I didn't feel anything when it grabbed my trouser legs. Then how do you know that it grabbed your trouser legs? The system asked in confusion. Because an was still grabbing after I took off my glasses, and my trouser legs had been torn by him. Yanrui lifted an N's face up, since there was no one around, and it became his original size. Yanrui twisted his face hard. You are just relying on your cuteness. So you are unscrupulous and do whatever you want. However, it also shows from the side that these glasses can really make people immersed in it. And the feeling of watching movies is really good. How long can the portable oxygen device here keep people outside? Yanrui asked. Then I can choose what type of disc to play. TV series are 1 hour. Movies are 2 to 4 hours. And short dramas are 30 minutes. All of which are within his consideration. Oxygen devices are available for 1 hour, 5 hours, and 12 hours. It depends on personal choice. By the way, there is one more thing. Yanrui suddenly thought of the most important question. There are 6 forces here. They don't have 6 currencies. Right? That's not the case. They only have 1 currency. And they only use this currency for transactions. But this kind of goods has no entity. Only data. Electronic currency? That's fine. As long as it is unified. Yanrui is already very satisfied with this. The currency here is called interstellar points. Basically, the average daily consumption of each person does not exceed 10 interstellar points. This currency is quite durable for them. And there is not so much bubble. Yanrui likes this kind of currency the most. And he doesn't have to think about it. Then let's decorate the outside and make it like a movie theater. People passing by should be able to see the movie on the screen. Yes, even if you don't wear glasses. You can see it. But I can connect their IDs. As long as they come to our range. Everyone's trial viewing time is only 5 minutes. And then the image will stop. You can continue to watch after wearing glasses. The system rubbed its hands. And it looked exactly like Yin Rui. However, Yin Rui proudly touched the system's head. You should learn from one example to apply to other situations when doing business. Otherwise, how can you make money? Jian Anchi looked at the two people with the same expression and felt helpless. He pulled Yin Rui, who was still lying on the sofa, up and said, "Come here to practice." Yin Rui wailed and didn't want to practice. But he couldn't resist Jian Anchi's urging. And then, you keep an eye on him. If he is lazy, tell me. I will give you fish cakes after he finishes practicing. And then, who had been lazy, immediately became energetic after hearing Jian Anchi's words. He jumped to Yin Rui's side, big Yin Rui's trouser legs, and dragged him upstairs. Yin Rui silently opened the system memo and listed buying pants as the first line of must-buy items. "Captain, another small planet appeared in front of us. Should we dock? Are there any resources on the planet?" A tall young man with black curly hair and clear eyes stood at the front of the ship, looking at the scan results on the screen. A large amount of element Y9JH6 and LS902? The captain put his hands behind his back and made a prompt decision. Dock. Dock immediately. And send the message to the 6 directors. Li Siyu is the captain of the entire ship and the leader of all the starships. Although he has no political status, no one will underestimate him, because his starship is the leading ship. All starships must refer to his opinions for docking and moving forward. Even if someone does not want to adopt his suggestions, they still have to wait for his starship to move to the front position before the starships of all forces can continue to move forward. After Li Siyu gave the order, 2 forces behind him replied with messages. "Captain, the Valen fleet and the Leicester fleet request to continue moving forward. Rejected. The 2 forces request this and that every day. And the meaning of their existence every day is to find a sense of existence for themselves. And when it comes to the time when a decision really needs to be made, they hide again. Which is so annoying." Listening to Li Siyu's complaints, the assistants around him did not dare to talk, and could only silently click on the communicator in their hands. Compared with before, the new captain's temper is getting more and more irritable. Li Siyu is not very old. He has just taken over this starship for only 5 years. He is only in his early 30s now. His daily entertainment is to look at various data on the starship, constantly analyze it in his mind, and then compare it with the results of the machine. And he never gets tired of it. This may be a genius game, but there is also a reason why Li Siyu docked on this planet. That is, he is bored. Life on the starship was too boring. He would go to the entertainment area to experience the joy of picnics or amusement parks that would appear on the original planet. But the data was too old-fashioned. Picnics were nothing more than eating sandwiches and drinking juice with a dog by the side. Going to the amusement park was even more boring. The Ferris wheel turned 100 or 80 times. And there was no excitement because they knew they were fake. Li Siyu was completely unable to devote himself like others. So from the beginning, these entertainment facilities were not for him. No one knew that he could not sleep now. It's been 3 days. Didn't they miss it? Yin Rui was uneasy, and even regretted that he should have chosen the shop on the starship. Don't worry. I've been watching them, and didn't miss them. The system ate the popcorn given by Yin Rui and said, "Can you buy me a mobile phone when I go back? I want to experience the joy of playing with a mobile phone." Yin Rui looked at the monkey sitting next to him, who was 1.8 meters tall, and grinned speechlessly. "Don't eat it. You eat more than 20 kilograms of my fruit a day. If you continue like this, you will have to eat up all my stock. Then buy more. It's okay. I will find a way to make you money." The system didn't care, and picked up the small cake that Jian Anchi prepared for the 2 of them, and started eating. When he was in high spirits, he couldn't help but shout "oh," looking like a sunny and cheerful big monkey, thinking of the hard days that the system had gone through before. Yin Rui couldn't blame him. Alas, he could only bear it. Rinse your mouth with tea after eating chocolate cake. Otherwise the taste of strawberry cake will be different. The system nodded vigorously, and squinted happily. Yin Rui stood at the door, looking forward to the arrival of guests. He really wanted to go out and see what the outside world was like. But because he had no oxygen cylinders, he could only worry. Should we buy some oxygen cylinders or something when we go back? Yanrui said. I always feel that I won't be able to use them. But even though I won't be able to use them, I still want to buy them. No need. Jian Anchi replied. If we can contact the people from Xingxing, we can buy them from them. Their technology is higher than ours. And necessary things like oxygen cylinders must be more sophisticated than what we make. If you are worried, just buy more from them. It makes sense. But when will those people come? Yanrui can't wait any longer. Captain, the Valen and Leicester fleets request to continue moving forward. The crew ran to Li Siyu again and said nervously. They sent 5 emergency signals in a row. Are you demonstrating to me? Li Siyu crossed his arms. I am not interested in the political conflicts between the 6 of them. They want to suppress me and step on other forces, which will only be counterproductive. Li Siyu said, pass the order down. If the Valen and Leicester fleets insist on doing so, they can move forward on their own. But if there are any safety problems ahead, I will not be responsible. Li Siyu's starship has another feature, which is that it can scan all known crises and make the most accurate judgment. If there are any omissions, Li Siyu will be the first to suffer, and the starships behind can also respond in time. What he said just now proves that he does not want to endorse the safety of the other 2 forces. So it proves his attitude. The crew didn't know why Li Siyu suddenly became tough. But the crew who had been suppressed for a long time suddenly felt refreshed. The previous captains always valued peace. But Li Siyu was different. Li Siyu never listened to anyone's opinions. Even if some people said he was authoritarian, they had to admit that Li Siyu was always right in the end. Captain, we have reached the target planet. Do you want to dock? Yes. After Li Siyu gave the order, he took the lead and was the first to put on his equipment, driving a small flight cabin and rushed to the planet where Yanrui was. Seeing this, the people behind him hurried to follow immediately. If Li Siyu had any problems, they would be in big trouble. Someone is coming. The system jumped up from its seat, and Yanrui even felt the ground shaking. You become smaller. The system immediately became a small one. He stood on an ant's head, pointed to the outside and said, in about half an hour, the aircraft they are driving will land on this planet. Then turn on the light quickly. Yanrui bought an indicator light from the system on purpose. If the other parties scanned this planet in advance, they would definitely see the light here. When Li Siyu passed through the star belt, he habitually scanned the status of the planet. But all along, he could only see a black piece after scanning, except for the white or red light of those mineral elements. No other colors would appear. But today, when he was scanning, he actually saw a dazzling golden color rushing into his eyes, which made him want to ignore it. He enlarged the map of that place, and saw that the golden color was a huge arrow pointing to an area with white light spots. The size of the white light spot can be ignored in the entire planet. If it weren't for this golden arrow, Li Siyu would definitely ignore it. Pay attention. An unknown object has been spotted ahead. Be careful to dodge. Do not engage in direct confrontation. Repeat. Do not engage in direct confrontation. Not only did Li Siyu discover Yanrui's shop, but others also discovered this strange location. Some were eager to move forward and try it out. But after hearing Li Siyu's order, they had to give up their thoughts. You go mark the mining area and distribute it. The 6 major forces are on the verge of a war, so you must distribute it evenly. If I find out that someone is doing something tricky, I will punish them severely. It's the captain. After hearing everyone's answers, Li Siyu moved his wrist slightly, and in front of everyone, he drove the aircraft to the area where Yanrui was without any concealment. He's coming. He's coming. But why is there only one person? The system grabbed an An's ear with some confusion. There are obviously so many aircraft following him. Li Siyu has hundreds of people under him, and each of them drove an aircraft. When the system reported this situation to Yanrui, everyone was surprised. They thought they could do business with hundreds of people today. But in the end, only Li Siyu came. It's okay. He looks like the boss. We can talk business directly with the boss. This way, we can save some effort. I'm just afraid that this boss is hard to please. Yanrui took 2 steps nervously. System, do you have any information about this person in your database? No. The system cleared its throat. I only know that he doesn't belong to any of the 6 major forces. What a complicated interstellar relationship. As expected, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. They have no home, but they are still plotting here. Is this their special way to relieve stress? before Yan Rui finished complaining. A flying machine that looked like a pokeball landed at the door of the store. This flying machine is hundreds of times larger than a pokeball. It can accommodate a person. And there are some spare goods behind the driver's seat. But now Yan Rui's attention is not on the flying machine. He secretly signaled the system to take a few photos of him. And then watched Li Siyu, who was about 2 meters tall, walk towards him. Li Siyu was wearing a dark green uniform and stood in front of Yan Rui with great momentum. Yan Rui turned sideways, bowed and said respectfully, "Welcome. What is this place?" Li Siyu stood at the door, looking at the people in front of the door vigilantly. There were 2 people, a cat and a monkey. "What planet are you from? Why can you survive here?" And these people didn't even have respirators on them. What a strange group of people. Li Siyu's hand holding the gun was ready to move. Chapter 92 Interstellar Cruise. Yan Rui took 2 steps back and said to Li Siyu, "It's fate to be here. Do you want to come in and take a look? Maybe I have what you want." Li Siyu narrowed his eyes, and Yan Rui was confused by his inquiring look. "It's okay if you don't come in." Jian Anchi. "I want to watch a movie." Yan Rui turned around and stopped entertaining Li Siyu. He just turned his head and winked at Jian Anchi again. Jian Anchi understood. "Do you want to watch it outside?" Yan Rui answered loudly, "I want to watch it outside." After that, Li Siyu saw a huge screen appear in the air. This time, Yan Rui chose a suspenseful detective film that was popular in the past few years. The plot was tight, with laughter and tears. It was the box office champion of the Spring Festival that year. Yan Rui didn't have time to watch it at that time. But now, he finally has time. He sat in front of the French window of the supermarket with Jian Anchi and Ping Ping, watching the movie projected on the screen outside the window. While replying to his subordinates' messages, Li Siyu stared at Yan Rui and the other's actions with his peripheral vision. Seeing them like this, he was speechless for a moment. "You are really being ignored?" Li Siyu felt unhappy. He wanted to turn around and leave. But the screen that appeared out of thin air outside attracted his attention. What is this? It was a device he had never seen before. Li Siyu became curious and wanted to take a closer look at what it was. Anyway, those people were in the house. But before he could analyze what this new device was, he was attracted by the content on the screen. At this time, the 2 protagonists were misunderstanding each other and were scheming against each other as murderers. Li Siyu couldn't let it go after seeing it. He looked at the people in the room who were looking at the screen through the window. And for a moment, they didn't pay attention to him. He thought about it and simply stood next to the screen and continued. Yan Rui had been keeping an eye on Li Siyu with his peripheral vision. Seeing him standing in front of the screen, he knew that the matter was settled. After a long time, just when the 2 of them had found the trace of the real murderer, a strange breath came from his side. Yan Rui turned around and saw Li Siyu. Li Siyu sat beside Yan Rui, his back straight, and there was an awkward atmosphere all over his body. It was not his fault that he was a little tired after standing outside for a long time. Yan Rui turned his head away from him, but still pushed the popcorn in his hand over, and then handed him a pair of glasses. As for whether he would wear them or not, Yan Rui was sure that he could definitely wear them. Sure enough, after Li Siyu ate the popcorn, his temperament also eased, and after putting on the glasses, he was even more surprised. Yan Rui looked at Li Siyu, who was already immersed in the movie, and quietly pushed Jian Anchi beside him. The 2 smiled at each other, and Jian Anchi patted the back of his hand. Everyone continued to watch the movie in silence. The movie lasted 2.5 hours. After it ended, Li Siyu was still reluctant to leave. He took off his glasses reluctantly until the screen turned off. "How is it? How do you feel?" Li Siyu realized that there was no one around him. He looked at Yan Rui standing in front of the cashier with some embarrassment. Pretending to be calm, "How many interstellar points do you need?" "It's 61 times to watch a movie. But you are my first customer, so I'll give it to you for free this time." Yan Rui smiled. "Popcorn 30. Drinks 10 points. A total of 40. But because you are the first customer, I will give you a 50% discount. 20 interstellar points are enough." Li Siyu opened his mouth. He frowned and scanned the interstellar point. When he was about to leave, he stood at the door and hesitated. "Do you need anything else?" Yan Rui asked. Li Siyu couldn't resist his curiosity after all. He walked in front of Yan Rui, gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said to Yan Rui with his chin up, the little boy at the end, "Will he take revenge later?" "What little? Ah." Rui thought he was talking about the last Easter egg. He didn't know. He leaned over to Jian Anchi and asked, "Will the little boy take revenge later?" Jian Anchi, he will take revenge. He also joined a foreign organization and played the two protagonists around. In the end, Jian Anchi lowered his head and continued to comb the hair of an N who was lying on him. I won't spoil the ending. Otherwise it will be boring to watch. When will the next one be broadcast? Can I buy it back to watch? Li Siyu's tone was a little urgent. He was aroused by Jian Anchi's few words, and wished he could know the ending of the next step now. Tomorrow. If you read too much in one day, you will not be able to rest well at night. Will you come tomorrow? Rui showed an official smile and looked at Li Siyu. Li Siyu clenched his fists. I am not afraid of not being able to rest well. When I passed through a turbulent meteorite belt before, I did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But I was still fine. I want to read now. You are not afraid of not being able to rest well. But I am afraid of not being able to rest well. I don't have your strong bones. Rui refused without hesitation. But if you feel bored, I can recommend you a few detective novels. Rui took out 2 books from under the cash register. They were carefully selected by him, and were highly praised by detective fans. 30 star points for 1 book. Do you need them? Who wrote the novel? When will the new novel be released? How come I don't know? Li Siyu frowned and picked up the book in front of him. He wanted to flip through it. But when he saw the introduction on the cover, his eyes couldn't move away. 30 for 1 book? How many books do you have here? I want them all. Li Siyu waved his hand and said boldly. Rui looked at him with a smile. For now, there are only these 2 books. We will restock them in a few days. You are welcome to come again then. If I give him all of them now, what will happen if this person doesn't come in the future? Well, these 2 books for now. Li Siyu was still a little dissatisfied. When he was about to pay, he suddenly thought of something, turned around, and took down 2 large buckets of popcorn from the shelf. Is this what you just gave me? Rui nodded. We not only have these 2 delicious ones, but the ones in the back are also very suitable for reading. Li Siyu walked towards the shelf expressionlessly, filled a large basket, and came back, still expressionless, and said to Rui, "That's all." Okay. Li Siyu spent more than 260 interstellar points here in 1 day. After watching him leave, Rui said with some satisfaction, "Do you think he is the kind of person who won't tell anyone where he is going? Or the kind of person who will share his day's itinerary with everyone when he returns? He is definitely the kind of person who won't tell anyone. You see, he even has trouble saying a few more words. And he is unwilling to share his preferences with anyone. That's even better. His subordinates will definitely find a way to track him down. By then, everyone will know that this is a good place." Rui crossed his arms and said with certainty, "We just need to wait." Jian Anchi agreed with Rui's opinion. He gathered all the hair combed off N's body into a ball and said, "Have you thought about how to use that empty room? Just turn it into a book." Rui said firmly. "After this plane is used, can the next plane be redecorated?" "Yes, as long as you are willing to spend points. You can redecorate it every day even in this plane." Rui thought about it and decided to forget it. If he redecorates it every day, his heart will bleed every day. Then choose for me. I want to decorate it into a book bar and coffee shop. Rui looked at Jian Anchi. How about we provide 3 fixed coffees every day? Rui was a little selfish. Although he also wanted to make money, he didn't want Jian Anchi to be too tired, especially thinking about making something to drink for others. He felt uncomfortable. Okay, 3 kinds of coffee. They can also buy other drinks in the supermarket. Jian Anchi came over and pointed at the picture on the screen and said, "This design style is pretty good." Jian Anchi chose a dark brown decoration style with a classic atmosphere. The decoration price is not high. Only 200 points per square meter. Then expand the room a little, and move the door to the edge of the supermarket, so that you don't have to pass by the supermarket before entering the coffee shop. It feels messy. The system immediately moved the door of the new space to a position parallel to the supermarket door. But after opening it, it was another space. But there was still a door connecting it to the supermarket. Expand the area to 200 square meters. Half for bookshelves and the other half for tables. Rui said. Buy some more chairs and put them at the door. We can make the movie theater like a drive-in theater. I think the pokeball of that guy just now is similar to a car. After Li Siyu returned, His dark face scared his subordinates so much that they dared not speak. Hearing the bang of Li Siyu's door closing, his subordinates looked at each other. What's wrong? Go out for a while. Who made him unhappy? At this time, Li Siyu, who was frantically flipping through a book in the house, was gritting his teeth and talking to himself. Why did he die? Isn't he the murderer? Damn. I guessed wrong again. The next day, Yanrui opened the door early, but it was still dark outside. Yanrui looked up at the sky. Is the light source here still provided by the sun? No. This is not the same plane as your hometown. And the galaxy composition is also different. If you are curious, I can connect your network to the starship. Then connect it and see. However, Yanrui was not curious about the galaxy composition here. He was more curious about the level of online novels here and what people's living conditions were like, so that he could find a way to promote it. Not long after he opened the door, he saw a pokeball falling from the sky. Not long after, Li Siyu hurried in. There is a third part of this book. Why didn't you tell me? Yanrui looked at the angry Li Siyu, covered his mouth, and said in surprise, there is a third part? Sorry, I haven't read this book. I really don't know. I will find the third part the day after tomorrow. Do you want to pre-order it? The deposit is 50%. Set. After paying, Li Siyu looked at the book next to Yanrui. The author of this book is the same as the two books I read yesterday? Oh, yes, it's the same. Yanrui picked up the book and waved it in front of Li Siyu. It's quite interesting. I just read half of it and haven't seen the ending yet. Give me one too. Li Siyu placed the order without hesitation, and reminded before paying, I want the whole set. The one with the ending. Of course. It was my mistake yesterday. Today I'll take you to the movie. Yanrui smiled. Do you want to watch the movie first or read the book first? Hearing Yanrui's question, Li Siyu paused. It was really difficult to choose. I'm going to watch a movie this afternoon. Jian Anchi came down from upstairs at this time. I can almost finish all the coffee in the morning. Yanrui looked at Jian Anchi, then turned to Li Siyu and said, we have developed a new area here. You can read books and drink coffee there. How about we watch a movie together in the afternoon? Li Siyu frowned. He didn't like the feeling of others making decisions for him. But he looked at the two books in his hand and was too lazy to waste time with Yanrui. Okay. Tell me when the movie is on. When watching Li Siyu push the door and walk towards the book bar, Yanrui was secretly happy. After Li Siyu walked into the book bar and looked around, he pushed the door out again, looking at the book bar that appeared out of thin air with doubts in his heart. At this time, his curiosity about this space technology exceeded his interest in books. He found Yanrui again and asked directly, I need this technology. Space folding. How much can you sell it to me? Yanrui answered directly. I'm sorry. I also bought this technology from somewhere else. The technology party will not sell it to the public. But if you are curious, I can sell you some of its peripheral products. For example, the space button. Yanrui took out a new space button. This small one can store about 100 cubic meters of things. 100 cubic meters? Li Siyu chuckled. It's just 100 cubic meters. We have already developed a 10,000 cubic meter space carrier. Since this large-scale space folding technology is not for sale, forget it. Li Siyu was proud of getting back the face, raised his chin, and said to Yanrui, the snacks yesterday were good. Then he turned around and left leisurely. Yanrui looked at his back and curled his lips. He sat back in his chair and touched Tanan, who was lying next to him, waiting to play with him. He said, you look so arrogant. But you still have to come and buy books from us. 3 days passed like this, and Li Siyu disappeared in front of his men for 3 days. In the past, even if Li Siyu did not go on patrol, he would occasionally watch them distribute and mine resources. But he did not move at all in these 3 days. Brother Zhongzheng, what has the captain been doing these 2 days? Is he going to conduct a surprise inspection? The man called Brother Zhongzheng is Li Siyu's deputy. He usually knows all of Li Siyu's schedule. But Li Siyu did not reply to his messages these days, and he could not find Li Siyu every morning. The forces behind him wanted to invite Li Siyu to dinner privately, but he did not know how to respond. Can you find out about the captain's affairs? Back off. The captain said it must be kept secret. Just do what you should do. Zhongzheng was a little embarrassed to be asked. He had never been so unfamiliar with Li Siyu before. He kept thinking about whether he had done something to make Li Siyu angry in the past 2 days. He didn't want to fire him. He had always done a good job. Zongjung became more and more panicked the more he thought about it. The next day, he simply followed Li Siyu. No matter how Li Siyu drove him away, he would not leave. Captain, if you chase me away now, I will accept 10 dinner parties for you. Zongjung was determined to do it. And he hugged Li Siyu's arm and refused to let go. Didn't you say you were not going out to date someone else? If you are not going to date someone else, why can't you take me with you? Li Siyu tried to shake him off twice, but couldn't get rid of him. He curled his lips and finally said helplessly, "You can go with me. But if you dare to influence me after you get there, you will stay on the boat behind me." Yes. Zongjung, who achieved his goal, saluted Li Siyu and happily got on the aircraft. I said it to follow? Yes. Li Siyu looked unhappy, but still agreed to Zongning's request. Zongjung followed Li Siyu to Yanrui's supermarket. As soon as he entered the door, Yanrui saw the person behind Li Siyu. The two wore the same uniform, but the temperament of the person behind him added a touch of gentleness to the coldness. Yanrui smiled and said, "Welcome. I finally found the third part." Li Siyu snorted coldly. "It's been delayed for several days. If you can't find it, I will really be rude to you." Yanrui felt that he had figured out Li Siyu's personality. He didn't take his threat seriously at all. He just handed the book to Li Siyu with a smile. These days, Li Siyu came to the book bar next to the supermarket to read in the morning, watched a movie with them in the afternoon, and took a bunch of snacks back after watching. Yanrui earned a lot of points. "Is this your friend? Welcome. Welcome." Zongjung waved his hand quickly after hearing Yanrui's words, and corrected with a look of horror, "I'm not his friend. I'm his subordinate." Yanrui silently gave Li Siyu a thumbs up in his heart. Good guy. After so many days, he finally brought his subordinates. "Are you with him? Or should I recommend you one?" Zongjung looked at Li Siyu, who had already opened another door, and could only answer, "Please recommend me one." Zongjung wanted to ask Yanrui what Li Siyu had done in the past 2 days, but he was afraid that Li Siyu would be unhappy after hearing it, so he could only observe it himself. "What kind of books do you like? Or what kind of novels do you want to read? We have a lot of novels here, and I can recommend them to you. If there is no fixed type, you can go to the bookshelf in the book bar to choose the books you like. If you want to buy, you can come here to check out." Zongjung glanced outside, then lowered his voice and asked Yanrui in a low voice, "What kind of books does the captain like to read?" "He is the captain?" Yanrui was a little surprised, but it was normal. This man looked so arrogant. He must be in a high position. He prefers to read detective suspense, and the movies he watches every day are also of this type. Yanrui said, "Do you want to tell you the title of the book he has read?" Zongjung was so scared that he quickly shook his head. No. I'll go to the bookshelf and read it myself." Zongjung didn't like the suspense and mystery novels that Li Siyu read. He didn't like to use his brain, but his job required him to be on edge all the time. Even the slightest mistake could easily have a huge impact. He liked to read romance novels, but no one else knew that he had this hobby, mainly because there were not many novels for him to read on the starship. He had read the few books over and over again, although he would buy all the new works published on the starship every year. No matter what type, he still liked romance novels the most. The more lingering and sad, the more it could touch his heartstrings. It's a pity that no one wrote about these things. Everyone preferred to write records, which were more realistic. But for him, this was really meaningless. He had observed enough every day. When he came to the bookshelf, Zongjung walked to the category of romance novels. He glanced at Li Siyu's position. When he saw that Li Siyu was frowning and not paying any attention to him, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took several books from the bookshelf. Then he picked 2 books with covers that were not too pink and walked to a seat far away from Li Siyu. At this time, Jian Anchi walked towards Zongjung. "Excuse me. Do you want to order?" "What order?" Zongjung was still a little confused about the routine. Jian Anchi pointed to the sign on the table. Zongjung suddenly realized it and ordered 3 kinds of coffee, and then ordered 7 or 8 kinds of snacks. This ended with a sense of unsatisfaction. The names of the snacks on the menu sounded delicious, and the prices were not expensive, so he could afford them. In the afternoon, Yanrui asked Li Siyu to come and watch a movie. He looked at Zongjung and asked, "Will you come? It's only 60 per show." "Let's see." Zhong closed the book and hurried back to the supermarket. But there were not enough seats in front of the French window at this time. Zhong looked at the huge cat and the monkey as tall as a man, looking at him in bewilderment, and was a little overwhelmed. You can sit in your own aircraft. Our movies are played without dead angles, and you can watch them anywhere. Yanrui smiled and said, "We sit here because we can only watch in the supermarket. We can't breathe outside." "Ah? Boss, don't you have compressed oxygen?" After hearing Yanrui's words, Zhong was surprised. And Li Siyu, who heard about their situation for the first time, was also a little surprised. "Yes." Yanrui spread his hands without any concealment. "So can you sell me a few?" "Sure." Zhong took out a few palm-sized square iron pieces without hesitation. "You just need to wear this on your body and press this button. It will automatically form an air circulation space around your body. Very convenient. Mine is 12 hours. I spent 80 points when I bought it. You just need to give me 80. Okay. Thank you." Yanrui accepted the 2 compressed oxygens, transferred the Interstellar points to Zhong, and said with a smile, "Then I will treat you to a movie today." Yanrui found that Zhong liked to read romance novels, but he did not make it public, but quietly chose a suspenseful love story, which also met the needs of both of them. This movie is not a big production, but from the perspective of shooting techniques and storytelling, it can make people fully engaged. Although it is a crime film, everyone's behavior is excusable. After watching it, people will feel that they are still not satisfied and have endless aftertastes, which will make the audience unable to let go for a long time. After the movie ended, Li Siyu walked out of his aircraft. He looked at Zhong, who was wiping his tears, and laughed disdainfully. "You can cry after watching this? It's very touching. The heroine and the hero are willing to die for each other, but they didn't do anything wrong. It's all because of this damn world." Li Siyu actually felt that what Zhong said made sense. The dead in the movie just now were really hateful, and it was not a pity to die. But if it were him, he would do the murder perfectly, and would never let anyone find out that his death was abnormal. While thinking about what he should do if it were him, Li Siyu filled another basket of snacks. He didn't notice that Zhong, who was following him, was imitating his actions and frantically filling his shopping basket. "The food here is so delicious. Much better than what he ate on the starship." He recommended it to his colleagues when he got home, and everyone enjoyed it. Chapter 93 Interstellar Cruise. "Why haven't you seen anyone in the past 2 days?" Yanrui was a little anxious. On the second day after Zhong left, neither Li Siyu nor Zhong were seen. The already scarce customers instantly returned to zero. They didn't leave, did they? System, take a look. If they did, we'll move, Yanrui said, while nervously stuffing popcorn into his mouth. After the system checked, it patted its chest and said, "Don't worry. They didn't leave. All the starships are docked around this planet. As for why no one came, the system didn't know." Yanrui felt relieved when he heard that no one left. But he was still curious. What are they doing? Why didn't they come suddenly? Yanrui felt that Li Siyu, who didn't see the ending, couldn't just leave without saying hello. At this time, Li Siyu was hugging his arms and looking at the people around the table with an irritated look. "The resource point in the northwest corner should belong to my Valen fleet. Why did you? The Huilong fleet. Choose it first? Aho. I can't hear you." The leader of the Huilong fleet covered his ears back and forth while making a sound. "The L78B3 element at this coordinate is exactly what my Liling fleet lacks the most. I have reported it before. I don't know why it was allocated to the Leicester fleet. Lil. And why is their area so large and ours so small? The number of people in our two fleets is almost the same." And Li Siyu frowned, looking at the fleet leader who was arguing in front of him. His inner patience had reached its peak. They have been arguing for 2 days over trivial matters, such as this element and that resource. He felt that he had distributed them fairly. He knew the strength of each fleet by heart. Before issuing the distribution plan, he had checked it once and made sure there were no problems before issuing it. As a result, these people still had the nerve to find fault? Everyone wanted to take advantage, but everyone couldn't stand others taking advantage. Of course, the one who couldn't stand it the most now was Li Siyu. Just when he was about to explode, a hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Zhong lowered his head and gave Li Siyu a look that made him feel at ease. Li Siyu snorted coldly and continued to endure it, but he still couldn't help it and knocked the table hard with his fist. The room instantly returned to calm. The one who pretended not to hear just now also put down his hand and sat aside quietly, as if nothing had happened. Are you really dissatisfied with the distribution plan, or with our leading patrol ship? Zongjung asked. Of course. We are just dissatisfied with the distribution plan. All we want is fairness. When our Lester fleet was prosperous, we got much more than we do now. But now, after so many years, everyone seems to have forgotten us. Lester, with more people, there will naturally be more distribution. Your fleet is the second to last in population. And you still want the first distribution? You will only be satisfied if I give you all mine. Right? Li Siyu couldn't help talking when he heard this. He was already annoyed with these petty leaders. He could tolerate it before. But now, he doesn't want to tolerate it at all. Yin Rui promised to give him the 6th complete collection the day before yesterday. As a result, he has not found a chance to leave until now, because he has to judge the case for these people. He is really annoying. Li Siyu hammered the table hard. If you are not satisfied, you can overthrow me. And then you stand in this position. You can distribute it as you want. The whole planet is yours. Okay? Li Siyu glanced around unhappily. 6 people, representing 6 forces. Each force represents so many people. There are so many people relying on you to survive. But you do this every day? Li Siyu became more and more angry. 2 days. 2 whole days. If people had been sent down to mine earlier, the first wave of resources would have been pulled back. Whose time did you waste? My time? The 6 responsible persons did not expect Li Siyu to suddenly attack. In the past, Li Siyu was just angry. Then knocked down the table and turned around and left, leaving everything to Zongjung. Zongjung was very soft-hearted. Basically, he would agree to whatever conditions were negotiated with him. They just did that just to negotiate some conditions with Zongjung. As a result, the situation today was different. Not only did Li Siyu not leave, but Zongjung did not even speak. Are you going to do it? Li Siyu's eyes were sharp. No matter who he looked at, everyone's heart trembled. I'll give you a chance to rebel. If you succeed, you will have everything you want. If you fail, I will tie you to the back of the starship. You will die in less than a minute. It's a good way to make you happy. Li Siyu's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he roared and knocked on the table while questioning. I'm asking you questions. Are you going to do it? The 6 people immediately lost their temper. What were they doing? How were they going to do it? How dare they do it? If it was the previous captain, they might have dared to do it. But Li Siyu. Forget about Li Siyu. They really didn't dare to go against him. Before Li Siyu became the captain, the 6 major forces were still restraining each other. But after Li Siyu became the captain, he had nothing to do, didn't sleep every day, and searched for people everywhere. Now his power may not be weaker than the power of the 6 people, in addition to the irreplaceability of Li Siyu himself. Who dares to offend him now? Li Siyu laughed contemptuously, and kicked the table with his foot. The cups and plates on the table collided and made a crisp ding-dong sound. This sound shook everyone's heart. Since you don't have the guts, don't do anything behind my back. And don't think about attacking Zongjung. If I find out again next time, I will never forgive you. As long as the right to allocate resources after discovering a new planet is in Li Siyu's hands. Li Siyu has the confidence to say this. Is everything okay? Let's adjourn if everything is okay. Li Siyu waved his hand. And the tense atmosphere just now immediately turned into spring breeze and rain. The 2 people who were originally hostile now left with their arms around each other. And the momentum of wanting to kill each other's family before was gone. After watching everyone leave, Li Siyu turned his head and looked at Zongjung. Are you leaving now? Zongjung said with emotion. I didn't expect you to wait for me. In fact, Li Siyu could do whatever he wanted regardless of Zongjung's existence. Anyway, no one dared to stop him. But this time Li Siyu was willing to wait for him together. And Zongjung was flattered. What do you mean by waiting for you? Li Siyu took a step back and dodged Zongjung's hand. Yin Rui said that if I bring a new customer, he will prepare a new book for me. You are considered a new customer. It is unknown whether the book Yin Rui promised him before has arrived in the store. In the past 2 days, he has thought of a perfect murder method for the murderer in the books he read 2 days ago. Otherwise, he would have exploded in that kind of meeting. Where is my book? Before he walked to the cashier, Li Siyu's voice came over. Yin Rui had already put the book prepared for him on the table. And then smiled and said, I thought you were not coming. and I was just about to return the book. How could I not come? As long as I say I will come. Li Siyu couldn't wait to tear open the plastic cover, and didn't even wait to sit down. He flipped through the book while walking. Zhong Meng, who followed Li Siyu, asked Yanrui carefully after Li Siyu left. I said last time. Yes. Yes. The comic version of that novel. I have it here. Yanrui took out a thick stack of comics. He didn't expect Zhong to have such a hobby. Before paying, Zhong touched the cover and couldn't let it go. After paying, he put all the books into the space button, and then patted his chest, as if the dust had settled, and said, finally got it. Li Siyu was anxious these 2 days. And how could Zhong not be anxious? When Yanrui told him that the book he was reading had a comic version, his heart was warmed. This was simply a gift from heaven for him. He was interrupted when he was receiving the gift. Who could bear it? So Zhong was not in a good mood these 2 days. But after getting the things, the depression of the past 2 days was swept away. Why didn't you come these 2 days? Yanrui had a chance and asked curiously, I thought you left. We basically have to mine here for a year. And we should not leave within a year. Their whereabouts are not a secret. There are various forces in the universe. But everyone generally does not interfere with each other. So even if they see Yanrui appearing out of thin air, they are not surprised. 1 year? Then my business should be able to do another year. Yanrui was very happy. After getting Zhong's answer, his hanging heart was finally put down. At least, he doesn't have to move within a year. Do you think other people will like my store? Yanrui asked. Of course they will like it. Although there are not many people reading books now. In addition to books, the food here is pretty good. I will recommend it to my friends when I go back. And my friends will come back to see it when they have time. Zhong answered honestly. Yanrui likes this kind of customers. He smiled and handed Zhong a red bean paste bun. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to this while you watch the movie later. Yanrui observed that Zhong liked this kind of sweet and soft noodles, while Li Siyu preferred salty and spicy snacks, such as potato chips and spicy strips. But this kind of Li Siyu likes to drink milk, which Yanrui finds quite interesting. The two came late today. It was already afternoon. Yanrui opened the door and asked, Do you want to watch the movie now or tomorrow? Watch it now. Li Siyu was upset because he hadn't watched a movie for 2 days. If he hadn't watched it for a long time like before, it would be fine. But now it was like a carrot tied in front of Li Siyu, who wouldn't be anxious. Sensing Li Siyu's eagerness, Yanrui began to show the movie. This time, he chose a story about a serial killer with beautifully made scenes adapted from real cases. Because the murderer was bullied and sexually assaulted when he was a child, his psychology became distorted when he grew up. He would kill one person every week and arrange the people into the shape of world-famous paintings. The case was particularly eye-catching. But the murderer was particularly clean. So even if the audience knew who the murderer was halfway through, the movie was still so exciting that people couldn't take their eyes off it. This movie unfolds from the perspective of a detective. After the screening ended, Li Siyu was still a little unsatisfied. This detective is really something. This time, Li Siyu did not put himself into the murderer, but began to judge the detective's methods. When I saw that street figure, I knew the murderer must not be tall. He actually judged the murderer to be 1.9 meters tall at the beginning. It's really laughable. It's not too outrageous. The murderer wore shoes 2 sizes larger. A murderer with average anti-detection ability doesn't have that kind of ability, Yanrui said while pouring coffee for Li Siyu. The movie ended early today, and Li Siyu and Zhong could rest for a while before going back. Yanrui had nothing to do and wanted to chat with Li Siyu. Why do you like to read suspense novels so much? Don't you really want to try other types? Yanrui touched An's belly and said he had read a cute pet novel these 2 days, which made him so cute. He didn't think he liked this kind of novel before. But now, he sucked An's belly while reading the novel, which made Yanrui feel that he had become the happiest person in the world. Why do you like this thing? It's like someone asked you why you like that man. Can you tell me 1, 2 or 3 reasons? Yanrui's hand paused, and his ears turned red instantly. Why? Don't talk nonsense. Sorry. I thought you two were together. That's what he said. But Li Siyu didn't look embarrassed at all. He looked at Yanrui teasingly, and then turned to look at Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi looked much calmer. He walked up to Yanrui and handed him a glass of juice. Drink some water. It's dry here. Yeah. Yin Rui picked up the glass and gulped down the juice. Jian Anchi raised his eyebrows at Li Siyu. Are you welcome? Li Siyu spread his hands indifferently. Who doesn't like something that doesn't cost money? Jian Anchi turned and went upstairs. Yin Rui fanned himself with his hands. Aren't you going to read a book? Li Siyu smiled. I think watching you is more interesting than reading a book. Zhong Meng, who had just walked in, heard this. Zhong Meng was shocked. He didn't know the cause and effect and was startled by Li Siyu's words. What's the matter? Li Siyu turned his head and asked. It's the person in charge of the Leicester fleet. He said that he dug up a new element in the distribution area and now he needs to report it. New element? Li Siyu frowned after hearing these 3 words. We just finished the meeting. And now he has found new elements? Li Siyu chuckled. Why don't I believe it? He stood up and was about to go out. Boss, I will be back soon. 2 books are not enough for me to read. Please find me 2 more. Yin Rui gave him an okay gesture. And his mood slowly calmed down after seeing him leave. At this time, Jian Anchi walked to his side. He finally said something pleasing. Yin Rui pushed him. Do what you need to do. Jian Anchi laughed out loud. But Li Siyu, who had already arrived at Leicester's area, could not laugh out loud at this time. You call this a new element? This element was discovered more than your great-grandfather was. Li Siyu pointed to the element structure on the screen and said, the first line of page 32 of Basic Physics. Go and see if it is exactly the same? Oh, it really is. Then this time it is my fault. It's my fault. Baker, with blonde hair, scratched his head and said with a smile. Li Siyu looked at this man and couldn't imagine why the management of the Leicester fleet would be in his hands. He had no ability or wisdom, but his face was superior. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Don't look for me next time before you are sure. Okay? Li Siyu was speechless. When he wanted to leave, he was hugged by this big fool. I will go with you. If there is any new discovery here, they will tell me. Baker smiled. Let's go for a meal. My chef found an old cookbook. My family spent 20 million to get this old cookbook. The taste is very good. Come to my house and try it. Li Siyu understood why the management of the Leicester fleet fell into the hands of this man. Forgot that he was the richest man in the fleet. Li Siyu took his hand off his shoulder. I won't go. I have more interesting things to do than this. What is it? I have been looking for you for a few days, but I couldn't find you. I wanted to ask you to help me through the back door, but I didn't expect you to be so fair and selfless, and not give me, a pursuer, any benefits at all. Hearing this, Li Siyu pulled the corner of his mouth. When you were 4 years old, you said you wanted to marry me. So you were also a pursuer? Can you have some shame? At first sight. Tell me quickly. What have you been doing these 2 days? Is there any fun place on this planet? Otherwise, why can't I find you these 2 days? Although Li Siyu's tone was a little impatient, he still confessed all his whereabouts in the past 2 days. After that, Baker pestered him again and asked Li Siyu to take him to broaden his horizons. Yin Rui looked at Baker standing behind Li Siyu and was stunned. Sir, you are also very handsome. There is no need to be attracted by my appearance. Baker raised his chin with some pride. I came here to experience the spiritual massage that Siyu mentioned. Ah? Yin Rui was puzzled. He was not attracted by Baker's appearance. He just wondered if Baker could understand the books he brought. If he couldn't, he would make a big mistake. All his novels are in Chinese. There is no English version. Jian Anchi said nothing, took out a book like a brick, and threw it in front of Baker, as if he didn't hold it firmly. I don't know if you can understand this book. Jian Anchi's cold tone carried some hidden hostility. But Baker didn't notice it at all. This book is pictures. And the scenery is something I haven't seen. It's really good. Baker flipped through it and said, I want it. Do you know all the words in this book? Seeing that Baker only mentioned the pictures in the book and didn't mention the words, Yin Rui kindly reminded him. Baker looked at Yin Rui with some doubts. I went to school. Of course I know the words. My teacher is the highest paid teacher in the entire fleet, since he can not only speak, but also read. Yin Rui was relieved. After he introduced the role of the cafe to Baker, Baker walked to the bookshelf as if he had found a treasure and began to look for books that interested him and read them. The language here has long been assimilated. There are not many people left. Naturally, the people with the largest number have the right to speak. They can only speak one language now. The system said while eating dried squid, if that special situation really happens, I will definitely remind you. Yin Rui touched the system's head and looked at his chubby appearance. He couldn't bear to look at it. Although you are data. You are getting fat too fast now. If you have time, you should exercise. Yin Rui kindly comforted. But the system didn't take it to heart. It's okay. I can still get bigger. What's the connection? Yin Rui sighed. He now understands Jian Anchi's mood of practicing martial arts by himself. Boss, I want these books. Seeing Baker holding a pile of books, Yin Rui hurried forward to take it. Can you finish reading so many? The books Baker brought were not only numerous, but also varied in types. It felt like they were not for a specific taste of one person. I'll take them back to show my mother and my sister. They've been saying they're bored these past 2 days. My mother seems to be depressed recently, and the doctor said she should try some new activities. Yin Rui felt a little sad when he heard Baker's words. After he silently paid for Baker, he suggested, if your mother is willing, she can come to my place to relax. Although I don't have much else here, there should be a lot of new things. Baker smiled, showing his 2 rows of white teeth. That's what I thought. I'll bring them here tomorrow. Sure enough, the next day, 2 women in meticulous clothing followed Baker. The older one must be his mother, and the younger one looked more lively and should not be troubled by depression. Welcome, all 3 of you. What can I do for you? Baker's mother glanced at Yin Rui, then looked around the structure of the supermarket, and then asked, which star system are you from? Does your star system accept immigrants? Mom. After hearing what he said, Baker stamped his feet anxiously. I don't want to immigrate. Yin Rui heard that Baker was already the head of the Leicester fleet, and he certainly wouldn't want the transfer of immigration rights now. He didn't continue to talk, but said, Baker should have told you about my situation here. If you like, you can read books or order movies. I don't know what kind of movies you need today. Let's watch a movie, the woman said in a gentle tone. I haven't watched a new movie for a long time. Are there any adventure movies? An adventure movie? This lady probably has a sense of freedom in her bones. But she has to suppress her nature in the fleet. And such a life is indeed painful. Yes. Please wait. Yin Rui searched in his storage room and finally found a movie that seemed to meet the requirements. This movie tells the story of a woman who is about to be crushed by life, and finally musters up the courage to abandon the shackles on her body and prepare to fulfill her dream of traveling around the world. While the movie was playing, Yin Rui observed the expressions of several people. These people looked very surprised, and after the surprise, they were particularly devoted. In the end, when the movie was playing and the protagonist finally overcame his psychological barriers and jumped off the plane to parachute, Baker's mother even had tears in her eyes. After watching the movie, Baker's mother looked at Yin Rui and said, Thank you for making me feel happy today. Chapter 94 Interstellar Cruise. Yin Rui didn't expect that he could have such an effect. He felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He pursed his lips and then said cautiously, Actually, alas, he really doesn't know how to comfort people. His mind turned into a paste for a while. Baker also saw his embarrassment and put his arm around his mother's shoulders. Ms. Lily, let's go read a book. Didn't you feel bored with the book I gave you yesterday? Today you can pick the type you really like. Then I will stay here to buy things. Baker's sister Layla had already seen the food in the giant monkey's hand and was very curious. She walked to the side of the system and stared at the ice cream in his hand. What flavor is this? His family is rich, and there is ice cream to eat on the starship. But in Layla's eyes, no one has ever eaten it so deliciously. The system was generous. I'll treat you to a new one. It's honeydew melon flavor. Not greasy. After thanking her, Layla happily took it. Her eyes lit up after taking a bite. And then she sat next to the system, and the 2 of them happily ate. Yin Rui wondered why the system was so generous all of a sudden. And then he heard him and Layla say, It's delicious. Right? Everything I recommend is delicious. I've almost eaten everything in here. But I can't treat you. My pocket money is not enough. After hearing this, Layla generously said to the system, Whatever you want to eat, I'll treat you. The 2 leaned against each other's shoulders, going back and forth in the shells. And Yin Rui could vaguely hear the system say, I want compressed oxygen. Do you have it? I'll give you a box. Yin Rui smacked his lips. This was too generous. He would have to talk to the little girl and make good friends with her later. It was time for them to leave at night. At this time, Ms. Lily stood at the door of the supermarket and was reluctant to leave. She looked at the cafe and asked, "Can't we really live here?" "Mom." Beck was anxious. "Home is good. I can't eat if you don't go home. And it's very dangerous outside. No one knows what potential crisis a certain planet in the Interstellar has. They have just arrived at this unknown small planet. He is really worried." Okay. I won't stay here." Ms. Lily raised her hand and touched Baker's face. "You are as willing to make a fuss as your father." Baker spread his hands helplessly. And Yen Rui smiled and said, "You can come again tomorrow. My store will not run away for a while." Perhaps she had never heard such a way of speaking. And Ms. Lily laughed non-stop after hearing this. At this time, Li Siyu also came over. He took a few books as usual and put them in front of Yen Rui. "These books. A total of 90 points. Captain, you read books quite fast. Li Siyu can read 3 books when he goes home at night. Plus, he can finish reading 2 books during the day. And even review the 3 books he read last night. Plus a movie. In a year, maybe all the books in the supermarket will be read by him. I don't know if he has so many suspense novels for Li Siyu to read." Yen Rui hasn't checked his inventory yet. After Li Siyu paid the bill, he saw Ms. Lily beside him. He bowed slightly and said politely, "Long time no see." Ms. Lily also nodded slightly. "Long time no see." After the two greeted each other, Li Siyu nodded to Layla again, then returned to his aircraft, turned around and disappeared into the sky. What books did he buy? Lila was curious. Yen Rui looked at the teenage girl and apologized. "I'm sorry. This is the guest's privacy. I can't disclose it casually." Hearing this, Lily secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She curled her eyes and looked at Yen Rui. "See you tomorrow. I wonder if there is a chance to continue watching the movie tomorrow." "Of course," Yen Rui replied politely. After sending them away, Yen Rui patted his chest. "When talking to them, I always feel that my tone is a bit too stiff. Because you are worried about her mental state." Jian Anchi hit the nail on the head. "In fact, you don't need to worry at all. Her mental state is not very bad. From what she said, it means that Baker's father should have just passed away. Is that why Ms. Lily is so depressed?" Yen Rui recalled his mood after receiving the phone call after his parents got into trouble. And his chest became stuffy. Jian Anchi came up and put his arm around his shoulders. "Don't think too much. Look at the system, Ananin." The system was using a sausage as a cat toy to tease Anan, and laughed out loud at Anan's jumping up and down. Yen Rui's attention was immediately drawn. "Slow down. Anan will get angry. And then you." Before Yen Rui could finish, Anan suddenly grew larger, held the system down, stomped on his face a few times, then snatched the sausage away, turned around and walked away. "Hit. Forget it. It's all over. I don't know what's wrong with the system. It likes to tease Anan. He doesn't get angry after Anan hits him. The two of them play together affectionately, and never get tired of it. Now that we have compressed oxygen, let's go out and take a look," Jian Anchi asked. In the past 2 days, the two of them also walked around when no one was around. But they didn't dare to go too far. After receiving the guests today, they simply thought about walking further to experience the different scenery of this planet. "You two take good care of the house. We will be back soon." After instructing the system and Anan, Yen Rui and Jian Anchi turned on the compressed oxygen, and went out after making sure that everything was safe. There are no living creatures on this planet. It is barren all around. There are black rocks everywhere. Yen Rui can't find any green no matter how he looks around. "We went east yesterday. Shall we go west today?" Jian Anchi nodded, and the two of them went west. Yen Rui was a little curious at first. After all, he had never seen such rocky scenery, even in the last life when everything was dead. But as he walked, he felt more and more bored. Why are there only rocks? Not even fossils? Fossils can usually show the previous condition of the land. But after walking for so long, the only one with a bit of shape is the treehouse where his supermarket is located. It seems that there is only one tree on the entire planet. And it seems that no living creatures have ever existed on the entire planet. Forget it. Go back. It's really boring. Yen Rui looked at the sky with some disappointment. The stars in the sky were not white, but a little blue. Some of the blue stars were mixed with a little orange-red, which looked pretty. On this planet, it is better to look at the stars than to see the scenery. Yen Rui walked towards the supermarket in disappointment. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind him. "Wait a minute. People in front." Yin Rui stopped and turned his head with some joy, thinking that maybe they were the natives of this planet? But the probability of natives was not high. Maybe they were members of Li Siyu's fleet? If so, he could advertise his supermarket. When Yin Rui was thinking in his mind, he didn't notice the atmosphere around him. When he came to his senses, he felt that his eyes were black and a wall of people stood in front of him. Jian Anchi! Yin Rui realized that the person who had just called him had picked up his weapon to attack without waiting for his reply. If Jian Anchi hadn't blocked him, he might have. There was no special possibility. He had a protective mark on his body, so it would be fine even if he was hit. But when he heard Jian Anchi coughing and noticed that cold sweat broke out on his head, he suddenly became angry. Why did you suddenly hit someone? Yin Rui rubbed Jian Anchi's chest distressfully, and the people who attacked Jian Anchi were also horrified at this time. Didn't they kill him? Did the Lester fleet upgrade its protection measures again? Yin Rui didn't wait for their answer, and directly took out the magnetic sonic cannon and blasted at the people who were 2 kilometers away from him. Fuck. The man on the other side saw Yin Rui also took out his weapon without saying a word. He had never seen this weapon before, and it looked very powerful. He jumped back in shock. Huh? Yin Rui was surprised to see the people who were not knocked down by him, and immediately thought that maybe they also had a protective shield like him. Is the system here? Yin Rui contacted the system remotely. Yes. What's wrong? Rui? The system was mumbling, and it sounded like it was still eating. Are there any weapons with greater lethality? The magnetic sonic cannon is not very useful now, and can't stun people at all. What price range does the host want? I have weapons with 6-digit points, 7-digit points, and 8-digit points. I don't know what kind of effect the host needs the enemy to achieve. I want them to die. Yin Rui was so angry that Jian Anchi had calmed down a little at this time. He heard Yin Rui gritting his teeth and discussing with the system about buying weapons of mass destruction. He pulled his hand and said, "Don't make enemies first. We don't know the details of the other party yet. He wants to make enemies with me. If there is no protection, you. Yin Rui didn't want to say that word. He turned his head away, pursed his lips, and couldn't say a word. After hearing this, Jian Anchi comforted him. I'm fine. Haven't you been protecting me all the time? Yin Rui didn't care, since the magnetic sonic cannon was not useful. He took out the sniper rifle, which was more primitive in his mind, and shot at the other party without saying a word. What the hell is this? The man on the other side saw Yin Rui taking out the sniper rifle again, and quickly opened his double protective shield. When the bullet hit his forehead, he bounced in pain, stumbled and fell to the ground. Are you okay? The colleagues who had been hiding around him were watching him and wanted to save him. But if they wanted to save him, they would have to show their heads, and they didn't want to take this risk. It's okay. When did such a sharpshooter appear in the Lester fleet? If it weren't for his poor weapon, I would have been shot in the head now. You are also shot in the head now. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror. Your forehead is red. Damn it! The man rubbed his head, and his forehead was a little painful. Let's go back and report to the captain. Tell him that Lester has dug out a new sharpshooter from nowhere. Grace saw Baker coming back happily from outside yesterday, and he was already suspicious. He felt that Baker must have some secrets that he couldn't tell. Today, he even brought his mother out. When he left, he was sneaky, which proved his guess. So Grace secretly followed Baker today and saw Baker sneakily making a deal with the man in front of him. Even Li Siyu had an unclear relationship with this man, fearing that he would be discovered by Li Siyu. Grace could only stay far away. He could not see the interaction between Yin Rui and Baker clearly. There was also a period of time in between when he contacted the captain and missed the observation. But it should not affect his decision. What's going on? A huge sense of uneasiness came over him, and Grace sat on the ground unsteadily. He felt a huge roar in his ears, and then he felt the ground shaking around him. Black gravel splashed on his face, leaving fine scars. Yin Rui held a huge rocket launcher and ran towards them while firing. Jian Anchi wanted to catch up with him, but the severe pain prevented him from getting up. He could only watch Yin Rui running farther and farther. Found it. Yin Rui panted, stood in front of the man and chuckled. You're really ruthless. What? Grace subconsciously took out his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, he felt a numbness in his arm, and his strength was instantly released. The weapon fell to the ground, and he was stepped on by Yin Rui and couldn't move. Just now, Yin Rui was emotional and wanted to kill the person who hurt Jian Anchi directly. But after running 2 kilometers, his emotions gradually calmed down. What's the point of killing him? Only living is valuable. And after the system reminded, there are 4 or 5 companions next to this person, who looks like they should be quite valuable. Yin Rui stepped on Grace. His eyes swept around, and then felt a pain in his arm, and turned to look at the man with dark golden hair who shot him. Yin Rui tilted his head and squinted his eyes to look at this man, who immediately trembled in his heart and shot Yin Rui a few more times. Yin Rui closed his eyes and did not dodge or avoid, silently feeling the pain in his body. When the man stopped shooting, he opened his eyes and waved his hands. The 5 people hiding around him immediately felt that their hands were out of control, and their wrists were tightly closed, as if someone in the void had handcuffed them. Yin Rui put away the rocket launcher, and he lowered his head and glanced up and down at Grace. Are you the leader? Grace still wanted to contact the captain quietly, but his hands seemed to be fixed in place, and he couldn't even move his fingers. Looking at Grace, who was so stiff, Yin Rui was satisfied. It's good to have money. He couldn't bear to buy this thing in the first 2 worlds. After all, one costs 10 million points. But fortunately, this thing can be recycled, so Yin Rui is not so distressed. He jumped off Grace's body and grabbed it casually. These people immediately saw a long line of light appearing on their wrists, and the other end of the line was tied in Yin Rui's hand. Is this thing really used to tie the 3-headed dog of hell? It feels like a waste to tie these people. Yin Rui grabbed this end and asked while walking back. Of course, it's to lead the 3-headed hellhound. The 3-headed hellhound is free-spirited and hates being led by people. However, there are always tamed ones. But being tamed is fine. But it can't be discovered by others. So there is such a dog leash. Most people use it invisible when they go out. But you deliberately show it. Of course I have to show it. Is there anyone around? I want to take them for a walk. It would be even better if there is someone they know. Yin Rui ignored Grace, who was shouting behind him. The people around Grace also cursed Yin Rui with him at first, thinking that Yin Rui violated their human rights. But Yin Rui simply didn't turn around, and let them yell and curse at will without caring. They pointed the spearhead at Grace again, and began to complain why he offended people without asking. Yin Rui thought to himself, this is complaining about Grace not shooting him. From their quarrel, Yin Rui also heard a general idea. It seemed that Grace followed Baker at first, and then wanted to kill him and bring the body back to report. These people all wanted to take credit from him. Yin Rui received Jian Anchi at this time. He looked at Jian Anchi sitting on the ground and said with some distress, does it hurt a lot? Have you recovered now? Jian Anchi nodded. His lips had regained some color. It's much better now. But there may be marks. Yin Rui understood. They also beat me just now, and my arm hurt so much. You must be more uncomfortable when you hit me directly in the chest. Did they beat you too? Jian Anchi's face changed slightly, and he looked at everyone's eyes with murderous intent. They are Baker's mortal enemy. Maybe we can exchange some money. Let's go back and wait, and contact Baker the next day. Hearing this, Jian Anchi blamed Baker a little. They never wanted to participate in the internal struggles of these locals, but every time they were inexplicably implicated. It really annoyed him. After everyone returned to the supermarket, Yin Rui tied them to the door and asked the first sentence after returning. Do you have enough oxygen? Of course. Our oxygen is 24 hours a day, and it is the highest quality. There was still some pride in the tone of these people. That's fine. Yin Rui nodded. So he didn't worry about these people suffocating outside. Yin Rui tied them directly to the branches next to the treehouse, confirmed with the system that they would not run away, and then went into the house. After seeing Yin Rui's actions, they realized why Yin Rui asked them if they had enough oxygen. Are you sick? If you told him that our oxygen was only enough for 2 hours, wouldn't they let us in? What if we are discovered? The weapon in that person's hand may be stronger than that in Li Siyu's hand. Grace, you are wrong. He is not Baker's partner at all. He is Li Siyu's. Grace was also trembling in his heart. Was he really wrong? But he did not admit his guess. How could it be possible? I saw him and Baker interacting with each other. This man also had an intersection with Ms. Lily. Did you see Baker let Ms. Lily and Layla contact Li Siyu's partners? It is unknown who this sentence is trying to convince. Anyway, Yin Rui asked the system to keep an eye on the few people outside and record the important information when they mentioned it. So you said they are killers sent by my opponents? The next day, Baker stood at the door and saw these people shivering with cold. Judging from their clothes, these people were from the Valen fleet. How could they be assassins? I know the level of the Valen fleet, which is worse than ours. Baker didn't believe that these people had such strength. He looked around again and said, You said they failed? That's possible. Please help me contact the Valen fleet and see how much these people can be sold for, so that the Valen fleet can redeem them. Yin Rui glared at them. I will release them after the money arrives. Baker nodded. And just when he was about to contact, Li Siyu said, Don't contact. I will contact. Li Siyu just asked Jian Anchi about the situation. He hated this kind of assassination from behind. Originally, there were not many people in their overall fleet, and now they started to use this method. In the end, they couldn't find a new planet to survive, and everyone died. Okay. Baker handed the job directly to Li Siyu. And at this time, Ms. Lily looked at these people with some concern. Ms. Lily looked around and felt uneasy when she saw these people, especially before she left. She sighed leisurely, which made them shudder. Mom, why did you sigh just now? Lila asked, puzzled. I think those people can't be sold at a good price. And Boss Yen shouldn't get many interstellar points. Ms. Lily sighed again and said, The Valen fleet is so poor. Yin Rui laughed after hearing this. Don't worry. I didn't spend much effort anyway, as long as I can compensate my friend's medical expenses. Last night, Jian Anchi's chest was purple. Yin Rui bought him the most effective medicine. Although it recovered after applying it, the purple patch was still imprinted in his mind. Forget about them. May I ask if there is a love movie today? Love movie? Yin Rui hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Li Siyu. Li Siyu probably wouldn't like this type of movie. Then buy another projector. One for Li Siyu and one for Ms. Lily. But from today on, we have to arrange the screening time properly. Don't worry about me. I'll be with Ms. Lily. Li Siyu was a rare easy-to-talk movie. Hearing this, Baker clapped his hands vigorously. It should be like the kind of movie in a romance novel, without any misunderstandings or feuds. It should be like falling in love from the beginning. Yin Rui felt Li Siyu's speechlessness with his peripheral vision, but he still nodded. I want this kind. I can also relax my brain. Since everyone agreed, Yin Rui found a love movie from his inventory. It was a sweet love movie about two protagonists who were childhood sweethearts and had a crush on each other since childhood. After growing up, they were together after various things proved it. It was also rated as the sweetest movie of the year. Later, every Valentine's Day, someone would say on social networking sites that they had no one to accompany them, but they had to watch this movie. At this time, Grace had no desire to live. He felt that his captain would definitely not let him have a good time, and he might be expelled from the ship. But as the plot of the movie progressed, he gradually forgot his worries. This movie is too sweet. And where is this movie from? How come he has never seen it before? Chapter 95 Interstellar Cruise. When the movie was over, Yin Rui noticed Grace, who was already fascinated by it, and still wanted more. Yin Rui looked at the system. Look! I gave them a free show. The system's hand, which was eating candy, stopped instantly. He looked at the captives who were tied up outside by Yin Rui, and immediately became angry. The system put on the compressed oxygen given to him by Layla, and took in and out the door. Yin Rui watched the two of them go out, and said something to the captives. The system pointed at them, and then jumped on the spot, and stepped on them the next second. Just like the method of beating the system. Yin Rui was relieved. They were all experienced, and there shouldn't be any big problems. Their leader will come here to redeem people in a while. Do you need me to stay here? Baker stood in front of Yin Rui and asked while adjusting his collar. Yin Rui thought for a moment. No need. But you can help me estimate how much these people are worth. I don't know how much I should ask. I am more familiar with the leader, but I have never seen or remembered the rest. But they are mixed together, which proves that their value is not low. There are 6 people in total. Right? The leader has 100,000 interstellar points, and the rest are 60,000 each, which should be about the same, Baker estimated. They don't have much money. If they want more, they may. Baker's hand shook around his neck, and Yin Rui understood and said TSK. After everyone left, within 3 minutes, another aircraft appeared at the door. I guess this person has been monitoring for a long time. He didn't show up until everyone left. I don't know if he was afraid of conflict with Baker. Yanrui watched a tall man who looked to be in his 50s, with dark brown hair and slightly green eyes, walked into the supermarket. He didn't even say hello, and asked Yanrui directly, "You are the one who stole my people? It was your people who wanted to attack me. Otherwise, forget it. How many interstellar points are you prepared to pay?" Yanrui was too lazy to say more to him, and replied bluntly. The man snorted coldly, and seeing that Yanrui had no basic respect for him, he was even more angry. "What interstellar point? You want to ask me for money? You heard my people. I didn't ask you to settle the score. It's because I have a good temper." Yanrui looked up at the man and took out a pistol with lightning speed and pointed it at the man's forehead. "Your good temper is your business. I have a bad temper. 6 people have a total of 700,000 yuan. Transfer." Yanrui clicked the cashier. "Give me the money. Shoot if you have the guts." This man was not afraid, but his voice was more aggressive. "Do you think I'm afraid of your little tricks? If anything happens to me, my brothers outside will never let you go." At this time, the system was also reporting in Yanrui's mind. The entire supermarket was surrounded by aircraft. There were about 200 people, all ready with weapons, waiting for the man in front of Yanrui to give the order to open fire. Yanrui curled his lips. "You can try and see who will die first. I don't know if your shield can protect me from this shot. If it can, I will die first. If it can't, you will die first. Do you want to gamble?" Ward didn't expect Yanrui to be so crazy. If others heard him say this, they would have put down their weapons and negotiated with him. But the man in front of him didn't care. It was like he was betting that he wouldn't shoot. And he was also betting that he wouldn't let the people outside open fire. Are the things in this shop not valuable? Or is he really not interested in his life? "Are you still talking?" Yanrui tilted his head to look at Ward. "Either give me money or give me my life. You choose one." Ward paused, and finally reluctantly scanned 700,000 interstellar points to Yanrui. After receiving the money, Yanrui's face immediately changed, and he returned to his good-natured appearance. "Please wait a moment. I will unpack the goods and bring them over," Yanrui said to Ward, then walked out the door and pulled all 6 people in. "Okay. The money and goods are settled. Welcome to come next time." Yanrui lowered his head, not even looking at those people, and drove them away in a cold and unceremonious tone. Ward was furious, but facing Yanrui, he felt that he had no idea where to start, so he could only punch Grace beside him hard, and then turned and left. Grace also knew that he had done something wrong, so he could only follow Ward in dismay. However, Ward didn't even want to talk to him and drove away alone. Their aircraft was not nearby, so he could only wave at the sky. Finally, his former colleagues felt sorry for him and flew down to pick him up. He got it so quickly. The old man seems to be quite loyal. Yanrui looked at the points on the computer and said happily, "I just don't know if this guy will settle accounts with us later." "He will definitely settle accounts. But so what? As long as we stay in the supermarket, there will be no safety issues." The system turned into a little monkey and sat on Yanrui's shoulder. While analyzing, it grabbed Yanrui's long hair and played with it. Yanrui pulled him down. "Don't play with my hair. By the way, check the value of compressed oxygen. I want to buy more and stockpile." "What are you buying this for? Will your plane also be short of oxygen at the end of the world?" the system asked casually. Yanrui shook his head. "There is no such problem. But this compressed oxygen technology looks very useful. I will take it back and let everyone study it." Yanrui took out an original seed at this time. "How much do you think it will cost if Li Siyu helps us find the original seed?" "Don't think too much for now. We have already received 700,000 interstellar points. Do you want to celebrate today?" Jian Anchi's devilish voice came over to seduce him. And Yanrui immediately replied, "Yes." Because Yanrui had said before that he didn't eat hot pot much when he was in the martial arts plane. So this time Jian Anchi decided to cook hot pot for Yanrui from time to time. "Did you make this hot pot base? I think it's not worse than the ones in the hot pot restaurant, but it suits my taste better." Yanrui kept drinking water while eating because it was so spicy. And he didn't forget to praise Jian Anchi's cooking skills. After hearing what Yanrui said, Jian Anchi rarely smiled complacently. "I have been researching hot pot base these days. It's okay if you like it. Is it spicy? If it's too spicy, I can adjust the spiciness next time." Yanrui hurriedly shook his head. Not spicy. Not spicy. This is just right. Can you bring me another bottle of coconut milk? No. 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 I'll get it myself. I can't always bother Jian Anchi. Yanrui always blurts out words that bother Jian Anchi. He has been reflecting on himself these 2 days. Had he been a little too dependent on Jian Anchi before? If the two of them. Anyway. This is not good. What are you doing? Let me do it. Jian Anchi pushed Yanrui back to his seat without saying anything. After he stood up, the system sitting next to the table didn't seem to treat him as an outsider. Jian Anchi. Bring me a bottle too. And another bottle of orange juice. Jian Anchi turned his head and glanced at the system. The system shuddered instantly. He stood up obediently. I can do it myself. No need to trouble Brother Jian. The meal was very satisfying. After eating, Yanrui was lying on the sofa and humming. Jian Anchi sat next to him and rubbed his stomach skillfully. The system was still talking beside him. You've eaten too much. I remember you bought some stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets before. Just take 2 tablets. Why don't you let me, Brother Jian, serve you? Jian Anchi frowned after hearing this. Why can't you just turn off the system sound now? The system then realized what Jian Anchi was looking for when he turned on the screen. It turned out that he was looking for the mute button. Alas, he knew that he was the redundant one. I'm going downstairs to rest. You two have fun. The system hurried downstairs. Yanrui found him a small corner on the first floor. A place dedicated to the pet villa. The system liked it very much. Sometimes he went back to the system data room to rest before. But since he had this pet villa, he fell in love with it. Now he spends most of his time playing and resting in this pet villa, without the interruption of the system. The second floor suddenly became silent, and the whole atmosphere became ambiguous. However, Yanrui always felt that he was overthinking. He wanted to stand up. I'll go downstairs to find some stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. What the system said must be right. I have it here. Jian Anchi took out 2 pills from the space button without saying anything and stuffed them into Yanrui's mouth. Then took out a glass of water out of thin air. Drink it. What on earth did you put in the space button? After Yanrui swallowed the medicine, he looked around and said, I think I'm fine now. Good night, Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi pressed Yanrui, who wanted to get up, back into his arms. It will be very dangerous tonight. I heard from Baker that the person in charge of the Valen fleet is a little petty, and has always been short of money. You took 700,000 from him today, and he might come to retaliate tonight. Revenge if he wants to. I'm not afraid of him. Yanrui raised his voice. Come if he has the guts. The last person who wanted to kill me is now buried underground. They had encountered the same situation in the previous plane. But at that time, the attack methods of the martial arts plane did not pose too much threat to them. But now the interstellar plane is different. Add a layer of protective mark? Although it was a questioning tone, Jian Anchi had already dropped Yanrui's collar without saying anything. I just bought it. I'll draw it for you now. And go to rest after it's done. When will you? Yanrui was stunned for a moment, and then felt a chill on his collar. Jian Anchi's hand covering his collarbone added a little warmth, which could be described as ice and fire. Okay. After making sure that the mark was perfect, Jian Anchi withdrew his hand. Good night. Yanrui turned over. No. You haven't fixed it yet. I want to watch you fix it. Obviously, this light mark does not require the hand to cover his collarbone for so long. Last time, he only needed to select the blessing object on the system and wait until the progress bar cooled down to complete it. This time, Jian Anchi secretly took advantage of him. He has to take it back. Do you really think you are easy to bully? Yanrui didn't touch the collarbone, but put his hand on Jian Anchi's abdominal muscles, and said confidently, it doesn't matter where the mark is printed. I'll print it on your abdominal muscles and warm my hands. Yanrui choked and looked at Jian Anchi, wanting to win or lose in this regard. But after meeting Jian Anchi's meaningful eyes, Yanrui suddenly wanted to avoid it. I'm still not ready, and I always feel something is wrong. Yanrui subconsciously turned his head and wanted to find an excuse to leave as usual. But this time, Jian Anchi didn't give him a chance to leave. He grabbed Yanrui's arm and fixed him tightly on the sofa. Then clasped Yanrui's shoulder with his other hand and forced Yanrui to look at him. Do you really have nothing to say? Jian Anchi spoke in a low voice, slowly guiding Yanrui to say what he wanted to hear. Yanrui pursed his lips and said nothing, but his breathing became slightly rapid. He felt that the anxiety in the air was about to burn him. If you don't say it, then I will. Jian Anchi couldn't wait any longer. He took a deep breath and then said, Rui Rui. This was the first time that Jian Anchi called Yen Rui like this. The last time it was called Yen Rui was the system. When Jian Anchi heard Yen Rui being called like this by the system, his heart softened. Rui Rui. We have known each other for a long time. Right? Jian Anchi raised his hand and touched Yen Rui's hair. Then his hand gradually moved down, slowly touching Yen Rui's ears along the temples. He gently rubbed Yen Rui's earlobe, as if muttering to himself, It's been many years. The two of them have indeed known each other for many years. Yen Rui's thoughts can't help but go back to the past. The two have been classmates since childhood. I don't know when they became best friends. They obviously have different tempers, but they are just mixed together inexplicably. Before, Yen Rui thought that the two of them were compatible. But now thinking about it, he suddenly realized that Jian Anchi had made a lot of efforts behind the scenes. Actually, I have always liked you. Jian Anchi finally said what he had kept in his heart for these years. He knew that there was no turning back. But this time, he didn't want to endure it anymore. And he didn't want to look back anymore. He just wanted to keep moving forward. Yen Rui felt that Jian Anchi's temperature was rising all over his body. He felt that the air around him was dried up by Jian Anchi's enthusiasm, so that he couldn't breathe and his breathing stagnated. So Rui, you know? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the door, and the atmosphere between the two disappeared. Jian Anchi lowered his head and took a deep breath. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of Yen Rui, but he really wanted to curse. Even cursing might not be able to dispel the anger in his heart. He forced a smile and rubbed Yen Rui's hair. Let's talk later. Then he frowned and got up from the sofa. Yen Rui breathed a sigh of relief and was finally able to breathe. It was this deafening noise that saved him. But when he looked at Jian Anchi's face, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He always felt that he was a little sorry for Jian Anchi, and felt a little guilty. Jian Anchi had just confessed to him. Confession requires a lot of courage. He still understands this principle. Yen Rui scratched his head and simply pulled Jian Anchi, who was about to rush downstairs. He looked at Jian Anchi, who was puzzled by being pulled by him, took a deep breath, then held his head, raised his head and kissed him. Although it was just the cheek, Jian Anchi obviously didn't react. Yen Rui's cheeks were also hot, and his ears instantly turned red. He patted Jian Anchi. Hurry down and see what's going on outside. Jian Anchi was overjoyed, but he hated it even more when he heard the voice outside. It was obvious that the first time for two people shouldn't be like this. He made up his mind that no matter who it was outside, he would not leave the other party with a complete body. The two hurried downstairs. At this time, the system was standing at the door, and Anan also looked at the countless aircraft outside the door with a serious face. There are a total of 56 aircraft outside, each of which is equipped with lethal weapons. The 3 shots just now were the diversion bombs that this fleet has just developed. Under normal circumstances, 3 shots can kill our small supermarket. Unfortunately, we are not an ordinary small supermarket. The system has set the security level to the highest. If it is not enough protection, you can buy a higher level of protective shield in the system mall. After giving the system permission, Yen Rui looked out the window, and the people outside the window were also looking at the supermarket in front of them with a shocked face. Fuck. Is this true or not? This place is too scary. How come 3 shots didn't leave any marks? What kind of tree is this? What does this have to do with a tree? Is this a new protective shield from Li Siyu? I heard that Grace failed to kill them because the shield was too high and he couldn't penetrate it. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't we report it? The captain told us to fight quickly and decisively. Now it seems that at least 10 rounds are needed. Then hurry up. After firing these 10 rounds, we have to go back to mining. I don't know what's going on. The lesser fleet has been like chicken blood these 2 days. The speed is far ahead. Then continue. Wait a minute. Someone will come out. Don't worry about it. Do you think the captain gave this order to spare the lives of the living people inside? He will come out if he comes out. He will die sooner or later anyway. Yen Rui, who was carrying an unknown weapon, was aiming at the aircraft in the front. The style of the aircraft this time was different from what he had seen before. The previous aircraft was like Li Siyu's, which was round, like a poke ball. It looked like a storage type and had no offensiveness. But this time the aircraft was a little flat, with bulges on both sides. Presumably the bulges were where the weapons were. Yanrui picked up the weapon he named the Interstellar rocket launcher, and without saying a word, he fired directly at the aircraft in front. Before, he could only knock people out with the magnetic sonic wave cannon. But this time, facing those who wanted to kill him, he put away his sympathy. Whoever wants him to die, he will let him die. Yanrui, who has experienced many apocalypses, will not show mercy at all. Ah! Ah! Yanrui, who fired continuously, wore the weapon in his hand and directly shot down several aircraft in the front to the ground. And the life and death of the people inside were unknown. Seeing this, the others immediately panicked. But they still cheered up and did not forget the captain's order, and began to attack the supermarket and Yanrui. What kind of protective shield is this guy using? As they fought, they saw that the person in front of them was not hurt at all, and the people in the Valen fleet were a little scared. What's going on? Even if this thing hit Li Siyu would be dead now. So how come this guy isn't scathed? And from the looks of it, he can still fight back. Is there a new species in the Interstellar? The leader had been shot down to the ground, and the others didn't want to fight with him. After recording Yanrui's situation, they turned around and ran. Want to run? Seeing that several aircraft turned around and left, Jian Anchi also walked out of the door. He was just selecting weapons that could hold down aircraft in the system mall. He originally thought that he could just find weapons of the greatest mass destruction and catch all the 56 aircraft in front of him. But the system persuaded him that these things should be very valuable. Although Yanrui was angry now, he would definitely regret it in the future if he thought about wasting so much money. Jian Anchi felt that what the system said made sense. So he did not go out to vent like Yanrui, but listened to the system's recommendation and bought 2 fishing nets with functions similar to the dog leash used to lead the 3-headed dog of hell. This thing is amazing. You know the giant octopus, right? It's a giant octopus that is bigger than your plane cruise ship. Once this net is thrown out, the giant octopus will kneel down and surrender immediately. Please don't eat it. The system recommended it crazily. After reading the item introduction, Jian Anchi was sure that he could catch all the aircraft outside. So he bought it and prepared to use it at the last moment. Yanrui saw Jian Anchi going out with the same things on his shoulders as himself, thinking that Jian Anchi also took out a rocket launcher and even shared it with him. I want the left one. Can you take the right one? I have already shot down a lot of those in the middle, and there shouldn't be many left alive. Jian Anchi raised his hand and patted Yanrui. Don't be impulsive. Don't be anxious. Before Yanrui kissed him, Jian Anchi was so angry that he wanted to destroy the world. But now he is like a saint, saying that he wants to kill them all. But he has no resentment in his heart, and even let the system play a song for him. Yanrui didn't look very angry just now upstairs, and even shyness occupied most of him. But when he saw so many aircraft outside, Yanrui was furious. Now he needs Jian Anchi to comfort his emotions. Wait and see. If you don't feel relieved enough, you can do it again. Yanrui's eyes were sharp, but he still listened to Jian Anchi's words and nodded. Then he saw Anchi aiming at the center, adjusting the data in his hand, and then shooting sparks from the rocket launcher, which scattered around like fireworks. If it weren't for his emotions, Yanrui would have thought that Jian Anchi had put on a fireworks show for him. It was indeed quite beautiful. This is... Yanrui turned his head and wanted to ask Jian Anchi what weapon this was. But he saw that the more than 50 aircraft began to fall collectively, as if their fate was strangled. Okay. No need to ask. After Yanrui knew what this was, the depression in his heart instantly dissipated. Chapter 96 Interstellar Cruise. All caught? After the whole world returned to peace, Yanrui looked at the direction where the aircraft was escaping. Just now, it was busy going back and forth. But now only sporadic starlight was left hanging in the air, and the complexity disappeared completely. All caught. Not a single one left. The system jumped out and climbed on Yanrui's body at once. He climbed towards Yanrui's shoulder while speaking. They are now trapped in the aircraft. They should be contacting Ward to find a way out of the predicament. Can they succeed? Yanrui asked. The system patted its chest and guaranteed. No matter who it is impossible to untie our beam net. This is a prop produced by our Amoin galaxy. Yanrui already thought that the technology of this plane was advanced, but he didn't expect that it was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the system. What should we do now? Just leave them there like this? Yenrui hesitated. A lot of things will happen overnight. Jian Anchi's voice was gentle. He turned his head and stared at Yenrui straight in the eyes. It doesn't matter if there are changes. That's right. Let's go back. Yenrui was shocked when he heard Jian Anchi's hoarse voice with a breathy sound. He pretended to be nothing and said, in this case, I will go back to the room first. Good night. Good night. After saying that, he hurriedly ran back. Jian Anchi looked at his figure going upstairs with a smile in his eyes. The system jumped downstairs and saw Jian Anchi's expression. The subconscious reaction asked, what kind of eyes are you looking at? People who see it are very scared. I'm just looking at my boyfriend. Good night. Xiao Ping Ping. Jian Anchi ran upstairs. And the system was still digesting Jian Anchi's words just now. When did it happen? I was just away for a while. How did it escalate? After Yenrui returned to the room, his heart was beating like a drum. He recalled his impulsiveness just now, grabbed his hair twice, then buried his head in the quilt and twisted around on the bed. He suddenly regretted it. He regretted why he went up and kissed Jian Anchi. It was obviously unnecessary. Although it was a matter of time. Yenrui thought of the things after falling in love, sighed to the sky, and his mind was full of regret. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Yenrui stood up from the bed with a somersault. He quickly walked to the door. But when he put his hand on the door handle, he hesitated. Jian Anchi's voice came from outside the door. Would you like to drink milk tonight? Strawberry flavor. Yenrui bit his lip and opened the door a crack. After opening the door, he saw Jian Anchi standing at the door in pajamas, holding a tray in his hand, and 2 cups of milk on the plate. Yenrui picked up a cup, raised his eyes, and looked at Jian Anchi, his heart pounding. Do you want to come in and drink together? Yenrui swallowed and opened the door halfway. Okay. Jian Anchi did not hesitate at all. Opened the door and went into the house. Jian Anchi put the tray on Yenrui's table, then looked around Yenrui's room, and finally thought about it, and sat on the sofa by the door, facing Yenrui's bedside. Yenrui sat down on the bed in silence, not knowing what to say for a while, and simply drank the milk in his hand. The two looked at each other in silence, and the awkward atmosphere filled the air. Then I'll go out first. Seeing Yenrui like this, Jian Anchi also drank the milk in his cup. He stood up, took the cup from Yenrui's hand, and put it back on the tray. Seeing Jian Anchi was about to leave, Yenrui breathed a sigh of relief. He pretended to be relaxed and walked to the door. Rest early tonight. There is still a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Yeah. Yenrui couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry from Jian Anchi's tone. He felt a little uneasy when he looked at Jian Anchi's expressionless face. He couldn't be angry. It was his fault. A grown man was still hesitant in the face of feelings. It was really wrong. But for some reason, after cheering himself up, Yenrui looked up and saw Jian Anchi's expression again. And he still couldn't control his guilty conscience. Yenrui's thoughts turned around and around. Just when he wanted to look up and wanted to say something to Jian Anchi casually, he felt a huge shadow in front of his eyes. And there was a soft spot on his forehead that retreated at the touch. Yenrui's eyes widened, and he looked at Jian Anchi in surprise. Jian Anchi looked back confidently, and Yenrui's momentum weakened all of a sudden. Seeing that Jian Anchi didn't say anything or leave after kissing him, Yenrui hesitated again and again, but still took a step forward, opened his arms, and hugged Jian Anchi back. Good night. Jian Anchi first stroked Yenrui's back with his free hand, then raised his hand and pinched Yenrui's earlobe, and then left contentedly. Yenrui looked at Jian Anchi's back as he stepped into the kitchen, closed the door lightly, and after making sure that Jian Anchi couldn't see him, he waved his fist wildly in his direction. Ah! It's so embarrassing. But strangely, he didn't hate it. Yenrui lay back on the bed, his mind full of the subtle touch of Jian Anchi's lips on his forehead. Then he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yenrui was awakened by a knock on the door. He opened the door in a daze. His eyes were still a little swollen, and he saw Jian Anchi, who was already dressed, and his brain was still a little slow to react. What's wrong? Brother Jian? Yenrui asked. Jian Anchi looked at Yenrui, who was as usual, with a soft voice but no defense against him, and his heart softened. Ward is here. Jian Anchi raised his hand, touched Yenrui's hair, and smoothed Yenrui's messy hair. He said he wanted to negotiate with you. Yin Rui rubbed his eyes and muttered, "This is too early. Is it because the elderly sleep less? It's already 8 o'clock. Take a shower and have breakfast first. I made porridge for you." Yin Rui nodded. And then he remembered that his relationship with Jian Anchi should have changed last night. Feeling the hand covering his head, Yin Rui's body suddenly stiffened. Jian Anchi, who felt Yin Rui's change, touched his face indifferently. "Don't worry. You can let him wait." But Ward didn't want to wait at all now. So many aircraft didn't return last night, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. After receiving the news, his heart died directly. Failure. It has been a long time since I failed so thoroughly. But according to his men, Yin Rui did not kill them all. Instead, he trapped them in the aircraft, as if he was waiting for someone to come and negotiate a price with them. Ward was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He was upset because Yin Rui took 700,000 yuan from him. Now he didn't need to think about it. He must have a bigger investment to redeem him. He didn't have many interstellar points. Ward sat on the chair all night until the sky was bright, and Grace appeared in front of him cautiously. "Captain, are we leaving now?" Ward was so angry when he saw Grace that he picked up the notebook on the table and threw it at Grace. Go. Go. Go! If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have fallen to this point." Grace felt wronged. Part of the 700,000 yuan before must be his fault. He was still thinking about how to repay Ward in the future. But what happened last night had nothing to do with him. He wanted to persuade Ward not to act rashly. If he killed Yin Rui, Li Siyu would definitely come to him for an explanation. Not to mention Baker, who had been fanning the flames around him. "Go find Baker for me and tell him I have something to talk to him about." Ward, who had vented enough, collapsed in his chair. "Go!" Grace saluted Ward and then ran out quickly. He only wanted someone to show up and divert Ward's attention so that he wouldn't blame everything on him. He was also very aggrieved. After a long time, Ward found that only Grace came back in disgrace, and he immediately realized what had happened before. Okay. Everyone wants to step on me because I'm in such a bad state. I invited him before. So how could he not come? Captain, you invited him before, and he never came." Grace scratched her head. "So it's actually not bad. Okay. What the hell is good? Get out of here." Ward stood up and straightened his collar. "So you mean Li Siyu and Baker have some relationship with the owner of that store, right?" Grace nodded vigorously. "I'm sure of that." They were still talking and laughing, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Ward snorted and kicked Grace before leaving. Yin Rui was a little surprised when he saw Li Siyu standing next to Ward. "Why are you two here together?" Yin Rui asked. "Does Li Siyu, the leader, have to apologize to him on behalf of Ward, the subordinate?" Yin Rui thought it was not possible. "Hurry up and say it," Li Siyu urged him unhappily. After breakfast, he wanted to come to Yin Rui's book bar to read a book earlier, but he ran into Ward, who was dying as soon as he went out. Originally, he was thinking whether Yin Rui was a little too much, but after learning about what Ward did, Li Siyu instantly felt that Yin Rui was really generous, and he didn't kill Ward. 10% of the mining volume in my allocated area of this planet belongs to you, and you release all these people outside?" Although Ward came to seek peace, his tone was not restrained at all. "Only 10%? This is too little." Yin Rui had no idea about 10% of production, but since Ward could offer a price, he had to counter it. 15%. Yin Rui glanced at Li Siyu and saw that Li Siyu had no reaction, but looked anxious. And suddenly Miss Baker. "Don't go too far." Yin Rui was relieved when he heard Ward's words. It seemed that his asking price was right. 15% is not okay? It doesn't matter. I can invest more. Yin Rui spread his hands nonchalantly. "Anyway, I just made 700,000 interstellar points, and I still have some money to spend. What are you going to do?" Ward had a bad premonition in his heart. Without saying a word, Yin Rui picked up the rocket launcher and walked out in front of the two of them. "What are you going to do?" Ward raised his hand to hold Yin Rui, but the moment he raised his hand, he felt a sharp pain coming from his hand. "What does he want to have to do with you? Isn't this your choice?" Jian Anchi's voice came from behind Ward. Ward was startled and had only one thought in his mind when did this person appear behind him. 12%. No more. Yin Rui had already stepped out of the door halfway, and heard Ward weakly say after a cry of pain, We don't even have enough for ourselves. In fact, you can convert it into interstellar points for me. Yanrui took his foot back, as if he had changed into a different person, and looked at Ward with a smile. It's not that difficult. Right? Ward cursed in his heart. But he didn't know who Yanrui was, and he couldn't do anything to him. Originally, he thought that since he was not a threat to people from other forces, he would take out his anger on this small boss, who was alone. As a result, he found that this small boss was even more of an existence that he couldn't offend. And Ward was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then let's sign a contract. Captain Li will be our witness. Yanrui smiled and hooked his finger in one direction. And then a contract appeared out of thin air on the table. On closer inspection, he found that it was a palm-sized monkey that handed over the paper. This monkey is well trained. Sign it. Yanrui handed one of the papers to Ward. Ward looked at it carefully, scanned it up and down, and then continued, have you been prepared for this a long time ago? Otherwise, how could the contract be drafted so quickly? In fact, Yanrui just asked the system to prepare the contract for him in his mind when Ward said this condition. Judging from the speed of the system, this is not a problem at all. It has been printed in 1 minute. But Yanrui was too lazy to explain to him. He signed his name and stamped his handprint. Ward also signed his name reluctantly and took the contract in his hand. Can the people be released? Ward was angry. And then he saw Jian Anchi, who had almost broken his hand, holding a round barrel and pulling some button outside the door. Then came back and said it's done to him. And then turned around and left. Ward wanted to ask what was done. He needed Yanrui's guarantee. But neither Yanrui nor Li Siyu had the intention of taking his needs to heart. That was hundreds of people. Did they actually ignore the lives of hundreds of people? He was still angry. But when he looked up, he felt that Yanrui and Li Siyu's eyes were sweeping towards him. And even Jian Anchi's movement stopped. With a dissatisfied expression. You are the one who didn't care about the lives of hundreds of people. After hearing Yanrui's words, Ward realized that what he had just said was heard by everyone in the room. What nonsense are you talking about? Who didn't care about their lives? They are all my subordinates and my property. How could I not care? You asked Grace to monitor me at first. Then sent someone to assassinate me. And then sent someone to attack me at night. If I hadn't been able to fight back, I would have died on the first day. So who is the one who started the fire? Yanrui rolled his eyes. You care about your money. But I care about mine. The protective shield is expensive. And it takes a lot of points to replenish it once, which caused him to suffer heavy losses. As for those people outside, I saved their lives. But you are not grateful to me, and even curse me in your heart. Let's do this. The contract just now is invalid, and I will go out and take. If they are all killed, you don't have to pay. Yanrui turned around and was about to leave. But Ward immediately stopped him. The contract has come into effect. If you kill anyone again, you will be in breach of contract. It doesn't say in the contract that I am not allowed to fight back. Yanrui snorted coldly. Don't worry. Before killing them, I will definitely tell them that it was your captain who asked me to do this. He just didn't want to pay. Killing people and destroying their hearts. This kid killed people and destroyed their hearts. What exactly are you going to do? Ward admitted defeat. Tell me. I will try my best to meet the conditions that can be met. Apologize. I want you to apologize. Yanrui raised his chin. Apologize for killing me the first time. The first time was not. You want to say it wasn't you. Right? It was your subordinate Grace who did it. But when he asked you for instructions, you didn't object. If you didn't object, it means you agreed. Don't treat me like a fool. Yanrui crossed his arms and looked at Ward, with no intention of retreating. Apologize quickly. I'm busy too. Li Siyu was already impatient at this time. He had already ordered iced Americano, and Jian Anchi had already prepared it. If he didn't drink it, the ice would melt in a while. I'm sorry. Ward looked at Li Siyu's attitude of not wanting to speak for himself, and apologized reluctantly. I will strictly control my subordinates in the future and won't let anyone disturb your safety. Hearing this, Yanrui was somewhat satisfied. Although he could see that Ward's apology was not from the heart. He didn't care. He will have 12% of the resources soon. And he is very happy now. Okay. This guest. Do you have any other needs? Yanrui immediately put on a business-like smile. If you want to buy goods, you can go inside and take a look. If you don't have any, please leave. Please don't block the door and affect my business. Yin-Rui pointed his finger outside and raised his eyes to Ward. Ward habitually wanted to snort coldly, but he didn't know what he thought of, so he held it back. He turned his head and walked out of the door, and saw the familiar aircraft, which were approaching him one by one, as neat as every expedition. But for Ward, he knew that everything was different. Ward waved to the sky, and the aircraft gradually retreated. He stood there for a while with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky, and didn't know what he was thinking. We agreed to find me 50 books. Why are there only 10 here? This is too much. Li Siyu was not satisfied. He had clearly told Yin-Rui yesterday that he should find him 50 books. But now Yin-Rui only found him 10. There are 2 more romance novels. Don't think he doesn't know. He has seen 2 of them at Zongding's place. It's not really a romance novel, although the emotional content is more important. The plot of this one is very well written. There are many fans of this book in my hometown. So what? I don't even need to guess. The 2 of them will definitely end up together. Will they defeat the villain together and live happily together? I don't like to read this kind of thing. Return it to me. Then I won't charge you for these 2 books. I'll give them to you. Just take a look. They're really good. This book, recommended to him by Yin-Rui, although it has a romance content, is more of a crime story about the collision between social oppression and traditional dogma and human nature. He was shocked when he read it for the first time in high school, and he even cried secretly in his bed at night. Moreover, the hero and heroine did not defeat the villain and live happily together in the end, but went their separate ways. This is Li Siyu's prejudice against romance novels. Yin-Rui did not want to spoil the plot for him, but he promised Li Siyu, just read it. If you don't like it, come back to me. Li Siyu was skeptical and looked at the pink cover without saying anything. Good morning, everyone. Baker's voice came from outside the door, followed by his mother, Ms. Lily, and Layla. I've left my mother and sister to you. Boss Yin, please take care of them for me, and I'll pick them up in the evening. Baker already knew that Ward had been humiliated by him. He didn't know the details, but he deliberately brought his mother and sister in after Ward left. So how much did you make him pay you? Baker didn't ask about the cause and effect, but asked directly about the final result. After Yin-Rui gave the answer, Baker took a breath and laughed out loud. Uh-huh. What is this called? This is called self-inflicted trouble. They were poor to begin with, and now they have to pay 12%. This time he can't catch up with us. Even Ms. Lily couldn't help but cover her mouth. He is always like this. He wanted to make money by plundering before, and you are the first person to make him suffer. Yin-Rui shook his head. Don't say that. The more you talk, the more hate you will be. And then don't pay him back and bankrupt him. The room was filled with a happy atmosphere for a while. But there was one thing that Baker was always curious about. Can you help us buy shields for your galaxy? As many as you want is fine. We really need them. Ah? This? Yin-Rui subconsciously looked at Jian Anchi. This seemed a bit inconvenient, because it was a product of the magic world, and it was extremely valuable. Yin-Rui didn't even need to ask the system to know that it was impossible to invest in this plane in large quantities. Baker saw Yin-Rui's embarrassment, and he thought for a while. Then can I buy 2? I just need to prepare them for my mother and my sister. I don't need them. Ms. Lily grabbed Baker's arm. If there are only 2, I hope to equip my son and my daughter. It's not necessary for me. After all, I don't need to go out. Mom, seeing that Baker was still trying to refuse, Yin-Rui interrupted in advance. It's not because of this. It's mainly because the way this thing is equipped is quite peculiar, and it's not the same as the protective shield you imagined. Yin-Rui thought of the scene where Jian Anchi superimposed the magic mark on him before, and his ears started to heat up again. Let me ask, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Since they can talk, Li Siyu is not willing to lag behind. Then I want it too. Yin-Rui nodded. I'll see how much I can prepare, and I'll reply to you tomorrow. Baker, who got the answer, felt better and smiled. He told Ms. Lily and Layla that they must see him in person before they can leave, and he would never send anyone else to pick them up. Yin-Rui looked at their family, not realizing that he showed endless envy in his eyes. When Jian Anchi noticed it, he walked to his side and hugged his waist. We will also be a family in the future. Yin-Rui listened to Jian Anchi's low voice coming into his ears, and sighed in his heart. He lowered his eyes and remained silent. and his low mood was visible. Oh! Baker raised his eyebrows after seeing the two people's actions. Did you eat cake? In the starship, two people have to eat cake when they are together. Yanrui didn't know what Baker meant by this sudden sentence. But Yanrui did eat cake in the past 2 days. He nodded and replied, I ate it. What's wrong? Then it's okay. Baker turned around and was about to leave. At this time Yanrui called him. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Baker turned around. Yanrui took out a seed. Can you help me find out if there is such a stone on this planet? Oh! Baker took the seed from Yanrui, looked it up and down, and then said, it looks a bit like... Like what? Yanrui's eyes lit up. Baker shook his head. These things usually look the same. But the black color is quite similar to the rocks outside. I will go back to test it, and then come back to give you the answer. Okay. Then I'll trouble you. I'll transfer the test fee to you when the time comes. Baker smiled and said, if you help me protect the safety of my mother and sister, I will repay you with this test fee. Yanrui also smiled. It was the first time he saw such a deal. Okay. Then it's a deal. After Baker left, Ms. Li said to Yanrui with some disapproval, you should ask him for money. What? If I hire someone to take care of me for a day on the ship, I have to pay at least 1,000 interstellar points. But you don't need money. Ms. Li shook her head. This is not the way to do business. Yanrui laughed out loud. Why are you still paying me to cheat your son? It doesn't matter. It's a good thing for me to meet a noble lady like you. Ms. Li covered her mouth and laughed out loud. And Layla agreed with Ms. Li. You can play with cats for free here. I need to spend at least 10,000 interstellar points to play in the cat cafe on the starship for a day. And they are not as smart as an N. After Layla finished speaking, she lowered her head and kissed An cherishingly. Such a precious kitten is rare. An squinted his eyes in enjoyment. He liked Layla so much. Layla was pretty and spoke nicely. She was his favorite customer. After arranging Ms. Lily and Layla, Yanrui sat in front of the cashier, as usual, and drank tea leisurely. Hello. Can I buy snacks here? A voice came timidly. Yanrui turned his head and saw a boy with three-dimensional features and deep eye sockets. But his temperament was very Chinese. He looked like a mixed-race boy standing at the door and asked carefully, Welcome. What kind of snacks do you want? There are a variety of snacks in the house. You can come in and take a look. Okay. The man smiled shyly, and Yanrui's heart softened instantly. He was really good-looking. It felt like this kind of person had always lived on the screen, suddenly appearing in front of him. It was really a bit overwhelming for him to resist. What are you looking at? Jian Anchi noticed Yanrui's eyes, held his chin, and asked him to turn his head to look at him. Do you think it looks good? Of course it looks good, Yanrui said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, for fear of disturbing the guests. It looks good, but no one can compare to you. Yanrui said this a little awkwardly, and after he finished speaking, he bumped Jian Anchi's shoulder. Let's go. Have you prepared the coffee for Ms. Layla and Lily? Jian Anchi stood beside him motionless, but the corners of his mouth were already grinning. What do you mean? I don't understand. I said I like you the most. Okay. Yanrui pushed Jian Anchi's shoulder. Go. Go. Don't be an eyesore next to me. After getting the correct answer, Jian Anchi left with satisfaction. He looked at the customer, who amazed Yanrui, and was no longer so hostile. Instead, he took the initiative to step forward and asked, Hello? Do you need any help? The man was already overwhelmed by the selection. He looked around and asked, Do you know what is the most delicious here? This question was a bit broad. I don't know what your taste is. Anyway, I like to eat everything. The customer curled his eyes. Then I will try everything. Are you an interstellar mobile store? How long will you stay here? About a year, Jian Anchi replied. Don't worry. We will not leave for a while. That's good. The man was relieved and chose 2 full baskets. When checking out, he confirmed again and again that the store would be open tomorrow, and then left happily. After the man left, Yanrui said with some expectation, If this person is well developed, he may become our regular customer in the future. Are you expecting him to come here often? Jian Anchi continued. Yanrui was not ready for the relationship between the two of them. Hearing Jian Anchi's jealous words, Yanrui didn't know how to respond. It was Jian Anchi who guided him to answer, You should say that I just look forward to making his money. And what I look forward to most is being with you. Rui looked at Jian Anchi with a new eye. And the gap between him and Jian Anchi, due to the change of status, also dissipated a lot. He gently bumped Jian Anchi's shoulder with his head. Don't talk nonsense. I still have to open a store. Jian Anchi rubbed Rui's head. Although he liked to do this action before, now this action suddenly changed some meaning. Rui pushed him away with a red face. Go and sort out the books. And then sort out the 50 books prepared for Li Siyu. If you don't give them to him, he might get angry. Don't forget to choose the movie for this afternoon. And buy another projector from the system. Where is the system? Why can't I see the system? Rui lowered his head and saw that the system had changed from a thumb-sized monkey to the size of a doll. Rui saw something hard to describe from his furry face. Rui pretended to be calm. Are you ready? Buy another big movie screen. The system narrowed its eyes and replied meaningfully, It's been bought a long time ago. But did you call me out just for this? If not for this, why else? Rui picked him up and threw him on the ground. I see you haven't eaten much today, and you've lost weight. Go eat quickly. I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. Just don't look at him with that look anymore. The system cheered and ran to the basement. At this time, several people came together. They all drove flying vehicles in the style of pokeballs. But the outer layer styles were different. I heard that you can buy books here? After seeing Rui, several young girls were surprised. I thought the store manager would be a white-bearded uncle. How is it? Surprise. Rui smiled and said, If you want to buy books, you can go to the bookstore next door. This place mainly sells snacks and daily necessities. There are also movies in the afternoon. As for what movies are playing, I will write a sign outside later. If you want to watch a movie, you can choose it at will. Several girls looked at each other, and the surprise in their eyes could not be hidden. Then can we buy a movie to watch at home? Of course. But if you only buy one disc, you can only watch one. We play different movies every afternoon here. It's better to watch here. Rui gently promoted. So I still suggest that you come here together in the afternoon to watch. Okay. Several girls agreed at the same time. After they walked to the book bar, they saw Li Siyu, who was reading a book. And they exclaimed. Seeing that Li Siyu did not react, just raised his eyes to look at a few people, and continued to immerse himself in the ocean of books. Rui did not continue to pay attention. I don't know who spread the news and helped him promote it. Many customers came this afternoon. Everyone has a preference. Some just come to buy snacks. Some just come to read books. And some are surprised by the fresh fruits and vegetables here. What's more strange is that some people ate 3 pots of Odin and called it the greatest delicacy in the world. Rui directly recommended him the seasoning for Odin, and also several packets of Odin raw materials, so that he could cook a level 10 delicacy at home. When it was time to watch movies in the afternoon, Rui chose 2 movies. One was the movie adaptation of the book he recommended to Li Siyu, and the other was the light-hearted romantic comedy that Ms. Lily specifically asked for. The tones of these 2 movies are different, but the same thing is that they are both very exciting. Some people even feel a little regretful. They want to watch both one and the other, and they can't give up either one. The same movie will continue to be played tomorrow. Rui smiled as he looked at Li Siyu, who was walking towards him. At this time, Li Siyu had a cold face, but he had to admit that Rui's recommendation touched his heart. He liked both the book and the movie very much. I won't come tomorrow, Li Siyu said coldly. I will go to various places for inspection tomorrow, which will take about 7 days. I have prepared the books. Rui pushed the pile of books that Jian Anchi had just brought up in front of Li Siyu. Although it is not enough for 50 books, 20 books should be enough for you to read these days. Li Siyu nodded. There are also DVDs of the previous movies, but I don't have a projector that can play DVDs here. Do you want to buy a projector here? Rui was thinking about what he had neglected. This plane had long passed the era of using DVDs as movie carriers, so they didn't have a more primitive projector at all. Rui snapped his fingers. Let me think about it. I'll go downstairs and ask Jian Anchi. Rui turned around and left. He went to the basement and told Jian Anchi about Li Siyu's needs. Jian Anchi thought for a while and said, Then I'll ask Wan Jiaming to buy more projectors. What should we do now? Ask the system to buy? It would be expensive to ask the system to buy. He knew how big the difference between the system's purchase price and selling price was. There is a little difference. The voice of the system appeared in the minds of the two. But it's very convenient. And you don't have to wait. Even if Wan Jiaming only needs an hour to deliver the goods outside, you will lose a lot of business here, the system said. Anyway, if you raise the price a little, they shouldn't mind. Especially Li Siyu, who is very rich. That's fine. Give me 100 first. Yin Rui gritted his teeth, and then said to Jian Anchi, don't forget to ask Wan Jiaming to buy the projector. Jian Anchi shook his phone. He had already conveyed the message. Yin Rui also took the goods bought from the system. I won't charge you for this. How about we barter? Yin Rui looked at the extremely expensive projector in his hand and discussed with Li Siyu. I won't hide this from you. The price of this thing is very high in this galaxy. One unit requires 150,000 interstellar points. 150,000 interstellar points? Li Siyu's tone was full of curiosity. Is this considered high? Yin Rui. Li Siyu touched his chin. Then tell me, what do you want to exchange? Compressed oxygen, aircraft, detectors, and weapons, Yin Rui said, counting on his fingers. Or anything of equal value. I saw you and Baker making a deal today. If you give me that stone, I can help you check the elements inside and tell you where it is on this planet. Li Siyu looked at him, hugged his shoulders and said, You've got the wrong person. I'm the one who's familiar with the resource allocation of the entire planet. Yin Rui certainly knew that Li Siyu was the one who was familiar with the resource allocation of the entire planet. But Baker was much easier to talk to than Li Siyu. However, since Li Siyu took the initiative to bring it up, he wouldn't be polite. That's it. I need a lot, Yin Rui said. If you find this kind of stone, you can also use it to replace the interstellar point to exchange supplies with me. Okay. Li Siyu put the stone away, then took out a box of compressed oxygen from the space button. Give me 10 kilograms of the vegetables in there as well. Li Siyu actually didn't have much interest in vegetables, but the price of this thing on the starship was very high, so he planned to use it as a prize for his subordinates. After packing the vegetables, Jian Anchi happened to come downstairs. Jian Anchi was holding a fruit salad made for Yin Rui, which contained fruit and yogurt. One for you too. Jian Anchi was in a good mood today and generously gave Li Siyu a bowl. Li Siyu had never eaten this before. He took a look and smelled it. After making sure that the taste was not strange, he pierced a strawberry and stuffed it into his mouth. How much do you sell this? Li Siyu spoke slowly. I want to buy 5 to take away. Chapter 97 Interstellar Cruise. Don't you dislike this taste? Yin Rui said this. But he still took out 5 portions of fruit salad made by Jian Anchi from the space and handed them to Li Siyu. Someone will like it. After Li Siyu packed the things, he did not forget to say to Yin Rui, Don't forget. I will come back in 7 days. I will not leave within 7 days. Yin Rui looked at Li Siyu in confusion, and Li Siyu stretched out his hand. Is there any cake to eat? Yes, there is. But Li Siyu didn't like cake before, and Baker and him mentioned cake these 2 days. Yin Rui took out another piece and simply asked Li Siyu to eat it. Why do you all want to eat cake? Aren't you in love? After falling in love on our starship, you have to treat your friends to cake. Li Siyu looked at Yin Rui, who suddenly stopped moving, and waved his hand. Then I'll leave. See you in 7 days. Goodbye. This time it was Jian Anchi who spoke up. Jian Anchi crossed his arms and said to himself, Tomorrow should be a cake day. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yin Rui. Do you think it's okay? Yin Rui rubbed his eyes and said helplessly, If you like it, do it. After saying this, when he said this, he felt that his tone was a little strange, and he looked at Jian Anchi and added, Do you need my help? Jian Anchi walked forward and looked at Yin Rui's glasses gently. No. I can do it myself. The next day, all the customers who came here knew that the store owner had just found a partner, and the partner was the bodyguard. Yes, everyone thought that Jian Anchi was Yin Rui's bodyguard. At that time, few people knew about Ward's affairs, but Baker, who had been observing him, made a big fuss about it after returning that day. I don't know how it was spread, but everyone thought that Jian Anchi was Yin Rui's bodyguard. But Jian Anchi didn't care. He was already very happy as long as he could have some relationship with Yin Rui. Moreover, he felt that everyone was right. More and more people have come recently, and more people have come to watch movies. Isn't it enough to only show 2 movies? Yin Rui bit his pen and wrote and drew on the paper. Can we build a few sheds outside to separate the screening area, so as to avoid confusion? It's like a small concert venue. separated by a wall in the middle. But there is no wall here. So prepare more boards. Or just draw a line in the middle to divide it. Anyway, as long as you wear glasses, it won't be messy. Then do it. Yin Rui stood up, found a roll of yellow tape from the basement, went out, and then chose a location around. Luckily, the surrounding area is flat, and Yin Rui quickly chose. The two areas were chosen as the places for his next movie watching. He looked around again and said to the system, "Buy 2 more projection screens. 2 are not enough." Okay. The system was very excited. Where to put them? Put 4 around the front, back, left, and right of the supermarket. In this way, the supermarket is the center, and they can easily come to buy anything they want. Then Yin Rui used yellow tape to divide the nearby venues into 4 areas. After returning, he immediately ran to the bathroom and cleaned the black dirt on his hands. What on earth is this? Why is it so dirty when touched? And it is so hard to wash. Like asphalt. Yin Rui curled his lips. Is this thing really useful? System, please check and see if these rocks outside have any effect. If they do, I will dig some and bring them back. Yin Rui looked around and saw a sea of black, which made him feel a little depressed. Do you have any green plants? Buy me some. I will put them at the door. At that moment, Yin Rui suddenly longed for the existence of green, and even had the idea of spending a lot of money if he could buy them. Yes. Yes. Very cheap. The system skillfully listed a long list. Look at these. Do you like them? Give me 2 money trees. Wait. 4. And 4 Monstera Deliciosa. I will put them in the book bar. Not only the supermarket, but even the school bag did not have any green plants. It would be fine if Yin Rui did not have this idea. After having this idea, he wanted to fill the supermarket with green plants. Fortunately, this thing is not expensive in the system mall. According to the system and his disclosure, it was all dug from the original plane. There is nothing there. Few people, but many plants. It's just that the host in that plane lives a bit hard. So apart from Yin Rui, the host who works the hardest on the task is the one who originally lived in the original plane. So you really don't open a personal store yet? You can also make a lot of money by taking kickbacks from it. Yin Rui touched the leaves on the table. This was the small pot of unknown green plants he brought back from the zombie plane. Under his careful care, it finally showed a trend of sprouting new buds. Rui, the green plants have arrived. Where do you want to put them? In less than a minute, the 8 huge green plants in front of him appeared in front of Yin Rui. Yin Rui looked up at the Monstera Deliciosa that was tall enough to support the roof. And his throat was a little itchy. You didn't tell me it was that tall. Yin Rui raised his hand and knocked on the system's head with lightning speed. The system reacted faster and immediately disappeared in front of Yin Rui. You didn't read the product details. This is not my fault. It says that the plant is 3 meters and 5 meters tall. I thought you saw it. The system without a physical body also became more confident. No returns. We don't return goods here. Yin Rui gritted his teeth. And Jian Anchi, who had just run out of eggs and was going to the basement to get eggs, also stopped when he passed the first floor. Do you want to build another tree house by yourself? This tree seems a little small. Jian Anchi's words dealt a fatal blow to Yin Rui. I don't want to build a tree house. I want green plants. I feel uncomfortable when I can't see green. Yin Rui pursed his lips, and his cheeks swelled up with anger. Jian Anchi laughed out loud, walked forward and hugged Yin Rui's waist. Yin Rui subconsciously wanted to dodge, but was held tightly in Jian Anchi's arms. What do you want to do? Put it in the basement. You can chop wood when you go back. Just put the books. Anyway, there is still room for the book bar. Yin Rui made the final decision. You can't buy it for nothing. There are no trees outside. This is the feature of our store. Then I will carry it after I finish making the cake. Or you can put it in the space button first, and leave the work to me. Jian Anchi let go, thought about it, and touched Yin Rui's head with his lips. Don't be angry. How could Yin Rui be angry? After feeling Jian Anchi's actions, all his anger dissipated, and he became unusually shy. There were still customers in the book bar, so Yin Rui didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he quietly put away the green plant and said to the system, "Come out. I'm not angry with you." I don't believe it. The system got smarter at this time. Don't lie to me. I'll go out tomorrow. Yin Rui rolled his eyes in his heart, and then he had nothing to do. So he moved a stool and sat at the door, basking in the sun with a small green plant. I don't know how the seasons are distinguished here, but the temperature is suitable now. Yanrui sat lazily on the chair, and his bones were tanned. Hello. When Yanrui was about to fall asleep, he heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes, and saw the mixed-race handsome guy who amazed him yesterday. Yanrui nodded to him. Welcome. You can come in and help yourself if you need anything. I will go to help you check out right away. Yanrui wanted to wait for him to come in and stretch himself to make himself energetic. But this man stared at Yanrui for a long time without moving. Yanrui was curious. Excuse me. Is there anything I can help you with? The man nodded, and then said with some joy, Excuse me. Are you selling this pot of grass in your hand? Do you want to buy this? Yanrui was a little confused. No matter how long it has been, this pot of small green plants that are very ugly and have no leaves are actually favored by someone. Yanrui shook his head. No. The man was a little disappointed. He lowered his head and said oh, then walked into the house in a bad mood. For some reason, Yanrui felt a little guilty when he saw him like this. He stood up, stood behind the man and asked, Do you want to buy only this pot? Or other green plants are also okay? The man stopped and turned back with some joy. Do you have other green plants here? Thinking of his towering trees, Yanrui said with a headache. Yes, but they look different from this one. Then can you show me? Yanrui heard a hint of urgency in the man's tone. He nodded, asked the man to step back, and then took out one of the monstera and the money tree he had just bought from the system. Perfect. Before Yanrui could introduce them, the man exclaimed, There are such perfect plants in this world. It's really eye-opening. Ah? Yanrui didn't quite understand, but after listening to what the man said, it was difficult to refute. How much is this? The man's eyes were shining, and he didn't want to move his eyes away from the two trees. There was no Yanrui in his eyes now, only the desire to get these two trees. Hearing that this person wanted to buy these two trees, Yanrui was a little surprised. Logically speaking, this starship would travel between various planets, so it didn't make sense for it to be so interested in these two trees. There must be a large area of green plants on one planet. Didn't you see that they were not short of food on their starship? The price of these 2 pots of green plants on the system was very cheap. Only 50 points per plant. So Yanrui didn't feel bad even if he felt that he was cheated by the system. He thought about it, and slowly stretched out a finger. 10,000 interstellar points? So cheap. After seeing Yanrui raise the price, Gary's heart was relieved. Logically speaking, such perfect plants with such vigorous vitality are generally only sold in large trading markets or even auction markets on starships. Unexpectedly, his small, seemingly ordinary shop opened by an interstellar merchant found such cheap plants. He already had an idea for the next one to be cultivated. He wanted to go back to the lab and share his ideas with his colleagues. No, 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 not 10,000, but 150. Yanrui made a ruthless offer. Triple the price was his bottom line. He really couldn't go any higher. If it went any higher, he would not be able to sleep. 1,005. Gary's expression froze for a moment. Are you sure? Yanrui nodded. Sure. How many do you need? These 2 are just samples. Are there any more? Then can I take 100 trees each? Jia finally put down the tree in his hand, ran to Yanrui, and held his hand. Thank you. Thank you for your trouble. Yanrui was still struggling with the contradiction of being thanked by the other party after he tripled the price. He answered blankly, It's okay. It's okay. There's nothing to be grateful for. As a result, this scene happened to be seen by Jian Anchi, who was delivering snacks to Yanrui. Jian Anchi walked to Yanrui in silence, and took out a piece of cake from the space and handed it to Gary. Please have some cake. We just got together. Jian Anchi put his arm around Yanrui's shoulders and said. Gary was still immersed in the joy of being able to buy such a perfect plant. He did not notice Jian Anchi's strange mood at all, but happily accepted the cake. I wish you a long and happy life. Yanrui said thank you, and then asked, How do we deliver it? Should I put it on the aircraft now? The aircraft should not be enough, and the capacity of my space is not too much. I will take 10 plants first, and I will come to get the rest tomorrow. Gary happily extended his right hand to Yanrui, and Yanrui shook it. Gary shook it vigorously. Thank you so much. Yanrui didn't understand why, but nodded politely. You're welcome. Just tell me what you need. Gary was not polite. I wonder if you have any high-level nutrient solution here. The kind that can cultivate plant cells. No. Do you want fertilizer? Yenrui looked at the price of nutrient solution in the system, and then looked at the price of fertilizer next to it, and was silent. Since you even have such a precious thing as fertilizer, then what else do I need nutrient solution? Gary said without hesitation. Then I want 10,000 kilograms of fertilizer. Okay. Okay. I'll give you 50 kilograms today. 1 kilogram is 200 interstellar points. Yenrui only doubled this time, and he still felt guilty after the high price. You are really the kindest businessman. Such a precious item is only sold for 200 interstellar points. You really found a good partner. The last sentence was said by Gary to Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi didn't comment, but nodded silently. Indeed, Yenrui first gave 50 kilograms. He saw Gary, who forgot to buy snacks and forgot that he was going to watch a movie, leave with great interest, and then realized it. Is this a lucky coincidence? There are no green plants on the interstellar cruise ship? And from what he said, he should be a researcher. Yenrui crossed his arms, tilted his head, and bumped Jian Anchi's shoulder with his head. Shouldn't you let go too? Jian Anchi put down his hand. I should go back to make coffee. After saying that, he left without looking back. Yenrui looked at him, smiled, and walked back to the supermarket to continue supplying his superpowers to this small green plant that did not grow new leaves. After these days of training, Yenrui always felt that his superpower level was constantly rising. Although the changes might be minimal, for him, the progress was enough. The movie to be played today was written on the board at the door. At this time, several people came to ask Yenrui if he could play the movie played a few days ago again. They really liked to watch it. Will you play it again? I've seen it before, and I still want to watch it. Yenrui didn't quite understand. Isn't it good to watch more new movies? These people answered. Of course it's good to watch new movies. But after watching the previous movies, I always think about the plot of the movie when I go home. Sometimes, I forget some details, and feel very painful. Yes. For example, I clearly remember that the protagonist ran away when he drove a car and hit someone. But my friend said that it was not the person he hit, but that person deliberately fell in front of his car to delay time. In fact, he was an undercover. He was not an undercover at all. If he was an undercover, how could I not know that the person behind him never appeared again? At that time you went back to get your mother's message. So you didn't see that person wearing a police uniform for a photo at the end. You are talking nonsense. My mother sent me a message, and I lowered my head to take a look. How could I miss such an important plot? Seeing that these people were about to fight again, Yenrui hurriedly persuaded them, Don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. Which movie are you talking about? I will play it again today. Anyway, he now has 4 large screens, so he is not afraid that no one will watch the movie after repeating it. There are really many new customers recently. When it was time to play the movie, Yenrui found that he had actually sent out about 300 pairs of glasses, which proved that 300 people wanted to watch the movie. In terms of interstellar points alone, he earned 18,000 in the afternoon. Not to mention, there were also many people who prepared snacks for watching the movie. Altogether, he earned 50,000 interstellar points without doing anything in the afternoon. Yenrui was satisfied. While everyone was watching the movie, he placed the 8 pots of green plants he bought in the book bar. After the movie, he saw the 8 pots of green plants in Yenrui's hand and said in surprise, There are these here. How much are they? Yenrui waved his hand. This is not for sale for the time being. You can reserve it if you need it. Then I'll reserve 2. I'll reserve 4. I want 2 too. Yenrui wrote down everything. After receiving the deposit, he sent the guests away, and then said to Jian Anchi in disbelief, Why do they like green plants so much? You can finally later. When Ms. Lily was tired of reading and stood up to rest, Yenrui chatted with her and asked this question. Ms. Lily was surprised and asked back, Don't you lack green plants in your galaxy? Ms. Lily's question made Yenrui stun for a moment, and he nodded. We don't lack them. Why do you lack them here? Ms. Lily sighed and said, Because our starships have been wandering in the interstellar space. And the most lacking thing in the interstellar space is oxygen. Humans cannot survive without oxygen. So we have been trying to absorb oxygen from various planets. Without oxygen, people can't survive. The conditions on the starship are not very good. We don't have too many resources to grow green plants. And the chances of finding suitable land are not high. So green plants have always been a luxury for us. Ms. Lily looked at Yanrui and said with a slightly serious expression, since you don't lack green plants, I advise you to take good care of the environment where green plants grow. Otherwise, you will become like us. And maybe even breathing deeply will become a luxury in the future. Yanrui was a little emotional when he heard this. So the price of compressed oxygen is so high. It turns out that it's not just because of technical problems. It's because of lack of oxygen. So, how many green plants can you order at most? After admonishing Yanrui, Ms. Lily's expression became gentle again. I want to buy more to take back. To be honest, I can provide as many as you want. As long as you order in advance, I will find a way to get the things. Including soil? Ms. Lily asked. I have been living in the Interstellar since I was born. I have passed by at least 8,000 planets of all sizes. But there are very few planets with suitable soil environments that can provide soil nutrients for plants. Ms. Lily said self-deprecatingly, look at what I said. If we really encountered a suitable planet, we would have settled on that planet long ago. So you are actually short of soil? Lack of soil, water, and all natural resources. Although we value the minerals on the planet, we actually have to do so because only these things on the planet are valuable. We can find fleets from other interstellar spaces to exchange for materials that can continue to keep us alive. So that's how it is. Yanrui pinched his fingers and said, I'll think of a way to get soil. But I shouldn't lack water. After all, the system still has an original plane. There shouldn't be a shortage of trees, soil or water. There are plenty of these things. Ding-dee, the voice of the system came out. After hearing the words of the system, Yanrui stood up immediately with some excitement. And Ms. Lily shuddered. Sorry. My legs suddenly went numb just now. Yanrui apologized to Ms. Lily. I will find a way to get soil and water. Do you want to take some green plants with you today? My space button has a large capacity. Can you give me 100 plants directly? Of course. Ms. Lily. Yanrui opened a back door for Ms. Lily. When everyone else had to make a reservation, he gave Ms. Lily 100 plants directly for her to take home. Great. Thank you. Ms. Lily saluted Yanrui. At this time, Layla, who was playing crazy within and outside, also came back, followed by Baker, who was busy all day and came to pick up his mother and sister after work. What's wrong? Mother? Did you buy the toy you wanted? Seeing his mother in a much better mental state than usual, Baker's mood finally brightened. Ms. Lily's mental state had really worried her a while ago. He didn't expect that this small supermarket could change so much. What he didn't expect was that he could buy such a precious product here. That old guy Ward must be regretting it. Baker patted the sturdy money tree beside him. This money tree was thicker than 3 trees. Baker's big hand patted it twice. But it didn't shake at all. He will definitely regret it. If you want to raise the price to sell it to him, you must tell me so that I can laugh at him. Baker laughed loudly. Although Ms. Lily's eyes were bit with laughter, she still said to Baker, Don't talk about elders behind their backs. Mom. Baker hugged Ms. Lily's shoulders. He wanted to kill me before. So you didn't stop him when you scolded him in person. Yanrui also laughed after hearing this. This answer really caught him off guard. The next day, more people came to visit. This time, the system hit the mark by accident. Yanrui wrote off the previous things. He asked the system to sit on the table at the door, record the number and quantity of people who wanted to buy green plants, and issue them pickup coupons. The system didn't understand why Yanrui did this. He could obviously buy the green plants directly from the mall and ship them now. He had analyzed for a while and felt that Yanrui should want to raise the price. There is no business without fraud. The system looked at Anan, who couldn't say a word, touched his head. You must not do this in the future. You have learned bad things from him. Anan nodded with wide eyes. The system shook its head, sighed, and then continued to record the purchase list. On this day, the system received hundreds of orders in total. And Yanrui in the supermarket also made a lot of money. Since we are here, let's buy something. The goods in Yanrui's supermarket are good quality and cheap. After seeing them, everyone can't help but stock up. Especially beverages. Drinks of various flavors have been restocked many times. After buying things, the customers saw the big plaque of the book bar next to them. After Yanrui's introduction, many people walked directly into the book bar and were fascinated by it. In the afternoon, there was another movie screening. After the first time customers chose the movie they wanted to watch, they couldn't help but talk to the people around them about the plot of the movie on the way back. No one who comes to Yenrue's supermarket comes only once, but only those who can't stop coming again and again. When it was time to close the store at night, Yenrue called the system out. Let's talk. What to talk about? The system had a bad feeling in its heart, especially when it saw Yenrue's smiling expression. It knew that he was going to start to complain again. There are a lot to talk about. Yenrue patted the stool in front of him and prepared his favorite cheese sticks for the system. You can open a personal mall. But why do you need 100 million points to open it? Yenrue shook his head with some regret. It's so expensive. But if I don't open it, it won't work. I will lose a lot of opportunities to communicate with the outside world. What do you think I should do? My lovely Ping Ping. Although Yenrue named the system Ping Ping, he rarely called the system that way. Now he called it that way. And the system felt a little scared. So what do you mean? You want me to lower the price? I can't do it. The system refused without hesitation. This is the price set by the master controller. No one can violate this rule. Otherwise, I will be punished by the master controller. The master controller should not be short of these points. And I should still be the first in the scoreboard. Doesn't the master controller have any reward for me? The room is not a reward. The system stood up excitedly. And its tail stood up. That is a benefit given by the master controller. Because you are the first. It is given to you because you need it. Others may not have this treatment. Especially other systems. They are envious. Yenrue made a mistake. The master controller had left such a deep impression on him that he had forgotten about it. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Yenrue raised his hands in surrender. I want to discuss a big business with your master controller. The system sat back in the chair and said calmly, What big business do you have? Suddenly, a scene appeared in the system's mind. And he immediately widened his eyes, and immediately understood Yenrue's plan. Do you want to lower the price of buying green plants? The system said loudly. And it seemed to make more sense the more it spoke. Do you want to negotiate with the main control by quantity? Yenrue smiled and said with a guilty conscience, How can you be so smart? You know everything I think. You are the system that knows me best. The system raised its chin, pursed its lips and said proudly, Of course. How can I not know what you think? Then can you help me negotiate the price with the main control? Or can you help me ask if the person in the original plane has the points to open a personal mall? He doesn't have it. His points rank second to last. Just a few hundred points higher than the last one. The system's words directly interrupted his dream. It should be impossible to buy it cheaply from him. Yenrue sighed in his heart. It's not good to have a system that is too smart. It knows everything and makes him a little overwhelmed. It doesn't matter. Please help me talk to the main controller. We have sold thousands of plants in the past 2 days alone. This shows that the market here is not small at all. I can provide points to the system steadily. Let the main controller consider it carefully. A 20% discount is fine. The system calculated inwardly. With the master's temper, 80 should be about right. Well, I'll go and negotiate for you. What rewards will I get after the negotiation? Give you 1 point. Deal. Not long after, the system brought good news. He negotiated a 20% discount. Yenrue was eager to try. There were more than just these 2 tall green plants in the system mall. He had carefully looked at the values on the product page. There were several kinds of flowers with strong vitality, and they didn't take up much space. A small flower pot was enough. Yenrue even saw half-ripe strawberry seedlings. That night, he and Jian Anchi printed out the pictures of the products, printed them into posters, and posted them on the windows outside. The next day, the customers who came here early and wanted to buy the seedlings were stunned when they saw the posters on the wall. Can I still grow fruit at home? It can produce oxygen and be eaten. And it only costs 200 Interstellar points? Then I have to buy more today. I brought back a tree yesterday. And I feel that my breathing path is much smoother at night. People say that green plants cannot produce oxygen at night. That's all your mental effect. But I feel much better during the day. I also specially shined a light on the green plant, making it feel like it's a sunny day. It's better to fertilize it than to shine a light on it. Why didn't you buy fertilizer? Yenrue saw the discussion outside through the monitor. And Yenrue was satisfied. Looking at them like this, they should not have the intention to fight. They won't fight. The purpose of fighting is to plunder resources and to seize power. Now the power is in Li Siyu's hands, and no one can get past him. The resources are in your hands and they can't fight. So there is nothing to start a war. That's great. The situation in the martial arts plane left him with lingering fears. He turned his head and raised his hands to hug Jian Anchi's waist, put his face on his back, and said in a muffled voice, "You will have to work hard today." Hugging Jian Anchi from the back made Yan Rui feel less uncomfortable. Jian Anchi also tacitly agreed with Yan Rui's progress. Before Yan Rui withdrew his hand, he patted the back of Yan Rui's hand and said, "It's not hard at all." After Yan Rui let go of his hand, he walked past Jian Anchi and went downstairs without looking back. He couldn't help but smile at his panicked back. At this time, Anan scratched his trouser leg, and Jian Anchi came back to his senses. He squatted down and touched his head, and then installed compressed oxygen on him. "This is 12 hours. Go home early. Don't run too far. People outside don't know you. It's a bit dangerous." Anan knew about Yan Rui's previous attack, so he was very careful even when he went out to play these 2 days. It was boring in the supermarket, so Yan Rui acquiesced to him going out to play every day. No one took a nap at noon, and 2 people asked Yan Rui for a recliner. Yan Rui's book bar opened a new function, a nap room. "I don't know why these people don't go to work every day, and they have money to spend when they don't go to work." Looking at the lazy appearance of these customers, Yan Rui was very envious. Woo woo. At this time, Anan came back, but Yan Rui didn't take it to heart. Originally, Anan might come back to sleep at this time every day. He focused all his attention on the system. He has paid 100 million points, but it takes 48 hours to open a personal store. Just like opening a new map in the game. There is a cooling CD. Too slow. Doesn't this have an accelerator? I'm willing to pay for it. Yan Rui held his chin, looking at the countdown on the system anxiously. "Sorry, host. This doesn't have an accelerator. This needs a master control, built from the main system. Although it sounds simple, it is actually very complicated to build. 100 million points is not a lot." Alas, Yan Rui sighed. At this time, he looked at Anan, who was biting something in his mouth. He glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he put his superpowers into the small potted plant. But the next second, he realized something was wrong, and immediately stood up and yelled at Anan, "Anan, how can you put the things in your mouth down?" If it weren't for the bad influence, he would have shouted loudly, "Anan, how can you eat shit? Aren't you a cat?" After hearing Yan Rui stop, Anan was stunned for a moment, and then ate faster. Yan Rui supported the cash register and jumped out of the cash register directly, and then rushed towards Anan. After Anan noticed Yan Rui's action, he held the thing in his mouth and frantically dodged Yan Rui's pursuit. The 2 of them played a cat and mouse game in the supermarket, but Yan Rui was the cat, and Anan became the mouse. What happened? When Anan was dodging Yan Rui's pursuit, he didn't notice that Jian Anchi appeared in front of him again. Jian Anchi lifted Anan up by the neck, and without saying a word, he pulled the thing out of his mouth. "Don't use your hands." Yan Rui's expression was distorted. He watched Jian Anchi take the black thing out of Anan's mouth, and then watched Jian Anchi put it to his nose and smell it. "You are?" Yan Rui walked to Jian Anchi, looked at the thing in his hand and asked, "It's a bit disgusting. Where did you get it from?" He patted Anan's butt while speaking. "You eat this thing. You are not a dog. It smells good." Jian Anchi also spoke. He took the thing and put it next to Yan Rui's nose. "You smell it. It should not be what you think." After listening to Jian Anchi's words, Yan Rui smelled it doubtfully, and after smelling it, he frowned. "I'm hungry." Yan Rui didn't know how to describe this smell. It was not fragrant, but it didn't smell bad, and it was not that kind of. It's really hard to describe. But this thing has a peculiar smell. After smelling it, Yan Rui felt his appetite opened up, and suddenly he wanted to eat something. Jian Anchi took out 3 bowls of chicken soup from the space. 1 bowl for Yan Rui. 1 bowl poured into Anan's rice bowl, and the last bowl was drunk by himself. Like Yan Rui, he was hungry after smelling this thing, although it was almost time for them to eat. They had never been so eager to eat before. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Yan Rui calmed down a little. He picked up Anan again. "Where did you find this thing?" Anan had a pure face, licked his tongue, and his eyes were erratic. "I don't want to punish you. I just think this thing is a bit strange, but it may be used in unexpected situations." Yan Rui looked up at Jian Anchi. "What do you think?" Jian Anchi nodded. I thought so too. Are there a lot of these things? We can ask Li Siyu or Baker to help detect them. If there is no harm, we can keep some for ourselves. After that, Jian Anchi looked at the system. Can you detect what this is? The system had already seen that something was wrong with him. When Jian Anchi called him, he immediately jumped over, looked up and down, shook his head and said, I have never seen this thing before. It is not in our system database. Hearing this, Jian Anchi and Yan Rui looked at each other. We set off tonight. Chapter 98 Interstellar Cruise. And ran not far away. There was a seemingly inconspicuous cave at a corner not far from the supermarket. After it arrived at the destination, he turned around, waved his claws at the two people, and then walked around the cave. You found it in this cave? Yan Rui pointed to the cave entrance that was only half a person's height, and his steps were a little hesitant. I'll go in and take a look. Jian Anchi bent down and entered the cave without hesitation. Yan Rui pulled him and said, Let the system see what's in it first. The system jumped off and in, scratched its head, and then took out a small ball and threw it in. Then a huge screen appeared in front of everyone, showing the scene in the cave. Why is it so dark and nothing there? It feels safe. And it has been in there before, so there shouldn't be any problem. And it has a strong sixth sense. If there is a problem, he won't be able to come back. The system rode back on an N's back. Then let's go in together now. Yan Rui and Jian Anchi looked at each other, and Jian Anchi held Yan Rui's hand. Let's go in together. Yan Rui's throat moved, still a little nervous, but the warmth from Jian Anchi's palm made him calm down a little. Let's go in together. Yan Rui put masks on and the system, and he and Jian Anchi also covered their mouths and noses. The thing just now was so fragrant. What if they got lost inside? The system rode in front to open the way, and Jian Anchi and Yan Rui followed behind them. The cave became wider and higher, and the further they went in, the straighter their waists became. Is there a brighter light? Yan Rui held the kerosene lamp in his hand and glanced at the flashlight in Jian Anchi's hand. I always feel that I can't see things clearly. Jian Anchi thought about it and simply changed to a flashlight. The next second, the whole cave was as bright as day. Yan Rui was even dazzled by the light and closed his eyes. It's so dazzling. The system also covered its eyes and complained, and even an made a dissatisfied meow sound, as if complaining about why Jian Anchi didn't say hello and turned on such a bright flashlight. Jian Anchi shrugged and looked at Yan Rui. Can you see clearly now? Yan Rui nodded and said a little embarrassedly, Actually, you don't have to be so. Damn. What is that? Looking at the things on the stone wall, Yan Rui couldn't help but curse. So disgusting. Jian Anchi turned his head and saw that there were densely packed mushroom-shaped things growing on the stone wall and the ground. But they were all black and looked poisonous. The overly dense scene made Jian Anchi unable to help but get goosebumps all over his body. But his reaction was not as strong as Yan Rui's. He asked Yan Rui to turn his back and said, It's okay. I'll go pick one and see. Yan Rui nodded, grabbed his hair twice to make himself less uncomfortable, then carefully took off his mask and sniffed the air twice. Jian Anchi, why is there no smell in this thing? Is it the one that Anan brought back? He remembered that the thing that Anan brought back would make him feel hungry when he put it next to his nose. Only one made him feel so strongly. There were tens of thousands of them here, so it was impossible that there was no reaction at all. Jian Anchi had put on gloves. He thought for a moment, bent down and picked up a black unknown object. After breaking it open with his hands, a familiar smell entered Yan Rui's nose. That's the smell. What did you do? Yan Rui didn't want to turn around, so he could only turn his head slightly and ask Jian Anchi. I broke it open. We couldn't see the original shape of it before because Anan should have eaten some. So this thing didn't look like dog shit, but like mushrooms. Yan Rui misunderstood. Then pick some, and we'll go back and study it. At this time, Anan couldn't help it. He desperately pulled Yan Rui's trouser legs, wanting to taste the black thing in Yan Rui's hand. You can't eat it now. It's not certain whether it's a good thing. After we test it, if it's safe, eat it. I'll give you a delicious meal tonight. Yan Rui put the thing directly into the space grid, and the fragrance dissipated instantly, seeing that the food he wanted to eat was gone. Anan turned around Yan Rui's side in confusion, then sighed and lay on the ground with a melancholy expression. He could see that Yan Rui and Jian Anchi would never let him have a big meal here. Alas, cats are so difficult. Yin Rui squatted down and stroked an ant's head twice. And then heard Jian Anchi say, I picked 10. Let's go back now. After returning to the supermarket, Jian Anchi took out the black mushrooms. Yin Rui also wore gloves and picked up one to look at it carefully. But he couldn't tell what it was from the appearance alone. He just thought it was really ugly. Let's give it to Baker for testing tomorrow, Yin Rui said. Jian Anchi put the thing in the box. After the two washed up and rested in the room, Jian Anchi heard a knock on the door not long after. What's wrong? Jian Anchi opened the door and looked at Yin Rui's somewhat tangled expression and asked in confusion. Yin Rui scratched his head. I always feel a little uneasy. What's uneasy? Jian Anchi pulled Yin Rui and walked to the sofa to sit down. Then asked calmly, Tell me. Let's discuss it first. Yin Rui took a deep breath. I don't want to give this thing to Baker for testing. Why? Jian Anchi was a little surprised. Logically speaking, giving it to Baker is the simplest strategy. He even gave Baker the original seed. Yin Rui was a little entangled. He twisted his body and patted Jian Anchi's knee with his hand. I'm really not petty. But I'm still a little worried. I always think this thing is a good thing. And it may be useful in the future. But if this news is told to them, they may have to share the results with us in the future. Yin Rui emphasized again and again. I'm really not stingy. But I really don't want to share the results with them. It's just a small piece of unowned land. It doesn't matter who passes by and picks one. He has no right to stop others from taking away black mushrooms. But just now, I was tossing and turning in bed, always thinking that I was a little unwilling. I want to buy a detection instrument from the system. Although it's a bit expensive in the system. At least it's mine if I buy it. If the news spreads, those things may not belong to anyone. After hearing this, Jian Anchi looked at Yin Rui's tangled expression and thought it was very cute. He hugged Yin Rui and kissed his cheek gently. Just do as you said. You did the right thing. Don't trust anyone in this world except me. Yin Rui raised his hand to push Jian Anchi away. But Jian Anchi didn't move. He said helplessly, Let go. I still have to buy things with the system. Just now Yin Rui called the system over. At this time, the system was sitting on the table, holding its two front paws, with a speechless expression. But he didn't dare to urge it. So he could only sigh over and over again in his heart. It can only be blamed on the damn Jian Anchi's cooking. Otherwise he would definitely ask Yin Rui for an explanation now. People have asked him to let go. After Jian Anchi hugged him to his heart's content, he let go. But there was still one hand holding Yin Rui's hand tightly. And the system pretended not to see it. Excuse me. What do you two want to buy? The system pretended to be in a business-like manner. Is there anything I can help you with? Ahem. Yin Rui cleared his throat. I want to buy a testing instrument. The kind that can detect all trace elements. And the test values will be very precise. A more professional one. Something that can detect black mushrooms. The system flipped through them all casually. There are two types. I recommend the more expensive one. Because the expensive one is our main control. The specially marked one. He will use the same grade of testing instrument when doing experiments. The expensive one costs 30 million points. You really dare to want it. Yin Rui wanted to cross his arms. But one of his hands was tightly held by Jian Anchi, and he couldn't move. He shook his body uncomfortably. Then give me this one. Okay. The next second, this thing appeared in front of Yin Rui. Yin Rui looked at it, and saw that it was not much different from the ordinary detector. And he was a little confused. Is this really not the detector used in our school? Yin Rui was a little unconvinced. Of course. I will definitely not lie to you. When have I ever been a sham? The system straightened its chest. We also operate with integrity. Yin Rui naturally knew that he just said it casually. And then watched Jian Anchi take out the black mushroom that had been broken into two halves. And then cut a small piece according to the detector's instructions. And finally put this thing in the detection port. Even if this thing is not recorded in the Interstellar, you will be given a complete test report. So don't worry. The system patted Yin Rui on the shoulder and comforted him. The things produced by our system will definitely not be bad. Wait a minute. The test results are out. Yin Rui looked at the words on the screen. His expression was a little confused. Fog sacrifice mushroom. A specialty of Li Siyu. Can be used to lure wild beasts. And adding it to cooking can make it taste fresher. The recommended retail price is 600 points per gram. Yin Rui, it's actually a seasoning. Yin Rui looked at the system and asked, Then do you know where Li Siyu is? I know. It's not in this plane. It's in the plane of my hometown. The system's expression was also a little confused. If this is the case, this thing should be considered a specialty of my hometown. But why did it appear here? They are obviously not from the same plane. But the same thing appeared. Has someone come to this plane before and planted a lot here? Yenrui guessed. Maybe the host from your galaxy planted it here hundreds or thousands of years later. But he came earlier than me. Yenrui comforted the system in turn. Don't miss home. Since it can be eaten, I will let Jian Anchi use this to make a big meal for you tomorrow. Really? The system looked a little pitiful. Then I want to eat ribs. No problem. Since Yenrui agreed, it can only prove that the relationship between the two has become closer. Regardless of you and me. So Aranan is a beast? Yenrui smiled. And when he knew that this thing had no harm to the body, he also relaxed a lot. After all, this thing only attracts beasts. And yawned at the right time. And Yenrui also felt tired belatedly. He stretched his arm with one hand. Then I'll go back and rest. You should go to bed early too. Yenrui stood up and took Jian Anchi with him. Jian Anchi accidentally lost his balance and pulled Yenrui into his arms. Good night to you too. Jian Anchi touched Yenrui's hair a little embarrassedly, then turned and left, closing the door neatly. Yenrui always felt weird, but he couldn't think of too much, so he could only close the door and rest. The next morning, before Yenrui opened his eyes, he heard the voice of the system. Congratulations to the host for opening a personal store. Since you are the first host to open a personal store, the host is willing to provide 3 rewards. First, you cannot get 20 product display racks without points. Note, each product display can display 1 product. Second, you can get the opening blessing of the entire center once without points. And it will be put into the electronic screen of each host. And each host will see your achievements. Third, you can get a business manual without points. I wish you a long-lasting business in the future and make it bigger and stronger. Yenrui yawned after hearing this. Among the 3 rewards, only the first one is useful. The above 2 are obviously face-saving projects that Zhu Feng gave him to attract hatred. He doesn't believe that the main control will be so kind to prepare gifts for him. But I can still put 2 things on the shelf. Yenrui thought about it, and took out the black mushrooms that he had broken yesterday. There was only a little bit left, because the rest was used by Jian Anchi to cook. But this thing looks good. So he put it on the shelf to test the water. Wait a minute. Many people don't have this kind of personal store. If others think I need a store, then my things will go bad and can't be sold. No. No. The system waved its hand. It's not like that. As long as you are a host, you can buy things in the system mall. And your personal store belongs to the system mall. So it has nothing to do with the merchants who settle in. After hearing this, Yenrui felt relieved. Then I'll go downstairs first. Go downstairs to sell green plants. As a result, when he opened the door, Yenrui saw Baker and Ms. Lily lying at the door. Ms. Lily didn't show any expression. But when Baker got off the aircraft, Yenrui saw that he was a little impatient. What's wrong with you? Yenrui was a little confused. Did you not eat breakfast well? No. Baker walked up and held Yenrui's hands. I came here today to thank you. Yenrui didn't understand. He looked at Ms. Lily, who had a strange expression behind him, and then said, It's okay. This is what I should do. I will take good care of every customer. You have taken good care of him. Baker patted his chest. But my roommate actually wants to tell you something else. What is it? Yenrui asked curiously. You throw a small stone to me. I found the same substance on this planet. We have never seen this substance before. Now we have arranged scientists to study it. It is not a preliminary judgment that the thing can supplement our weapons. No. 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 If you say that, I really regret it. Yenrui is now PTSD of warlike words. You won't go to war with each other after getting these things. Of course not. Baker covered his mouth. Why do you think so? I mean, this thing can be used as a substitute for energy. We can live without it for a while. But how can we survive in the starship? Is that so? Yenrui was relieved. So this thing can replace energy. Is there any on this planet? Yes. Although the quantity is not large. It is enough for us to travel in the Interstellar for 50 years. In these 50 years, we don't have to worry about parking the starship between 2 dockable planets. Can I buy some? I need this too. Yenrui touched his chest. Otherwise I'll go find Li Siyu. If you find it difficult, I'll go find him. He has more say. Right? No need to find him. I can do it. I still have the right to distribute the materials I mine. Baker patted his chest. I can give you whatever you want. Then I'll exchange it with green plants. Yanrui couldn't help but feel guilty after saying this. After all, the price he paid for the green plants was not expensive at all. He still felt guilty about exchanging this for the original seeds. But what Yanrui didn't know was that he felt guilty. And so did Baker on the opposite side. For Baker, the original seeds were not worth much compared to the green plants. But Yanrui said he wanted to exchange them with green plants. And a large number of them. He made money on this business. The two of them worked out the exchange rate in such a restless manner. 10 kilograms of original seeds could be exchanged for 1 green plant. Both sides benefited from it. But neither side spoke. Ms. Lily felt that Baker had cheated Yanrui. And couldn't help but say, in fact, the price can be set lower. It can indeed be lower. Yanrui raised a hand. How about 8 kilograms of original seeds for a green plant? 12 kilograms of original seeds for a green plant. Baker spoke at the same time. And an awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the air. The two of them instantly knew what the other meant. And after looking at each other for a while, they laughed at the same time. Yanrui was relieved. It seemed that Baker was not a person who was so good at doing business. If he asked for a high price, he would feel guilty. It's just too much like me. The two happily decided on the price. And still set it according to the original 10 kilograms of original seeds for each green plant. And at this time Ms. Lily was a little helpless. I really don't know what to say to you two. Ms. Lily pursed her lips helplessly. I'm going to read a book. By the way, give me a cup of iced Americano. Thank you. Ms. Lily was the first customer today. After Jian Anchi made her a cup of iced Americano, people came one after another. Some came to pick up the goods. Some came to continue to order. And some people who didn't know why saw them gathered together came forward to ask. And then started queuing. Yanrui felt that he could make a lot of money in this plane just by relying on green plants. After selling for a few days, Li Siyu came to the supermarket and saw such a hot scene. For a while, he didn't recognize it. Why is your place so popular all of a sudden? Do so many people like to read books? Li Siyu was a little confused. If you like to read books, why don't you go to the book bar to read instead of queuing at the door? They don't want to read books. Yanrui replied. They want to order green plants. Don't you know? Yanrui pointed to the two monsters and money trees in his book bar that were tall enough to reach the sky. This is it. Everyone has been ordering it these 2 days. Li Siyu took a look and his expression instantly became a little dissatisfied. Why didn't you tell me when I was here? Yanrui felt wronged. How would I know about this thing? And I didn't know you were so short of green plants. Although Li Siyu was dissatisfied, he didn't mean to trouble Yanrui. He knocked on Yanrui's table with his hand. And then said, I asked someone to test the stone you gave me. I can sell it to you as many as you need. Yanrui was a little embarrassed and told Li Siyu about the deal between him and Baker. After hearing this, Li Siyu's expression was indescribable. You do business with him. But you don't do business with me? Okay. Li Siyu was so angry that he raised his head. At this time, Baker appeared in Yanrui's supermarket with a smile on his face. Hello, partner. Baker nodded to Li Siyu after seeing him. Hello, Captain. Li Siyu snorted coldly and turned to leave, but was stopped by Yanrui. Wait a minute. I prepared a new book for you these 2 days. Li Siyu stopped and said reluctantly, Then give me the book. Yanrui sat down and took the book slowly. At this time, Baker began to take advantage of the opportunity and said, The black stone I set people to mine today has made progress and can be exchanged with you soon. Fortunately, I am the first person to know this news. These 2 days, many rich people want your green plants but can't get a number. So they all buy them from me at a high price. Baker was very proud. Yanrui wanted to signal him to stop talking. But he couldn't stop at all. He didn't make any money before. Even though his family was the richest in the Star Fleet. His father had a good eye for business, and his mother also had a good business sense. So his family was so rich. It was good enough for him to break even when he was doing business himself. This was the first time he made money. We agreed that you can't cooperate with others again. I'm the first and the last. Baker said while looking at Li Siyu and raising his eyebrows at him. In fact, Baker's proud action became a provocation in Li Siyu's eyes. It really pissed him off. Chapter 99 Interstellar Cruise. I have to do business. Yin Rui ignored Baker's request and turned to Li Siyu and said, I'm open for business. How can I just not do it? Yin Rui comforted Li Siyu. After all, you are my first customer since I came here. Li Siyu's expression relaxed a little. He looked at Baker, and then snorted coldly. I won't bother with you this time. What price did he exchange for the green plants with you? I can give you more. Li Siyu stiffened his neck and said unconvincedly. After hearing this, Yin Rui hurriedly refused. No. No. Everyone just wants the same price. Yin Rui told Li Siyu the transaction price between the two in front of Baker, and repeatedly emphasized, the price of both of you is the same. Li Siyu snorted coldly. I'll exchange for 500 green plants first. How can you have such a large quantity? Baker was surprised. He had been on this planet for so long, but he had not dug out so many original species. He had more people under him than Li Siyu, and Li Siyu could not have such a large inventory. Just because you don't have such a large quantity doesn't mean I don't have such a large quantity. Li Siyu was a little proud, as if he had finally defeated Baker. I found 2 more hidden mineral deposits. They are deep, but the density is high. However, the quantity of 500 green plants will be basically the same the day after tomorrow. Baker was helpless. He really had no way to compete with Li Siyu on this matter. Li Siyu only allocated the mineral deposits that appeared in the first 3 rounds of planetary scanning each time. After that, no matter which force dug up the hidden mineral deposits, they could take them for themselves. But every time, Li Siyu found the most. After hearing what Li Siyu said, Yin Rui's eyes lit up. Do you only want these 2 kinds of green plants? I have other green plants to exchange with you. How can he have other ones? Beck was a little jealous. Why didn't you tell me when you exchanged with me? Of course it's because I give more. Can you give so much at once? After Li Siyu finished speaking, he said with great satisfaction, Are there any other types of green plants? There are quite a few kinds. Yin Rui simply turned the computer screen to Li Siyu to see. There were more than 10 different styles of green plants on the screen. Not only green plants, but also flowers. I don't know if you need them. Yin Rui dropped out a lot of flower types that can be grown at home. He only showed one kind of strawberry seedling outside. But here, he showed Li Siyu several kinds of domestic fruit trees. Baker, you can also come and have a look. I probably won't sell these outside in the future. I'm only going to exchange with you. There are too many types, and they are too trivial. Yin Rui is a little overwhelmed. There are only him and Jian Anchi here, so there is really no need to find too much work for himself. Then give me 30 plants each. Li Siyu didn't care if Yin Rui agreed to treat Baker the same as himself. Anyway, he was the first. Baker could only be the second. Okay. Then, the total is 690 plants. Yin Rui showed them 23 kinds of plants on the interface. And 690 plants was not a small number. Okay. Then we will trade the day after tomorrow. Li Siyu nodded with satisfaction. Give me 10 money trees and 10 monstera today, and we can trade with black stones today. That's great. After the transaction with Li Siyu didn't even stay to watch the movie. Instead, he returned to the aircraft anxiously, saying that he would take these things back for research immediately. By the time he goes back now, the daylily will be cold. Baker looked at Li Siyu's back, not daring to be angry. The researcher in their family has already bought it himself. Really? Yin Rui was quite surprised. He thought that most researchers were very smart but very homely, and not well informed. He didn't expect that he was narrow-minded. Yes. Don't you know? Baker said. That Gary is a researcher in his laboratory. The one who looks very beautiful? Yin Rui was surprised. I didn't expect they had this relationship. Who do you say is beautiful? Jian Anchi's voice came over. Baker quickly raised his hands to surrender. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. Originally, Yin Rui felt that it was nothing. But seeing his reaction, Yin Rui couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm talking about Gary, the mixed-race handsome guy. He's a researcher under Li Siyu. Yin Rui didn't hide anything. Let's go. Although we made a big order today, we can't let go of those small orders. Now the flow of people is still very high, and there are always queues outside. I heard that someone came once before, but gave up after seeing too many people. Later, he saw many people buying, but he couldn't resist the temptation and chose to queue again. It turned out that there were more people queuing. The more people there are, the happier Yanrui is. Now it can also help with things. Although these green plants can't be left outside all the time. It doesn't matter if they are left for an hour or two. What's more, before moving them outside, Yanrui will inject his own supernatural powers into them to make them more vital. So the 4 of them are now mainly assigned to check the documents in the system. And it is responsible for watching the customers pick up the goods automatically. Jian Anchi is responsible for replenishing the goods every 2 hours. And all the rest of the work is done by Yanrui, such as watching the supermarket, checking out the cashier, and helping to find books in the book bar. Sometimes a few people are really too busy. Do you want us to hire someone temporarily? At night, seeing Yanrui so tired that his legs couldn't stand, Jian Anchi felt a little distressed. Find someone to help. The work will be easier, and you can practice your supernatural powers more. But people are not so easy to find. You must find someone who is trustworthy and not greedy. We have so many secrets here. If good people know them, they can help us keep them secret. In case we know the face but not the heart, we are unlucky. Don't talk about this. Jian Anchi covered Yanrui's mouth. We are very lucky. And we will be lucky in the future. Yanrui looked at Jian Anchi's rare serious expression. He blinked his eyes, indicating that he knew. At the moment when Jian Anchi put his hand down, Yanrui even felt that he saw a trace of panic in his calm expression. Of course our luck is the best. If I were unlucky, how could I be reborn? Yanrui knelt on the sofa and hugged Jian Anchi's neck. He leaned forward and gently rubbed Jian Anchi's cheek with his head. I admit my mistake. I will never say such words again in the future. It's not that I don't allow you to say it. But, Jian Anchi hesitated to speak. Yanrui smiled and said, of course I know what you think. There is nothing to explain. It's just that we have to drink physical enhancers again in the next 2 days. Yanrui changed the subject. I'll take a break. We'll go pick mushrooms later. Yanrui thought that after Li Siyu had allocated all the resource points on the entire planet, he would not open up new mining points. So they had not paid much attention to it these days. But what they didn't expect was that they would scan the resources again later. If that resource point was discovered, there would be trouble. Yanrui drank the newly bought physical enhancer without saying a word. He took a break for a while. And after feeling energetic again, he stood up and said with great energy, we will try to bring all the fog sacrifice mushrooms home tonight. Okay. The system raised its hand with confidence. And even an followed with a meow. Not to mention Jian Anchi, who looked at the energetic Yanrui with a gleam in his eyes. Let's go! When they arrived at the familiar place, Yanrui first let Jian Anchi and the system take the lead. After taking 2 deep breaths, he rubbed his arms twice, and then mustered up the courage to face the dense mushrooms. But for some reason, perhaps knowing the value of mushrooms, Yanrui suddenly felt that these mushrooms became cute when he saw them. The price of fog sacrifice mushrooms in the system mall is sold by gram. Now these fog sacrifice mushrooms are a gold mountain in his eyes. Yanrui clenched his fists and joined the ranks of others with a small basket. With Yanrui's joining, the few people work even harder. But the most labor-saving should be the system. The system has become about 1 meter tall. And there is no need to bend down to pick these fog sacrifice mushrooms. And it also holds a basket and follows the fastest system, which makes Yanrui very envious. It's just that the ideal is very full. After a night of picking, several people only picked a quarter of the cave. The size of the cave seems to be much larger than imagined. We can finish it after 3 or 4 days of hard work. Yanrui thought about it, and then said, we must leave some here. It's not easy to find a little living thing on this planet. But how did they survive on this planet? Jian Anchi looked at the system. Are you sure that the fog martyr mushrooms in your galaxy are the same as the fog martyr mushrooms here? Of course they are the same. All the data scans are the same. It is obviously the same object. Besides, hasn't someone been here before? It's normal to have things from our galaxy. The system said it with confidence. Yanrui suddenly felt something was wrong at this time. System, are you sure that the galaxy in your plane has really sent people here? Yanrui asked doubtfully as he walked back. Am I not one of the first plane travelers? The reason why he always thought that he was one of the first plane travelers was that the system had too few functions before. Although it was said that 2 people had logged into the same plane before in the ancient plane. But that person's timeline was after his own. And he changed the situation of that plane. So what he experienced was the world after he changed the situation of the plane. And this was too coincidental, since 2 plane travelers had come here in succession. And he didn't seem to have heard from Li Siyu and Baker about the appearance of someone who looked very similar to him. But this is of course just his guess. After all, the Amoan galaxy can do anything. Maybe someone really came here before. But the other party hid well, and no one found anything unusual. So you confirm it, and go back to ask if the host has been sent to this plane. Yanrui yawned. I'll rest first. Wake me up in 3 hours. The system doesn't need to rest. Jian Anchi is like a robot. And Anin has almost slept in the cave. Yanrui feels that he is the one who needs sleep the most among all people. The next morning, the knock on the door came as expected. After Yanrui opened the door with a confused look, he thought Jian Anchi, who was standing outside the door, did not appear in his eyes, but a huge monkey. Scared me to death. Yanrui was sobered up by him. He had never seen the system become so big before. So are you awake? The system asked. Yanrui wiped his eyes. I'm awake now. Tell me what you want to say. I'm going to brush my teeth. You're right. The system followed Yanrui. I went to the main control. And the main control said that no one has ever been sent to this plane. Not in any timeline. Because this is a high-level plane. There are few people who would choose this plane to do tasks. And this plane looks very dangerous. So apart from operating the system, no one would pay attention to it. Not in any timeline? Yanrui was curious when he heard this. Can you still scan the timeline? Of course. The technology of our Amoan galaxy is far higher than you think. But it doesn't matter now. The system continued to report its findings last night to Yanrui. I found that the fog-sacrificing mushrooms in our galaxy are slightly different from those in this plane. They grow in the same environment. But there are 2 different gene segments, which are the main elements that affect their growth. Say something I can understand. Yanrui looked at the system that was about to give a long speech and quickly stopped him. I'm not good at studying. And I don't understand half of what you said just now. Of course. After all, this is our Amoan galaxy. Get to the point. After washing his face, Yanrui collapsed on the sofa. He was annoyed after only sleeping for 3 hours. If the system said more, he might not be able to control his temper. So what I'm saying is that although both are fog-sacrificing mushrooms, they are 2 completely different fog-sacrificing mushrooms. Even if the fog-sacrificing mushrooms in our galaxy are planted here, they will not grow like the ones in the cave. So what you mean is? Yanrui made a gesture, indicating that he should speak more clearly. So what I mean is that the fog mushrooms in the cave are most likely the original plants that grew on this planet. This planet has life. After the system said his conclusion, Yanrui sat up in surprise. This planet has life? That's complicated. If there are life on this planet, it proves that the gears of this planet's fate have begun to turn. And I'm not sure whether it can grow into an ecological planet in the future. For example, the planet he lives on. I don't know how many times it has evolved to become what it is now. However, after the end of the world, they will return to primitive society. Yanrui scratched his head. He slept too little, and his mind was full of confusion. Should we tell Li Siyu about this news? I always feel that he needs to know this news. I think so. Jian Anchi, who had been sitting silently beside him, finally spoke up. I think he should make changes after knowing this news. What kind of changes? Yanrui asked without thinking. He should stop the people who are mining in every corner of this planet and redistribute them. If he doesn't do this, it is very likely that this planet will be destroyed. This planet is at the beginning of its development. If there is no living creature, it can be plundered at will. But if it is found that this planet is alive, doing so will be equivalent to making this planet barren and cutting off the development of this planet. Then I will talk to Li Siyu today. I wonder if Li Siyu will come today. If not, I will ask Baker or Ms. Lily to help contact him. Yanrui made the final decision. Then it's decided. But after this decision, they should not dig the fog mushrooms in the cave anymore, but keep them well until they find the second creature on the planet. But even if they find the second creature, they can't exploit it on a large scale. Anyway, yesterday was the last carnival. Yanrui was still a little worried about whether his actions last night would affect the planet. But the system comforted him. That thing grows so fast. It doesn't matter if you pick it. I didn't remove the roots when I picked it 2 days ago. And I found that it has sprouted again on the root today. After hearing what the system said, Yanrui felt relieved a little. That's good. That's good. Li Siyu did not show up today. And Baker did not know what he did. Yanrui could only ask Ms. Lily to contact Li Siyu or Baker. What do you want to do with him? Are there any new products on the shelves? After sending a message to the two, Ms. Lily looked curious. Actually, I am also very rich. You should know that. Yin Rui was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Of course I know, Ms. Lily. But this time it is not about putting new products on the shelves, but about mineral deposits. Really? Then can you tell me about it? Ms. Lily closed the book, her eyes shining with curiosity. Yin Rui had no way to refuse Ms. Lily's words. Although he concealed some things, such as the things between the two plane systems and the main control, he told Ms. Lily everything else. So I think this planet should not be mined anymore. Even if it is mined, it cannot be mined completely like before. Yin Rui looked at Ms. Lily and asked, do you think they will listen to my advice? If that is the case, they must listen even if they don't want to. Ms. Lily said with a serious expression. Maybe you don't know why we live on interstellar cruise ships. Our original home was due to excessive looting and mining. So the entire planet collapsed in the end. We started building starships that can travel in space a few years before the planetary collapse was detected. At that time, our ancestors thought it would be best if the environment could be restored. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. We found it too late, and were forced to live on the cruise ship in the end. I wanted to find another suitable planet to survive. But it's not that easy to find. So I've been looking for so many years. But there has been no progress until my generation. Ms. Lily said with some melancholy, I don't know if my next generation can wait until the day when a habitable planet is found. Yin Rui was speechless. He even felt that the planet he lived on was very similar to the planet where Ms. Lily's ancestors lived before. They were all natives who first cultivated and plundered resources. In the end, the planet made its own resistance. The manifestation of their planet's resistance is the end of the world. Perhaps after destroying those who have been destroying the environment, the planet will return to its original state. The planet where Ms. Lily's ancestors lived was even more tragic. It collapsed directly without leaving any way out. Yin Rui sighed. Then I believe Li Siyu will make the right judgment. He will. Ms. Lily patted Yin Rui's hand gently. Don't worry about this. He is the person I have seen since he was a child. Although he seems to have a bad temper, he is very kind-hearted. No wonder Li Siyu respects Ms. Lily very much. It turns out that there is such a relationship between them. But Yin Rui could also figure it out. The space on the starship is so small. And the more outstanding people are, the narrower their circle is. It is normal for everyone to know each other. What do you want? After waiting for a long time, Li Siyu appeared with Zhongjun behind him. And Baker and Layla behind them also walked quickly to the table of the two people. What's the matter? Mom? Why did you suddenly call us here? Li Siyu and Baker both thought that Ms. Lily only called them. So when they saw each other, their expressions were a little surprised. Then let Mr. Yin speak, Ms. Lily said gently. But after he finishes speaking, I hope you two can make the right judgment. With Ms. Lily as a backer, Yin Rui's back straightened a little. He told the whole story in detail. And finally said, although I can't be sure of the conclusion of this matter, I can be responsible for every word I say. I hope you can act cautiously. If you think there is something wrong with my words, you can also go to the corner of this planet to check and see. Maybe there really are new creatures. It'll only take a few days. At least take a look. Yin Rui's Adam's apple moved slightly. Give this planet a chance. Okay? Are you sure? Li Siyu frowned. Are you sure there are creatures on this planet? Yin Rui took out the fog mushroom. I have tested this thing. It is edible. And it does grow in the cave of this planet. It is a living organism. Yin Rui said affirmatively. I can take you to see the cave. Then let's go and see. Li Siyu was even a little impatient. He became a little excited because of what Yin Rui said. If this is true. If this is true. Li Siyu muttered to himself. Then his long-standing expectation would come true. Chapter 100 Interstellar Cruise. Let's go now. Li Siyu was a little impatient. Let's go together now. Yin Rui glanced at the people outside. Do you want to wait until I close the door? I will compensate you for today's loss, Li Siyu said. Or I can ask my people to help. Don't bother. I can help. Seeing this, Ms. Lily also stood up. I have also observed your transaction process these days, and I still have confidence in taking over for a while. Then Layla will stay here to help. Baker kept Layla with just one sentence. Although Layla was a little reluctant, she still agreed and was thinking about how to let her brother compensate her later. At this point, Yin Rui had nothing to refuse. He and Jian Anchi went out together. When the two walked in front, Yin Rui was still a little uneasy. He bit his lip and looked up at Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi hugged his shoulders and squeezed hard. Yin Rui's heart was slightly relieved. It's here. Yin Rui pointed at the cave entrance. I'll go in first. But if you want to go, it's best for each of you to bring a flashlight. Li Siyu and Baker were still a little hesitant. Especially Li Siyu, who was still holding a handheld detector and scanning the door. My detector detected that there is no life sign here. Are you sure it's here? Yin Rui already brought a flashlight. I'll go in first. Otherwise you can stand beside me. Or you can follow behind me. The few people had not yet reached the point where they trusted each other and trusted each other with their backs. Yin Rui could only pull Jian Anchi, and the two of them walked into the cave first. Baker and Li Siyu could only follow quickly. Li Siyu and Baker had been paying attention to the surroundings until they heard Yin Rui say, "It's here." The two stopped. This is the fog sacrifice mushroom I just told you about. Yin Rui pointed to the clusters of black mushrooms on the ground. These are all grown here. You can pick some back for experiments. Coincidence? What kind of coincidence can find such a precious treasure? Baker squatted down with his tall body and touched the fog sacrifice mushroom in front of him with great care. I will give the order now to stop all fleets from mining. After Li Siyu confirmed that Yin Rui was not exaggerating, he immediately made a decision. I'll go outside. The signal in the cave was not very good. Yin Rui nodded. And Li Siyu went out. At this time, Zhong Wang, who had returned to the main control room, was also excited and red-eyed after hearing Li Siyu's order. Just now, Li Siyu asked him to return to the main control room, saying that if the situation was true, he would let Zhong Zheng go to each fleet to issue orders. If it was false, Li Siyu would most likely encounter an accident that day, and then Zhong Zheng would be left to take charge of the overall situation. Li Siyu made two preparations, and fortunately the result was good. Yin Rui did not have ulterior motives as he imagined. Since everyone has found it, I will retire after success. Yin Rui patted his sleeves and said reluctantly, You must cherish these fog-sacrificing mushrooms. We will. But we will send people to protect this place in the near future. We can return this area to you only after the experimental test is completed. Li Siyu walked back into the cave. Listening to Li Siyu's words, Yin Rui was a little surprised. What do you mean? These are still mine? Li Siyu nodded. Of course. It is agreed that whoever finds the resource point will own it. Although you are not from our fleet, I have always been fair in doing things. And I will give you some compensation in the next few days. Great joy from heaven. Yin Rui's eyes lit up. But he still refused with reserve. Compensation is not necessary. You can return this cave to me intact when the time comes. He still wanted to continue selling the fog sacrifice mushroom. Of course. We can wait for Zhong Zheng here. I have asked him to bring a team to do security. Li Siyu looked at his watch. It should be here soon. Sure enough. As soon as Li Siyu finished speaking, 10 aircraft appeared in front of everyone. And the first one to bear the brunt of the aircraft was Zhong Zheng. Captain. Zhong Zheng walked up to Li Siyu and saluted. Then walked up to Yin Rui and saluted him in the same way. Yin Rui was not used to it, and nodded stiffly. Then he heard Baker say with a smile, Don't scare Boss Yin again. It's okay for him to salute someone who has made great contributions to the fleet. Li Siyu spoke, then looked around and nodded with satisfaction to the guard selected by Zhong Zheng. Yes, this group is all elites. Then we will go back. After staying here for a long time, Yin Rui also wanted to return to the supermarket and report his safety to the system as soon as possible. Before coming out, the system told him that if there was any danger, the two of them could immediately return to the supermarket and activate the supermarket's external defense system as long as they thought about it. Fortunately, it was not used. After the accident, Ms. Lily saw the expressions of the two people and knew that everything went smoothly. However, Yin Rui was a little uncomfortable seeing the always noble Ms. Lily standing in front of the cashier. Are you hiring here? If possible, I want to work here. After seeing Yin Rui, Ms. Lily made her request expectantly. I think this place should be able to heal me. It shouldn't have such a big effect here. Yin Rui, who knew Ms. Lily's situation, scratched his head. He had never heard of anyone who could be happier the more they worked. Anyway, Yin Rui had never seen it. He had only seen people who became more and more depressed the more they worked. You have more and more people here. And the two of you are obviously too busy. If I come to help, I don't need to be paid. As long as I can keep giving me books to read. Ms. Lily talked about her advantages. I can make coffee well. I can be responsible for selecting books and making coffee for customers at the book bar. And I can also bring my own assistant. Ms. Lily pointed to Layla. That's my assistant. Most people on the starship know her. With her around, no one will want to attack you. Will someone want to attack me? Yin Rui had never heard of this. Why would they want to attack me? A big tree attracts the wind. Without a backer, you can easily become a target for others. Ms. Lily's words were clear. But Yin Rui had never thought about this problem before. Only after listening to her did he realize it. Does Ward count as one? Yin Rui asked. I have already shown my strength to the outside world. And no one should come again. Ms. Lily laughed out loud. No one is surprised that Ward suffered a loss. Unless you can make Li Siyu suffer a loss. Or make the captains of other divisions suffer a loss. Then you can really convince everyone. Forget it. I'm really too lazy to fight. Yin Rui shook his head. I feel annoyed just thinking about it. Then Ms. Lily. Are you willing to come here to help me? Yin Rui was originally hesitating between recruiting people and not recruiting people. Since Ms. Lily volunteered, he simply agreed. Thank you. Ms. Lily smiled calmly. And then she called Layla over. We will work here every day in the future. Can you help show movies every afternoon? Ah? Layla couldn't figure out why she suddenly started working. After asking clearly, she opened her arms and cheered. Great. Then I can come out to play every day. No mention of any compensation. Of course. As long as you do your job well. You can do whatever you want the rest of the time. Yin Rui said with a smile. Although you two are not short of money, I have to pay you. Is 200 interstellar points a day okay? Of course. After saying that, Layla looked at Ms. Lily. Seeing that Ms. Lily had no intention of objecting, she cheered again. Then I will choose the movie today. Although Layla is young, she has a good eye for choosing movies. In addition to the 2 movies that were played before, the 2 new ones are very popular. After playing today, many people agreed to share the movie with others and watch it again next time. Ms. Lily got to work right away. Whether it was making coffee for people or helping to recommend books, she did it very neatly. After a day, the mother and daughter's mental state improved a lot. Mother! Layla! Why are you two wearing aprons? Baker was curious to see the 2 of them in their costumes. Are you doing some role-playing? I'm an employee here now. Ms. Lily worked for a day, but the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Seeing her mother like this, Baker naturally agreed to her request to work here. Then congratulations. Mother! Baker glanced at Layla, who was playing with the cat next to him. Is your job a cat companion? Of course not. We are colleagues now. Layla stroked it in. Are we going back now? Baker waved his hand. Of course. We are going back now. Then goodbye. Ms. Lily and Layla both said goodbye to Yin Rui reluctantly. After they left, Yin Rui murmured, how can there be such a positive worker? They originally came to play. They are not short of money. So everything they do is interest. Jian Anchi moved the samples at the door back. See how much they sold today. Yin Rui looked at the system bill. In addition to Li Siyu's order, they sold more than 70,000 interstellar points today. I like it here. It's really profitable here. Yin Rui hugged the display screen of the cash register and was unwilling to let go. Even though he was no longer short of money, the satisfaction of collecting money still made him unable to extricate himself. Jian Anchi pushed the half-dead little cat on the table in front of Yin Rui. While you are happy, exercise your superpowers. Yin Rui. Okay. After injecting all the superpowers into the little cat, Yin Rui felt a little exhausted. When he closed his eyes and wanted to relax on the chair, he heard a knock on the door. We are closed today. Come back tomorrow if you want to buy something. Yin Rui didn't even look at him and ordered him to leave. I have something to do with the boss. Open the door for me. Hearing a familiar voice, Yin Rui immediately opened his eyes and looked outside the door. Who is outside? It's Ward. The system answered immediately. What is he doing here? Yin Rui immediately thought of what Ms. Lily said about Ward today, and his awe of Ward was instantly swept away. However, he still had to be alert. Yin Rui opened the outermost door, but did not open the glass door in the middle. Tell me, what's the matter? What did you say to Li Siyu? Why is it forbidden to mine the resources of this planet? I tell you, you want the resources of this planet. But I won't agree. Yin Rui rolled his eyes. Are you sick? What does it have to do with me to ban the mining of this planet's resources? If you have the ability, go to Li Siyu to object. He doesn't dare to do that. Ward took a deep breath. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to ask why it has become like this, so that I can prepare for the next step. He doesn't dare to offend Li Siyu. And he doesn't dare to offend Yanrui either. Alas, he is such a failure as a man. Ward wanted to cry, but had no tears. But he still asked Yanrui kindly, can you let me start mining resources again? Yanrui looked at Ward in confusion. Why? Why are you so anxious? I have 12% of your shares. I am not anxious. By the way, why haven't you sent the dividends for the past 2 days? Yanrui leaned against the door with his arms folded, staring at Ward. And he felt uneasy. I will send it to you tomorrow. But you have to tell me when it will be restored. Yanrui looked at him like this. I really don't know. It's not my order. You can go to whoever gave the order. Then I won't be able to see Li Siyu. Ward subconsciously wanted to draw his gun. But fortunately, he saw Jian Anchi with a cold look in his eyes a second before he took action. He put his arm down in dismay, feeling very aggrieved. Whose starship captain would think he is like this? If you ask me, you'd better go back quickly. You may have a meeting tonight. If you can't make it tonight, don't blame me then. Yanrui could only remind him here. He felt a little pitiful when he looked at Ward. According to Ms. Lily, they were the poorest in the entire fleet. Giving away 2% of resources would make his already poor fleet even worse. But this feeling was fleeting. Yanrui waved at him impatiently and asked him to leave quickly. After receiving Yanrui's reminder, Ward immediately got on the aircraft and left as quickly as possible. I'm hungry. Yanrui didn't even need to look back. He just stood and leaned back. Sure enough, he was caught steadily by Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi held him in his arms and kissed the top of his head. What do you want to eat? Do you want to have steak tonight? Eat. Yanrui was too lazy to get up, so he asked Jian Anchi to carry him upstairs to rest. The next morning, the first person to appear at the door was not Ms. Lily and Layla, but Ward. Have you really found any creatures on this planet? Ward looked at Yanrui expressionlessly, and Yanrui's heart tightened, not knowing what he was thinking. He took a step back and made sure he was within the supermarket before answering. Of course. Otherwise how could Li Siyu believe it? I don't believe it. Where is it? Ward clenched his fists. Seeing this, Yanrui raised his chin and said, It's your business if you don't believe it. Do I have to explain it to you? If I have to explain it to everyone who doesn't believe it, then I can't do business anymore. Yanrui crossed his arms. I told you to go to Li Siyu if you have anything to do. Why are you looking for me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? If you're easy to bully, then there's no one in the world who's not easy to bully. Ward's voice was muffled. Can you show me the creatures you found on this planet? Or I can buy them with money. Mr. Ward, why are you here? At this time, Ms. Lily happened to come to the supermarket to work. When she saw Ward, she was also a little surprised. She originally thought that with Ward's temperament, he would never appear near the supermarket again in this life. Nothing. I just want to ask what the creature looks like. Ward said. Li Siyu will release accurate information today. Uncle Ward, you can wait a moment. Baker grinned at Ward. Why are you so anxious? Is it wrong for me to be anxious? Ward pinched his waist and habitually began to confront Baker. I just want to see what the creatures on this planet look like. Maybe I can find a resource point. But it's useless for you to see it. What if this planet has more than just that kind of creature? Uncle Ward should not only focus on digging for one kind of treasure, but also look for more possibilities. Yanrui finally understood why Ward was anxious. He was eager to find new resource points to make money. According to Li Siyu's previous statement, if he found it, it would be his. And maybe that area could also be under his jurisdiction. If that's the case, from now on, they will have to seize the jurisdiction of this planet. After all, after so many years, they have only found such a planet with life. And this planet with life may become their home in the future. Yanrui didn't know so much. He watched Ms. Lily send Ward away with a few words, and said with some admiration, Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I don't know how to deal with him if I just talk. This is actually not difficult. Just use what he thinks in his heart. Ms. Lily said with a smile. Compared to you, I have known him longer, so I understand what he thinks in his heart better. All he thinks about is making money and hegemony. Other things are not important to him. But, although he only wants to make money and hegemony, the final results seem to be unsatisfactory. After Yanrui finished speaking, Ms. Lily shook her head. That's not the case. He can reach this position today, 100% relying on his own efforts. Yen Rui was a little surprised to hear Ms. Lily's evaluation. He thought everyone hated Ward. When Ward was young, his parents died because of an interstellar storm. Later, he grew up alone, received military education, joined the Fleet Corps, and relied on his own abilities to be promoted step by step, and finally became the captain of the fleet. It took him a total of 40 years from an orphan to a captain. And he was not like this when he first took office, just because the fleet was too poor. Can you imagine that their fleet is now the result of Ward's efforts? The situation was even worse decades ago, and it was almost swallowed up by other fleets. Which fleet was almost swallowed up? Yen Rui was curious. He met several people from different fleets in the past few days, and heard about the distribution of these forces. It was almost swallowed up by our fleet. Lila interrupted at this time. But it failed. So he has always hated our fleet. Yen Rui suddenly realized that he didn't expect that they actually had such a past. I'll go to work first. Ms. Lily smiled at Yen Rui, not caring about the past at all. Yen Rui sighed. The distribution of these forces is really complicated, Jian Anchi said. So what? Anyway, we come here just to make money from them, not to make friends with them. You're right. Thinking back to the lost mood after he left the outside world, Yen Rui thought hard. You really can't have too much affection for a certain plane. Host, the fog mushrooms you put in your personal store have been sold out. Do you want to continue to put new products on the shelves? The system's voice came from Yen Rui's ears. And Yen Rui stood up suddenly. What did you say? The fog mushrooms I put in my personal store have been sold. Yen Rui was a little busy these 2 days, and put this matter behind his mind. He didn't expect that someone would actually buy his stuff. Yes, not only has it been sold out, but the customer even urged you to put the same item on the shelves quickly. He used your fog sacrifice mushroom and felt that the effect was particularly good. He used my fog sacrifice mushroom and felt that the effect was particularly good? After hearing this, Yen Rui felt a little puzzled. What did he do? The effect is particularly good. Isn't this thing used for eating? It was the host of the original plane before. He put the fog sacrifice mushroom on your shelves to attract wild beasts as traps. If it is cheaper and more useful than the attractant he bought in the system mall, he will urge you to continue to put it on the shelves. Cheap? I remember that my previous price was not low. Why do you think it is cheap? Yen Rui remembered that his previous price of fog sacrifice mushroom was about 500 per gram, which was only slightly cheaper than the system mall. He is really extravagant in order to catch a wild beast. Yen Rui sighed. Actually, he wasn't very extravagant. After he found out that green plants could be sold for money, he sold all of them to the master controller. And then suddenly he became very rich. After he had money, he didn't know how to spend it. So he started to buy a lot in the mall again. The system said. I heard from his system that the man said he had become a local tycoon. But if someone buys my things, we won't say we can't sell them. So, we'll continue to put them on the shelf. Put up to 20 flowers. We'll sell them all to him. Chapter 101 Interstellar Cruise. After Yen Rui put the fog sacrifice mushroom on the shelf, he stared at the interface of his personal supermarket for a long time. Since everyone can see his mall, will anyone buy whatever he puts up? But what can maximize his own interests? Yen Rui fell into thinking. And after a while, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. System, I want to ask you something. Yen Rui called the system to his side. Can you make a shop message board for me? What is it for? The system asked in confusion. Don't you dislike chatting with customers? Yes, but I need to know what people need. For example, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that the host of the original plane would like the fog sacrifice mushroom. Yen Rui pulled the system in front of him again, touched his head kindly, and then said, Can you do me this favor? The system looked left and right. It's not impossible. But, what? Yen Rui asked. What do you need? Tell me directly. I will definitely fulfill your wish. Yen Rui rested his chin and looked at the system kindly. The system curled its lips. It will only be so gentle when you need me. Nonsense. Yen Rui immediately raised his voice. He looked at the system with an expression of its true on his face, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. I was wrong. You should talk to the main controller and tell him that adding this function will definitely not be a loss. You will also take a commission from it. If I sell well, you will take more. Okay. I have already reported it. The system spread its hands. And after hearing this, Yenrui immediately gave him a large portion of Odin happily. Odin is different from snacks. Because Odin takes time to cook. And there is only this one machine. So he basically doesn't let the system eat Odin. And the same goes for grilled sausages and buns. Now Yenrui takes the initiative to give it to him. And the system is particularly satisfied. After a while, the system received an announcement from the main control, saying that the personal store will be updated soon and needs an hour of maintenance. No way. The reaction is so fast. Yenrui was a little surprised. Didn't this suggestion just come up? The system nodded. You are now the main control's key observation object. As long as you enter your suggestions, the main control will act on them as soon as possible. Then can you give me some points as a reward? After Yenrui said this, he felt that he was a little daydreaming. Forget it. I'd better check the queue outside. Jian Anchi was helping to carry the goods outside the door. More and more people came to buy green plants. The big rooms carried 10 or 8 pots back. Those who had no money would also join in the fun and buy 1 or 2 pots to change the air. Yenrui's previous fertilizer set was selling like hotcakes. A large number of interstellar points were coming to him. He wondered if this money was enough to buy a spacecraft. Yenrui found Ms. Lily and showed her his balance. Ms. Lily looked at the number on it and thought, you can buy a spacecraft. But you can only buy one of the most advanced ones. You can buy 3 ordinary ones. What's the difference between the most advanced and the most ordinary? Yenrui asked happily. He originally thought that he would buy 2 of the most ordinary ones. One for him and Jian Anchi. But he didn't expect that he would have enough money. I suggest you buy the most advanced one. The most advanced one has an attack mode. And the seats and operation layout are more in line with human behavior rules. The most important thing is to buy new rather than old. The new one has some details, which are always more refined than the old one. For example, both models have aiming functions. But the old version is not as accurate as the new one. Okay. Then I will save up for a few more days and buy 2 of the most advanced ones. Seeing that Yenrui followed her recommendation, Ms. Lily clapped her hands happily. You don't have to wait too long. I can give you a discount when the time comes. Discount? It turned out to be Ms. Lily's family business. No wonder she was so familiar with it. I don't know if they have found the second creature. The book bar happened to be idle now. So Ms. Lily pulled Yenrui to chat. Recently, every night when she asked Baker about the progress of his work, Baker was not in a good mood. If we only find one, we may still wander in the interstellar space as planned. Ms. Lily was melancholy. I would rather not do the starship business in the future than continue to drift in space. Yenrui didn't know how to comfort Ms. Lily. He could only say, my sixth sense is still very accurate. I think you will definitely get what you want this time. Thank you very much. Ms. Lily smiled. But the melancholy in her eyes still could not be dispelled. Many days later, the system even completed the chat interface of the personal store. And Li Siyu and Baker still did not find the second creature on this planet. If they can't find it again, the whole person may explode. Yenrui looked at Li Siyu, who was standing at the door, and Jian Anchi, who was standing beside him, and said, Jian Anchi held the milk tea he made for Yenrui in his hand, and looked at the starship residents, who were walking around Li Siyu. Fortunately, Li Siyu didn't seem to have a good temper before. Otherwise, everyone might be guessing what happened, and it would be easy to become unstable. But Baker's expression is not very good either. Yenrui pointed at Baker, who was sitting in front of Ms. Lily with his head drooping like a drowned puppy. He looked like he was scolded by his mother. And he needed his mother and sister to coax him together. It's just right. He won't arouse suspicion like this. Jian Anchi said. Everyone has their own destiny. Don't worry too much about them. You told me not to worry too much about them. And you also brought them drinks. Materials. Yenrui bumped Jian Anchi with his shoulder. Have you selected the items for the personal shop? Yes. I put all the diamonds we don't need on it. Isn't there a love system? A love system with an urban background should need these. Who wouldn't think this is genius? What else? There are also various simple tools we stocked up before. Hammers and so on. You bought so many at the time. And we didn't use them. So we put them all on it. I think the original plane will need them. The price of such ordinary tools in the system mall is not low. But Jian Anchi's is very cheap. You only need 2 to buy a huge hammer. And a full set of toolboxes only needs 10 points. This is perfect. If we can't sell it, we will put something else. After Yanrui saw Li Siyu's message, his aura instantly brightened. He rushed into the bookstore, walked to Baker regardless of everyone's gaze, and whispered something in his ear. Baker suddenly burst into tears after hearing this. He stood up, opened his arms, and hugged Li Siyu. Li Siyu did not dodge, but responded to his hug. Ms. Lily and Layla, the two insiders, were also excited when they saw this. Ms. Lily hid her emotions very well, but her eyes were slightly red. And Layla was young, and it was difficult to hide her emotions. She threw herself into Ms. Lily's arms and sobbed. Ms. Lily said something to Li Siyu again, and then stuffed a small object into his hand. Yanrui did not see clearly what the two handed over, but after Li Siyu saw it, he also bowed slightly to Ms. Lily. Ms. Lily stepped forward and patted the shoulders of the two. Li Siyu and Baker said goodbye immediately, and then rushed out side by side. After Yanrui walked into the bookstore, he looked at Ms. Lily. After seeing him, Ms. Lily nodded slightly. Yanrui was also happy for them, and breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up to Ms. Lily and asked, "Do you want to have a small cake to celebrate?" Ms. Lily nodded vigorously. She tried her best to control her emotions. Now the news has not been fully disclosed, and there are many people around, so she can only celebrate secretly, because of the hasty preparation. And Ms. Lily and Layla both like to eat strawberry-flavored cakes. Jian Anchi found a small pink strawberry cake with 2 chocolate bars on it. Yanrui gave one to Ms. Lily and Layla. Congratulations. After eating the chocolate, Ms. Lily and Layla said happily, "I never thought that this day would come. As long as you dare to think, nothing is impossible. Baker is very lucky, and his choice will not be wrong." Yes, he is indeed lucky. Ms. Lily pursed her lips and ate the cake in front of her in small bites. At this time, a brave man came over and asked, "Is this cake for celebration?" Ms. Lily thought about it and nodded solemnly, "Yes. It is indeed for celebration." The surprise in the man's eyes was fleeting, and he immediately said with some respect, "Congratulations to both of you. And to you too. Congratulations." Ms. Lily said happily. The man immediately waved his hand. "No. No." Ms. Lily looked at the man's back as he left in a hurry, wondering, "What's wrong with your Aunt Kathy today? Why is she leaving just now? Maybe something happened at home. She just asked me what movie I'm going to play this afternoon." Lila sat back in her seat and whispered, "Let's continue celebrating. After my brother makes the news public, this cake may not be available. You can always buy it if you want." After hearing what Layla said, Yanrui suddenly stood up. Time really doesn't wait for anyone. Jian Anchi. "Let's go!" "Where to?" Jian Anchi asked. Yanrui took him to the kitchen. "Let's start baking the cake now. Didn't you hear what Layla said just now? It may not be available in a while, but there are so many people on the starship, and the two of us probably can't do so much." Jian Anchi frowned. "I don't think this will work." Yanrui's enthusiasm was immediately extinguished, and he calmed down instantly. Indeed, even if he and Jian Anchi worked themselves to death all night, they couldn't make 1,000 cakes. Not even the smallest cupcakes. But if he didn't make this money, he would be a little unwilling. Why don't we think of something else? For example, we can sell small green plants, like succulent plants, but the shape is more like a planet, with a small sticker on it, saying "Create a beautiful home together. Create a beautiful home together." What era is this slogan? Yanrui laughed, but still firmly imprinted Jian Anchi's suggestion in his mind. "I'll go to the system mall to see if there are any similar plants. There are such plants. The leaves are all blue, and there is a slight sense of transparency. The shape is like a lotus. Very, very beautiful. Can you buy a pot for me?" Yanrui didn't know much about plants, but after seeing the pictures pushed out by the system, his eyes were also attracted by the plants in the pictures. "Wow, this is so pretty. And it's not big. Is it a small pot?" "There are fist-sized ones. Not big. And only 10 points for one pot." The system jumped left and right excitedly. "Can you give me one? I really like this one." "Don't say you like it. I like it too." Yanrui showed the picture to Jian Anchi. "This one is really beautiful. And the leaves are blue. When the time comes, write a slogan saying that you hope this planet can become as clear and vibrant as petals in the future. Do you think anyone will buy it? It should be. These residents have a natural liking for plants. With your publicity, many people will flock to them. They will definitely sell well." "That's good. I sell them cheaply." Only 21 pots are needed. Even if others don't buy them, I will be happy to keep them. Yanrui ordered 2,000 pots with a wave of his hand and placed them directly in the space between him and Jian Anchi. I will go write the poster now. It will be too late to make the poster after the news comes out. Jian Anchi and Yanrui immediately got busy. At night, he didn't wait for the news of the discovery of new life on the planet, but heard a piece of news that made him want to poke his eyes out. What did you say? Baker and Li Siyu are getting married? Yanrui looked at the guest in front of him, who was about to gossip with him, and asked in disbelief, Where did you hear that? How could they be together? How could it be impossible? Boss, you sell things here every day. You know that they have a close relationship. After watching the movie, the guest did not go home immediately, but stayed in the supermarket to chat with Yanrui. The news has spread. It is said that the two have had feelings for each other for a long time, but because of the secular perspective, they have not taken the next step. Later, didn't you see that you, Boss Yan, are living a happy life? And I found that everyone doesn't care about this matter at all. As long as they are in love. Who cares whether they are men or women? Just love each other. The guest took a bag of melon seeds and sat on the dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to eat them. Although everyone is under pressure to reproduce, this child is not bad. The more Yanrui listened, the more interesting it became. He changed his posture and started to knock melon seeds against the guest in the air. Is it true? Or did I inspire them? Of course, Boss Yan. Seeing that you and Boss Jian are living such a happy life, many people envy you. The guest said to Yanrui. Before, when Li Siyu was on another planet, he worked every day and patrolled frequently. Every day, he criticized which fleet was not working seriously, or praised which fleet exceeded the task. But after arriving on this planet, he did not make such announcements once. And Baker is the same. You see, everyone thinks Baker is just lucky and was born in a wealthy family. But everyone has been paying attention to him. He has always worked very hard. He was the first to rush to any battle friction before. So the two of them must be. They got together after coming to this planet. I heard that Ms. Lily agreed and gave them her blessing. When did it happen? Yanrui was a little excited. Why didn't Ms. Lily tell me? It would be great if I could be happy too. Oh, it's not that they are hiding it, but the identities of Li Siyu and Baker are there. They must be cautious and stable before they can be made public. Yes, that's right. After Ms. Lily knew that the two of them were together, she was so excited that she cried. Really? Ms. Lily was so happy. I think she still likes Li Siyu in her heart. Jian Anchi came downstairs at this time. Seeing Jian Anchi with a frosty expression, the man immediately took the initiative to put away the garbage. Boss Yan, I'll come back in 2 days. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Jian Anchi looked at Yanrui, whose face still had some excitement from the gossip, and said helplessly, I heard everything you said just now. Don't you think this is a bit fake? Of course it's fake. How could they be together? Yanrui looked at Jian Anchi in disbelief. You didn't believe it, did you? Jian Anchi was speechless for a moment, thinking that Yanrui believed it. Then why are you so excited? I just thought of it as listening to a novel. I just felt that the two of them were quite interesting. Oh, gossip is really human nature. I don't know how Li Siyu and Baker will react after hearing this news. I really want to see their expressions. Yanrui was looking forward to it. He hoped that no one would tell Li Siyu about this matter. Or it would be best if he was there when this matter was thrown to Li Siyu. It's just a pity that Yanrui, who has always had good luck after rebirth, did not get what he wanted this time. What the hell are you talking about? Who am I dating? Li Siyu pointed at Zhong, who looked innocent, and said, You bullshit. Zhong looked confused. Are you really not dating? I heard that Baker cried in your arms. And you two have received permission and blessings from Ms. Lily. And Layla already considers you her sister-in-law. She considers me. Ha! Li Siyu was so angry that he laughed. Who is making up rumors for me? Hurry up. Hurry up and clarify it for me. Clarify? Do you want to broadcast a clarification message in all fleets that Li Siyu and Baker have never had a romantic relationship? Zhong was a little distressed. But if so, everyone will know that you and Baker had such a scandal. Then I won't clarify it. Li Siyu hammered the table hard. If I don't clarify it, what do you think the rumors will spread like? Maybe it will be fine after a while. Or one of you will marry someone else. But if you marry someone else, Some people may think that you two are in love, but can't get along. Oh my! Li Siyu, who has always been calm and self-controlled and consciously has a good temper, was finally completely defeated. For the first time since he was born, he felt so powerless. Then what do you think I should do? Clarifying is not right. And not clarifying is not right either. Do I have to go out and find someone to marry now? Thinking of this possibility, Li Siyu shuddered. It's impossible for me to get married. Then use bigger news to suppress this news. People's attention is limited, and everyone may forget it by then. Isn't there the best news right now? And it's a big news. It's not the right time yet. Although we have found a second species, the laboratory found that humans cannot live in this environment for a long time when checking the air content of the planet. So it is very likely that it will not work. Li Siyu didn't want to give everyone too high expectations. He hoped to announce the news after he was completely sure. If this planet didn't work, he would have to bear the huge change from expectation to disappointment alone. Then you can only wait slowly, or stay away from Baker for the next 2 days. But if you two are too far away, someone might think you two are avoiding suspicion. Go. 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 Go as far as you can. Li Siyu kicked the table hard, almost sending the heavy metal table flying. Zhongzheng shrank his neck and left without a second thought. It was scary. An angry Li Siyu was scary. And a furious Li Siyu was even scarier. But Li Siyu would get angry, but he would not take it out on the people around him. Zhongzheng recalled his year-end bonus, touched his chest and muttered to himself, maybe this is pain and happiness. Yanrui hadn't seen Li Siyu for a few days, and didn't know what he was doing. He gradually put the scandal between Li Siyu and Baker behind him. Zhongzheng showed up that day. He found Yanrui and said, the captain asked me to buy him a few books. They should be crime-solving suspense books, preferably the kind with rumors. After hearing this, Yanrui looked meaningful and said, you can go find Ms. Lily. Ms. Lily is in charge of this work now. Zhongzheng smiled and said, our captain won't let you. It was over. Yanrui was completely disappointed. He still missed the moment when Li Siyu was furious. After Zhongzheng paid the bill, he took Li Siyu's book out the door. But he stepped back and asked with some curiosity, manager, do you know what Baker's expression was when he knew about this rumor? Yes. Yanrui nodded. He heard the rumor when he came to pick up Ms. Lily from get off work. What was his reaction? Zhongzheng looked excited. Did he curse? Of course not, Yanrui said. Baker just laughed and said it wasn't true. And that was it. And that was it? Zhongzheng couldn't believe it. Compared to Baker, Li Siyu's reaction was too much. He really has a bad temper. Chapter 102 Interstellar Cruise. Have you found the third species? Li Siyu has been very irritable these days. And Zhongzheng is the only one in the entire starship who dares to report to Li Siyu. Now Zhongzheng looked at Li Siyu, who had not slept for several days and whose face had turned pale, and persuaded him, Captain, take a rest. Everyone has been working in 3 shifts. If it exists, we will definitely find it. How can you let me sleep? Li Siyu grabbed a handful of hair, put down his hand and looked at the hair in his palm, and sat up impatiently. What did Baker say? Zhongzheng has become the messenger between Li Siyu and Baker. He said he would try his best and asked you not to worry. And he also said that he hopes you can pay attention to your body and not overwork. Li Siyu, get out. Zhongzheng walked to the door skillfully, and when he pushed the door, he heard Li Siyu's instructions. Tell Baker that I will go out for patrol tonight, and ask him not to come. Okay, Captain. Zhongzheng looked back at Li Siyu, shook his head, and turned away. At this time, Yanrui was refuting rumors with the customers in the store. They are really not together. They are just distributing the resources of this planet. Of course, that's what he told me personally. I won't say anything nonsense. If you don't believe me, go ask Ms. Lily. If you don't dare to ask, come and ask me. Yanrui's eyes narrowed with laughter. What I said is true. I guarantee with my interstellar points that they are really not together. Yanrui likes this plane. The people in this plane are more energetic than those in other planes. It feels that good things have not cast any haze on these people. Everyone is happy and very satisfied with their lives. In the previous planes that Yanrui had experienced, everyone had an indelible haze on their faces. But not here. Many people are very satisfied with their lives. It is not ruled out that some people are not satisfied with this kind of life. But more of them are looking forward to future life. I don't know what the next galaxy will look like. Boss Yin, why don't you go with us? Maybe you will like the next galaxy more. After the movie was over in the evening, a few people didn't want to go back to the starship, so they chatted in the supermarket. The temperature was just right, and many people sat at the door of the supermarket, enjoying the breeze, drinking beverages, and having fun nearby. It's getting dark. Why don't you go back? Yin Rui followed them to the door. He pulled a plastic stool that had been prepared long ago and said to the guest at the door, "Aren't you afraid of any danger at night?" "What danger is there? We will go back together. There are fleet guards patrolling nearby. We have rarely heard of any crime." "That's not bad." Yin Rui took out a deck of cards. "Do you know how to play?" "Yes. This thing is also very popular on the starship. There are not only paper versions of this game, but also electronic versions. The gameplay is passed down from ancestors, and no one will forget it. Tell me how to play." Yin Rui also felt a little itchy. Before, there were only him and Jian Anchi, and at most, the system was added, so he never thought of playing poker or mahjong. This time, there happened to be so many people together. Not only were they not afraid of him, but they were also willing to be friends with him. The opportunity was not to be missed. "Do you know how to play mahjong?" Yin Rui played with everyone at the door until 12 o'clock. It was only when Jian Anchi urged him to rest early that he reluctantly left the table. However, someone immediately replaced him when he left the table. Even before he entered the room, someone greeted him. "Boss Yin, stop playing mahjong and play poker." Yin Rui was tempted, but he felt his wrist tighten, and hurriedly replied, "No. No. I can't stay up late. I'm going to rest first. Everyone, eat and have fun. And you can help yourself in the supermarket if you want." "Okay." Many people listened to Yin Rui's words without turning their heads, just made a gesture to reassure him, and returned to Yin Rui upstairs, saying with some emotion, "I haven't had such a relaxing time." Jian Anchi pushed him to the bathroom. "You can't stay up late no matter how relaxed you are. Wash up quickly, and then go to bed." Yin Rui nodded, washed his face obediently, changed into pajamas, opened the door, and said good night to Jian Anchi before lying on the bed, closing his eyes and preparing to fall asleep. At 12:30, Jian Anchi went downstairs to check if it had enough compressed oxygen. As a result, he heard a familiar voice just as he reached the corner of the stairs. "Won? I won." Jian Anchi looked at Yin Rui, whose eyes were shining, and sighed deeply. When Yin Rui was immersed in the joy of winning, the 90,000 in front of him was covered by a shadow that appeared out of thin air. Yin Rui's heart tightened. He looked up at the person standing next to him, pursed his lips, and the guilty expression on his face could not be hidden. "Oh, Boss Jian, just play this once." Boss Yin has won a lot of Interstellar points, enough to buy 10 bottles of Vitality. Yin Rui nodded vigorously at Jian Anchi. Yes, yes, Vitality is very useful. A bit like a physical enhancer, an enhanced version of skin care products. They are all taking it. Yin Rui picked up the bottle that his poker friend had just given him. "It's very delicious. And mine is green grape flavor." "Jian Anchi, are you advertising Vitality to me?" Jian Anchi tried to keep a straight face, but Yin Rui, who looked up with bright eyes and pleading at him, was so cute that he couldn't be serious no matter how hard he tried. "Well, do you want coffee?" Jian Anchi surrendered immediately. Yin Rui saw Jian Anchi compromise and immediately said, "Then I want sugar and milk. Give us one too." Not only Yin Rui's poker friends, but also poker friends at other tables were quietly listening to the noise here. If Jian Anchi forced Yin Rui to go upstairs to rest, who knows what the rumors would be like tomorrow? With Li Siyu and Baker as seniors, Jian Anchi didn't want to gamble. "I don't know what ingredients are in the Vitality essence." Even though Yin Rui played mahjong all night and played 2 games of poker in the middle, he was still energetic the next morning. His poker friends from last night didn't go home. Instead, they found a place where there were no movie seats, and it didn't affect Yin Rui's business, and continued to play hard. Even if Yin Rui wanted to join, he had to stop for the sake of business. He looked at the people who were still playing mahjong outside and said with some envy, "How can they be so rich? Don't they have to go to work? The welfare of the fleet is good. There are 6 fleets, and the welfare of the fleet belonging to Baker is good. Even if you don't go to work, you can still receive welfare every month. If you choose to go to work, the salary is higher than that of people in other fleets. Those people are from the Baker fleet. If they gossip about Baker behind his back, won't Baker be angry? Why should he be angry? Isn't it just a few words? Even if we gossip about Li Siyu, Li Siyu won't punish us. The guest shrugged. If you think about everything when you speak, and dare not say this or that, then life will be too depressing. Yin Rui nodded, thinking so. They all live in a small space like a starship. If they are more restricted, it will be no different from being in prison. Rui. The fog mushrooms in my personal shop are out of stock again. The system jumped over at this time and said to Yin Rui, should I continue to stock up? Are there no other things to sell besides the fog mushrooms? Yin Rui opened the interface of the system all. I can't just sell the fog mushrooms. I don't have much stock left. I sold 2 toolboxes. And the man in the original plane asked if I could find him 2 cheap chainsaws. How come this man has money and no money? I feel that compared with the chainsaw, he needs a financial investment class more. Although the fog mushrooms are good, but you don't need to buy so many at once. He only bought 2. And the rest were bought by the host in the magic plane, saying that they could be used to make psychedelic potions, the system said. In addition, the diamond was also sold. And someone left a message asking if 2 more gems of similar size, but with colors could be put up. I don't have any, Yin Rui said. I don't have many of those things. Yin Rui recalled the things he had exchanged from the Beast King. Then I'll pick 2 to hang up. Anyway, even if I go home, I have to exchange money. So it's better to exchange points for economical. Yes. Money is not as cost-effective as points. The system agreed with Yin Rui's words. Your previous diamonds were not bought by the host of the love system, but by a wealthy villain. It's fine as long as they can be sold. Maybe the 2 diamonds were bought by the same person. Yin Rui didn't care. But they are all wealthy villains. Why are they saving money when buying things? He thought wealthy villains didn't look at the price when buying things. The host of the wealthy villain was originally a child of an ordinary family. He used to buy socks for 3 pairs for 10 yuan. Habits are really hard to change. Yin Rui looked outside the door and looked at Jian Anchi, who was helping to serve the guests outside the door. He said, it's as if I have already gotten used to Jian Anchi being by my side all the time. Okay. I don't want to listen anymore. I'm leaving. The system covered its ears and fled in the vastness. And it also ran away in a flash. The only thing that couldn't move was the small pot of green plants in front of Yin Rui. Yin Rui could only inject his special power into the green plant out of boredom. He didn't know what he was insisting on. He was just curious about what it would look like when it grew up. He would grow up before he died. So he should be able to live for a long time. Just when Yin Rui was lost in thought, a small exclamation came from outside the door. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yin Rui immediately poked his head out. And the people who were shopping in the supermarket also put down their goods and tiptoed outside to see what was going on. How did Baker and Li Siyu get together? Wait. This sentence is ambiguous. They are not together. Look. Baker is following Li Siyu. Just like before. Someone with a discerning eye said. Li Siyu walked towards Yin Rui, while Baker rushed directly to the book bar, picked up Ms. Lily with great excitement, and spun her in the air. Did you find it? Yin Rui also spoke with surprise. The 2 of them standing together obviously meant that the work had made progress, and the probability that Li Siyu was willing to appear with Baker was extremely low. It could only be good news. And the news had to be so good that he was willing to ignore this discomfort. Li Siyu also swept away the previous haze, nodded and said, you can hang up your sign tomorrow, and I will announce the good news tonight. After Li Siyu finished speaking, he pointed at Yin Rui's table with his finger. You know what you should do. Yin Rui was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, took out the book prepared for Li Siyu from the space, and said at the same time, although you haven't been here for a long time, I have always kept it for you. Li Siyu paid the bill and walked away without looking at anyone. After he left, many people gathered around him. What good news! Why is he and Baker together again? Why did Baker pick up Ms. Lily again? Didn't they deny the rumor? It's hard not to think too much. They are really not together. Yin Rui once again denied the rumor. But Li Siyu said that the news will be announced tonight. So you just have to wait and see. There is also a mahjong game tonight. I'll buy you the melon seeds and drinks tonight. Yin Rui said first. Although I can't reveal any news to you, I can tell you in advance how you will be treated tonight. Great. With free melon seeds and drinks. Many people decided to go back and change clothes in advance, and then fight until dawn in the evening. After a while, when everyone's attention was all shifted to guessing what news would be announced tonight, Yanrui carefully pulled Jian Anchi over. Is the table for flowers ready? Ready. Are the posters ready too? Ready. Are the people ready? Ready. Jian Anchi pointed at himself. I'm ready. Yanrui looked around and saw no one. So he stood on tiptoe and kissed Jian Anchi on the cheek. Thank you for your hard work. Jian Anchi breathed in unison, frowned, and pretended to be indifferent. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Looking at Jian Anchi leaving hand and foot, Yanrui laughed so hard that his stomach hurt behind him. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Some people didn't want to eat the food on the starship, so they ordered a bowl of noodles and a bowl of oden in the supermarket, which was their favorite dinner. Some people were so addicted to playing cards that they just made do with a piece of bread or a sandwich. However, this was only considered as a makeshift meal in the eyes of Yanrui, who had 4 dishes and a soup for dinner. In the eyes of many people, this was considered the simplest delicacy. The notice will be sent at 7:30. What do you think they will send? I guess they found some mineral deposits. Didn't they find a super energy body that could power a starship to sail for 10 years last time? They celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights at that time. I wonder what the energy body they found this time looks like. It's possible that it's not an energy body. This broken place is desolate and there's nothing. Maybe it's preparing to leave early. Sometimes it changes to a nearby planet, or it contacts people from other galaxies. When I was a child, I contacted the guards of a nearby galaxy once. At that time, I had a banquet for several days. At that time, my family didn't let me go out, saying that they were afraid that I would embarrass the starship. Let's forget about embarrassment. It's probably possible that Li Siyu has a partner, and he has to sign a confidentiality agreement. What partner is that? Is that responsible? Yanrui found that everyone was more interested in emotional gossip. People like him, who had never lived in this interstellar, were more interested in the super energy body and the guards of other galaxies. I have to say that the life here makes him yearn for it. Don't guess. You will know when the time comes. But do you know that someone a few days ago? Who? Yanrui also pricked up his ears. And even the voice of calling cards became more stable. It's time. It's time. Put down your cards first. When the time was almost up, everyone put down their things, and Yanrui also put his cards on, waiting for the final announcement. At 7:30, everyone received a message on their communicators. According to the Starship Laboratory, 3 types of life forms have been found on this planet, and it is preliminarily determined that this planet is a habitable planet. This fleet will extend its stay on this planet and conduct further testing. For a moment, the noisy venue became silent. Some people did not understand the meaning of it, touched the card friends around them, and asked, what does this mean? Why do I feel that we are asked to stay on this planet? It seems so. The people around him murmured in disbelief. They read the short message back and forth, with thousands of thoughts in their minds. Yanrui looked at the performance of the people around him, and was confused for a while. Such good news. When you see it for the first time, shouldn't you cheer and jump for joy? Why are you all so calm? Pa. Yanrui turned his head and saw the card player opposite him with tears falling down, even dripping on the card table in front of him. Then many people finally reacted to the meaning of this message. Finally, after a short calm, the scene suddenly became boiling. Ah! Some people cheered and released their emotions to their heart's content. Someone wiped his tears and couldn't breathe for a while. More people hugged their friends and cried bitterly. Even if the news was not sent in a certain tone, they all knew that they had finally met the dawn of life. From then on, they finally had a stopover, and were no longer a group of interstellar wanderers drifting in the void. Seeing this, Yanrui quickly distributed several packs of toilet paper to each table. Seeing everyone's red eyes, tears welled up in his eyes. It's really not easy. Yanrui sighed. It's really not easy for them. Jian Anchi hugged Yanrui's shoulders. The two stood silently in the corner watching everyone's reactions. When everyone finished venting and the emotions became calm, Yanrui stood up. Everyone should drink some water. Yanrui gave everyone a bottle of mineral water. At this time, someone looked at Yanrui and said, "It's a good thing I came here today. If I were alone at home, no one would give me water. Then you can find a partner. And then you can pass him water, And he can pass you water. Isn't that enough? Everyone is in high spirits now. And a small thing can make them laugh. Yin Rui is also infected by this mood, and waved his hand. Everyone can go to the supermarket to get whatever they want to eat. I will treat everyone tonight. Then we won't be polite. Most people seem to have forgotten that they still had cards to play. And they all stood up and rushed to the supermarket. The system stood by the cashier, staring at them with big eyes. Some people have always liked the system, but have never had the courage to touch it. Today is different. Many people have the courage to touch it, and then turn around and run. The angry system squeaked. Some people saw a huge poster of blue plants after walking out of the supermarket, and a table of plants they had never seen before. Blue heart lotus. What your future home looks like. Who wouldn't be moved by this? Boss, how do you grow this? Many people were moved by the blue lotus. It was so beautiful. The leaves were bright blue, which was attractive. The stems were light milky white. The two colors matched each other and looked full of vitality. Add to that the advertising slogan. And those who have money will place an order directly. This is easy to grow. Just water it once every 3 days. Buy a pot of flowers and get a pot of soil for free. You can loosen the soil every day, and you can fill it up properly when it grows up. Yin Rui collected the interstellar points and said with a smile, "This blue is pretty. I think the most beautiful planet in the interstellar should be the blue planet with bright light. It looks full of vitality. What do you think?" Of course. Of course. Blue is the best. There is water. It is not as dark as the outside of this planet. It looks like it is impossible to live there. What are you talking about? This planet has 3 kinds of primitive life forms, which is more than the primitive life forms of all the planets I have seen in recent years. And we may live on this planet for a long time in the future. Looking at the discussion of the guests, Yin Rui smiled and guided. It is said that life is lived by oneself, and the planet is also cultivated by oneself. Although this planet is dark now, it may be able to cultivate this blue color in the future. So do you want to try it out with a pot to see if I am right? Yes. That night, everyone had at least one pot of blue heart lotus at hand. They were even reluctant to put it in the space button. They had to put it in their hands to feel at ease. I won't stay up late tonight. Everyone can help themselves to whatever they want. Good night. Yin Rui got off the card table and took the initiative to go upstairs. After washing up, he saw Jian Anchi sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. But it was obvious that his thoughts had flown away. Yin Rui walked to the door and was about to close it when he stopped dead in his tracks. He poked his head out and said to Jian Anchi, who was sitting at the door, "You're not feeling well in the living room, are you? Do you want to come into my room and keep an eye on me?" Chapter 103 Interstellar Cruise. Yin Rui felt much better when he saw Jian Anchi's face turn red. He closed the door and slept until dawn. The next morning, when he just got up, he saw the system hurriedly looking for him and urged, "Why are you so slow? What's wrong?" Yin Rui yawned and looked at the anxious system. What happened? What else could happen? The system jumped onto Yin Rui's waist and then climbed up to Yin Rui's shoulders. There are suddenly so many people outside. How many can there be? Yin Rui hurriedly brushed his teeth, wiped his face, and went downstairs. There's such a big place outside. It's not like there's no place to line up. After Yin Rui opened the door, he was stunned in the spot. Why are you still standing there? Set the table. They are all here to buy blue heart lotus. The system grabbed Yin Rui's ear and urged him anxiously in a low voice. Yin Rui rubbed his face and immediately took action. When setting the table, he did not forget to chat with the guests in the front line. Why did you suddenly come to my place when you were not celebrating on the starship? Yin Rui did not quite understand. It should be a national celebration now. Yes, but there is no unified celebration ceremony. After all, it has not been determined whether this planet can survive. But we are all ready to have a party in private. Boss Yin, do you want to join the party at my house? What is Boss Yin going to do at your house? Boss Yin, of course, is going to my house. I have spent tens of thousands of interstellar points here. The people behind were making a lot of noise, and even tried to grab Yin Rui. Yin Rui hurriedly stopped them. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to hold a banquet here. If you have time, you can come. Yin Rui placed the blue heart lotus on the table. Don't worry. I have a lot of stock here. Everyone can definitely buy it. Really? Then I want 10. The first person in line was not polite. Rui pinched his waist and looked at him proudly. Just 10. Don't think you can scare me. The man smiled. He scanned the Interstellar points and walked into the supermarket. I have to buy some snacks. The snacks in the shops on the starship are not as delicious as yours. This time Jian Anchi stood behind the cashier. Seeing that the queue outside was in order, he did not come forward to help, but instead stood firm at the cashier. Later, because there were too many people, Rui simply asked the system to stand by the cashier and asked him to help watch the guests pay by themselves, and then diverted another table and asked Jian Anchi to come out and sell Blue Heart Lotus with him. Why do you all want to buy this? Rui was a little curious. These customers were even more active than when he was selling green plants before. Ms. Lily posted the photos on the Star Network. Ms. Lily rarely posts photos, but every time she recommends something, it can create a trend. Is Ms. Lily actually a fashion trendsetter on the starship? Rui suddenly felt that arranging her as a waitress in the book bar was a bit of a waste of talent. Otherwise, how could so many people come out of the starship to patronize your book bar? Don't you think that you have more customers after Ms. Lily worked here? Rui recalled the number of customers in the past 2 days. And then he realized. It turned out that it was Ms. Lily who helped. Of course, there was a period of time when Ms. Lily rarely went out, and everyone thought she was unwilling to share her life. Later, it was surprising to hear that she worked here. Rui chatted with several customers in front of him. Every time a customer left, the person behind could continue their conversation, which shows that Ms. Lily is really famous. But Ms. Lily only told me that everyone knows Li Layla. Rui packed 10 pots of Blue Heart Lotus for the customer in front of him. The customer behind heard what he said and continued to lean over and said, "It's not that everyone knows Li Layla. Everyone knows Ms. Lily first. So that's it." The customer continued, "But the goods here are still good. Boss, Ms. Lily has recommended many shops before. The ones recommended by Ms. Lily are good. But some shop owners are not good. Yes. Some shop owners raise the price after being recommended by Ms. Lily. Although they are popular for a while, they have to drop back to the original price in the end. There are also shop owners who went bankrupt directly because Ms. Lily said that his clothes are only worth the original price. After the price increase, they are not worth it at all. But boss, where did you get these green plants? Do you have a partner? How about I cooperate with you?" Some people have started to think about making friends with Rui and making a fortune by the way. Boss Yen is good friends with Li Siyu and Baker. If they want to cooperate, you can still be one of them. Everyone who heard it laughed. The person who made the suggestion blushed. "I just want to give it a try. Maybe Boss Yen will get dizzy and agree." Rui smiled and said, "What's there to cooperate about? Just take a flying vehicle to buy here. There's no price difference. But only a few people come here. Don't look at the long queues behind. The real customer flow here can't compare to the commercial street of the starship." Hearing this, Rui's heart was instantly moved. He pricked up his ears and asked, "What does the commercial street on your starship look like?" "Each fleet has its own commercial street. Anyway, the commercial street of our fleet is a whole starship full of shops. In addition to shops, there are also amusement parks and so on. Anyway, there are only. Otherwise, there is nothing to do at work. So if everyone wants to go out, they will go to this commercial starship to spend time. And each starship has its own small commercial street. Although there is no store as large as the entire starship, it is indeed very good to visit." After Rui packed up and sent another customer away, he continued to ask, "Then can the shops on your commercial starship be rented at will?" "It should be possible. But you still have to talk to the captain in this case. Because after all, you are not a member of our starship. And we don't know what procedures are required." "That's right. After all, they have to apply for a visa-like pass to visit nearby starships." After receiving this news, Rui quietly remembered it in his heart. After a busy day, Rui closed the door and discussed with Jian Anchi, "Do you think we should apply to open a shop on the starship? Can we take care of it?" Jian Anchi asked back. "We probably can't take care of it. And there are a total of 6 fleets. Plus Li Siyu's private soldiers. Which fleet to choose is still a problem. Do we have to hire local people at that time? Local people don't know much about our products. So it may not be very effective." Rui has thought about this problem. "In fact, what I want is that we open a shop in each of these fleets. And we can't favor one over the other. Open all of them?" Jian Anchi was a little surprised after hearing his words. How do we solve the problem of manpower in this way? Or do you plan not to put too many products on the shelves and use the shops over there to divert customers to our main store? Jian Anchi's words did make Yanrui think. But after thinking about it, he still objected. Diversion should not work. There will always be people who are too lazy to make a trip. And there will still be some loss of customer flow. Jian Anchi changed his posture and pretended to hold Yanrui's hand casually. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to leave this matter to the system. Yanrui smiled, held Jian Anchi's hand, and then called the system in his mind. Where are you? Come on. I have something to tell you. The system didn't want to listen, but he still appeared in front of the two. Yanrui watched as a monkey shadow appeared faintly on the table. Then the shadow solidified. And finally the image of the system appeared in front of the two. What are you practicing? The great invisibility technique? Yanrui immediately forgot the original intention of calling the system over. Can you teach me? No. The system refused cruelly. Because I don't have my own physical body. This is the only way to succeed. You are a person with. This method is not suitable for you. Yanrui sighed a little disappointedly. Okay then. Then why did you call me over? The system was confused. And Yanrui realized it later. Do you have robots for sale? Of course we have. The system looked a little unbelievable. The technology of our Amoin galaxy is higher than that of this plane. How could we not have robots? That's great. I want 7 robots. Yanrui snapped his fingers. It doesn't have to be too high-end. As long as it can help with cash register. Then why don't you buy an automatic checkout machine? The system was puzzled. And you have bought this thing before. Just put it at the door if you need it. But there are many things that automatic checkout machines can't do. Such as restocking, sorting goods, and security. Although it is safe on the starship. You can't be too careless. After all, the saying no one picks up lost items on the road, and no one locks the door at night still exists in books. He is a businessman. So he must consider all aspects. It's the kind that others can tell is a robot. If there is any neglect, no one should be too harsh. Yanrui leaned back and leaned directly into Jian Anchi's arms. He subconsciously wanted to get up. But Jian Anchi was bolder at this time. He hugged Yanrui and asked him to keep this posture. Then he spoke. And his low voice surrounded Yanrui's ears. The most important thing is to let everyone know that the main store of this store is on the planet, not in the starship. And we must have a flagship product. If we want to make money, we must make a name for ourselves. Then sell green plants. Let everyone know that green plants can only be bought from me. Yanrui said. Then we will spread the reputation of our Li Siyu supermarket. When Jian Anchi heard the name of the supermarket, he was in a trance for a while. He worked in the supermarket every day, but he rarely looked up at the plaque. He even felt that the name was a bit strange to him. Isn't this name a bit rustic? Yanrui looked at Jian Anchi. But when I opened the supermarket at that time, I asked a master to calculate that this name would definitely make me rich and powerful. How is it rustic? It's just an ordinary supermarket name. Jian Anchi kissed the top of Yanrui's head. Then is there such a robot? Jian Anchi looked up at the system and asked. The system had a tangled expression. He looked through the list in the mall and said uncomfortably, yes. There is. But the price may be a bit high for you. It's high. So how high can it be? Can a robot cost 50 million points? That's not the case. Hearing this, the system breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously, feeling that it had been infected by Yanrui's stinginess. One only needs 10 million. 10 million is not a small amount for Yanrui. Yanrui sighed with melancholy. I don't know what the situation is on the starship. Let's go up and take a look. If we are allowed to open a store, and the situation is good, it won't be too late to buy this robot. Yanrui patted Jian Anchi's abdominal muscles. How about this decision? Jian Anchi nodded and said yes. Yanrui supported his arm and wanted to get up, but was pulled down by Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi first glanced at the system, and the system immediately understood. His figure gradually faded, and the whole monkey gradually disappeared in the room. Yanrui was a little panicked, and he stuttered a little. You, what are you doing? Nothing. Can't I just chat with you? Just the two of us. Jian Anchi's Adam's apple moved. He encouraged himself all day and finally had the courage to take Yanrui into his arms. Jian Anchi, who had never been in a relationship, had found a lot of love advice on the internet before. But when it came to putting it into practice, he was a little at a loss. Then let's chat. Yin Rui leaned his head on Jian Anchi's shoulder, and the two looked left and right, and were silent for a while. Then, do you want to eat some fruit? Jian Anchi thought for a long time, and his empty brain finally came up with this sentence. Yin Rui was speechless, looking up at Jian Anchi, and asked in disbelief, "Is this what you want to tell me?" Jian Anchi's mind went blank, and he subconsciously answered, "Ah." Yin Rui was so angry that he hit Jian Anchi's shoulder hard. Who asks this at the beginning of a relationship? Have we been together for 50 years or something? Are we an old married couple? Jian Anchi was stunned. But after seeing Yin Rui's expression, he also knew that he was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything nice. He took a deep breath. Then Okay. Don't say anything. Yin Rui held his forehead and turned to walk towards the room. Jian Anchi subconsciously wanted to hold him back. But after seeing Yin Rui walk into the room, he took out a notebook. The problem between us is that we are too familiar with each other. There are some things that can't be said in person. Right? Yin Rui sat back next to Jian Anchi again, and skillfully lifted Jian Anchi's hand and placed it on his shoulder. Yin Rui leaned in his arms, opened the notebook in his hand, and said, "This is a new notebook. If you want to say something in the future but are embarrassed to speak, just write it on paper and mark the date on it. In the evening, we can each look through what the other has written to us. How about it?" Jian Anchi nodded vigorously. This method is really suitable for him. He wants to write 8,000 words now. Yin Rui is so smart. He really knows himself. Then I'll write first. Yin Rui drew a big heart on the first page, wrote Yin Rui's own name on the left side of the heart, and Jian Anchi's name on the right side, and then put a heart frame around it. Put it on the table. Whoever wants to write can write. After Yin Rui finished drawing the heart, he put the pen and the notebook on the coffee table, and then stood up as if he had fulfilled a wish, and then tightened his wrist. Yin Rui turned around. "Don't you have anything to write?" Yin Rui looked at Jian Anchi, who was looking at him expectantly, and raised his chin a little proudly. "I have come up with such a good idea. Shouldn't you write the first one?" Jian Anchi let go of his hand and nodded seriously. "Indeed, I should write it." Yin Rui walked up and touched Jian Anchi's hair, who was sitting on the sofa. "I am looking forward to your work." Jian Anchi nodded solemnly. "Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down." Yin Rui felt strange in his heart, but he felt that he had solved a problem in his heart, and now he was a lot more relaxed. The next morning, when Yin Rui was sorting out the goods downstairs, he heard someone calling him. When he came out, he saw Li Siyu standing at the door, his whole body filled with joy. "You came just in time. Help me move the blue heart lotus in these boxes." Li Siyu didn't expect that Yin Rui would ask him for help as soon as he passed by, but because he was in a good mood, he didn't care and happily helped him move the blue heart lotus to the door. Seeing Li Siyu's actions, everyone at the door was shocked. When did the relationship between these two people become so good? Who in the entire starship dared to drive Li Siyu to move things? Yin Rui didn't know what these people were thinking, but asked Li Siyu to stand beside him. "What's the good news? You look so happy." Yin Rui chatted with him, but his hands didn't stop. There were just as many people buying blue heart lotus today as yesterday, and he couldn't stop for a while. Seeing that he was too busy, Li Siyu also lent a hand from time to time. "We found the fifth creature. Congratulations." Yin Rui was happy for Li Siyu from the bottom of his heart. The more creatures that were originally on the planet he found, the greater the probability of staying on this planet. 10 pots. Goodbye. Yin Rui handed the packed box to the customer in front of him, and then asked the customer in line behind him, "How many pots do you want to buy?" Li Siyu didn't care that Yin Rui's full attention was not on him. Although those creatures are black and look poisonous, they are actually not poisonous after testing. After we did the experiment, we found that some of them tasted good. For example, my fog sacrifice mushroom. Right? Yin Rui got some free time and looked up at Li Siyu. "Have you found someone to surround me over there?" "Of course, I looked for it. We work in 3 shifts. There will definitely be a lot of mushrooms inside. But can you sell me some when the time comes? Your mushrooms taste pretty good." Li Siyu licked his lips and said with some reluctance, "In fact, this kind of fungus food is the most on the starship. They have special planting techniques. The yield is not so high when used on other organisms, but when used on mushrooms, it can even feed many people. But even so, the taste of Yin Rui's fog-sacrificing mushrooms is still a bit intoxicating. Of course, I'll sell it if you pay enough." But what are the other things besides the fog mushroom? There is a patch of black grass growing in the cracks of the rocks. The grass is extremely tenacious, and its seeds can be used as medicine. It is very useful for treating migraines. There is a companion insect in the middle of the grass, but it is the size of a fingernail. Although we haven't found out what kind of companion relationship they have. There are such insects wherever there is grass. Did you find more than one? That's really congratulations. Is there a water source on this planet? Speaking of this, Li Siyu was even more excited without any disguise. He didn't even mind letting the residents around him hear his discovery. Of course there is water. But the water is underground, not on the surface. Although Li Siyu didn't have much expression, his excited eyes couldn't be concealed at all. And he was completely different from his previous iceberg image. If the water is underground, how much area does it cover? What is the surface soil like? Can we build houses on it? There is a 60% chance that it is possible, because the surface of this planet is not land but rock. This rock is very special. It is waterproof, fireproof, and electrical proof. It is extremely stable, even if it is only 1 meter thick. It is no problem to build a 1-story building. That's amazing. Yin Rui sighed from the bottom of his heart. Then just a thin layer of foundation is enough. Right? Almost. Anyway, if you use new building materials to build a house, just a little foundation is enough to stabilize the position of the house. Li Siyu said loudly. In short, we now have a 60% chance of living on this planet. Wow. Good. Yeah. Cheers came one after another. Li Siyu felt satisfied when he saw such residents. Yin Rui looked at Li Siyu, who was holding his hands behind his back with a proud expression, and smiled and shook his head. It seems that Li Siyu has already shown off to his men in the starship, but he is still not satisfied, but wants to give more feedback. While everyone was cheering, Yin Rui pulled Li Siyu and whispered in his ear, although you said 60%, it is basically certain that you can settle on this planet. Li Siyu nodded. Of course, he was sure that he could survive on this planet. Even if he said 60%, everyone would take it as 100%. So he was cautious about making the news public. Now, under the detection of several starships' joint laboratories, it has been confirmed that this planet is habitable. And the laboratory led by Gary has verified their statement. But now there is only one last problem. That is, there is no oxygen on this planet. If everyone wants to move freely outside, they still need a lot of compressed oxygen. However, their compressed oxygen technology is fully mature, and it is even difficult to find a direction for upgrading. So this matter was put in the least important condition. It's just that we may need more compressed oxygen in the future. So I have decided that the first factory on this planet is a factory that manufactures compressed oxygen. Do you want to invest in it? Li Siyu said to Yin Rui with a smile. The first factory on this planet has extraordinary significance. Yin Rui waved his hand hurriedly. No. I think it's better to forget it. Anyway, I will leave soon. And there is no point in keeping the shares. By the way, I want to tell you something. Yin Rui was busy with his hands just now, and almost forgot the most important thing. I want to open a shop on your starship. What conditions do I need to meet? You want to open a shop? Li Siyu looked at Yin Rui with admiration. Can you handle it? Yin Rui nodded. I will find a way myself. I just want to know if I can open it. Do I need to sign any contract or pay a rental deposit or something? Or do I need to sign a confidentiality agreement or something for someone from an alien galaxy like me? You need to sign a confidentiality agreement and a letter of guarantee to verify your interstellar identity. Once you are sure, you will be qualified to open a shop. Li Siyu said it calmly. And then he asked, which commercial starship do you want to open a shop on? I want to open a shop on every commercial starship. After Yin Rui answered, he felt Li Siyu's silence, and he did not turn back, but continued, are the procedures for every starship like this? They are all similar. They should also make it convenient for you. But if every starship opens a shop, can you handle it? Or do you want to hire local residents? If you add local residents, do you need to train them? Yin Rui shook his head. I don't hire local residents. I am Boss Yin. Why don't you hire local residents? I was thinking that if you hire, I can take a position here. I'm from the Leicester fleet. The main reason is that I really don't need it for the time being. I have other plans. Sorry. Some customers who heard the news sighed regretfully. Although they said that the benefits were good and they were not short of money. They would be Ms. Lily's colleagues if they could work for Yin Rui. And Yanrui's supermarket is so good. There are so many novel things. If there is an internal price or something, they can take advantage of it. It's a pity that Yanrui directly blocked their plans. Sure enough, good jobs are not for outsiders. If you want to choose a location for the shop, you can ask Zhong. He is very good at this. After Li Siyu mentioned this name, his eyes were stern. He suddenly thought of something, and then hurriedly said goodbye to Yanrui. I have something to do, and I have to leave first. Goodbye. Yanrui waved his hand randomly in his direction, and Li Siyu left in a hurry. Then, he heard the customer in front of him say, Why are you running? It feels like you have made a mistake, and you want to run away. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. If he knows, he will fine you. Yanrui smiled and handed the blue heart lotus in front of him to the customer. Hello. Not leaving yet. Go to the supermarket to buy some things first, and then watch a movie later. Because the queue at the door was too long. The movie playing at the door had to be cancelled. So the supermarket had only 3 projection screens left, and it was crowded for a while. What movie will Miss Layla play today? Watching Layla walk out of the door, someone asked in Layla's direction. Layla smiled and raised the DVD in her hand. Today we're playing If Love Can Go Back to the Past, Communication Lock, and finally Secret Chamber. I'll write the posters later, and you can choose whatever you want. When will you play Gourmet Man and Woman again? My friend said she was hungry after watching it. And The Great Escape. I didn't get enough of it last time. Miss Layla. I also want to watch Computer Knows You and Me. This kind of retro love movie is really to my taste. Layla smiled and responded. Everyone write down the movies you want to watch in the notebook. I will replay it according to the popularity after a while. Don't worry. Hearing this, the noise in the crowd gradually subsided. Yanrui looked at Layla and said with some approval, You did much better than I thought. Originally, he thought that she was so young and had never worked before, so she might be busy for a while. He was waiting for Layla to ask him for help. But I didn't expect that Layla was so organized and had good taste. So she never chose a bad movie. Of course, whenever I see a movie I want to watch, I will take the DVD home in advance. I will only play it after watching it and thinking it's good. My taste is not bad. Layla patted her chest proudly, which surprised Yanrui. I didn't expect Layla to watch the movie in advance. She went home to watch 3 movies every day. What's the difference between that and working overtime? Yanrui was in awe of Layla. By the way, brother Yanrui, my brother said that he already has the test results. After all, there is progress in the search. He asked you to close the door later tonight, and he will come to see you. Recently, Baker has no time to pick up Ms. Lily and Layla home, so he specially found a team of men to pick them up. Speaking of which, he hasn't seen Baker for a long time. Okay. I know. Yanrui waved to Layla, and Layla continued to happily take in and out for a walk. At night, Yanrui looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 9:30. But Baker still didn't show up. But Jian Anchi kept wandering around him, and he didn't know what he wanted to say. Just say whatever you want to say. There's nothing we can hide. Yanrui grabbed Jian Anchi. You're swaying around, making me nervous. Are you nervous? Jian Anchi frowned and said with a worried look, Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to take medicine? Yanrui patted him on the back and said with some regret, Can you look up some dating tips online? It doesn't matter whether I'm dating you or not. Jian Anchi felt a little wronged after hearing this. He didn't want to be like this. He had really learned a lot in the past few days, and read a lot of various posts. But there was nothing he could do. As soon as he saw Yanrui, he forgot all the tips. So if you have anything to say, please say it quickly. When Baker comes, I may not be able to take care of you. He will come to me to talk about something related to the original species. Hearing this, Jian Anchi said seriously, Business is more important. I can talk about my business later. Yanrui stamped his feet in anger. I want to hear you say it now. Jian Anchi pursed his lips, a little entangled, but still took out something from behind and handed it to Yanrui. It's evening now. Time to read the book. Yanrui suspiciously opened the book, looking at Jian Anchi, who had written 4 pages. Widened his eyes and looked up. You wrote so much last night? Jian Anchi's ears were slightly red. He nodded, and then his eyes were a little erratic. Well, I wrote it last night. You can finish reading it, just finish it. I'll go out to clean up the table first. The table outside is a little dirty. The table outside is not dirty. Yin Rui had wiped it clean before. He looked at Jian Anchi busy, and couldn't help laughing for a while. The book is a loose-leaf book as big as B5. Jian Anchi filled 4 pages with dense writing. 8 pages. There are even small expressions in it, with smiley faces and hearts, which looks completely inconsistent with Jian Anchi's appearance. Yin Rui just sat on the chair and read it. Although the 4 pages looked very long, Yin Rui finished reading it after a while. When he saw the last sentence, his eyes were slightly red. He stared blankly at the papers in front of him, blinked, and started reading from the first page again. What are you looking at so fascinated? Baker suddenly appeared in the supermarket at this time, scaring Yin Rui. Seeing Yin Rui's panic, Baker was also a little confused. What's wrong with you? You scared me. Who scared who? Yin Rui fought back, closed the book at the same time, rubbed his eyes. Have you made any progress? Indeed, there is progress. Baker felt that Yin Rui looked strange, but he did not delve into it, but continued to talk about business. I have tested the stone you gave me. There is such a substance hidden in such a small piece of rock on this planet. Of course, this is just what I detected. I don't know if Li Siyu has any other progress. He's been very busy lately, so he probably doesn't have time to take care of this. When he's free, I'll ask him for help. Yin Rui raised his eyes. Where is that location? Does it have an owner? Of course it has an owner. Baker put his hands in his pockets, raised his chin, and looked at Yin Rui. Guess who his owner is? Yin Rui. I can't guess. Can you tell me? Baker shrugged his shoulders. I don't know if you're lucky or too smart, but God really favors you. That location is indeed mine. Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Talking business with Baker was much easier than talking business with others. Can you transfer that location to me? I can use green plants for exchange. You could exchange them with green plants. But there is one thing. I don't want the green plants you have now. I need some unique plants that are taller than the green plants you have and release more oxygen. Is that okay? Baker stared at Yin Rui's eyes, not wanting to miss a trace of his expression. Yin Rui didn't notice his gaze, but scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not sure if there is one. Give me a day, and I'll let you know tomorrow. What is a plant taller than the 2-meter-high monstera? In his original plane, there were only those trees left, but they might not be able to win in terms of oxygen release. We can negotiate the price first. How about 10 tall trees for 1 square meter of land? Baker asked first. If the quality of the tree species you get is high, we can talk about it. If it's low, we'll go with this price. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Yin Rui heard him say this and asked doubtfully. How much of that kind of stone can be produced per square meter? Except for the surface layer of this underground rock. The rest are all the kind of stone you gave me, calculated by weight. 1 cubic meter is about 1 ton. And my land has at least 30 cubic meters. Yin Rui. He couldn't wait to shout the word deal. But he took a deep breath and immediately swallowed the impulse back. Can I ask what you want to do with the tree? If the tree doesn't have suitable soil, you may not be able to keep it alive. Don't you know the news yet? Beck looked at Yin Rui with some doubts. Didn't Li Siyu come here and stand for a long time today? Didn't he tell you? No. Tell me what the news is. Yin Rui asked. He left. He was in a hurry. Maybe he suddenly remembered something. The plants you gave can release oxygen and increase the oxygen content of the nearby air. When the plants are planted to a certain density, living on this planet may no longer require compressed oxygen. Is it true? Yin Rui exclaimed. Doesn't that mean that this planet will completely grow into a truly habitable planet? Of course it's true. Even if this news can be hidden from others, it can't be hidden from you. We can only buy green plants from you. But you won't suddenly increase the price. Baker thought about it and immediately drove the idea out of his mind. You shouldn't. You make more money from me. And I feel embarrassed. Although I won't suddenly increase the price, I will definitely make money in the middle. Yin Rui rubbed his palms when he heard the good news suddenly. If Li Siyu had told me during the day, I might have chosen plants suitable for this planet today. However, since choosing the species is so important, 1 day may not be enough. Come back to me in 3 days. Since it is related to the survival of this planet, Yin Rui must be cautious and cautious again, and cannot decide the future of this planet casually. I don't know if there are enough trees in the original plane. There should be many species to choose from in the system. I hope the price will not be too high. Should I negotiate with the main controller? Yin Rui had already made calculations in his mind before Baker left. That's good. But in order for our friendship to last forever, I will give you a gift first. After Baker finished speaking, a huge crash was heard in the supermarket, and Jian Anchi, who had been outside the door, rushed into the supermarket immediately after hearing the sound. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing that Yanrui was safe and sound, Jian Anchi was relieved, and then his attention was focused on a large black stone in front of him. Is this what I was thinking of? Yanrui looked at the stone that was half a person's height, and his voice trembled with excitement. Such a large piece. It can't be all original species? This size is too amazing. Chapter 104 Interstellar Cruise. Is this where you dug it out from? Yanrui swallowed his saliva, not hiding his surprise. Such a big piece? Before Baker could speak, the system seemed to have gone crazy and jumped out from some corner, and pounced on the original seed, closing its eyes and hugging it tightly. Not wanting to let go, Yanrui grabbed his neck and wanted to lift him up. But the system held the original seed tightly, making Yanrui a little embarrassed for a while. It was Jian Anchi who appeared and nodded the little monkey's head with his big hand. The system came back to its senses and left with him reluctantly. Your monkey likes this stone very much. Yanrui's eyes moved to Anan, who was drooling at the original seed under the cash register, and said helplessly, I need this stone. Thank you. Baker realized that it was not only the little pet he raised at home who liked this stone, but even when Yanrui saw this stone, the ecstasy that flashed in his expression could not be concealed. But Baker really couldn't figure out what kind of substance in this ordinary stone made him so excited, although he had promised Yanrui to help find this kind of mineral. After finding this mineral, he also asked his laboratory to conduct further research on it. However, apart from some common elements, there was nothing special about it. If time was not tight, Baker would not want to give this land to others. But judging from the current situation, he had to take the initiative and get more green plants to gain a foothold on this planet. Baker retracted his thoughts and continued to smile at Yanrui. But I still hope you can have an exclusive. Yanrui waved his hand and asked him to stop talking. I definitely can't do business with you alone, but I can give you the lowest price. By the way, did Layla tell you that I want to open a shop on the starship? Baker was interested. No. You want to open a shop on my starship? Absolutely. I welcome it with both hands. Baker raised his hands high. I also have several shops under my name. I will help you pick the best location and leave it empty. You don't need anything. Just people and goods. Speaking of this, Baker paused. Or if you are too busy, just put the goods there, and I can find someone to help you sell them. Thank you very much. But no need. I already have other ways, so I can open a shop at your place. Right? Yanrui continued, but there is one more thing. I will not only be in your. I will open a shop there, and I will also open shops in the other 5 fleets. Of course, I have to get the consent of their captains first. What are you going to do there? The welfare of the residents there is not as good as ours. So there is no money, and you can't make much. Baker persuaded, why not put all your energy into my shop? The conditions of my shop are very good. You will definitely like it. The area is larger than the area of your supermarket. If you still want to open a book bar, I can also open up the 2 shops. Or find a bigger shop. How about a double-story one? Looking at such an enthusiastic Baker, Yanrui didn't know how to refuse. But he still made up his mind. Sorry. I still want to take a look at other starships. But don't worry. I will definitely not be partial to one over the other. The things sold in each supermarket must be the same. Seeing that Yanrui still refused his request, Baker was melancholy. Yanrui seemed to be easy to talk to. But once he made a decision, no one could shake him. He was willing to retreat so much. What if others were already captured by his enthusiasm and agreed to any of his requests? Well, since you have made plans, I should at least be the first to open. No problem. Yanrui can still guarantee this. How about we go and see what the store looks like now? Baker cheered up. Then I will help you move the goods. My space button has a large capacity. We will open the day after tomorrow. Yanrui did not expect that the Baker family would be so enthusiastic about this. Little did he know that Baker wanted to use Yanrui's power to attack other starship fleets. Anyway, if he can suppress one, he can win, as long as he gets 1 day in advance. It will be enough for him to take the first place. Don't be so anxious. I still need to talk to other captains. And Li Siyu. I can't not say hello to Li Siyu. After hearing Li Siyu's name, Baker calmed down. Okay. I'll wait for your good news. After finally sending Baker away, Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. He gave it a look, and then shouted loudly to the outside, Jian Anchi. Bring the system here. The system had been waiting for Yanrui to call him. He rushed in from outside at the fastest speed and hugged the huge original seat again. No. It can't be described as pieces. It should be described as seats. Yanrui looked at Jian Anchi and said eagerly, if we can really take that piece of land, we will really make a fortune. So many original species actually appeared on this planet. He never thought that he could get so many original species resources. As expected, the higher the difficulty of the plane, the more you get. Yanrui looked at Anan and the system, who were like original species in his arms, and found a gap. He also pulled Jian Anchi's hand and attached it. It was really different. The surging spiritual energy flowed into their bodies along the hands of the two people, making them feel relaxed and full of strength. This original species not only looks big, but also has more energy than the original species in the previous planes. It belongs to the high-quality batch. Yanrui closed his eyes comfortably, and did not see Jian Anchi was concentrating on pinching his hand. After a long time, Yanrui put down his arm. He looked at Jian Anchi with a cold expression, curled his lips and said, there are only two people in the family. Can't you smile? Jian Anchi immediately cracked his mouth, and Yanrui couldn't bear to look at it. Forget it. It's hard to force others, and it's uncomfortable for me. Yanrui did not realize that Jian Anchi's temperament had actually become much gentler in front of him. All his attention was now focused on this original species. Let's find a few more trees for them to choose from, and find some with high oxygen production. Yanrui rubbed the system's head. Hurry up and look in the system mall to see if there are any green plants that meet their requirements. And by the way, ask the host of the original plane to see if they can provide a large number of mature trees. Although the price of saplings is cheaper, people here will definitely not be able to wait. Yanrui can only buy mature trees, and even mature trees may not live long here. After all, the environment here is so bad that no one can imagine. It doesn't matter. I can definitely find him. But the host of the original plane has not opened a personal store, so it is difficult to contact him. Why don't we put a product on the shelf with our requirements in the notes, and wait for him to come to us? How can he come to us on his own initiative? When he buys the product, he can leave a message in the comment area, and I will naturally see the message. If you are in a hurry, you can directly lend him the points and let him open a personal store. In this way, you two will chat without restrictions. Forget it. Yanrui refused without hesitation. Even if he was rich, he would not take out 100 million out of thin air to open a personal store for others. Let's take a look at the system mall first. Yanrui looked at the list in the system mall and checked it carefully. Why don't you go upstairs and look on the sofa? This chair is quite tiring to sit on. Jian Anchi whispered in Yanrui's ear. Yanrui looked at him and understood. Then let's go upstairs. After going upstairs, Jian Anchi sat on the sofa first, and then hugged Yanrui, who sat on the sofa later, into his arms. Now start picking. Yanrui found it a little funny. Opened the interface of the system mall, pointed to a few items, and then discussed with Jian Anchi. What do you think of these types? For the tree species required by Baker, isn't 5 meters a bit short? This tree doesn't have many leaves, and it seems that the oxygen production is not high. This one is good, very beautiful, and can bear fruit. It looks quite lush. Ask them if they need it. Yanrui pointed at one of the pictures. Do you think they need bamboo? Jian Anchi narrowed his eyes. How many meters can this bamboo grow to? Yanrui looked at the golden bamboo and flipped down. I have never heard of this plane, but this bamboo can grow to a diameter of 1 meter, generally grow to 30 meters high, and produce a lot of bamboo rice every year. And there will be bamboo juice for people to drink at the unearthed center. Not to mention that bamboo shoots are also delicious. Yanrui looked at the system. Are these bamboo shoots really delicious? I think so. In that plane, most people eat bamboo. Bamboo shoots are not only delicious, but also a durable and strong material after being dried and hammered. They all use these materials to build houses. Then I want to buy some bamboo shoots to eat. Yanrui licked his lips and rubbed in Jian Anchi's arms. Let's make something to eat. Jian Anchi looked at Yanrui, who was discussing things with him, his heart beating like a drum. He said him sullenly, then pursed his lips and said, if you like, I will study the recipe more. Thank you very much. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anchi, who became more and more shy after being together, and wanted to tease him a little. Yin Rui raised his hand, pinched Jian Anchi's face, and then forced him to look directly at him. Looking at Jian Anchi's somewhat uneasy expression, Yin Rui was stunned for a moment. And when he reacted, he had already taken the initiative to stick to Jian Anchi's lips. Jian Anchi was so shocked by the sudden kiss that he didn't know what to do. He felt Yin Rui's hand on his shoulder. After wanting to separate the two, he immediately took his hand away, clasped it around his neck, then put his arms around Yin Rui's waist and kissed him hard. Yin Rui regretted his impulsiveness. Jian Anchi seemed to be cautious and didn't dare to say anything harsh to him. At this moment, his actions were more serious than his words. He was almost out of breath. This feeling of suffocation made him unconsciously mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. Jian Anchi felt reluctant to withdraw his attack and touched Yin Rui's hair cautiously. Do you feel uncomfortable? Looking at Yin Rui's moist eyes, Jian Anchi still swallowed unconsciously. Seeing Jian Anchi's cautious look, Yin Rui gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and then said no. Ha! This time he lost a little. Next time Yin Rui will definitely get back at him. Secretly determined in his heart that he must work hard to train tomorrow, Yin Rui calmed down his mood, took a deep breath, and continued in a steady tone. In addition to bamboo, I think the peach tree is also good. The peach tree is also different from the peach tree in his original plane. The peach tree will bear fruit immediately after blooming. The growth rate is very fast. It will complete flowering, fruiting and withering once in about 3 months, and then bloom and bear fruit again, as if a peach produces a perpetual motion machine. Is this peach delicious? You see that the mark in the middle is still shining with golden light, just like the peaches of the Queen Mother. If it tastes good, I will buy some too. It should be delicious. You see that it can produce so many fruits every year, but it is still in short supply. There are also crisp peaches and soft peaches. Which one do you like? I like crisp peaches. But Jian Anchi, do you like soft peaches? Yin Rui turned to ask Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi looked at Yin Rui's lips, which opened and closed because of his speech, and felt that the air was a little dry. Yes, I like soft peaches. Yin Rui turned back and said with some pride, you see? What I said is right. The crisp peaches are the same as soft peaches. Buy me 10 kilograms. You and want to eat them. And then buy me a tree. If they don't want them, we can plant them ourselves. But at this point, Yin Rui said with some regret, it's a pity that we don't have a yard in our supermarket. If we have a yard, we can plant the peach tree in the yard, and we can pick peaches whenever we want to eat them. Even the system can't help with this. If you want to plant trees, you have to plant them outdoors. If you plant them outdoors, everyone passing by can see them. And if others see that a yard has appeared out of thin air, let alone anything else, Yin Rui will definitely be fined. Yin Rui sighed. Alas, it's still a bit difficult. It's okay. After the end of the world, we can pry open the 2 square tiles at the door, and then build a yard. No one should care about it anymore. Yin Rui was not interested. Forget it. If you want to eat peaches, just buy them from the system. Or is Wang Jiaming busy recently? Wang Jiaming, who was suddenly called out, sneezed loudly. When the people around him heard it, they laughed and teased. What bad things have you done? Is someone scolding you behind your back? Nonsense. How could anyone scold me? I worked diligently. Besides, didn't the captain ask us not to conflict with others during this period? Wang Jiaming rubbed his nose, feeling a little uneasy. Sure enough, the next second, his mobile phone received a message. Buy another ton of crisp peaches. The most expensive, largest and sweetest ones. Wang Jiaming shook his phone and showed off to the people around him. No one scolded me. It was the captain who missed me. At this time, Yin Rui looked at Jian Anchi, who had sent the message, and continued to discuss what kind of green plants to prepare for Baker. I think that kind of green plant is good. It can prevent wind and sand, and it can survive in the desert, and its vitality is very tenacious. Yin Rui pointed to the unknown plant. Dead bone tree. It doesn't look dead. The leaves are still very lush. It just doesn't look dead when it's alive. When it dies, it becomes particularly ugly when it withers. But it only cries leaves. If there is no human intervention, the trunk can stand in the same place for hundreds or thousands of years, and the branches will dance in the wind like human bones. So it is called dead bone tree. So that's why it sounds a bit scary. But this tree still looks very lush when it's alive. And the height is amazing. It can grow up to 200 meters. It's really a towering tree. The most suitable ones are bamboo and the dead bone tree. Yanrui doesn't know if Baker will want the peach tree. However, Yanrui has already got the peach. Yanrui took a bite, and his eyes lit up instantly. This peach is as big as Yanrui's 2 fists. Generally, peaches of this size should not be very sweet. But this peach is different. After Yanrui took a bite, the sweet taste immediately burst in his mouth, making him close his eyes in satisfaction. I can't eat it alone. Let's eat it together. Yanrui picked up the knife and wanted to cut off the side he hadn't bitten and share it with the other 3 people. But Jian Anchi took the peach in his hand without hesitation. The 2 of us can eat this whole one. Then he gestured to the system and You 2 wash yourselves. Yanrui laughed dumbly. He put his arm around Jian Anchi's shoulders and took another bite from Jian Anchi's hand. After the 2 of them ate the huge peach, Yanrui patted his belly. Okay. Tonight's mission is completed. Let's go to rest. Then will you go out to play mahjong tonight when I'm not paying attention? Jian Anchi took Yanrui's hand and asked. Yanrui looked Jian Anchi up and down and said with a smile, Why? Do you still want to monitor me? Jian Anchi shook his head immediately. And then he heard Yanrui say, It's not impossible to monitor me. You sleep with me. Jian Anchi's face flushed instantly. Yanrui laughed and felt that he had turned over 10%. Sure enough, the routine didn't matter, as long as it worked. Then I'll go to your room after I change my clothes. Yanrui paused, turned around immediately, and looked at Jian Anchi, who said this with some disbelief. Although Jian Anchi blushed, he stood still with his fingers tightly clasped on his trouser seams, and said to Yanrui with all his strength, It's not like we haven't slept together before. How can it be the same? Yanrui roared wildly in his heart. How old were they at that time? What was their relationship at that time? What is their relationship now? How can it be the same? Yanrui swallowed his saliva and said, Whatever you want. Then he opened the door and jumped onto the bed, as if he was escaping in a panic. The wall separating them seemed to give Yanrui a little courage out of thin air. Come on. My bed is not small. Don't you know that we bought the mattress together? I bought a double bed at that time just to sleep with my partner. Come if you dare. Jian Anchi's heart was full of excitement at this time. He cursed at his heart. This was not right. The internet said that the other party should shyly refuse at this time. He just went with the flow and gave the other party a steady image. It didn't say that the other party could agree. That's not what the outline said. Jian Anchi took a bath in a trance. After the bath, he looked at the door that Yanrui had left a crack, and his Adam's apple moved. It was better to admit defeat and walk towards his room. Who knew that there was a sudden noise outside at this time? Yanrui immediately jumped up from the bed. Jian Anchi went downstairs first, and then saw someone downstairs foaming at the mouth and unconscious. He ran out of compressed oxygen. Change it for him. It seems that because he was too involved in playing cards, he even forgot to change the compressed oxygen. So a series of symptoms appeared. After changing the compressed oxygen, Yanrui took out the oxygen cylinder for him to breathe oxygen, and quietly transferred his spiritual energy into the man's body. After a while, the man recovered. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. The man's face still had purple bruises from suffocation. He looked up at the sky with some helplessness. Just now, the machine reminded me that the compressed oxygen was about to run out. I thought I would change it later, but I forgot. Fortunately, there are many people here, so it's not a big deal. If there was no one around you, it would be bad if no one changed your compressed oxygen. Although this planet is said to be habitable, you still have to wear compressed oxygen when you go out. Is this considered habitable? Don't talk about this. It's good to have a planet to settle down. Haven't you seen the wreckage of the Star Wars before? We float in space every day. We can't guarantee that we will be wiped out one day. If we have a planet to settle down, at least we can reproduce. Reproduction has nothing to do with me. It's hard for me to survive. And it's hard to educate my children. It's not easy to let them grow up healthily. My neighbor's child cried for an entire afternoon because he found a star falling in the sky outside. He felt that life was too fragile and had a complete emotional breakdown. Yanrui heard that someone cried for an entire afternoon for this reason, which was a bit absurd. But if you think about it the other way around, people can have a mental breakdown because of such an insignificant thing. which shows how depressed the emotions of the residents of this planet are. So if there is a planet to settle down, at least the range of action can be larger. And with a larger range of action, everyone can see different scenery. And maybe there will be fewer people with depression. You have to believe in the captain. Maybe they will be able to solve this problem in a few years. A good living environment must not only be maintained by yourself, but also created by yourself. You will feel a sense of accomplishment then. After a few years, compressed oxygen may not be needed. It will be placed in a museum. When you take your children to the museum, you can still say that this is the antique I used back then. Now you don't even need this thing. We didn't have this thing at the time, and we might have suffocated to death. Then I can tell the children that I almost suffocated to death today. The guest who had just had an accident and has now recovered said with a smile and raised his hand. Everyone laughed. And the uneasiness they had just had about this planet was swept away. They may not know whether it is right to settle on this planet, but at least they have a goal. Everyone check your compressed oxygen and change it. Don't let any more accidents happen. My heart can't bear it. Yanrui pretended to be scared and patted his chest. If it happens again, I might faint too. The people around laughed and then returned to their seats. Those who played poker, and those who played mahjong continued to play mahjong. Boss Yan, how about you help me for a while? The person who just fainted looked at Yanrui with a somewhat eager look, and invited him with insight. I think I should rest for a while. What do you think? Yanrui thought he should rest for a while, and he was about to agree when he heard a light cough behind him. Sorry, my boyfriend doesn't allow it. Although Yanrui felt a little regretful, he still smiled and said to everyone, being controlled by others means you are not free. I'm going upstairs. Everyone looked at Jian Anchi and Yanrui wearing the same couple pajamas of different colors, and waved at him. Go quickly. Go quickly. We are already very smooth with the self-service. Yanrui put his hands behind his back and turned to go upstairs. When he passed by Jian Anchi, Yanrui raised his eyebrows and asked, What? Are you not going upstairs yet? Why didn't I see you after taking a shower just now? Jian Anchi was silent. When Yanrui walked to the door of the room, he turned around and pushed Jian Anchi. Good night. Go back to the room. Jian Anchi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and turned his feet to walk towards his room. Yanrui felt that he had won 10% again, and subconsciously blurted out, You dare not come to my room. Then how about I go to your room? As soon as Yanrui finished speaking, he saw Jian Anchi immediately turned around, opened his door at the speed of wind and dragged him to the bed. Yanrui realized it later, and even wanted to slap himself. It was obviously fine. Why did he have to owe that sentence? This damn desire to win. Yanrui raised his head and looked at Jian Anchi who was pressing him down and swallowed his saliva. Don't be impulsive. Just sleep. I didn't ask you to do anything else. Jian Anchi had a blank expression. After the two of them were deadlocked for a while, Jian Anchi's hand slowly loosened. He lifted the quilt and lay down, covered Yanrui with the quilt, and held Yanrui in his arms. Good night. After Jian Anchi closed his eyes, he took a deep breath to adjust his heartbeat, fearing that Yanrui would see his panic. After hearing Yanrui's words just now, he was a little excited, but after calming down, he didn't know what he should do next, and he was a little at a loss for a while. The love manual says that you can't kiss too many times a day, otherwise you may get bored in the future. Oh, it's really hard. Hearing Jian Anchi sigh, Yanrui didn't dare to move. He didn't know if his behavior just now made him angry. Yanrui felt a little guilty, but he didn't know where this guilt came from. He sighed silently in his heart and raised his hand to hug Jian Anchi's back. He thought he might not be able to sleep tonight, but Jian Anchi's breath surrounded him, giving him a huge sense of security in his heart, and he fell asleep in a short while. He slept until dawn. When Yanrui opened his eyes, there was no one around him. He woke up for a while before remembering that he and Jian Anchi had slept in the same bed last night. For a while, his ears were a little hot again. He rubbed his eyes, changed his clothes, and went out to smell the aroma of breakfast. Good morning. Jian Anchi poked his head out of the kitchen and smiled at Yanrui. Let's eat steamed dumplings this morning. Yanrui yawned, walked up and hugged Jian Anchi's waist. It's great to have you. Jian Anchi paused, then pulled Yanrui's hand off his waist. Just cooking. Nothing good. It's normal. I'll make you another bowl of ramen? Yanrui laughed. Who eats so much in the morning? A basket of steamed dumplings is enough. I don't know if the host of the original plane has contacted me. He saw it and left you a message, saying that there are ancient trees that are hundreds of meters long. He has a lot of them over there. The most important thing is that the tree can survive by inserting a pole, because there are too many. Even in the original plane, it is almost a disaster. Just when you want to buy it, he is ready to sell it to you at a low price, saying that one tree costs 1,000 points. Ancient trees that are hundreds of meters long? How deep must the roots be? Can he pull it up? That's his business. Anyway, we wrote that we must have trees that can be raised, not wood. So is this price okay? If it's really hundreds of meters, then of course it's okay. Didn't the bamboo yesterday cost 2,000 points each? And the peach tree also cost 1,500 points each. And the bone tree cost 3,000 points each. So the original plane's host doesn't need many points. The rest will be left to you. First, take 1,000 trees and see. Yanrui looked at the picture of the tree and felt that this kind of tree from the original plane might be more suitable for survival on this planet. Understood. The system quickly took over the task and began to communicate seriously with the host of the original plane online. After Yanrui finished his meal, he went downstairs. He saw several people surrounded by guards standing at the door of Yanrui's shop. Because of the presence of these people, the sound of everyone playing mahjong became quieter. Yanrui blinked and immediately guessed their identities. After opening the door, the person in front smiled and said politely to Yanrui, "This is my first time meeting Boss Yin. It's just like what people outside say. He looks young and promising. This man is tall, about the same height as Jian Anchi, and has a somewhat cold temperament, which is completely incompatible with the polite tone just now. It feels like forcing an introvert to greet relatives during the new year. And he is just holding on." Besides him, there was Ward standing in the crowd. Yanrui nodded at him, then turned to Ward and said, "Are you here for my store opening?" Ward was relieved to see that Yanrui had no ill feelings towards him. Everyone heard that you were going to open a branch, so they all came to ask and discuss how to open the store. Yanrui was not surprised that his news would spread. He nodded and said, "I do want to open a store. It doesn't have to be too big. Half the size of my supermarket will do. I mainly want to sell some green plants and snacks. I see that everyone is not short of daily necessities, so I won't sell them on the starship. Do you really not need to hire people? We can send our most capable subordinates to help you run the store," another starship captain said in the crowd. Yanrui smiled and shook his head. "No need at all. You don't have to take care of me like this. Since I have the plan to open a store and everyone supports me so much, I will definitely not give up easily. I have prepared the manpower. The only question now is where to open my store. We have already chosen the location, waiting for you to choose." Ward pointed to several people around him and said, "Everyone has vacant stores. You can pick anyone, even more than one. And we don't need to rent this store and give it to you for free. You just need to open it." Several people nodded at the same time, rarely standing on the same front on the same thing. If Yanrui can open a store in their starship, let alone other things. I heard that the mobility of personnel can be enhanced, and it can also promote the operation of nearby stores, which is completely killing two birds with one stone. Then shall we go check out the shops now? The captain who spoke first overcame his fear again and took the initiative to invite. I have 7 vacant shops, all on commercial starships. It won't take too much time. Right? Yanrui asked. I want to say hello to my boyfriend. Why don't we all go together? I heard that there are 4 people in your family, so it's not bad to treat it as a family trip. Hearing this, Yanrui couldn't help but feel a little moved. They had never traveled together, as a family of 4. Of course, plane travel doesn't count. Yanrui turned to look at Jian Anchi, wanting to seek Jian Anchi's advice. Jian Anchi thought for a moment, then said, the flow of customers during the day is relatively large. If there is no one to watch, we'll find someone to look after it. A captain brought out his guard. He's responsible for being my accountant, and he's very good at accounting. Let him stay and help you take a day off. His small supermarket doesn't need an accountant, and it's a waste of talent to keep him here. But seeing how enthusiastic everyone is, then let's go shopping. Hearing Yanrui's answer, the system waved its claws happily, and it then jumped into Jian Anchi's arms and stuck his head in. Yanrui smiled and pinched. Let's go now. Yanrui, who was riding on a flying vehicle for the first time, saw everything new. This planet was still a little far from their starship's base, Yin Rui sat on the flying vehicle and looked at the vast outer space. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. And Jian Anchi also stared out the window motionlessly. Seeing them like this, Ward felt something was wrong. Is there something wrong with the space here? Isn't it different from the space you've seen before? Yin Rui waved his hand. But his eyes still didn't give Ward a glance. This guy still seems to have some evil intentions. But Yin Rui didn't bother with him. It's about the same. But I always feel different every time I see it. Yes. Yes. The planet is changing every moment. And the scenery is different every day. Boss Yan's aesthetics is better than those of us rough guys. Ward felt a little aggrieved. He wanted to take advantage of Yin Rui with words, but failed. He couldn't beat Yin Rui in terms of force. The most aggrieved thing is that other people didn't even notice that Yin Rui was wrong. What's there to see in this broken space outside? No matter how beautiful the scenery is, you will get tired of it every day. What's more, an interstellar businessman like Yin Rui must have seen a lot of space. So how could he look like he had never seen it before? What a good pretense. Ward didn't know that he was completely wrong. And Yin Rui didn't care what he thought. He just quietly said to the system in his mind, take a few more photos. I will brag about these photos when I am old. The system took 2 sounds. And then said, why do you have to wait until you are old? It may take a long time for you to get old. How can you? Yin Rui was about to refute. But he realized that what the system said might be true. If he wanted, he could live in a plane for a long time. As long as he used points to buy a time converter, which would be another level of immortality. Or after earning enough points, he could buy some elixirs from the Xiaoxian plane or potions from the magic plane. And he and Jane Eyre might really be able to live forever. However, Yin Rui had no interest in immortality. So this thought would not flash through his mind. Instead, he was more concerned about, if I stay in the same plane, how many points will your master earn from the time converter alone? System. So this is what you care about. The protagonists in the novels all hugged their CPs happily, and cried with joy after hearing about immortality. There is still a difference between the characters in novels and real people. Besides, you have only read a few novels. Real people are much more complicated than the protagonists in novels. Yin Rui and the system went back and forth. And soon they arrived at their first destination, which was Ward's Valen fleet. The Valen fleet didn't have much money, so it was relatively far from the docking station. They docked at the Valen fleet first, and then looked at the distance. Little did he know that the size of this starship was so shocking that Yin Rui's pupils were shaking. The largest building he had ever seen was a 69-story building. He once stood at the bottom of that building and looked up at the top of the building. He couldn't see the top for a while. At that time, he laughed with his classmates around him. I guess I won't see a taller building than this while I'm alive. Now he saw it. What was that 58-story building? Yin Rui couldn't even estimate the size of this starship. The aircraft was now docked in the center of the starship. But Yin Rui couldn't see the head and tail of the starship for a while, whether he looked left or right. How long is the total length of this starship? Yin Rui looked at Ward and asked. Why are you asking this? Ward always felt that there was a trap in Yin Rui's words. I bought this starship from Baker. If the specifications are not up to standard, you can go to Baker. Yin Rui. Is it really so paranoid? Didn't we shake hands and say we were good friends before? Chapter 105 Interstellar Cruise Ship. Yin Rui put down his hand speechlessly, thinking that since he bought it from Baker, he would ask Baker in a few days. He didn't know how much this starship cost. If he had enough money. Yin Rui shook his head instantly, not daring to think about it. The specifications of such a large starship were almost as large as a small country. He might as well go back to his own plane and buy an island to live a paradise life with Jian Anchi. Wait, why didn't he think of this before? Can he really buy an island? Yin Rui's thoughts drifted away. But he didn't know that Ward's heart was also beating when he saw him like this. Did he say something wrong again? Don't hold a grudge again. At this time, Jian Anchi pulled his sleeve. Yin Rui came back to his senses and smiled at Jian Anchi. Ward then spoke. The location of my vacant shop is good, but the area is not very large. It doesn't matter. I don't have many kinds of goods to sell. As long as it can fit 3 rows, it's enough to go home. Although Ward had some knots in his heart about Yin Rui, he still felt a little relaxed when he heard Yin Rui say yes. Ward quickly came back to his senses and slowly took Yin Rui to stroll on his commercial starship. Yin Rui was very curious about the starship. His attention was all on the shops on both sides of the surrounding area. There were many more kinds of shops here than he imagined. What is this? Yin Rui walked to a store that sold something similar to an eco-tank. He pointed to a turtle in a glass tank and asked, "What is this?" "This is a virtual eco-tank." The shop owner saw Ward standing next to Yin Rui, and his enthusiasm doubled. "If you don't like this turtle laying eggs, you could also replace it with a flying pterosaur." After saying that, the boss didn't know what button he pressed, and the turtle that was slowly crawling in the ecological tank in front of him disappeared immediately, replaced by a flying pterosaur that only existed in ancient society. The pterosaur spread its wings with great momentum, and the projection behind it also turned into a blue sky and white clouds. And there were 2 suns in the sky. It's just that the ecological tank is too small, which affects the performance of the pterosaur. But this thing looks very interesting. Yin Rui used his arm to push Jian Anchi. "Let's buy one to play with it." Jian Anchi nodded. "It can be placed in the book bar, and there can be an ecological tank on the cabinet next to the wall near the door." Since Jian Anchi has chosen the location, Yin Rui is no longer polite and directly chooses a medium-sized ecological tank, which is full of monkeys swinging on vines and migrating birds, which is very relaxing to watch. At this time, the system asked in confusion, "Why don't you watch TV? Isn't this a 3-dimensional version of the animal world? You know it's a 3-dimensional version. How real it is." Yin Rui was very happy. He looked at the system and said, "You don't know how cute this thing is." The system was speechless, and before he and Jian Anchi could complain, he saw that Yin Rui was attracted by another store. "What is this?" Yin Rui looked at the huge red lips on the wall and opened his mouth involuntarily. "Hey, 2 bosses. Welcome. Welcome." After seeing Ward, the seemingly deserted store gave its greatest enthusiasm even though it didn't know who Yin Rui was. "What is this?" Yin Rui asked excitedly. "It looks so cool. This is an invisible light net. Put this on your aircraft. No matter what kind of device, it can't find the trace of your aircraft. Except for the eyes. The aiming device of any other weapon will be invalid. Such a big and conspicuous mouth is actually used for invisibility. Yin Rui likes it so much. I want to buy this." Yin Rui pointed to the mouth on the wall again. "Is there a smaller size? Or other sizes?" "Yes. Yes." The boss here hurriedly took out a huge box from the space button. There are not only the shapes of this huge lips, but also various strange shapes that everyone thinks can't be sold, which directly hit Yin Rui's heart. "We can stick this small one on the phone. And this big one? We can just stick it directly on the wall." Yin Rui looked at the boss. "For example, if Ward wants to attack me, I stick this on the wall. Will his aircraft be unable to aim?" The shop owner looked at Ward, and was only entangled in his heart for half a second, and then immediately smiled and said, "His aircraft can't aim accurately, but manual aiming is still possible. You still need to buy another protective cover." Yin Rui nodded. "This box looks quite interesting. Pack them all for me." The system didn't understand it even more. As an individual integrated by data, he looked left and right, but couldn't understand Yin Rui's aesthetics. Even Jian Anchi couldn't say anything, thinking that he chose well. Obviously, when the 2 of them bought clothes before, he didn't do this. At that time, Yin Rui was more inclined to buy some plain and ordinary clothes. How did he become a foreign street fashion boy after 2 days in the interstellar space? Jian Anchi felt that he still didn't know all about Yin Rui. However, in the starship, several people were still eye-opening. They even saw 2 people quarreling over a disagreement. One of them directly took off his leg and hit the other's head. The man was wearing shorts, but Yin Rui didn't realize that it was a prosthesis, and his opponent was a man who had lost his arm. When the 2 were hugged by passers-by and stopped fighting, the man wearing an obvious metal prosthesis suddenly turned his hand into a thick hook and directly wrapped around the other's neck. Ward saw this and hurried forward to stop the fight. Yin Rui realized that the 2 had always been good friends before, but later they fell out because of some principled issues, and now they quarreled when they met. "Your prosthetic technology is quite advanced. Do you have any papers on it?" "Yes. All the technologies you are looking for are available on the StarNet. They are all public. And even the surgical procedures are available," Ward said. "These people are all soldiers who have been on the battlefield. Although we live in peace here, there are still some other forces in the interstellar space that will cause friction between each other." The 2 of them turned against each other because a common comrade died, and they both thought it was the other's fault. Speaking of this, Ward sighed. It's hard to say who is wrong. Originally thought that this plane was relatively peaceful. But it turned out that it was just that he hadn't encountered it. Yanrui didn't know how to comfort Ward. But Ward said it generously. You don't have a communicator. So you probably can't access our star network. I'll prepare one for each of you later. And you can download the information on the star network at will. Can my alien star system work? Yanrui was curious. And he became generous in this regard, of course. We have also had a lot of technical exchanges with alien stars. We share what we have. And these technologies will sooner or later flow into your star system. Besides, these are all good things. So why hide them? Yanrui didn't know how to answer for a while. He thought about it, and could only nod and said, then I'll trouble you. Yanrui's eyes were opened again along the way. He bought a lot of odds and ends. But in fact, because there was no equipped environment, even if he bought some things, he couldn't use them at all. For example, here various devices are bound according to biological information. As long as the bound owner appears, all the devices will start to run. And the energy source is not electricity, but a power source similar to radiation extracted from outer space. Yanrui bought it back, and it was useless. It was equivalent to a mobile phone without a charger. Just an empty shell. Yanrui and Jian Anchi said. It's a pity. If we can develop to this level outside, the mutant animals in the end times will definitely not be so arrogant. Then let's ask if we can buy some weapons to take back. We haven't used the interstellar points here much. Jian Anchi patted Yanrui's shoulder to comfort him. Yanrui cheered up, and finally came to the shop prepared by Ward for them. The location of this shop is good. Just as Ward said. Although the area is not large. It is more than enough to put down 3 rows of shelves. There is also an entrance on the left. And the traffic volume is visible to the naked eye. This shop has such a good location. Why don't you use it? Yanrui looked out through the window of the shop. Outside was a huge void. Just like those completely untouchable scenes on TV. Just moved out yesterday. This was the shop I used to sell compressed oxygen. Ward explained. I didn't just find a shop for you casually. This location is the shop with the highest income for me. Really? Yanrui was a little unbelievable. Why was Ward suddenly so kind? How is the location of this shop? Ward looked at Yanrui and asked. If you think it's okay, then book it here. There is a shop in front that is larger than this one. But there is no such passage next to it. So the traffic volume is less. No. I think this one is good enough. Yanrui looked around and felt that the shop owners around him were also very kind. I think this place is okay. Yanrui turned to ask Jian Anchi. What do you think of this location? Jian Anchi also thought this location was good. He looked at Yanrui and said, I think this place is good. Then let's decide here. Yanrui made the decision. And then he took out a huge lip from the space button. And then without saying anything, he stuck it on the wall of the store. To save someone from targeting me. Ward's mouth twitched. He couldn't bear to look directly. And then turned around and said, now that the location is decided, I have something else to discuss with you. What's the matter? Yanrui asked. I don't know how you set the price. But I hope the price won't be 20% higher than the original price. Ward said. You can see that my conditions are not very good. If the price is too high, you won't be able to sell your things. Don't worry about that. I said I'll sell it at the original price. So I'll sell it at the original price. Yanrui put his hands behind his back. Any other requirements besides this? Ward cleared his throat and said uncomfortably. Since you agreed to sell it at the original price, I will also provide a 20% subsidy. Subsidy? Who are you going to subsidize? Subsidize me? Yanrui opened his lips slightly, forming a weird synchronization with the huge red lips outside. How can I subsidize you? In a few days, you may be richer than me. Ward couldn't help rolling his eyes. I want to subsidize my residents. When they settle the bill, you give them a 20% discount, and I will pay the remaining 20%. So good? I didn't expect Ward to be a good leader. He had no objection to this request, as it would not infringe on his interests. But you have to advance me part of the money, in case you don't settle with me later. Don't worry. I will transfer the money to your account the day before you open your business. Ward promised. We can also sign an agreement and ask Li Siyu to be a witness. No need. Why ask Li Siyu? Ward just felt that Yanrui had some conscience, and heard him say the next sentence. Won't we meet with other captains in the future? Just let them be witnesses. Ward. After making the decision in ward, Yin Rui went to the next starship. I don't know if everything has been discussed. Everyone proposed to Yin Rui that they wanted to give residents a 20% subsidy. And Yin Rui naturally agreed. Everyone witnessed each other. And after signing the agreement, the matter was set in stone. Yin Rui agreed with everyone that the opening day would be 7 days later. Before that, don't forget to transfer the Interstellar points to his account. All the captains agreed happily. They went to great lengths to allow Yin Rui to open a store here. Fortunately, Yin Rui was easy to talk to. They were all worried that Yin Rui would make some excessive and difficult to fulfill requests to them. But this person's aesthetics are a bit strange. But these are all trivial matters. After returning to the supermarket, Yin Rui lay back on the bed tiredly, and then called Jian Anchi to his side. Jian Anchi sat on the bed and looked down at Yin Rui. What's wrong? Are you tired? Do you want to strengthen your training tomorrow? Yin Rui, who originally thought the atmosphere was very good, snorted coldly. You go out. I want to rest. Jian Anchi didn't know what he said wrong. He sighed silently in his heart, stood up, and was about to go out. Yin Rui heard the footsteps of his departure, and he was even more angry. But he was only angry for half a minute, and he grabbed Anan, who was lying on the ground, into his arms. I tell you, when you want to find a little female cat to fall in love with in the future, you can't be like him. So speechless, Anan meowed and his body instantly grew larger. Yin Rui immediately rested his head on Anan's belly and sighed comfortably. So soft. The system didn't know when it appeared. When Yin Rui reacted, it had already snored beside Yin Rui's face. Yin Rui didn't know why the system needed to sleep now. But he didn't wake it up. As long as he needed it, the system would wake up immediately, just as quickly as switching back from sleep mode. After dinner, Yin Rui was in good spirits. After going downstairs, I saw Layla. When can your brother come today? Today Yin Rui asked Layla to call Baker over, and also said that if possible, he would also call Li Siyu. Li Siyu is different from them. Li Siyu only leads a starship, so he doesn't have a commercial starship. If he wants to open a store, he can only open it on the main starship. After he has time, he asked Layla to teach him how to use the communicator of this plane. The communicator is very light. After opening the box, he found that Ward gave him a ring the size of a ring. What if the size is wrong? Yin Rui muttered to himself. After taking out the ring, he found that the silver ring immediately decomposed into tiny silver particles, and then slowly crawled to the knuckles of his fingers. So cool! Yin Rui was embarrassed to lose his composure in front of Layla. But this thing was really cool. Just like the high-tech in the movies. He had never seen this thing in Ward's shops just now. Ward is quite generous. This is the latest model. If you want to buy it, you have to make a reservation. He gave you 4 at once, which shows that he really wants to make friends with you. Layla asked Yin Rui to rub the ring, and then a huge screen appeared in front of Yin Rui. This screen is quite similar to the system screen, but the screen of this communicator looks rougher and simpler, and the functions are not as fancy as the system. Let's add each other as friends. When the time comes, just think about it, and we can contact each other. At this time, Layla also opened his screen, but Yin Rui didn't see any shadow of her screen. This screen can only be seen by myself. Or you can add a secondary card, so that 2 people can see it. Layla smiled at Yin Rui. Do you have to give Brother Jian permission? Of course. Yin Rui did not hesitate. Teach me how to give him permission. After learning it, Yin Rui sent Layla away and called Jian Anchi to his side. Come and take this. Yin Rui touched his communicator with Jian Anchi's communicator, and after the operation, both of them could see each other's screen. Just like the system. System. Please download all the scientific papers published on the internet in this plane. I think I may need them in the future. Yin Rui just thought that this knowledge should be of great help to his plane. But how to share this knowledge is another problem. Anyway, download it first. At this time, Jian Anchi's performance was a little strange. He gently bumped Yin Rui's shoulder. Where is the notebook? What? It's here with me. After Yin Rui read Jian Anchi's 8-page love letter, he never put the notebook back. Did you write on it? Jian Anchi did not open it, but asked directly. Yin Rui was a little embarrassed. I don't know what to write. Jian Anchi nodded. Yin Rui couldn't tell from his expression, so he could only ask tentatively, what are you going to write today? I want to ask you why you suddenly became unhappy after you came back. Jian Anchi answered truthfully and frankly. But he didn't dare to look at Yanrui at all. He has been thinking these 2 days whether he did not do well. So Yanrui might regret it a little. But he also felt that this idea was a little mean. And Yanrui was obviously not such a person. It's so tangled. But he can't show it. And there is no help. He saw a post on the forum asking for help. But because it was flowing according to the time of the original plane, even if someone replied to his post in seconds, he would have to wait a few days to see the answer. What's so good about this question? Can't you just ask me directly? Yanrui curled his lips and said somewhat dissatisfiedly. If you ask me directly, how can I not answer you? Then I want to ask why you are unhappy. Jian Anchi finally spoke. Yanrui was satisfied and immediately answered. At that time you shouldn't have told me to exercise well. But you should have said that I worked hard. And then said something annoying. Yanrui straddled Jian Anchi's arm. How obsessed are you with letting me exercise? You always say such unpleasant words. Didn't you say that after I died in the last life, you had a hard time? If you exercise well and improve your abilities, even if I die, you can still live well. Jian Anchi answered honestly, and Yanrui was stunned in place. He reacted for a moment, then slapped Jian Anchi on the back. Stop talking nonsense. You will definitely not die in this life. It's hard for us to say about accidents. So in order to make me feel more at ease, can you exercise more? Jian Anchi's words were not fancy, and even still very unpleasant. But Yanrui felt blocked in his heart and forgot to refute for a while. Okay. You will urge me every day in the future. If you don't urge me, I won't practice. After Yanrui finished speaking, he couldn't help but lean close to Jian Anchi and kissed him. Jian Anchi couldn't react, and heard a loud ouch. I'm blind. From the door, Yanrui turned his head and saw Baker covering his eyes. But the gap between his fingers was so big that Yanrui could see his teasing eyes. Hey, isn't this the famous couple in the fleet? Why are the two of them here together today? Baker was followed by Li Siyu, who was so angry that he almost cursed. But Baker was flexible and apologized directly. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Yanrui and Baker raised their palms in a meaningless gesture. And just before Li Siyu started to complain, they got to the point. I chose 5 kinds of trees. Take a look at them. Yanrui Jiang shared the system screen with the two of them temporarily. After reading the introduction of several plants, the two of them were quite interested. These 5 kinds are all good. What are the prices? The prices are a bit expensive. Yanrui listed the prices of each plant in a table, and also added the characteristics of each plant. But I can't guarantee whether these can survive on this planet. I can only guarantee that these plants are alive when they reach you. That's enough. Li Siyu made the decision. I want 100,000 of each of these 5. Chapter 106 Interstellar Cruise. What a big deal. But Yanrui was not surprised. He first gave all his inventory to Li Siyu, and gave him a space button. After making so much money, giving him a space button is nothing. It takes 2,000 points to buy a bamboo from the system. And his selling price is 2,300. The purchase price of peach trees is 1,500. And the selling price is 1,800. The purchase price of the most expensive bone wood is 3,000. And his selling price is 3,500. There are also the 2 types bought from the original plane. The other party only wants 1,000 points for each. And he sells 1,200. In this way, he makes a net profit of 15 million points for 10,000 plants. Points come. Points come. Points really come from Li Siyu. By the way, didn't you say you want to open a store? I don't have much free space over there. Just a small cubicle. You don't need to put too many things. I don't have too many ordinary residents. They will come here directly when they want to buy things. Li Siyu turned his head and glanced at Baker. You are not the richest man? How many do you want to buy? Then I only need 9,000 plants. Baker spread his hands. It's donated to the future residents anyway. He also wanted to buy 10,000 directly. But Li Siyu's temper. Oh, let's buy 9,000. Baker is still very good at reading people's eyes. Yanrui smiled from ear to ear, and didn't see Baker's little thoughts at all. Okay. I just don't have any stock here for the time being. You can come and get it tomorrow. Baker didn't care. And Yanrui informed the 2 people that he would open a store in 7 days. You haven't seen the shop I gave you yet, Baker reminded. Today, after Yanrui went out, he only looked at the shops of several other fleets. and Baker did not show up. It's okay. I believe you can help me choose the best position. But they all have to give 20% subsidy. After telling Baker about the benefits of other captains, Baker naturally agreed to pay this money. Otherwise, I'll give them 30% subsidy to show our strength. Baker clenched his fist. What do you think? I don't think so. Li Siyu's voice came from Baker's side. If you dare to let the fleet riot, I won't forgive you. What is there to riot about? Baker didn't understand. If you give them an extra 10% discount, other residents will definitely find ways to shop here. And the time spent should also be counted in the above. And they will definitely be dissatisfied with their leaders. Just because you gave them an extra 10%. They still don't get encouragement even though they paid money. What a bad influence. Yin Rui explained patiently. And Baker waved his hand after understanding. Forget it. I will still compensate them 20% like them. But you must hang it on the door for me, so that everyone knows. Of course. I will prepare to make the sign in the next 2 days. Yin Rui patted his chest to make a promise. And Li Siyu and Baker were ready to leave after getting the promise. But just as Baker turned around, Li Siyu stopped. And Baker bumped into him again without paying attention. Ouch. The residents outside the door, who had been staring at the situation inside, accidentally exclaimed. Li Siyu glared at the door. And the residents outside immediately scattered. Books and movie DVDs. Li Siyu waved at Yin Rui unceremoniously. I won't give you any money today. Okay. Okay. I'll treat you today. Baker. Take a look at what you want. I'll treat you too. Yin Rui was very happy after making a lot of money today. Do you want to buy something for Ms. Lily and Layla? Okay. Beck was not polite at all. But Li Siyu snorted coldly, always feeling that Baker was taking advantage of him. After getting the book, Li Siyu just said hello to Yin Rui. I'm leaving. Yeah. Welcome next time. But before they could say goodbye to him, Li Siyu's figure had disappeared from the eyes of several people. How have you been busy these days? Yin Rui asked. I have prepared the green plants you want for you, which are different from Li Siyu's. Baker was so shocked that his eyes widened immediately. It's different from Li Siyu's. Forget it. I don't want something different from Li Siyu. I'm afraid he will kill me. Ah? Yin Rui felt a little sorry. I have already prepared it for you. It is a green plant that is easier to grow than these plants. And it is even suitable for growing in a starship. Yin Rui looked regretful. So you are really so afraid of Li Siyu? What's the fear or not? He is my leader. I respect him. This is what his mother taught him. Telling him not to confront Li Siyu head-on no matter what. If Li Siyu knew that he had a unique green plant, it is estimated that even Yin Rui would not be able to get it. Forget it. How could Yin Rui not get it? He thought too much. And in the end, he was the only one who was pitiful. Baker sighed deeply. Then used that piece of land to pay off the debt. I haven't estimated the value of the land on this planet yet. Just give me whatever you are willing to pay. Although Baker said so, Yin Rui couldn't cheat people. He couldn't get over it. I'll give you double the amount. You ordered 9,000 today. And next time I'll give you 10,000 for each plant. You don't have to pay for both times. Yin Rui calculated it a little, but still felt that what he gave was not enough. That was the original seed ore. And it was of extremely high quality. He could dig out such a large piece of the original seed ore. He felt that his body was stronger just by touching the original seed. Or, I'll give you something else. Yin Rui was thinking about what Baker needed. But Baker was the richest man. And what he needed was just green plants. How about some new styles? Do you have any flowers here? Baker suddenly thought of the flowers he saw in the book. Orchids, roses, and calla lilies. Do you have these flowers here? Yes. Do you want to grow them at home? Then I suggest you buy potted flowers, so you can grow them for a long time. I plan to grow them in our flower garden. Can you prepare 200 pots of flowers for me? Or do you have those little goldfish here? I saw some people in the movie raising little goldfish. I want them too. We have them all. Come and get them tomorrow. Yin Rui decided to prepare the best and most beautiful types for Baker. When he was young, he also raised little goldfish. But they all died. At that time, he cried very sadly. What did he do after he cried? Jian Anchi secretly took his meal money to take him to the mall to catch goldfish after seeing him cry. After they caught the goldfish, they put them back into the small pond. Did Jian Anchi have feelings for him at that time? Yin Rui waved at Jian Anchi. And Jian Anchi immediately walked to Yin Rui's side. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anchi, who was just sorting the shelves and didn't look at him, but came over quickly when he waved his hand, and felt that he was a little cute. He had never thought that he would find a 1.9-meter tall man cute before. But today, when he looked at Jian Anchi, he suddenly wanted to hug him. He thought so. And he did it directly. Oh! The guests watching the excitement outside the door sighed with wavy lines. Jian Anchi pushed Yan Rui a little embarrassed after hearing it. But Yan Rui was unmoved. You are my boyfriend. What's wrong with me hugging you? Jian Anchi pursed his lips, and the joy on his face could not be concealed. Under the expectation of everyone, he finally hugged Yan Rui back. Oh! This phenomenon is quite rare. The guests outside have long known that the two of them have been together for a long time, but they have never seen them so close. Today is the first time to see it. After hugging for a while, Yan Rui finally let go of his hand. Jian Anchi was a little reluctant, but he had to let go. I'll go to the warehouse to prepare for you. For Baker tomorrow. Jian Anchi cleared his throat and said uncomfortably, I'll find you downstairs later. Yan Rui said, let's prepare some more beautiful flowers and plants for Baker. And the little carp. Just when Yan Rui was selecting green plants for Baker under the command of the system, he saw Zongjing running towards him in a hurry. What's wrong with you? Don't worry, Yan Rui said. Is there something wrong with Li Siyu? Yan Rui's first feeling was that their fleet had a conflict with other fleets, because they had also heard that this fleet often started wars with other fleets. No. But it's Li Siyu's fault. Zongjing told the whole story. After the store manager planted the green plant you sent, the tree withered immediately and couldn't be saved. So he's furious now. I was wondering if you have any solution, such as nutrient solution or something. Yan Rui pointed at himself in disbelief. Are you talking about me? Can he solve the problem of green plant withering? It withered after being planted? Was it poisoned? Yan Rui couldn't think of any words to describe it for a while. It's not that one plant withered as soon as it was planted, but after it was planted, all the life indicators of the green plants dropped sharply. We pulled it out of the ground in time. Although it didn't die, we are not sure whether it can be planted in the future. That's right. Yan Rui touched his chin. Don't your researchers have a solution? I heard that Gary is very powerful. He is very powerful. But after he said that, the captain got even angrier. Zongjing said helplessly. Gary said that the soil here is not suitable for the survival of any green plants. Even if they are planted, it will be futile. This planet may not be suitable for human habitation. I hope Li Siyu can reconsider it. Gary is really a man of great talent and courage. He dared to say this. But I think he is a little pessimistic. Otherwise, I will go and take a look. Yan Rui went downstairs and told Jian Anchi about the situation. Jian Anchi held his hand. Let's go together. Yan Rui nodded, and took advantage of Jian Anchi's inattention and kissed him with a smile. Jian Anchi's face immediately turned red. He grabbed Yan Rui, who was about to run away, and kissed him lightly on the corner of his mouth twice before he was satisfied. Zongjing felt a little jealous when he saw the two people getting closer, but he was also a little envious. He wanted to find a partner. How did you sell this car? Yan Rui patted the body of Zongjing's car and said with interest, what type of energy does this car use? How many kilometers can it run before it is scrapped? Is it collision resistant? It is radiation energy. There is nothing to hide. This car is not expensive. It only costs 200,000 interstellar points. It has strong protection and attack effects. If you encounter people from other planets who have bad intentions outside, you don't have to worry about being attacked. That's really good. Yan Rui looked left and right and had great interest in the car. It was a pity that he couldn't find the energy source of this car on his own plane. If it is modified, it is actually unnecessary. He already has many cars in his garage. Let's go to Baker to buy some aircraft. Yan Rui raised his head and wanted to discuss with Jian Anchi. But when he saw the look Jian Anchi was looking at him, he felt a little embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. Yan Rui gently pushed Jian Anchi, who immediately said seriously, I think what you said makes sense. Zongjing, who saw everything, silently sped up, finally arriving at the destination. Zongjing was the first to jump out of the car. Yan Rui didn't hear any sound, but only felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a bit suffocating. After hearing the noise, Li Siyu looked up at the few people, then snorted and stopped talking. Yan Rui walked forward and quietly communicated with the system in his mind. Can you find the problem here? This problem is too easy to find. You don't need to look to know that the soil of this planet is not good. And do you see that there is soil here? Following the system's words, Yin-Rui glanced at the dug pit and was silent for a while. The soil is too nutritious. Nothing has grown for so many years. And there is no place to consume the nutrients. In addition, the special features of this planet. In 2 years, this place may become another resource pit. And there will be no soil at all. Wait a minute, Yin-Rui shouted. It's not because there is no nutrition here, but because the nutrition is too high? Li Siyu looked at Yin-Rui, whose expression kept changing after arriving here, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Gary. If you can't solve these problems, you want to get an investment from me in the future. Gary was even more entangled. It's not that he didn't want to solve it. He also wanted to stay on a habitable planet, and didn't want to be an interstellar wanderer anymore. But he had been checking for so long, and had not found a solution to the problem of withering green plants. Then do you have any solution? Yin-Rui asked the system. For example, buy some thinners or something. Why do you need to buy thinners? Just plant them in another place, the system said. But I haven't completed the exploration of this planet yet. Maybe there is no place suitable for green plants to grow. If I really can't find it, I will buy thinners, so it can be solved. Right? Yin-Rui confirmed again and again. And the system was a little annoyed when he asked the last question. Yin-Rui smiled at Li Siyu. Seeing Yin-Rui's smile, Li Siyu could only suppress his anxious mood. Boss Yin, are you here to do after-sales service? Of course. After the things are sold, I have to ensure that you can grow them alive. Yin-Rui walked to the withered tree that looked a little depressed. They just started planting trees, and planted the most expensive one. It seems that Li Siyu really values this experiment, because he told Li Siyu before that the dead bone wood is the plant with the highest survival rate. Yin-Rui raised his hand and injected his supernatural power into the dead bone wood. At the same time, he felt that the dead bone wood had a tendency to burn inside. It felt like a person taking too much tonic and having a nosebleed. People have ways to consume it, but trees don't. Trees can only be burned to death. Yin-Rui sighed silently in his heart, then turned around and said to Li Siyu, "This place is not suitable for planting trees." "How is it possible? This is the most suitable place for planting trees that I have found after so many days of testing. All the values are only a little higher than the normal level. If this place doesn't work..." At this point, Li Siyu gritted his teeth and finally squeezed out a sentence from his mouth. "Anyway, I won't give up." "I'm not asking you to give up," Yin-Rui hurriedly proved. "Are you sure this is the most suitable place for planting on the entire planet?" "Of course I am sure. If this place doesn't work, other places will be even worse." Li Siyu pointed at Gary and said, "This is his conclusion. He is the most powerful researcher here." Gary's eyes were no longer bright at this time. Before, this title could make him proud. But now this title is on his head, making him ashamed. Then use another method to solve it. Don't be too nervous. When Yin-Rui felt that the tree was finally coming to life, he took his hand down and said, "Why don't you ask me? I have thinners for sale here. What do you need to buy diluents for? This is not what we need here." Gary spread his hands. "While all the values here are high, there is also an unknown substance that counteracts the internal parts of the plants. I haven't thought of any way to remove it, or let the plants evolve antibodies." "Ah?" Hearing what Gary said, Yin-Rui was a little uncertain and confirmed with the system. "Are you sure the diluent is enough?" "Of course it is enough. The unknown substance," he said, "is not a big problem at all. As long as the tree can survive for more than 30 days, the tree can automatically generate antibodies. We have long wanted to write this little thing in the book and use it as a test question for students." Hearing this, Yin-Rui was relieved. "Don't worry. If the tree sprinkled with diluent still doesn't survive after 30 days, I can give you a refund." "Just a refund?" "This is not a question of refund at all. This is a question of whether it can survive. This is a question of their future survival." Yin-Rui just said refund lightly, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. "Then buy it. How much is one bottle?" Li Siyu seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. "How much diluent do you think will be needed if I count all these trees?" "Captain, we don't need to dilute any ingredients in the soil." Gary stared at Li Siyu with his big watery eyes. Yin-Rui looked from the side, and felt that he would not be able to bear being stared at by such a pair of eyes. But Li Siyu stood firm. "Plant 100 trees first. At the same time, you should also study the composition of the soil. If it really doesn't work, We can change our ideas. Li Siyu made the decision with a big wave of his hand. Yanrui silently gave Li Siyu a thumbs up in his heart. He was indeed a captain with courage. I won't charge for this diluent. 1 bottle is needed for 1 tree. You can use these 100 bottles first as a trial pack. If it works well, you can come to me to buy it again. Yanrui asked the system to buy 100 bottles. He grinned unconsciously when he saw the points deducted. Such a small bottle, which is only the size of a small beverage bottle, actually costs 100 points. It's really expensive. Thank you. Li Siyu didn't have much hope for this. In his eyes, although Yanrui was a businessman with many new things in the supermarket, he didn't particularly believe that he could really solve this problem, because he had never heard of products that could change the properties of soil on other planets. If there were any, they would have used them on other planets long ago, and there was no need to wait until now. However, he adhered to the principle of trying everything possible. Maybe Yanrui would succeed. Anyway, it didn't cost any money. Yanrui took out another bottle, walked up to Gary, and put it in his hand. Try it. It's free anyway. You won't lose money if you use it. Gary realized it later. I didn't mean anything against you just now. I know everything. Yanrui smiled at Gary. I have endless patience with customers. After hearing what Yanrui said, Gary also smiled at Yanrui. But at this moment, his smile was mixed with deep sadness. Yanrui patted Gary on the shoulder. Come on. I believe you will succeed. He will definitely succeed. The system voice suddenly appeared in Yanrui's mind. But the tone was a bit sour. How can you question the technology of our Amoan galaxy? He may not be sure about other places, but in this land, he is 100% sure that only thinners can be used. Why didn't Yanrui pat his shoulder to reward him? Let's talk about it when we go back. Yanrui gently coaxed the system. At this time, Zhongzheng ran to Yanrui's side under Li Siyu's knife-like gaze. I'll take you back. No need. Yanrui waved his hand and took out a car from the space button at the same time. We just happened to walk around here. I have memorized the way here. I won't get lost. Don't worry. This car. Zongning's eyes lit up when he saw Yanrui's car. This time, Yanrui took out the car he bought in the Doomsday Plane. The shape is more stable and more collision resistant. At that time, it was said that even if 10 zombies surrounded it, they couldn't destroy the shell of this car. How is it? Not bad. Right? Yanrui patted the roof of the car. I'm leaving first. Bye. Yanrui also waved to Li Siyu, who nodded in response and turned back to study with Gary. After Yanrui got in the car, he left under Zongjing's gaze. Jian Anchi looked at Zongrui with a familiar look. I'm afraid he has taken a fancy to our car. Jian Anchi smiled and said, the same look you had when you took a fancy to their car today. Especially yearning for it. It's a pity that this is a treasure he will never get. Chapter 107 Interstellar Cruise. According to the system map, Yanrui and Jian Anchi set off towards the marked point. But they were stopped before they reached their destination. Sorry. This place is forbidden. Shit. When this person saw Yanrui's face, his first reaction was to curse out loud. Yanrui didn't understand why. In his memory, he didn't seem to have done anything to this person. Beware. Beware. Yanrui looked at the soldiers who suddenly appeared around him, and then looked at their uniforms. When he felt familiar, he heard another serious voice. Put down the gun. Okay. The case is solved. Ward, what's wrong with your men? Didn't you update the news? Yanrui opened the car door and walked towards Ward. Ward resisted the urge to roll his eyes. What are you doing here? After saying that, he felt that his tone seemed a little stiff. Fearing that Yanrui did not want to open a store on his starship again, so he softened his tone and said, this is the mining area. The conditions are not very good. It is difficult to entertain you. Yanrui looked back along Ward's shoulder, and sure enough, the huge machine was running not far away. There were layers of people around, and Yanrui wanted to see some details, but was blocked outside the door. I want to go in and take a look. If I find what I want, can't we make a deal? Yanrui was eager to try, but Ward had no intention of agreeing. No, absolutely not. I will trade with you for green plants. Yanrui did not hesitate. The system told him that there might be resources he wanted in it, but the system did not say what resources they were. Yanrui also said that he was being mysterious. Really? Ward's mind moved, and he was somewhat softened. He didn't have much money in his hand, and he didn't have enough money to buy green plants. So he started mining day and night, preparing to sell it to Li Siyu or Baker, hoping to exchange some interstellar points to buy green plants. After all, this is closely related to his future development on this planet. If there are no green plants, it is very likely that he will lose at the starting line from the beginning. The worse the conditions, the poorer his development will be. Then you come. Ward turned his body sideways and said, "But you have to promise that you will not tell other Starship members like the situation here. Of course, we will just sign a confidentiality agreement." Yirui waved to Jian Anchi, and Jian Anchi followed Yirui and glanced at Ward. And Ward instantly felt a chill on his back. Where is it? Yirui communicated with the system in his mind. At this time, the system was sitting in the supermarket, eating ice cream while scanning the material data around Yirui. Go forward and turn 15 degrees east. Then dig 20 meters down. You should have what you want. How do you know what I want? Yirui curled his lips, walked to the designated location of the system, squatted down, and waved to Ward. A monstera. Can you help me dig 20 meters down here? Ward took a deep breath. It has been a long time since anyone dared to look at him like this. Then add a pot of blue heart lotus. If there are more, I will find a way myself. Ward was surprised. This was obviously his territory. But Yirui was so open as if he was in an empty place. So angry. Give him this to dig. Ward touched his nose and pointed at Yirui. Ward's men also drove the machine over reluctantly. These people have all suffered at the hands of Yirui. But they also know that they can't beat him at all. So they can only obey Yiruy's arrangements. That's it. Help me dig it. Yirui smiled at the man, then threw it into the air. And the soldier on the opposite side subconsciously caught what Yirui threw. Thank you. Looking at the chocolate in his palm, the soldier suddenly felt like a deflated balloon, and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you." Yirui knew why these people had this reaction, but he didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then trouble you." The man took an arm-length tool and drilled down to the position specified by Yirui. After drilling down for about 20 meters, the man stopped and lifted the machine. Yirui saw a small black dot appear at the drill bit. He wanted to touch it with his hand, but was stopped by Jian Anchi. "Be careful." Jian Anchi took out a glove, dipped a little with a cotton swab, and asked the system, "What is this? Don't you know what this is?" The system explained, "This is oil. Is it real?" Yirui put his nose close to the cotton swab, sniffed it gently, and then swallowed his saliva. "Is it really oil?" With this, he won't have to worry about refueling in the future. Yirui recalled the way he grinned when he accidentally touched his tongue while sucking the oil tank with his mouth, and shuddered. "I really need this stuff. Can you sell me some?" Yirui negotiated with Ward. "I don't want more. Just give me 1 ton. Or use the 12% you should give me to pay off the debt." "What is this?" Ward walked up and took a look. "You know this is the resource you need just by looking at it?" Yirui nodded. "That's right. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" In front of Ward, Yirui did not hide his behavior. Anyway, Ward couldn't do anything to him. Ward's breathing stagnated, and finally couldn't help but say, "You can't say whatever you say." "What is this? I also want the laboratory to test it first, and then study how to price it." "You can't say whatever you say." "Okay. Anyway, I want 1 ton. Yirui shrugged his shoulders. "If you want to test it, you can go to the supermarket to find me after the test, and I won't come to you anymore." Ward was relieved, looking at Yiruy's back as he left, and thinking whether he had just said something a bit harsh, and shouldn't have refused so decisively. "Ward, after you have finished the test, go to my supermarket tomorrow night. Don't let me come to you. I don't have time." Yirui shouted to Ward through the window in the car. Ward looked at his back as he left and gritted his teeth. "I should have spoken more seriously just now. He was really mad at me. Why buy so much gasoline? And I don't know how much gasoline can be refined from 1 ton of crude oil. Don't make a loss when you set the price." Jian Anchi did not forget to discuss this with Yirui while driving. Yirui waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. We will never suffer a loss." Although his car can no longer use gasoline as fuel, Yirui still wants to be prepared. If he doesn't use it, others can. Or he secretly hopes that others will use the resources he provides after the end of the world. Besides, crude oil can not only provide gasoline, but also many necessities of life rely on crude oil refining. Yin Rui suddenly felt that he only needed 1 ton, which was a bit too little. Where should we go next? Jian Anchi saw Yin Rui staring at the map in a daze and asked. Yin Rui came back to his senses and pointed to a point on the map on the system. Let's go here. It was completely dark, but there was no danger on this planet. Yin Rui pointed to a place with dense protrusions on the map. I want to see what's different here. After Jian Anchi drove the car to the place designated by Yin Rui, there was no one around, and it looked like a wasteland. Let's get out of the car and take a look. After getting out of the car, Yin Rui took out a flashlight and walked forward. There was a small hill in front of him. Yin Rui walked a few dozen steps and reached the top of the hill. The view here is pretty good. Yin Ruijian leaned his head on Jian Anchi's shoulder. We should go out more often. Well, let's start improving from this plane. Jian Anchi put his hand on Yin Rui's shoulder, and the 4 words good and peaceful years suddenly flashed in his mind. This is his good and peaceful years. Jian Anchi looked up at the sky and curled his lips. Look over there. I feel like I see someone. Do you see it? Yin Rui blinked and pointed in a direction. I didn't see anyone in the car just now. Where? Jian Anchi looked in the direction of Yin Rui's finger, but found nothing. Look hard. Yin Rui stretched his head forward. About 3 kilometers. Jian Anchi was surprised. Can you see things 3 kilometers away? Yin Rui was shocked when he heard Jian Anchi's words. He realized later. Yes. How can I see so far? Yin Rui patted Jian Anchi on the back. Look hard too. See if you can see dozens of people surrounding a pit over there. They should be the guards of some fleet working. Jian Anchi nodded and looked in the direction Yin Rui pointed. Sure enough, after a while, he saw the team Yin Rui mentioned. It's just that Jian Anchi doesn't see things as naturally as Yin Rui does. Instead, he needs to use a little effort. But the difference is not big. We are so powerful now. Yin Rui sighed in a low voice. I was a little nearsighted and astigmatism before, but now I have become clairvoyant. Who would have thought? By the way, Jian Anchi, how is your artistic level now? Can you perform a complete move? I still remember that when Jian Anchi showed him his superpowers for the first time, a palm thunder as big as a flame appeared, and its durability was not even as good as the singing lotus used on his birthday. So Yin Rui never had the courage to ask Jian Anchi about the progress of his superpower training. But now Jian Anchi seems to be making good progress, and he has been practicing very hard. Not only did he not give up superpower training, but he also often practiced with martial arts secrets. Wait for me. Jian Anchi took 2 steps back, and the two were about 50 meters apart. Jian Anchi continued to speak. Cover your ears. Jian Anchi reminded. Yin Rui raised his chin indifferently. No need to cover your ears. What's there to cover your ears? Jian Anchi pursed his lips and stepped back a few meters. Yin Rui blinked at him, and his heart softened when he saw Jian Anchi. System. You will cover Rui's ears in a while. Jian Anchi communicated with the system in his mind. System. Also, why do you young lovers give me tasks when you are in love? Get ready. Jian Anchi said loudly. Yin Rui thought Jian Anchi was reminding himself and made an okay gesture to him. Jian Anchi did not officially start until the system replied ready. Jian Anchi raised his hand, palm facing up, and a cluster of deep blue flames formed in his palm. Yin Rui looked at this real palm thunder and opened his mouth unconsciously. Jian Anchi was a little proud in his heart. And then the flame in his hand suddenly increased, as if it was a bonfire with fuel added, and it became 3 times larger with a boom. Yin Rui looked at the flame in Jian Anchi's palm that contained endless energy, and noticed that there was a trace of electricity passing through it, and couldn't help but applaud him. Jian Anchi, you are really amazing. Come on. Hit here and see. Jian Anchi understood, and after reminding the system again, his palm suddenly turned down, and the lightning fire that had been steadily stopped in the palm of his hand followed Jian Anchi's instructions and rushed towards the ground. Boom! The huge shock wave rushed Yin Rui back 2 steps. But strangely, he didn't hear any sound. He just felt that his face was covered with dust and a little dirty. Jian Anchi! Yin Rui shouted in a panic. I seem to be deaf. Don't talk nonsense. Jian Anchi asked the system to remove the protection of Yin Rui's ears. The voice echoed, and Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I was wondering how could such a big explosion not make any sound. Yin Rui punched Jian Anchi's chest. Why didn't you tell me? You wouldn't agree if I told you. Jian Anchi grabbed Yanrui's hand and asked him to punch him twice more on the chest. Hit twice more to vent your anger. I don't want to. Yanrui withdrew his hand and curiously ran to the hole made by Jian Anchi. It's so deep. You are really extraordinary. So as long as you work hard, you will get results. After you go back this time, you must strengthen your training. Whether it is supernatural powers or secrets, you must practice well. After hearing what Jian Anchi said, Yanrui unconsciously thought that he might as well be deaf. He scratched his head. Don't talk about this. Yanrui carelessly swept the flashlight around. And then when the flashlight swept over the hole made by Jian Anchi, he noticed that something seemed wrong in the hole. There seems to be something in here. Yanrui immediately put what happened just now behind his mind. And he immediately waved to Jian Anchi. Come and see if there is anything in here. Yanrui lay at the entrance of the cave and shone the flashlight into the cave. As expected, he saw that the bottom was bottomless, and it was impossible to tell the situation inside with the naked eye. Yanrui blinked hard, wanting to test how far he could see under night vision. Jian Anchi immediately covered his eyes with his hands when he saw this. Excessive exercise may cause irreversible damage to the eyes. Let's use other methods to look down. What other methods are there? We can't see anything with a flashlight. The hole inside is too deep. Let's see if there is anything else we can use in the mall. Or wait until tomorrow morning. But even if it is tomorrow morning, tools will definitely be needed to explore this deep pit. Or we can send a message to Li Siyu or Baker now. And find Baker. Baker should not be as busy as Li Siyu now. Yanrui was about to take out the communicator when he was immediately stopped by Jian Anchi. Why bother? System. Go down and take a look. Me? The system was a little unbelievable. Is this kind of work now assigned to me? Before you didn't have a physical body. Naturally you couldn't be used. Now it's different. Not only do you have a physical body, you are also a monkey. Isn't this kind of work tailor-made for you? Jian Anchi hugged his arms and said, It's time for you to shine. I'm in the supermarket now. I can't come over. The system wanted to make a final struggle, but was exposed by Yanrui. You can obviously come here according to the data. You are not an N. Come quickly. I will give you half of the cake tonight. You two are really getting more and more alike. Not a family. They don't enter the house. The system has now improved to the point that it can speak the slang of Yanrui's hometown. Of course. Yanrui was even a little proud. The next second, the system gradually solidified in front of him. Or you can scan it. As long as you can tell me exactly what's inside. You don't have to go down. Yanrui said. Scan the material. It shouldn't be difficult for you. The things below are a little different. After the system scanned it, its expression was a little serious. It shouldn't be too dangerous. I'll go down and take a look first. And I'll come up if it doesn't work. Go down. Be careful. When Yanrui saw the system leading the little figure disappear in front of the two of them, he still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry. He will definitely come back intact. Jian Anchi's persuasion didn't seem to have much effect. But the system was a little crazy after hearing this. What do you mean by complete? How can I not be complete? 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 Yanrui Jiang leaned down. Wow. This cave is quite deep. Didn't you see that the system echoed when it spoke? What happened the last time the system couldn't detect what substance it was? Yanrui stared at the whole entrance. Motionless. Has this happened before? It seems that it has. Jian Anchi couldn't remember it for a while. But the system's voice came from the ears of the two. The last time I found the fog martyr mushroom. The fog martyr mushroom was alive. But it was blocked by an unknown force. So I didn't detect anything. I reported this situation to the main control that day. After receiving the error report, the main control has tried to solve this bug. At this time, the system's voice did not echo, but communicated directly with the two people through the brain. So that's the case? Then there may be a sixth kind of primitive creature down here? Yanrui was a little excited when he thought of this. Isn't that another sample that can create a simulated living environment for green plants based on the growth conditions of this organism? That should be the case, since they should have started this experiment. Maybe before long. Even without diluents, those green plants will be able to adapt to the environment of this planet. Jian Anchi's tone was somewhat affirmative. This will make their development faster in the future. Don't worry about them. Please worry about me, the system complained. It's so dark down here. I'm scared to death. Don't you have a light? Isn't there a light on the hat? I'll throw you a glow stick. listening to the pitiful tone of the system. Yin Rui couldn't bear it. It's the light on the hat. Isn't it bright enough? It's because the area below is too big. The system finally reached the bottom of the cave. I'll project the situation below for you to see. The screen in front of Yin Rui and Jian Anchi was showing the system's perspective. Look! There seems to be water below. The system bent down and touched the ground with its furry little paws. The fur on his hands immediately became wet and tangled. This planet actually has water. And it's clean water. Really? Yin Rui was really happy for them this time. They had never found a clean water source for drinking on this planet. But they were not in a hurry because they could absorb a substance from space. And then refine it, and finally turn it into drinking water for humans. It's just that the price is too high. But the residents who have been wandering for so long don't care about it. They have been able to settle down here and on the planet. What's the big deal about not having water? Anyway, they are not without money. You keep looking along and see where the source of the water is. If we can find it, we will give Li Siyu a lot of money. The system clenched its fists. I found this. It should be considered my resource point. Yin Rui was speechless. And he looked at Jian Anchi for help. I dug the hole first. Yin Rui asked you to go down and explore. But you didn't want to at first. This can only be considered the common property of the three of us. The system thought about it, and felt that there was no problem. Then the money we got from Li Siyu will be divided into 3 parts. Okay. But don't forget to record the following situation carefully. And be serious. Of course. The system is a little excited now. It's the first time he has something that belongs to him alone. No. It's not considered exclusive. His little monkey's body is his first gift. This resource point should be considered his first serious asset. Although he clearly believed that data was above everything and was an atheist. He was now quietly praying in his heart that the value of this resource point could be higher and higher. Just as the system was recording the video wholeheartedly below, Yin Rui sent a message to Jian Anchi. How should we price this resource point? Jian Anchi replied. It should be set as it should be. The final price must satisfy the system anyway. As for my share, you can give me a slight discount. Yin Rui suddenly understood. Then I will give you a discount as well. If it were any other resource, Yin Rui would definitely ask for a price without mercy. But this is different from other resource points. This is water. People cannot live without water. Its importance is self-evident. Moreover, this is the first water resource point discovered on this planet. The value will definitely not be low. But if they don't want it at all, the system will definitely be unhappy. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, he found water resources for this planet. Chapter 108 Interstellar Cruise. Yen He and Jian Anchi, who originally wanted to go home and rest early, had already dialed Baker and Li Siyu's communicator at this time. And the system had jumped back from the hole below. Because this negotiation was closely related to the rights and interests of the system. His little face was also wrinkled tightly. Don't be so serious. We should talk about business in harmony. Yin Rui pinched his little monkey face. And the system still couldn't relax. I have never had it before. Never what? Yin Rui was curious. Never had the experience of having autonomy. The system touched its belly uncomfortably and scratched its head again. I have always been paid before. And this is my first time to talk about business. It doesn't matter. You will be proficient after talking a few more times in the future. Haven't you seen pigs run before you have eaten pork? Originally thought that they should appear after a while. But unexpectedly, Li Siyu had already appeared in front of Yin Rui with his people in just 5 minutes after the message was sent out. Li Siyu got out of the car and ran to Yin Rui, even panting anxiously and asking, "Where is it?" Yin Rui pointed down. "It's in this cave. If you go down, you should need some equipment." Why did Li Siyu jump just like that? This is too impulsive. Where is it? Just when Li Siyu jumped down, Baker's voice also appeared in their ears. It's down there. You should wear some protective gear. Without waiting for Yin Rui to finish, Baker jumped down from the cave without hesitation. Li Siyu and Baker's men followed his movements without hesitation, jumping down from the cave one by one. Yin Rui quickly asked the system to watch them, whether they needed any medical assistance. These people were too impulsive. It doesn't seem to be necessary. The system broadcast the real-time picture to Yin Rui and Jian Anchi. And Yin Rui realized that after they jumped down, there seemed to be some anti-gravity device on their feet. When they were close to the bottom of the cave, they would step on an invisible soft barrier and recoil, and then land steadily. We must get this thing. Yin Rui clenched his fists, his eyes full of desire. This thing is very useful in the end of the world. What do you mean? Jian Anchi asked. After the end of the world, there will be earthquakes and thunderstorms. The continuous thunderstorms will cause frequent fires in the city. Many people have to jump down from the building to avoid the burning space. Yin Rui's Adam's apple moved. Not only that, if this shoe can be used for disaster relief, it will definitely have unexpected effects. At least it can reduce the damage. Even if it can only reduce it a little bit, it can add a little fire to this world. Then we will buy it later. If they don't sell it, we will go to their warehouse to grab it. Jian Anchi said righteously. We will grab as much as we have. What are you grabbing? Yin Rui's thoughts were pulled back from the broken end of the world seen by Jian Anchi. With this water source, they can't give us what we want. What do you need? Interstellar points? Li Siyu and his people stood in front of Yin Rui in unison, not even giving Baker a chance to negotiate. Then Yin Rui pointed at Baker, who was standing about 50 meters away. Won't he come and listen? Should this thing be transferred to a private fleet like theirs? Li Siyu criticized bluntly. He only knows how to make money. Not only him, but also the captains of the other fleets are not qualified to influence the fate of this water source. That's fine. Yin Rui looked at Baker, who had jumped up and waved wildly at him, and quietly said sorry in his heart. Then he took the system off his shoulder and held it against his chest. You talk to him. I'll give it to him this time. Li Siyu looked at the system that had turned into a palm-sized monkey, his expression uncertain. After a long time, Li Siyu sighed heavily. Are you sure? Of course I am sure. Yin Rui pinched the right claw of the system with 2 fingers, waved at Li Siyu, and said in a pinched voice, just tell me. Li Siyu's expression became more complicated. He coughed helplessly. You can tell me what conditions you want. The system looked up and glanced at Yin Rui. Yin Rui gently touched his back to show encouragement. Finally, the system mustered up the courage. I want your shoe. Yin Rui just said that he really needs the shoe. So let's exchange it for the shoe. Wow. You can talk? Li Siyu blurted out unexpectedly. You can actually talk. The system, which was originally a little nervous, was furious after hearing Li Siyu's words. He immediately stood up from Yin Rui's palm, then kicked his back foot hard and jumped to the ground. And his body suddenly increased. What the hell are you? A new type of robot. The system ignored him. You are a thing. You are not a thing. You are the ugliest looking giant monkey among primates. He just learned this from a novel. But as soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone around him were a little hard to describe. Okay. He doesn't know either. You haven't spoken in front of other people before. It's normal for him to be surprised. Yin Rui hurriedly comforted the system. The system pinched its waist and pointed at Li Siyu's shoes again and said, I want this. What else? Li Siyu was shocked by the monkey that suddenly grew bigger and could speak human language. He didn't know what to say, and his brain was confused for a while. He stepped on the heel of his right foot with his left foot and easily took off the shoe of his right foot. Then he rubbed it hard, and the shoe of his left foot also fell off his foot. I wear size 46. Ah! Who wants your shoes? The system crashed a little. He even felt that he had not done this well and failed Yin Rui's expectations. Yin Rui rubbed his head. I'll do it. Just wait for the money. After Yin Rui finished speaking, Jian Anchi grabbed the system's hand and pulled him to his side. At this time, Jian Anchi stepped forward to block the system from shrinking again. I didn't say I wanted your shoes. I said I wanted to buy shoes like yours. Yin Rui explained helplessly. Sorry. Our system is still a child. Maybe some words are not clear. Li Siyu had put on his shoes again. At the moment when the system crashed, he realized that he had just misunderstood. He pretended to be calm and said, The price of these shoes is not expensive. How many do you need? I can give them to you. No. The quantity I want is a bit too much. Yin Rui knew that Li Siyu wanted to give him a few pairs of his and Jian Anchi's sizes. But this was not what he wanted. I want to buy a pair of shoes in one size. And it will cost 200,000 pairs. Especially from 36 to 42. The quantity will be doubled. After hearing what he said, Li Siyu frowned. I'm afraid that won't work. I can't promise you. What do you mean? Yin Rui asked. There is only one factory that makes these shoes. And the annual output is 6,000 pairs. Even if we expand the scale now, We won't be able to produce the quantity you want within a few years. Li Siyu added, I'm really not rejecting you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the factory to see it. Moreover, part of the goods he made today have been sold. Even if all the goods in the future are given to you, it won't be enough to make up 6,000 pairs. So that's the case. Yanrui was a little regretful. Don't you have this kind of shoes in stock? No. Not only is there no stock, but the orders now have been booked for a few years later. But if you need it, I will transfer my order to you. Li Siyu spoke with rare sincerity. Just consider it a gift from me to you. That's so embarrassing. Yanrui scratched his head. It doesn't matter if you don't have these shoes. But can you help me tell them to increase production, or work overtime, or something? I am willing to pay overtime pay and material costs. No matter how much it costs. I can tell them. There shouldn't be any problem. Li Siyu made a promise. Apart from this, what else do you need? Yanrui thought about it. And while Yanrui was thinking, Zhongzheng had already contacted the factory. The boss heard that I was working for Boss Yin, so he was willing to help for free. Everyone agreed to work overtime, and they were willing to postpone a few orders for a while. Really? That's great. Yanrui's eyes lit up. But I need a lot. Will it delay the subsequent orders? No. Our shoes are usually used for spacewalking. Now everyone has turned their attention to this barren planet, where the gravity is relatively normal. So these shoes have become dispensable. That's good. But Yanrui still has to pay overtime. Yanrui has a friend who often scolds his boss, and the world when sending him messages because of overtime. Yanrui even feels that his spirit has become bad because of overtime. If overtime is such a painful thing, what is the difference between him and Huang Shuren if he doesn't compensate me with money? You pay for the shoes, but I must pay for the overtime. Yanrui thought of the mental state of his former classmates and shuddered. I must pay for this. Okay. What else do you need besides these shoes? Li Siyu continued to ask. His expression even gave people the feeling of expecting Yanrui to ask for a big price. Yanrui was not polite at this time. I want aircraft. Okay. Li Siyu did not hesitate. I still have 70 aircraft in my reserve warehouse. Most of them are combat types. But there are more than a dozen ordinary operating types. All of them are given to you. Are these enough? Give all of these to him? Yanrui suddenly felt that this resource was really worth discovering. He even felt like a profiteer. Don't you want to see how much water there is in the underground river below? Yanrui asked tentatively. What if the flow of the underground river is small? So what if the flow is small? This is the first water source found on this planet. And it is of extraordinary significance. Li Siyu said. It is worth it no matter how much it costs. The starship. After Yanrui said these two words, he felt that Li Siyu's whole body became stiff. Yanrui laughed out loud. Can I still ask you for a starship? It's useless for him to ask for this thing. And he can also buy it in the system. Maybe it's more advanced than their starship. It's just too expensive. Yanrui has no plan to buy a starship for the time being. Have you found the mine I asked you to find last time? Even Baker has found it. Yanrui crossed his arms and was a little dissatisfied. I think you should be faster than Baker. Li Siyu secretly made a note of Baker in his heart. I really didn't find it. I searched near my resource point and didn't find any material related to this element. Then help me find this mine. Search the entire planet. I don't need anything else. Just give me another mine and we'll be even. Deal. Li Siyu agreed without hesitation. I will mobilize more people to find it. Don't worry. We don't need this material for the time being. As long as we find 1, 2, 3 or 4. They will all belong to you. Then it's settled. Yanrui raised his hand. High five for an oath. High five for an oath. Li Siyu seemed to have unloaded the heavy stone in his heart and finally smiled. Then I won't send you back. I'll ask my men to send you back. Li Siyu waved behind him. And immediately a team of people rushed up and surrounded Yanrui. No. 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 Yanrui took a few steps back and retreated directly into Jian Anchi's arms. We can go back together. I don't need your protection. You can go and get busy. The green plant issue hasn't been resolved yet, so it should be very necessary to have more manpower. Li Siyu hesitated for a long time, but still nodded and agreed. Then I won't be polite with you. Okay. Okay. Yanrui knew that Li Siyu must be very busy now. No matter how talented he was, he would not have enough energy with so many things piled up together. He didn't even care about Baker who rushed in front of him. What did you just talk about? Did Li Siyu threaten you with his power? I tell you that he is like this. A bad guy. Baker spoke as fast as a bullet. He is poor and can't give you anything good. You haven't signed the contract yet. Right? It should be no problem to regret. I can pay the penalty. We have already discussed it. Sorry. Yanrui spread his hands. He said he would give me black stone mines in the future. No matter how many black stone mines he finds on this planet, they will be mine. What a big pie. Baker covered his mouth in disbelief. You believe this? Yanrui smiled. He is the general leader of your fleets. Baker didn't want to admit it, but he had to nod. I think so. The existence of this water source is of great significance. It is also a shot in the arm for all the residents on the starship. Even if he can't give much, the right to use this water source must be given to Li Siyu. Yanrui even felt that he was a little lucky to have met someone like Li Siyu. Otherwise, if someone used force to stop him from getting the ownership of this water source, there would be some trouble. It might be a big trouble. He might have to spend a lot of points to buy weapons. This can also be considered saving money. Don't be discouraged. You see, we have found a water source on this planet. Maybe there is a second or third water source in your area. This is all possible. That's right. Baker regained his spirits. I will go to my distribution area to take a look now. Even if nothing is scanned out, I will ask him to dig down and see. Yes. 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 You can try it. Maybe if there is no water source, you can find something else. Yanrui patted Baker on the shoulder. Go quickly. Baker gave Yanrui an affirmative look and said goodbye. When there were only 3 of them left, Yanrui took the system and asked with a smile, How is it? Are you satisfied? The system was a little entangled. If it wanted to say it was satisfied, the original species would not appear next to it immediately. But if it said it was dissatisfied, he was actually quite satisfied. Just treat it as delayed gratification. Anyway, I believe there can't be only one original seed mine on this planet. Moreover, the quality of this original seed is so high that we can make a lot of money even if we find another one. I will give you 1/3 of it when the time comes. Yanrui said to the system at this time, when I sell it to the main control, the original seed will also increase in price. You get what you pay for. Don't worry. I will talk to the main control. The system clenched its fists. I will definitely fight for your rights. Looking at Yanrui, who had gradually pulled the system to his side, he gave himself a thumbs up with satisfaction. Let's go back now. Yanrui held Jian Anchi's hand, clasping his fingers. I'm a little sleepy. Then I'll drive faster. Jian Anchi hugged Yanrui's waist, and the two walked towards the car. The next day, there were still many residents playing mahjong and poker at the door. Yanrui posted a poster at the door to inform everyone that he would open a shop on the commercial starships of various fleets. That's good. But will there be a place to play mahjong at the door? Someone asked curiously. Yanrui answered patiently. There is definitely no place to play mahjong. But if you want to buy some small things, you can save the trouble of driving the aircraft to buy it from me. Not bad. Not bad. The man rubbed his hands, but his expression was not excited at all. It seemed that he came here just to play mahjong, and other things did not interest him at all. Although he was not interested, most of the customers who came here that day were different from him. Many people sighed after seeing the poster Yanrui posted outside the door. Finally opened in the starship. No need to run back and forth. Yanrui also marked the location of his shop on the poster. Some people asked if it could open a few days earlier. They were a little impatient, judging from everyone's enthusiasm for the new store on the starship. Yanrui felt that his store should not lack traffic, so he was relieved and selected products with Jian Anchi. These days, snacks are still sold more. But is there enough in this snack warehouse? Let's put some fruits up there. Yanrui looked at the half-empty shelves, feeling a little flustered. Didn't you say you couldn't move those fruits? The system was unhappy at this time. He jumped onto Yanrui's shoulder and pulled his ear. Did you forget that they were for us to eat? But he could buy them later. He felt really bad for not making money. We still have a lot of fruits in our space grid. Enough to sell for a while. Jian Anchi looked at the two people's quarrel and felt helpless. Don't you check the space grid? When did you buy it? Yanrui was very surprised after checking the space grid. Looking at the fruits in the space grid, he felt that there was no need to worry about the fruits in this plane. Jian Anchi replied, I don't know either. You never look at the things in the space grid. He pinched Yanrui's face. Anyway, I bought it when I went back. You don't have to worry about it this time. Yin Rui nodded, took a step forward and hugged Jian Anchi, and then kissed him hard on the left cheek. You are still reliable. Jian Anchi rubbed his hair. Go upstairs. Someone should call you upstairs. What do you mean someone should call him? Yin Rui went upstairs and saw someone queuing in front of the cashier. His eyes were scattered, and he didn't know what he was looking for. We can now do self-service checkout here. Do you need my help? Yin Rui glanced at him, and then reminded him. After seeing Yin Rui, this man seemed to have finally found the backbone, and grabbed Yin Rui's hand. I finally found you. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yin Rui pulled his hand out with force. He had been sitting here, and it was not difficult to find him at all. What did he mean by this? What do you want to see me for? Yin Rui took a step back, trying to keep his distance from this person. This person looked elegant, but he was surprisingly strong. I want to give you a certificate. The person pushed his glasses. Only you are qualified to get this certificate. What certificate? Yin Rui was confused. Why do you want to give me a certificate? Of course you are qualified. This person kept repeating these two sentences, turning them over and over. Only you are qualified. Only you are the chosen one. Only you are the savior. Savior? He was thinking of Xiao Xian. Yin Rui had already found that this person's mental state seemed not very good. He didn't know what to do for a while, so he could only ask the system and Jian Anchi for help. Go outside and ask if anyone knows him. Can you take him away? Before Yin Rui could find the person had already taken out a huge banner from his bag. The design of this banner was even particularly postmodern. Yin Rui's name was written in white on a blue background, and it instantly reminded him of whether he had done anything wrong in his life. He hadn't committed any crime, so there shouldn't be white on a blue background. Right? Why write Yin Rui has great luck and longevity in such a serious color scheme? This is too weird. I know this person. He was driven crazy and admitted to the hospital. Later, he was controlled and was no different from an ordinary person, except that he couldn't work. His brother and sister had always taken care of him. How did he suddenly appear here? Yin Rui was relieved when he heard that someone knew him. My friend, thank you for the banner. I'll accept it first. If there's nothing else, I want to see your brother. Okay? Chapter 109 Interstellar Cruise. After a while, the man's brother came to the supermarket. Sorry. Yin Rui looked at the middle-aged man who bowed and apologized to him frequently, and couldn't say anything to blame him. It's okay. He is very gentle and didn't do anything. Yin Rui comforted. He ran around like this and didn't encounter any danger. He was lucky, but he should be more careful in the future. That's right. After listening to the chat with the man's brother, Yin Rui knew that the man's name was Sonda. His brother's name was San Xuan, and the two had a sister. The three siblings depended on each other. Sonda was different from other children since birth. When other children had learned to walk and talk, he could only sit on the ground and smile gently at his family. Later, it was found that my brother was born with dysplasia. And later, due to environmental reasons, he also had some mental problems. Sang-sun sighed. A few days ago, my sister and I brought him to the bookstore, and after watching a movie, we found that his cerebral cortex cells became active. The doctor said that if this continues for a long time, his condition may improve. Plus, he is not aggressive, so I naturally think that he will not cause any trouble to the guests here. But I'm sorry. This time it was our negligence. It doesn't matter. But you said that his condition can be improved here? What kind of improvement is it? Or what elements in it improved his condition? It's the movie, Sang-sun replied. My brother may be different from others. He likes to watch colorful animations. It's a pity that there are not many resources on the starship. He has already seen all the inventory on the starship before, so he is very excited after watching the movie. Sang-sun smiled a little embarrassedly. As for the specific reasons, I don't know much either. Those terms are too professional. But the doctor said that as long as he is exposed to new things, his brain can be mobilized, which will be very helpful for his condition. Yin Rui turned his head and saw Sang-da smiling at him gently, with a look of no worries, which made Yin Rui feel a little sour. It doesn't matter. Just let him come. I will prepare a small table for him in the book bar, or prepare a separate table for him outside. As long as you can guarantee that he will not hurt anyone, I can continue to receive him. He will definitely not hurt anyone. He has a medical restrictor on him. Once he shows any tendency to hurt people, The medical restrictor will force him to sleep, and will definitely not affect any guests. That's fine. I will open a table for him outside, just as his exclusive seat. Yin Rui rubbed his fingers, and didn't expect that this person would actually provide him with a piece of information. I think that medical restrictor is good. After talking with the Sang brothers, Yin Rui whispered to Jian Anchi, if we get this, we can go back and study it. Maybe it can be of great use. For example, after the end of the world, prison resources are reduced, and many people take advantage of this reason to commit crimes. Later, the order was also partly caused by these people. If this medical restrictor is brought back, then if these people want to attack others, they will faint directly on the street. This is great. Yin Rui immediately added this medical restrictor to his shopping list. Why don't you buy the limiter directly in the system? After hearing the conversation between the two, the system crossed its arms and was somewhat dissatisfied. Our system mall also has many types of limiters. You don't have to buy them from these people, and then turn around to study and improve them. It's a waste of time. Okay? Then tell me what the price is in the system mall. Yin Rui refused without hesitation. Don't even think about it. It must be very expensive. It is indeed very expensive. One costs 10,000 points. At this time, the system is still stubborn. You wait. Maybe at Li Siyu's place. The price of this medical display limiter may be more expensive than the price of buying a criminal display directly. Speaking of Li Siyu and Zhong Zheng appeared in front of Yin Rui together. As soon as Li Siyu arrived, he saw the place specially prepared for Sonda next to the supermarket, and said with some dissatisfaction, why is this place exclusive? Do you want it too? Yin Rui raised his eyebrows at him. Sonda has a mental case. Do you have one too? Li Siyu hesitated for a moment, then pretended to be calm and said, I'm here to deliver the aircraft to you today. So fast. Yin Rui walked out from behind the cashier in surprise, and took the space button from Li Siyu's hand. Is it in here? Yin Rui held the space cow in his hand. Still a little unbelievable. He had been hit by a huge surprise, and couldn't recover for a while. There are 10 space buttons in this space cow. Find them yourself. There are more than 70 in total. Anyway, I've given you all my inventory. And Zhong Zheng's too are also contributed. If you think it's not enough, I'll go to Baker for a few more. I think it should be enough. Yin Rui groped for the space button in his hand with some cherishment. It was just a water source he found randomly. But he could exchange so many things. He even felt that even if he was not given the original ore, he would feel that he had made a profit. But he could only think about this in his heart. If the system knew about it, the system would definitely roll its eyes in anger. Thinking of the system's look, Yin Rui felt very funny, and couldn't help laughing out loud for a while. Li Siyu looked at Yin Rui like this, and was a little speechless for a while. Was he so happy? But all his aircraft had been given to Yin Rui, and he still felt a little painful in his heart. I'm just here to deliver a flying machine. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yin Rui nodded, and waved to Li Siyu. Goodbye, rich man. What did you say? Li Siyu didn't react for a while. Yin Rui looked innocent. I said goodbye to Captain Li. Looking at Yin Rui's innocent expression, Li Siyu couldn't find any flaws for a while. Alas, looking at the space button in his hand, he was still a little upset. Li Siyu turned his head and left the supermarket as quickly as possible. Heavy bleeding. Li Siyu really bleeds a lot this time. Yin Rui took out all the small space buttons inside the big space button. Let's go out and take a look. Or talk about it in the evening. Or I'll come back in the evening. Yin Rui was startled when he heard this unfamiliar voice. He looked up and found that Zhong Zheng hadn't left yet. The captain asked me to stay and teach you how to operate the aircraft. Zhong Zheng knew that all these aircraft were bought by Li Siyu with money saved bit by bit. And some were special models tailored for him. Li Siyu has no material desires, and all his money is used to buy aircraft and various weapons. This time, Li Siyu finally took out most of his collection. Do I need a heavyweight like you to teach me how to fly an aircraft? He can just send a soldier. Yin Rui didn't understand Li Siyu's move. He must be short of people around him now. It is true that he is short of people, but Li Siyu is still worried that Yin Rui will not treat his aircraft well. So he sent his, Zhong Zheng himself believes, most capable subordinate to teach Yin Rui. Then come back in the evening. I can't be away now. I'm about to open a new store on the starship. Just learn to fly the aircraft before opening the new store. After saying this, Yin Rui asked, is it difficult to fly an aircraft? It's not that difficult. It only takes about a day to fully familiarize yourself with the operation process of an ordinary family aircraft. It's just that the captain's aircraft has many special functions. So it is different from others and needs special treatment. It's okay. I learn things quickly. Yin Rui was confident. I promise I can learn it in less than 2 hours. Zhong Zheng was skeptical about this. But since it was Yin Rui's words, he couldn't refute it. However, when he went back to report in the evening, Li Siyu frowned and asked back. You said he learned how to drive all aircraft in 2.5 hours? The combat version too? My special combat version. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, Zhong Zheng took out another space button. Boss Yin said that since it is your special combat version, he will not keep it. Anyway, one more is not too much. One less. One more is not too much. Li Siyu took a deep breath. Although he was angry at Yin Rui for not really realizing the value of his aircraft, he suppressed the anger in his chest because Yin Rui returned him the most important combat version. And there was no anger at all. Now he was just grateful for regaining what he had lost. Boss Yin is very talented and is indeed one of the most smart people I have ever seen. Li Siyu sat back in his chair and carefully felt the space button that was back in his hand. But you said he learned all kinds of driving methods in more than 2 hours? This is almost catching up with my level. In fact, when Li Siyu learned to drive the aircraft, it took more than 2 hours. He has always been proud of this. This is one of the symbols that his intelligence and hands-on level are higher than others. Indeed, he and Jian Anchi both learn very quickly. And they can also draw inferences from one example. But there is one thing I forgot to say. What? Li Siyu was curious. He broke a home version while studying. What? Li Siyu immediately stood up and asked in disbelief. He broke one right after studying? Is he injured? No. How can he not be injured? If Yin Rui was really injured, Zhong Zheng would not be able to stand in front of him and report to him so calmly. Instead, he would have called him to the hospital to seek a solution. He is not injured. Is it Jian Anchi who is injured? Li Siyu touched his chin and asked. Can the shops on the starship still open smoothly? No. Neither of them was injured. After the aircraft hit, I saw that both of them were injured to varying degrees. But when I approached, only their clothes were a little torn. And there was no blood on their bodies. So I suspect that they have Tian blood. The Tian people have disappeared in the entire galaxy for hundreds of years. They have always been at a disadvantage in the Interstellar, because their blood has the ability to heal. They have always been coveted by various forces in the Interstellar. This news must not be spread. Even if it is true, you should keep it to yourself. After hearing what Zhong Zheng said, Li Siyu's first reaction was to bury the news. There must be no problem with the two of them. Whether the Tian people are real or fake, he doesn't care at all. He only cares about the source of goods in Yin Rui's hands. What's more, the existence of the Tian people is more like a legend to him. He has never seen them. The books say that they are mysterious, such as curing all diseases, or that they can be used as mascots to bring glory to the family, or after drinking their blood, the whole person's ability will be greatly enhanced, and the combat power can be increased. Anyone who believes these things is a fool. If the Tian people are so magical, how could they be extinct? Or if the Tian people are really so magical, how could they not have the ability to protect themselves? When you taught them to fly the aircraft, was there anyone around? There shouldn't be. I checked around and didn't find any trace of anyone else. Li Siyu was relieved slightly. In this way, you can find a few more people to protect his safety. Make sure he won't have any problems. He remembered Yin Rui said that he would stay here for about a year. At least within this year. Li Siyu was confident that he would be able to ensure his safety and keep him unharmed. So what are you doing here? You are really affecting my business. The next day, Yin Rui opened the door and saw about 20 of Li Siyu's men in uniform standing at the door and saluting him neatly. Zhong Meng. Is Zhong Yang here? Yin Rui looked around but couldn't find Zhong Zheng. He used the communicator to contact Li Siyu. But Li Siyu just said coldly, I'm very busy now. But you must keep him here. What are you leaving behind? Yin Rui called again. And Li Siyu never answered his message again. He discussed with Li Siyu's men in front of him. You go back. There is really no problem here. I have 2 people who have beaten Ward's fleet before. If you don't believe it, go ask Li Siyu. These people really haven't heard of Ward's fleet being beaten by Yin Rui. But even if they heard the news, they were only slightly shocked. and then immediately returned to a serious expression. Sorry. We only follow the captain's arrangements. Then can you not stand at the door? You see my guests are scared by you. Yanrui stamped his feet hard, looked at the guests behind them, and said with some dissatisfaction, Look, they are all scared. Boss Yan, we are not scared. Yes, yes, we have never seen this posture before. Today is really open. Can we take pictures? Why are you taking pictures? Let's take a group photo. It's not common for Li Siyu's men to serve as bodyguards. Yes, yes, let's take a group photo. Hearing this, Yanrui slapped his forehead. Forget it. I don't care about you. Anyway, you must avoid the door and stand on the side. After Yanrui finished speaking, he added, Stay away from the small table over there. He is in a special situation and you can't hurt him. And then, why are you there? Yanrui looked at the person lying on Sanda's body. Isn't that an in? And then turned her head and tilted her head towards him. Then stuck out a piece of pink tongue. Looking confused. Come back to me. Yanrui picked up at Anne's neck and was about to take him back to the supermarket. But he saw Sanda with a sad expression and a look of being injured. Okay. Okay. But you two are not allowed to quarrel or fight. Yanrui nodded in Anne's head emphatically. These two people cannot be restricted by ordinary rules. So they can only be reminded from time to time. Don't worry. I'll leave them to me. The system volunteered, became smaller, and jumped on Anne's back. Just like this. A monkey and a cat were stacked on Sanda's legs. The picture looked harmonious and a little strange. Why do you suddenly care so much about customers? The system only had a buying and selling relationship with the customers in the supermarket before. But no humanistic care. Well, anyway, I like him very much. The system raised its head and looked into Sanda's eyes, feeling a little familiar. After seeing him, Sanda gently pinched his cheeks, and then chuckled. He laughed. It was the first time that the system was touched like this. But he didn't feel any disgust in his heart. Instead, he came forward and rubbed his chest again. Although Yanrui felt that the scene was a bit strange, he didn't think much about it. There were more and more customers, and Jian Anchi was already a bit busy. If he needs anything, you two tell me, or you two go to the supermarket to get it yourself. Yanrui turned around and touched his chest. He felt a little strange. He thought it was because he saw the abnormal performance of the system that he had this feeling. So he put it behind his mind. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Yanrui had prepared all the supermarkets and was waiting for the opening. However, 7 stores opened at the same time, and it became a problem which store he would appear at the opening ceremony on that day. The water source is already yours. I didn't fight with you for it. What's wrong with you giving him to me for 1 day? At this time, Baker pinched his waist and raised his head to quarrel with Li Siyu. He is mine for 1 day. I'll give him an appearance fee. Is 100 million enough? 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 Go, go, go! Yanrui couldn't wait to walk towards Baker, but was pulled over by Li Siyu. It's not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. If you go to their commercial starship, other starship fleets will definitely be dissatisfied. And then, there will be a quarrel. Do they also have 100 million? Or do they have the courage to confront you? Li Siyu? Li Siyu's face turned green when he heard it. He raised his finger and pointed at Baker. You. Seeing this, Baker gritted his teeth, and with a desperate posture, pinched his waist and shouted loudly, If you don't give me the person, I will go out tonight and say that we have been secretly in love for 3 years. Yanrui took a breath, but the light in his eyes could not be concealed. Seeing Li Siyu's body swaying slightly, Baker took advantage of the situation and continued. We have been in love for 3 years. And you are cheating on your secretary. Wow. Lila, who had been eavesdropping, could not control her voice. Baker turned around, smiled at her sister and mother, and raised his hand to signal them to stay calm. Do you think I can be defeated by you? You think too simply. Li Siyu clenched his fists. Your secretary is pregnant, and he has been dressed as a man. Zhong Wang, who had been listening to the fake gossip with relish. Although this gossip is fake and everyone knows it, it is too explosive and interesting. Yanrui wanted to hear more. It was a pity that Li Siyu was defeated. Your morning is yours, and mine is mine in the afternoon. Deal. Beck turned his head and blinked at Yanrui, who nodded. Shall we set off now? The opening ceremony was simple. But there were many people who came. And many familiar faces came to support Yanrui. When the time comes, just go to the cashier and hand over the goods to this household robot. There were already simple robots on the starship. So the puppet Yanrui bought from the system was disguised as a working robot. Although his movements are a bit stiff and can't be compared with real people. Why do I feel that this thing looks a bit scary? Yanrui comforted Layla, who was talking. Maybe it's because the face is a bit ugly. Drawing emoticons on the Soul Clan's special possessed puppet is the biggest improvement Yanrui can make his temperament gentle. I don't know if it's because the master who made the puppet only had a soul body. After getting the puppet in his hand, Yanrui felt a cold wind blowing behind him. However, this puppet is a common product of the Soul Clan. Just like everyone buys a new piece of clothing every quarter, and every Soul Clan member buys a new puppet every year, Yanrui bought simple training models. However, this is enough on the starship. Yanrui was doing business on Baker's fleet in the morning, explaining the puppet to everyone, and explaining the characteristics of his supermarket to customers who had never been to his supermarket, even to celebrate the opening of the new store. Each supermarket will give away 100 pots of succulents. This succulent is the cheapest type he bought in the system supermarket, and it is also the type he has scanned in the wholesale market. At that time, I could only get 10 points for scanning a new type, and you sold me a pot of ordinary succulents for 50 points. If it weren't for the lack of time, you just scanned a type and didn't invest anything. Don't be so stingy. The system coaxed. Ever since Sonda showed up in the supermarket, the system didn't like to stick to him anymore. For example, now, even though it was such an interesting event as the opening of the store, the system only assigned a data stream to follow Yanrui, while his main body was still nestling on Sonda's body and not leaving. To be honest, Yanrui was a little jealous. Chapter 110 Interstellar Cruise. How is your work these days? And how is your profit? During the past half-month, Yanrui was so busy that he had no time to sleep. The store on the starship had just started. Although everyone had good intentions towards his store, and his reputation spread far and wide, customers came in droves every day, and the business was booming. However, Yanrui still had to frequently change stores for inspection. In addition to replenishing the stock, he also looked for any loopholes, so that they could be solved as soon as possible. Of course, Yanrui had a great time flying the aircraft these 2 days. I will drive when we go back. Jian Anchi looked at Yanrui's eyelids fighting, and asked with some heartache. I won't drag you to exercise today. Go back and rest early. Yanrui nodded and yawned heavily. He was really exhausted these 2 days, running back and forth between several stores. There were always problems of one kind or another. For example, he just went to a branch store, and he was humming as soon as he entered the door, and mopped the floor back and forth twice. This normal shop is not like a supermarket covered by the system, which can be spotless. He finally remembered that it was necessary to clean the shop, so Yanrui urgently hired several special cleaning staff, running back and forth, and his battery was out of power. You are back. Yanrui's aircraft stopped at the entrance of the supermarket. There were many people at the entrance of the supermarket. Yanrui marked a parking lot far away from Junli Supermarket, which was specially used to park each customer's aircraft. Of course, he was no exception. After sleeping on the aircraft for a while, Yanrui's spirit recovered a little. He stretched his waist and said a little listlessly, I should have marked a special parking space for myself at the entrance of the supermarket. The good spots have been taken by others, and I have to walk a long way home. How about parking on a tree? There should be space on the tree. Jian Anchi's words were shocking. After hearing his words, Yanrui became much more sober. Is this okay? Yanrui turned his head, and even really began to think about this question. Jian Anchi smiled, and put his arm around his shoulder. Look up and see if it's okay. Yanrui looked at the dry branch and understood instantly. She hit Jian Anchi. You always talk nonsense to fool me. Who fooled you? Jian Anchi held Yanrui's face, and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Go back and rest early. I'll take care of the store. Yanrui nodded. Be sure to call me for dinner. I'm still a little hungry now. Okay. When the two walked to the door of the store, they saw the system lying on the table in front of Sonda, scratching his stomach, wondering what he was thinking. Nen, who had always been lively and active, no longer revolved around Sonda every day. Instead, he went back to playing with Layla when Yanrui was not at home. Sonda is watching TV series again? What is he watching today? Yanrui specially prepared a tablet for Sonda, which was filled with movies and TV series he had downloaded. Sonda watched them with great interest these days. Sonda, whose emotions had stabilized, could not see any difference, but spoke a little slower. Today I watched Gremlins. Sonda opened his mouth slowly, smiling at Yanrui. Gremlins are so cute and brave. Gremlins is a fantasy adventure movie with a relatively simple plot, but the pictures are very beautiful. It is a good movie adapted from a children's fairy tale. That wing is very beautiful. It would be nice if everyone had wings in the future. Sonda spoke very slowly, but Yanrui was somewhat surprised by this. Sonda had been here for only a few days, and could already accurately express his needs. Before, he just did whatever his family asked him to do, and basically had no ideas of his own. This wing is really beautiful. Yanrui looked at the glittering, thin fairy wings like silkworm wings, and drooled a little. He turned his head and looked at the system, saying, "You know?" The system climbed up from the table, took 2 steps back, and then ran to the edge of the table with a run-up, slightly bent his knees, and jumped up with force, and jumped into Yanrui's arms. "Are you going to rest? I have to report to the main control," the system whispered in Yanrui's ear. "Then we'll go upstairs," Yanrui said loudly. He pinched the system's front paws, gave Jian Anchi a signaling look, and then the two went upstairs together. At dinner time, Jian Anchi called Yanrui out of bed. Yanrui opened his eyes, and found that the system next to the pillow had disappeared. Where did the heartless little guy go again? Did he go to play with Sonda again? No. Sonda has gone home, and his brother has taken him back. Jian Anchi couldn't help but bend down and kiss the corner of Yanrui's mouth. "I made pasta and steak tonight." Yanrui swallowed his saliva, and his appetite, which had been lost because he had just woken up, was also activated by this sentence. Okay, I'll get up now." Yanrui hugged Jian Anchi's neck, and Jian Anchi hugged Yanrui's waist, and stood up from the bed with a force. After dinner, Yanrui felt sleepy again. He pinched his eyes and said, "I'm sleepy again. I'll wash the dishes. You go to sleep." After Jian Anchi sent Yanrui into the room, he turned around and saw the system sitting on the sofa. "Don't hang around Sonda these days. Go out with us tomorrow." The system wanted to explain something, but was retorted by Jian Anchi. "If you keep talking, I won't give you oranges." The system immediately stopped talking. Recently, he has become addicted to eating oranges. He has to eat at least half a box a day. Yanrui didn't care about anything, so he could only ask Jian Anchi for it. "Go to the basement to get it. You can only eat half a box tonight. Don't forget to give some to Anan," Jian Anchi reminded. The system immediately went downstairs happily, and then surrounded him, looking a little uneasy. The system rubbed his head. "What are you worried about? Nothing will go wrong." Yanrui and Jian Anchi knew nothing about the interaction between the two. After a few days, the store on the starship finally stabilized, and Yanrui no longer ran back and forth every day, and finally had some free time. "I'll watch a movie with you this afternoon. What will be broadcast today?" Yanrui sat on the recliner and leisurely called Layla to his side and asked. "Today there is a comedy, a tragedy, and a suspense drama. Which one do you want to watch? I will reserve a seat for you in advance." Layla wore a suit and glasses, looking like an urban elite. "What? Why do you have to reserve a seat in advance? Can't I just rub it on the side? How can that be possible? I have now restricted that each movie can only be watched within a fixed range. If it exceeds this range, the viewing effect will be greatly reduced. However, I suggest you decide in advance. There are almost no vacant seats for suspense dramas now. Then let's order a suspense drama." After hearing what Layla said, Yanrui couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He twisted uncomfortably on the recliner, and then realized, "It's obviously my business. I'm the boss." "Yes, Boss Yan. The movie starts at 1 p.m. You can only sit in the front row. I suggest you use the semi-reclining mode. Otherwise it will be very tiring to look up your neck to watch," Layla reminded thoughtfully. "Oh, okay." Yanrui made an okay gesture to Layla, and after reacting, he immediately put his hand down and repeated again, "I'm the boss." This time his voice was a little loud, and all the guests around could hear it. Someone was playing mahjong and said with a smile, "Boss Yan, what's wrong with you? Is he going to be usurped by someone?" "Boss Yan, don't think too much. Come and play." You are famous now. And customers are coming in droves. Why bother to work so hard? I'll give you my seat. And you'll win. Yours. If you lose, it's mine. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll treat you to a restaurant. There's a restaurant near my home. Right next to your store. I'll go there to spend some money after dinner. Yanrui smiled and said to them, You're going to spend money after dinner? I have such a big head office here. But you only know how to play mahjong. Wasting food. Play mahjong when you have mahjong. And buy things when you don't have mahjong. Although they said they didn't buy anything. In fact, if you count by the amount of money spent, each of them can be called a VIP of the supermarket. It's just that the money was spent little by little. And they didn't realize it. Yanrui returned to the cashier counter of the supermarket and sat down, wanting to rest for a while. However, just as he sat down on the chair, the communicator in his hand kept ringing. After Yanrui turned on the communicator, he found that the message was from Li Siyu, who had disappeared for several days. Found it. What did he find? Yanrui was a little confused. Did he find a way to grow plants? Or a new water source? Or did he find the original seed mine? Why didn't this person say the whole thing? Yanrui replied to the message. But he didn't receive a reply for a long time. Yanrui temporarily put this question behind his mind. After a while, it was time to watch a movie. And he also started to choose snacks for watching the movie. I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? Li Siyu suddenly appeared at the door of the supermarket. And his voice came before he arrived. I found it. I clearly replied to you. Don't talk nonsense. Yanrui pinched his waist and said, I asked you what you found. But you didn't reply to me. What else can I find? I must have found the black stone mine. Li Siyu frowned in dissatisfaction, as if he didn't understand why Yanrui asked him such a simple question. If I found something else, why should I report to you? Really? Yanrui stood up excitedly. You found the original, black stone mine. How much is the ore? After Yanrui asked, he waved his hand again. Forget it. Can I go and take a look? Of course. But the distance is a bit far. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? No matter what. Yanrui's impulse to see the new original ore can't be resisted. Jian Anchi. Let's go out. I haven't had lunch yet. Jian Anchi immediately walked to Yanrui and pinched the back of his neck. Yanrui felt his whole body soften and calmed down instantly. Yes. I haven't had lunch yet. How about we eat together? Yanrui invited. Li Siyu had long been eager to taste Jian Anchi's cooking. He was not in a hurry today, so he sat down at the table. Shall we eat here? Okay. What are we having for lunch today? Yanrui asked. When eating spicy hot pot. Do you want kiwi juice or Coke? I want both. Yanrui sat next to Li Siyu, raised his head, and smiled at Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi was touched by his smile. Then I'll prepare it for you. What do you want? Jian Anchi asked Li Siyu the same question, but his tone was much stiffer. Li Siyu replied, I want all of them too. Jian Anchi sighed, turned his head and said, Then you wait. Li Siyu. Why does he treat me differently? He is my boyfriend. Of course he should treat me better. Yanrui's expression was full of doubts. What are you dissatisfied with? Li Siyu looked out the window. I am not dissatisfied at all. I really hate these young couples. Boss Yan, are you going to eat? Just when Li Siyu was still thinking about it, Sonda entered the supermarket and walked straight towards Yanrui. Yeah. Do you want to eat too? Let's eat together. Okay. Sangda sat down next to Yanrui without any hesitation, completely ignoring Li Siyu's presence. Why is he so casual? Li Siyu was a little dissatisfied. If you don't like it, I'll just let him go back. Yanrui pretended not to see Li Siyu's thoughts. No need. He's fine here. It proves that we are destined to be together. Speaking of the many mentally ill residents on the starship, only Sonda appeared in Yanrui's field of vision, so it wouldn't be a problem to take care of him. Although he was still a little jealous of Sonda, he felt that the good relationship between them was also due to the mutual attraction between the small animals. Isn't it said that children are more likely to have a better relationship with pets at home? He felt that Sonda was no different from a child. Are you going out later? Sonda blinked and looked at Yanrui and asked. Yanrui nodded. Yes, I'm going out later. Can you help me look after the house? Okay. Sonda nodded solemnly, as if Yanrui had given him an important task. His expression was firm. After the four of them had dinner together, Yanrui gave Sonda a few words and left with Li Siyu. Li Siyu said to Yan Rui on the aircraft, "Actually, there is a well-equipped sanatorium on the starship. If his family is not well off, I can find someone to give him a discount. Actually, he is okay. And I think he is very smart. But his way of thinking may be different from others. I think everything else is okay." Yan Rui suddenly remembered that Sonda played origami with the system. Sonda could learn it as long as the system taught it once, and even draw inferences from it. He is a craftsman. If he was born in his plane, he could learn some intangible cultural heritage techniques or something. It's a pity that there is no such cultural heritage in this plane. There are new products online. Do you want to take a look? The electronic sound of the system suddenly appeared in Yan Rui's ears. Yan Rui was startled. And Li Siyu, who was driving the aircraft, felt it. "What's wrong with you? The asteroid will not hit me. My driving skills are very good. You don't have to worry. I'm timid." Yan Rui felt that he might never be able to get used to the sudden sound of the system. "Don't look at it now. Let's talk about it later." Yan Rui pinched Jian Anchi's fingers, and the two looked at each other. The meaning was self-evident. How long will it take to get there? The aircraft had been flying for almost an hour, and Yan Rui felt that his back was stiff. Li Siyu turned his head and looked at him with a somewhat proud tone. "I have already told you that the distance is long this time. You should be prepared in advance." Yan Rui was speechless, recalling that when he first met Li Siyu, he thought this person was a serious and responsible leader. But now that he is familiar with him, he finds that this person's temper is not much better. "Even if I know that the distance is long, what can I do? Can I jump off and do radio gymnastics halfway?" Yan Rui made a face at Li Siyu, and then hugged his arms angrily. Jian Anchi approached Yan Rui at this time and asked in a low voice, "How about I massage your shoulders?" Yan Rui nodded, and Li Siyu saw that his teeth were sour. "It will take 20 minutes to get there. You can't even hold on for 20 minutes. How is it possible?" Yan Rui sneered. "I have plenty of ways." Yan Rui moved his shoulders, let Jian Anchi put his hand down, then held Jian Anchi's wrist and transferred his supernatural power into his body. Because the fatigue from maintaining the same posture for a long time instantly dissipated, Yan Rui looked at Jian Anchi's expression and grinned, then activated his own supernatural power, and the fatigue instantly dissipated. Li Siyu didn't know the little tricks of the two people in private. He stared at the cab to ensure that there would be no problems in the general direction, while looking at the data report sent to him by Gary, and the email sent by Zhong Zheng. He was doing 3 things at once, and had a headache. Seeing him like this, Yan Rui still felt sympathy. When Li Siyu pressed his temple with his fingers again, Yan Rui waved to him. "Give me your hand." "What for?" Li Siyu was doubtful, but still handed over his wrist. Yan Rui gave a little of his supernatural power to Li Siyu without saying a word. Li Siyu instantly felt a trace of heat flowing into his wrist. This heat flow flowed into his limbs along his blood vessels, and the headache that had been bothering him for the past few days disappeared. "Are you a doctor?" Li Siyu was a little surprised. "No. You are not really from the Tian tribe. Don't worry. I will never tell anyone else about your affairs." "What is the Tian tribe?" Yan Rui was stunned by this new term. "What are you talking about? I have never heard of this name." After hearing what Yan Rui said, Li Siyu's expression immediately became serious. "Since you don't know, then you should keep this matter a secret, and never tell this to anyone in the future. And don't treat people casually." "Wait a minute. Tell me what the Tian tribe is first." Li Siyu's words were incoherent, but Yan Rui felt that this matter seemed very serious. The Tian tribe is a legendary tribe. Their flesh and blood can cure all diseases and prolong life. Now the Tian tribe has been exterminated, and those who remain have all changed their names. Li Siyu looked at Yan Rui. His expression was hard to describe. "What about your family? Have they never told you to be cautious?" Yan Rui's expression became innocent. He spread his hands and said, "I am an orphan now. All my family members are dead." "Li Siyu, I should have known not to ask. In short, don't think of this as your advantage, but as a secret that can cost you your life. Do you think everyone is a good person like me? If they know your specialness, they will definitely try their best to control you, draw your blood, and peel your skin," Li Siyu said seriously. But Yan Rui scratched his head. "I think they should not be able to beat me." "What do you think?" Li Siyu was speechless again. "Anyway, this matter is very important. You must keep it a secret. If it weren't for him being here now, I would have advised you not to tell him even." Rui glanced at Jian Anchi. You're still the best reminder. I'll make him swear and write me a letter of guarantee when I get back. Seeing Rui laughing like a little fox, Jian Anchi smiled, and then continued to ask Li Siyu, does the Tian tribe exist in mythology, or did it really appear in history? Of course it really existed. I heard that the Tian tribe was the headline of newspapers before. Li Siyu tapped the accelerator with disdain in his tone. They always do some crooked ways every day. If they really put their minds in the right place, we might have been able to find a planet suitable for survival 100 years ago. Now not only the Tian tribe has been exterminated, but ordinary people like us will also be exterminated. After Li Siyu finished speaking, he extended his hand without hesitation. Treat me again. My stomach still hurts a little these 2 days. Rui generously treated Li Siyu's body again. This time, after injecting his special power into Li Siyu's body, he slowly observed his physical condition. Have you had a physical examination recently? Rui's expression was a little serious. I suggest you go to the hospital for a physical examination to see if there is something wrong with your body. What's the problem? The aircraft has landed on the ground, and people have gathered around. Rui can't say much. After all, he is not a real doctor, and he has not mastered the art of incantation. So he could only suggest, I think your aura is not harmonious. There must be a serious problem in some part. You should go for a checkup earlier. Intervene earlier, and your body will get better earlier. Li Siyu frowned. Is it because of my old injuries before? Rui shook his head. It's not because of this. Although you have many old injuries, they will not affect your health, but they will slowly consume your energy. You are young now, and the impact of these injuries is not great. Anyway, go for a checkup. Rui patted Li Siyu. Just go. I will never hurt you. It would be best if there is nothing wrong. Li Siyu was so upset by Rui's words that he lost his usual spirit in the following mineral inspections. His subordinates were always trembling when reporting their work, fearing that if they said something wrong, they would be scolded by Li Siyu. But this did not happen today. Instead, Li Siyu was a little listless. They were relieved and worried. Rui didn't have this worry. As he listened to the introduction of the person in charge, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The original or here is even better than the one Baker gave him before. It has a wider range, a larger storage capacity, and the quality seems to be better. In fact, Rui didn't need the person in charge to introduce it, and he knew that the quality of the minerals here was better. The system had already rolled on the ground and squeaked excitedly. Li Siyu looked at such a system and felt a little irritated, but he had no way to say it. He could only keep pressing his temples and said a little irritably, Do you have earplugs? Give me a pair. I can't listen to it anymore. The monkey's cry was too loud. And this monkey obviously couldn't speak human language? Why didn't it cheer in a human way? Do you have enough manpower? Can I hire your people to help me mine? Rui asked. Li Siyu shook his head. I don't have any extra manpower here. You can ask Ward's people to come. He still owes you a lot of money. Rui felt a little embarrassed to keep taking advantage of Ward. But after hearing what Li Siyu said, Rui simply agreed. Then I'll go find Ward. You send me the coordinates of this place. Tell him to dig up the minerals you need here as soon as possible. After that, you can plant green plants here. Li Siyu walked in the opposite direction of the system, gradually leaving his shouting behind. Let Ward work overtime. The black stone here is very pure, without too many impurities, and it is not difficult to mine. After Li Siyu finished speaking, he glanced at the communicator in his hand. If there is nothing else, I'll take you back. You don't need to send me back. We can go back by ourselves. We have brought the aircraft. Rui felt that Li Siyu was a little anxious. He always looked like he had one. Is it because he told him that there was something wrong with his body? I have an appointment with a doctor, Li Siyu said truthfully. He is waiting for me on the starship now. Rui said, then you go back quickly. I can handle it myself. If I can't handle it, I will find Zhong Zheng. Looking at Li Siyu's back as he left, Rui didn't know where a strange sense of satisfaction rose from. I have never seen such a person who listens to advice and is so active, compared to people who don't listen to others. Rui prefers Li Siyu. So he really has a physical problem? It doesn't look like it. A crack appeared in Jian Anchi's cold expression. I thought you were trying to scare him. Why would I scare him? You think too badly of me. Rui jumped onto Jian Anchi's back. I punish you by carrying me back. Jian Anchi weighed Rui, Apart from this, is there any other punishment? No. Yanrui rubbed Jian Anchi's hair. I order you to run. Jian Anchi didn't think this was a punishment at all, but rather enjoyed it, considering that Yanrui had not gained weight after being carefully fed for so long. This really wasn't a punishment. Why are you still so thin? Jian Anchi finally couldn't help but speak. I must eat 2 bowls of rice tonight. Why eat so much? Fat people are the first to be targeted in the end of the world. Yanrui blurted out. But Jian Anchi felt nervous. This was a thought engraved in Yanrui's mind. After so long, Jian Anchi thought that the shadow brought to him by the end of the world in his previous life had almost dissipated. But in fact, the past would still be engraved on his soul. This influence may not appear in front of him all the time, but perhaps an inadvertent action will affect the whole body. Then eat 1.5 bowls. We have a lot of rice stored, and we are not afraid of eating. Jian Anchi's voice was low, ignoring the eyes of the people left by Li Siyu. And he carried Yanrui around in circles. We not only have a lot of rice, but also a lot of vegetables. And even meat is enough for the 2 of us to eat for hundreds of years. We have prepared a lot of rice cookers, woks and frying pans. Did you forget? Then did we not prepare an oven? I like the cakes you make. We have prepared 10 ovens, as well as air fryers and steamers. Yanrui rubbed Jian Anchi's ear. I think 10 ovens are not enough. Let's go back and buy a few more. The system says we can live a long time. Buy 100? Anyway, Jian Anchi will never let Yanrui go hungry. Hello? Is this Boss Yan? Just when the 2 were discussing what else to buy besides the steamer, oven and rice cooker, a strange face appeared in front of them. Yanrui immediately patted Jian Anchi's shoulder, and Jian Anchi let go, and Yanrui jumped to the ground. Are you said by Ward? The man immediately laughed out 2 rows of big teeth. Yes, Ward is my uncle. My name is Dylan, and this is my first time to carry out a mission independently. I hope we can cooperate happily. We will definitely have a pleasant cooperation. Yanrui extended his hand, and the 2 shook hands. Then Yanrui asked the 2 sides to exchange the specific situation here. Wow, the output is so high. I will try to dig out all the mines within 15 days. Dylan looked like a new employee in the workplace, feeling full of motivation. Yanrui patted his shoulder. Okay, then the things here are handed over to you. If you do a good job, I will forgive more debts. Ah? Does my uncle owe you money? Dylan looked at Yanrui in disbelief, as if he was hit. Yanrui immediately reacted. No. I just said it casually. Aren't you owed me, and I owed you among several starships? Everyone is sweet, and making a lot of money. Why be so sensitive? Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. You may not know that my uncle is too poor and can't afford to owe too much money. Ward's image is so horrible that Yanrui even felt that Ward sent his nephew here, which meant that he was going to break the pot. He no longer cares if others know that he owes money. It's okay. Your uncle is a good man. He called you out to let you have a good experience. And when you are done, he will praise you with your uncle. Yanrui looked at Dylan, who was already impatient to start working, and said with some relief, Youth? Why do you talk so old-fashioned? You are not that old. How can I not be old? Although I look young and beautiful now. I was in my last life. Never mind. Anyway, I am young and beautiful now. Yanrui repeated it twice. And after pasting Jian Anchi, he said, Don't think too much. Let's go back now. By the way, let's see what new products are on the system mall. System, do you have any shameful relationship with the main control? Didn't you just say you liked this fairy wing 2 days ago? How come it's online today? Sitting on the aircraft on the way back. Yanrui looked at the high-level fairy wings that had just been launched on the system and said in surprise, Are you not the son of the main control? How is it possible? Even if it is a biological son. It's not me. The system looked at the fairy wing with some envy. When I have money, I must buy one. One fairy wing requires 10 million points. Now it is because it is the first week of new products. So the fairy wings are 20% off. I'll buy one. Buy 2? Forget it. Buy 3 and give you 1. Yanrui raised the number to 3. Then thought about it. And changed the number to 4. And then can use it. 2. I haven't seen a flying kitten yet. The original price was 10 million. But it only cost 8 million after the discount. Saving 2 million. Buying 4 of them was equivalent to earning 8 million from the system master. And it was equivalent to the master giving him a fairy wing for free. What a good prophet. Yanrui placed the order without hesitation. And the system was already moved to tears. I knew you were a good person. How did you know I was a good person? Yanrui installed the fairy wings on the system. These fairy wings are a little different from the fairy wings in the movie. The fairy wings in the movie can only maintain balance and play a role in flying. But the elf wings in the system are a little different. The elf wings here can carry people to fly at high speed and have a protective effect, which is equivalent to adding an extra layer of protection to yourself. The elf wings can also emit light in the dark. It's still a lamp. Yanrui pointed at the product details and turned back to Jian Anchi and said with a smile, "It's like a big toy. There is another most important point behind this that you haven't seen." Jian Anchi's finger slid down a little. These wings can control time for a short time. Fuck. Yanrui widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. How do you control time? Can it be used in our original plane? The product details say that when the elf wings flap to the maximum gear, it can have the effect of temporarily pausing time. Is this the kind of thing that as long as I'm fast enough, time can't keep up with my pace? Yanrui looked at this short sentence and didn't quite understand. I can't think of when this can be used. It doesn't matter. Don't think about it. This thing should be useful in battle. But we don't fight. As long as we can fly it is enough. Yanrui felt that what Jian Anchi said made sense. He calmed down and installed the elf wings in his body. It shouldn't have any side effects on my body. Yanrui looked at the small installer and asked the system with some uneasiness. There won't be any side effects. This thing is soluble. If you are not satisfied, you can dissolve it directly in your blood, and then excrete it like removing impurities. Don't worry. Our Amoin galaxy. Okay. I got it. Yanrui pressed the thing into his body, without waiting for the system to finish boasting. The small chip immediately disappeared under Yanrui's skin. The next second, Yanrui had a strange feeling. Yanrui suppressed this feeling, and then pressed the chip to Jian Anchi in the same way. Let's try it after we get off the aircraft. Or we can park the aircraft in a place where no one is. I want to try it. Yanrui twisted his body impatiently. I feel like I'm the butterfly that broke out of the cocoon. I can't wait for a minute. The system also cooperated with Yanrui at this time, and chose a most suitable position for Jian Anchi. 5 minutes later, the aircraft landed, and Yanrui couldn't wait to push the door out. Go. 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 Go! Yanrui ran forward a few steps, kicked his feet hard, and his back itched, and a pair of fairy wings that were more dazzling than those in the movie appeared on his back. I'm here too! The system became half a person's height, and after taking off, the wings automatically matched to the size suitable for him. Jian Anchi, come here too! Yanrui was circling in the air excitedly. He originally thought that he would need to stumble for a while. After all, he hadn't even read the instructions completely. Unexpectedly, the moment the wings unfolded, he had already learned how to fly. It was as if these wings were originally something that grew on him. Jian Anchi looked at the glowing wings behind the two people and felt a little entangled. These wings were not his style. There were many ways to fly. He could find hundreds of them by just searching the system. This wing. Come up quickly. Don't you want to fly with me now? I'm here. Jian Anchi also spread his wings. He immediately flew up to the sky and took Yanrui's hand. No matter where we go, we are together. Even in the sky. Of course. Yanrui stood in the air, flapping his wings constantly, looking at Jian Anchi with a look of passion and confusion. Jian Anchi stepped forward gently, hugged his waist, and the two got closer and closer. Just when the two were about to breathe together, a huge black shadow crashed into them. Haha. Even if I turned into a gorilla, my wings are still there. After the system became bigger, its voice became much rougher. Yanrui didn't feel anything before, but now she felt that the voice became particularly harsh. He turned his head and said helplessly, "You are affecting our love." After that, he stomped his feet habitually, but he stepped on the air and fell to the ground without checking. Jian Anchi immediately reached out and pulled him back into his arms. Yanrui was still in shock, and he became more thoughtful when he saw Jian Anchi. Sorry. The system now seemed like a middle-aged man who specialized in destroying the atmosphere. He rushed to the two of them and hugged them. Our family will finally fly. The monkey became bigger and stronger. Ping ping. You almost beat me to death. Chapter 111 Interstellar Cruise. 3 primates with fairy wings circled in the sky for a long time, and the most excited one was the system. Yanrui and Jian Anchi had already landed on the ground. And there was a giant macaque flying in the air. If he wants to fly, it's okay. Why does he have to become so big? Yanrui looked up and looked at the excited system helplessly. It's been half an hour. Should I call him down? Jian Anchi looked at Yanrui and asked. Or just catch him down? Forget it. Let him play for a while. Yanrui waved his hand, and his wings moved slightly. Yanrui was looking at the system in the sky. And Jian Anchi focused all his attention on Yanrui. Yanrui was originally white, and usually not conspicuous. But now the fairy wings on his back seemed to add a layer of soft light to Yanrui, making him more dazzling. Yanrui. Jian Anchi called his name. Yanrui turned his head. What's wrong? Jian Anchi took a step forward, slightly pulled Yanrui into his arms, lowered his head, and the two immediately kissed each other. Yanrui didn't react for a while. He widened his eyes, then blinked slightly, then raised his hands to hug Jian Anchi's waist, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the kiss. After the excitement, the mood finally calmed down, turned around and flew down to the system to go home. On the way back, the system kept flapping its wings. It was now the size of a palm, and its wings were flashing. Very cute. Is Li Siyu really sick? Yanrui checked Li Siyu's physical problems without any systematic testing, and relied entirely on Yanrui's ability. Yanrui nodded. I feel that there are a few places on his body where the flow of supernatural energy is very sluggish. If it is an old injury, the energy can be flushed out and even healed. But those places are different. Anyway, he doesn't look like he has a physical examination every year. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to have him check his body and improve his minor problems. Yanrui felt no burden at all. At this time, Jian Anchi asked, What about me? How is my body? Strong and healthy. Vigorous and energetic. Yanrui pointed to the sky. I can live as long as the heaven and earth. Jian Anchi laughed out loud. I don't want to live as long as the heaven and earth. I just want to live as long as you. The system said sourly. Then you are lucky. Our mall has too many products that can prolong life. Yanrui nodded. I am really lucky. Otherwise I would still be struggling, not having enough money. With his savings, even if he added Jian Anchi's savings, it might not be enough to prepare for the end of the world. It is really a great fortune to meet the system, and the system opened the door to a new world for him. Yanrui's mind moved. He took out a candy from his pocket, turned around and handed it to the system in the back seat. Here you go. After taking it, the system smacked its lips. Sweet. Satisfied, Yanrui fed Jian Anchi another candy, and the two smiled at each other. On the way back, Jian Anchi and Yanrui looked at the environment outside and sighed unconsciously. The environment on this planet is really terrible. Thinking that this is the best solution they can find. They feel that their lives are really hard, but at least they can survive. Besides, after this, he may not necessarily make the development of other planets his main goal. Maybe he can find a new habitable planet in a few years. Yanrui nodded. It was indeed something that Li Siyu could do. When he thought of Li Siyu, Yanrui became a little worried. What if he really has a serious illness? It doesn't matter. He is very rich. As long as he pays enough money. How can you just sit back and watch? Just finished speaking. The system has many ways to prolong life. It will not let Li Siyu die in vain. Sure enough, after dinner, Yanrui wanted to close the door of the store. At this time, he saw Zhongzheng's aircraft parked at the door of the supermarket. Zhongzheng got off the aircraft and hurried into the supermarket. As soon as he saw Yanrui, he shook his hand and said, Boss Yan, you are amazing. What's wrong? Yanrui had a bad feeling. Could he be right? Zhongzheng lowered his voice and approached Yanrui. After making sure that the residents watching the excitement would not hear the conversation between the two, he whispered, The physical examination report is out. And there is a problem. There is no subject. But Yanrui knew who the physical examination report belonged to. How is it? Can it be cured? Yanrui tilted his head to isolate Zhongzheng from the gaze outside the door. Is it serious? Not too serious. But it still needs surgery. It's a genetic problem, Zhongzheng said with some worry in his eyes. The doctor said that it should be cured after 3 operations. This disease is congenital. Some people will never get sick in their lives. And some people will develop very quickly after getting sick, and may reach the late stage in just 1 month. If you hadn't asked him to go for a physical examination today, he wouldn't have realized that there was really a problem with his body. And it would be too late by the time he found out. After hearing what Zongjung said, Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's fine. He's strong and healthy. And he will definitely recover well in the future. Zongjung thought so too. After finding out that there was a problem today, Li Siyu was only disappointed for about 3 minutes. And then he distributed the work in his hands in an orderly manner to ensure that there would be no chaos. The doctor said that if he hadn't worked so hard before, he might not have become like this. Zongjung sighed. By the way, I came here to ask if you have any way to help him. Zongjung gestured a few times. Li Siyu's original words were that he wanted Yin Rui to be his attending physician. But Zongjung felt that this was too far-fetched. Even if Boss Yin was powerful, he couldn't beat a professional machine. Besides, he was just a small boss of a supermarket. And he didn't say he could treat diseases. At this moment, Zongjung didn't know how to describe it to Yin Rui. The store manager said, "You have a way to make his illness less uncomfortable or better?" Even though Zongjung didn't believe Yin Rui could cure diseases, he would never disobey Li Siyu's words. "Can you cure it? I'm a supermarket owner. How can I cure diseases?" Yin Rui thought for a while. Does he need to be hospitalized? I'll go see him after the operation. Okay. We'll contact each other then. He said that the captain might be a little desperate to seek medical treatment. Yin Rui is not a person who can cure diseases. Maybe he just saw that he looked bad and asked him to check. After Zongjung went out, he looked at Sonda, who was watching a movie quietly in his seat. "What movie are you watching today?" "It's about time travel." Sonda turned the screen to Zongjung. "Do you want to watch it with us?" Zongjung shook his head. "Forget it. I'm a little busy now. See you next time." Sangda nodded slowly. "Goodbye then." After saying that, Sonda turned his attention back to the movie. He whispered to the system that was playing with wings in his arms, "Do you think time travel can be realized?" After hearing this, the system turned over. "Of course it can. But you need to read a lot of books and learn a lot of knowledge." "I have read a lot of books. But I haven't learned a lot of knowledge. I haven't been to school." Sangda smiled a little embarrassedly. "But I have also learned a lot on the internet." "Then you try it." The system encouraged. "Maybe you will invent something shocking in the future. Then I will work hard." Sangda clenched his fist. "I will definitely be able to make a machine for time travel. And I will find you then." The system scratched its stomach. "Why are you looking for me? There is nothing fun. I'm leaving." The system grabbed a handful of Sonda's snacks and ran away immediately. "You stole his food again." Yin Rui knocked on the system's head. "Don't bully him. Do you hear me? How did I bully him? He was so happy to eat delicious food with me. If you don't believe me, go ask him." The system was justified. Yin Rui looked at Sonda, who smiled gently at everyone, and sighed. "Anyway, you are not allowed to bully him in the future. If you bully him, I will not share the original seeds with you." "No." After hearing this, the system chewed the food in its mouth in panic, and then heard Yin Rui continue. "If you are good, or if you treat Sonda to more delicious food, I will give you pocket money, and I will not compete with you for the distribution of original seeds. Don't worry." The system patted its chest. "I promise to treat Sonda well in the future." Yin Rui looked at Sonda, who knew nothing, and touched his chin, thinking that he could help as much as he could. But it was not good to always treat everyone as a good person, especially for a little monkey like the system that was so shrewd. "I'm here to deliver something to you." That night, Ward came to the supermarket and gave him his first dividend. Yin Rui looked at the space button in his hand, glanced at the things inside, and then looked at the form handed over by Ward. After roughly scanning it, he pretended to say, "Well, there is no problem for the time being. I will check it again later." Then he quietly pushed the form to the system next to him, asking him to quickly calculate whether there were any omissions. In fact, Ward specially recorded the types and weights of the resources it mined, and the net profit calculated after deducting labor and machine losses. It was this net profit that he wanted to give Yin Rui 12%. Ward's heart was bleeding. "Okay. I'm done. I'm leaving." Ward didn't even want to say hello to Yin Rui, and turned to leave. Yin Rui waved to him. "Wait a minute." Ward stopped, turned around and asked in confusion. "Wait for what?" Yin Rui thought about it, and took out a small pot of money tree, the kind that workers usually put on their desks. "This is for you." as a testimony of our friendship. Although Ward has received a lot of benefits from Ward, Ward is not particularly willing to be friends with Yen Rui. But this money tree looks pretty cute, Ward thought to himself, and he didn't know what Yen Rui had done. But it's a waste if you don't take it. Are we friends from now on? Yen Rui extended his hand to Ward, who had dark circles under his eyes due to work. Ward almost blurted out impossible, but then swallowed his breath. It can be considered as such. He raised his chin and said reluctantly. Yen Rui laughed out loud. Goodbye, friend. Ward nodded and left with some reserve. Yen Rui looked at his back and murmured, this old man is really stubborn. But Yen Rui found it quite interesting to chat with Ward, maybe, in a friendly way from time to time. Let's see if the resources in this space button are enough. Yen Rui immediately called the system and Jian Anchi to his side. Have you finished reading his table? I have read it. There is no mistake in the algorithm, as long as the account in it can match the final results. It is correct. Ward is quite considerate. He isolates each different resource with a different space button. It seems that there are 4 different resources in his territory. What are these things for? Yen Rui asked. Can they be used in my original plane? Not necessarily. These things are not original products of your original plane, even if you have researched their uses. If the production cannot keep up in the future, the technology will be wasted. You might as well sell them to our system, or put them on your personal store. That said, these things looked fresh to him, and he thought that if they could be used later, he decided not to sell them for the time being. How are the sales of my personal store these 2 days? Yen Rui suddenly remembered and asked. Are there many things sold? The system replied. The things you put on the shelves are basically sold out. After I restocked them, they sold very quickly. However, your personal store is not the store with the highest turnover. Your first place was taken away by someone else. The system was still a little unwilling to say this. But don't worry. Even if the turnover of your personal store is not the highest, your points ranking is still far ahead. Who surpassed me? Yen Rui was curious, but he was not as obsessed with the first place as the system. Is he selling specialties from his hometown? Is it the magic plane? Or the immortal cultivation plane? Yen Rui felt that the items in these 2 planes were very expensive in terms of unit price alone. So it was not surprising that the total turnover exceeded his own. No. It's the original plane. The system gritted its teeth when it said this. I didn't expect that so many planes lack green plants. Not only green plants, but also plants of all colors. Some planes don't even have grass. Don't talk about others. Do you see grass in this plane? Yen Rui complained without thinking. But it's not just our plane that has environmental problems. It seems that when society develops to a certain level, environmental problems are the unified troubles of every plane. Yes, but don't be discouraged. In a few days, our flow performance will surpass his, the system said. After he opened a shop, he caught the eyes of many plane hosts. So the order volume suddenly increased. He also gradually realized the impact of plants on the environment. So after completing a batch of orders, he took down the products and cleared all his personal shops. Then he reacted quite quickly. Even if the environment of the original plane is good, it is not a good idea to cut down trees indiscriminately. Yen Rui agreed with the choice of the host of the original plane. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. What about our future orders? What if we want to buy trees in the future? Thinking of this, Yen Rui suddenly panicked. Although he had sold a lot of green plants, and there were a lot of stocks in the warehouse, they were not enough after being distributed to each fleet. You can't buy from individual shops. You can buy from the system mall. Our system has a wide range of things. The system puffed up its belly and patted its belly. I have everything here. What's the price there? I know you have it, but I don't want to buy it. Yen Rui was merciless. He looked to Jian Anchi for help. What should we do? Jian Anchi patted his waist and gently hugged him in his arms. It's okay. We can definitely find a way to get through this. Didn't I tell you that you can buy from our system? If the quantity is large, you can ask the master control for a discount. The system pinched its waist in dissatisfaction. You are completely stereotyped. The things in our system mall are good quality and cheap, which is different from before. Really? Then let me ask you. Yen Rui pushed Jian Anchi away and faced the system. Then tell me, how many points are there for a golden elm in the system mall? I bought it from the original plane host, and it only cost 800. There are no middlemen there, so there is no price increase. The system did not answer the question directly, and scratched its cheek with a wandering look. I'm so tired. I need to rest. Good night. Looking at the system's back that was fleeing in a panic, Yin-Rui almost laughed out loud. But when he thought of his current situation, he couldn't laugh for a while. Although this money is enough whether it is earned or not. If the goods cannot be supplied for a while, the start of this planet will become difficult. And all this is because of me. Yin-Rui scratched his head irritably. His expression was a little depressed. You put too much pressure on yourself. Seeing Yin-Rui like this, Jian Anchi's expression was a little serious. You have given them a lot of help. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't even have a green plant. Couldn't find water. And even this planet wouldn't be considered a habitable planet for them. They still have to float in space now. That's what I said. But when I think of them... Yin-Rui stopped talking. He felt that this plane was the one where he was most closely connected with the residents. Not only do people play mahjong and poker at the door every day, but some people will also come to him after watching a movie to discuss the plot of the movie. Some people will take the initiative to share a bag with him after buying things, saying that they are treating him as a friend. And some people will take the initiative to send him their own home dishes and ask him to try them. Some people will remind Yin-Rui to have a good rest when his face is not good. And there are also aunts who will hold him and tell him that the young man is already very handsome and he should not lose weight anymore. This plane is the plane where the residents are in the worst mental state. But it is also the most humane plane. Yin-Rui unconsciously invested a lot of emotions. We can definitely find a way. At worst, I will just pay for it. Yin-Rui felt a little pain in his heart. Paying for it. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. Why should I pay for it? Li Siyu and Baker are so rich. Besides, although Ward looks the poorest, he has more than enough money to buy a large number of green plants on paper. What are you worried about? The system spread its hands and looked at Yin-Rui in confusion. Yin-Rui raised his hand, pinched the system, lifted him up, and then let him turn his back to him. You don't understand at all. If he was a cold-blooded capitalist, he would be so happy if he only cared about making money every day. The next morning, Jian Anchi looked at Yin-Rui, who was a little unhappy even while eating breakfast, and said, Why are you so unhappy? Is it because of what happened yesterday? Not really. I looked through the system mall yesterday and found that it was not as expensive as I thought. If we can negotiate a discount, we won't make much money, but we won't lose much either. Maybe there are other ways. Jian Anchi paused, then asked, Do you want to exercise your ability more? He didn't forget to let him exercise at this time. If Jian Anchi became a fitness coach, he would have been blocked by him long ago. Your ability is originally related to plants and vitality. Otherwise, let one jumping by some saplings and try to see if you can guarantee their vitality and catalyze their growth, such as turning them into 10-year trees. Yin-Rui thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. But there was one thing. They want a lot of tree species. I can only catalyze them one by one. If I rely on myself, I might be exhausted. Then buy them from the system. Or just raise the price. I thought you would figure it out after a night. Jian Anchi ate buns while looking at Yin-Rui. We will only stay here for a year. Oh, of course I know. Yin-Rui pursed his lips. Then can you ask Wan Jiaming to prepare the seedlings? I'm ready to give it a try. I sent him a message last night, asking him to prepare 15,000 different saplings first. It may not be possible to prepare the same types of saplings in such a large amount at once. Jian Anchi smiled at Yin-Rui. Don't worry anymore. Eat well. Didn't Aunt Zhao say you lost weight yesterday? Yin-Rui also smiled, not expecting Jian Anchi to have already backed him up. Luckily you are here. Jian Anchi shrugged and did not continue the topic, but asked, Is one bun not enough? 2 more. I may have to eat 8 meals today. As long as Yin-Rui uses his superpowers, he will become very hungry, and his body consumes a lot of energy. Sometimes he will use physical enhancers to fool around, but sometimes he really wants to eat some real food. Calculated in this way, Jian Anchi's pressure has become even greater. However, Yin-Rui was not given the opportunity to act today. Judging from the time ratio, Wan Jiaming's actions were not that fast, and it was estimated that it would take at least 3 days. Yin-Rui originally wanted to be lazy for 3 more days. He secretly made up his mind that he must work hard in the next few days, but he would just lie down today. But ideals are full of hope, and reality hit him hard. You said Li Siyu must let me take care of him? Aren't there doctors and nurses? What kind of care can I give him? Yin Rui was a little unbelievable. Are you sure he said that? Zhong pointed at himself. Are you saying I dared to fake the imperial edict? How can I be so brave? That's true. Zhong had to tremble at every word of Li Siyu. Zhong was just oppressed for too long sometimes. And he took advantage of Li Siyu. But in fact, he remembered every word of Li Siyu in his heart, and tried his best to complete it. He said he was willing to offer you a price of 100,000 at a time. Zhong continued. Are you really not going? Whether you go or not. Give him a quick death. Get scolded earlier. And end it earlier. He still has to watch over the water source. Then I'll go and take a look. Since Li Siyu offered a price of 100,000 per time, it proved that he knew his value. So why not go and help? Yin Rui straightened his back and told Jian Anchi. You don't have to go with me today. You look after the store. I'll be back in about an hour. Jian Anchi and Yin Rui have walked the road to the starship many times in the past few days. And with Zongbing's protection, there shouldn't be any problems. Even though Jian Anchi couldn't let go of Yin Rui, he couldn't think of any danger for such a short distance. So he agreed. Come back early. After saying that, he stepped forward again and whispered in his ear. Save some of your superpowers for yourself. Don't use them all up at once. Yin Rui nodded and patted Jian Anchi on the shoulder. Don't worry. I'm not a fool. Zhong was a little envious of the interaction between the two people. Boss Yin, are you going to follow my aircraft? Or should we each fly one? Let's each fly one. He has been addicted to flying aircraft recently. Then let's go now. Yin Rui followed Zhong to Li Siyu's ward. He looked through the glass at Li Siyu, who had been energetic before, lying on the bed in a sick state, and felt a little sorry. I'll knock on the door first. Otherwise he might be irritable when he wakes up. Zhong knocked on the glass lightly. Yin Rui wanted to remind him to use a little more force. Otherwise Li Siyu in the room might not hear it. As a result, Li Siyu woke up immediately with just 2 light knocks, and looked in the direction of the sound with vigilant eyes. Yin Rui squeezed his face behind the glass and waved at him. Seeing that it was Yin Rui and Zhong, Li Siyu relaxed his vigilance and waved to them, saying, Come in. As soon as he entered the room, Yin Rui teased, Why are you still so nervous? What kind of danger could there be here? Li Siyu's expression just now really scared him. Danger is everywhere. You don't know it now, but maybe you will know it in the future. Li Siyu closed his eyes again and sighed. Zhong has told you all my requirements. Of course he told me. Are you still not confident in his ability to do things? Yin Rui walked to Li Siyu's bed and held his wrist without saying anything. Zhong, who was standing next to him, widened his eyes after seeing the two people's actions. Li Siyu felt that the warm current coming from his wrist was repairing his body. He couldn't help but sigh in comfort. Luckily you're here. If you weren't here, I really don't know what to do. Even without me, you'll definitely be able to find a solution. I believe you. Yin Rui smiled and patted his arm. We'll do it again later. Li Siyu, who had no strength just now felt that his energy had recovered a little. He opened his eyes and wanted Zhong to receive Yin Rui properly. But he saw the expression of helplessness, shock and helplessness on Zhong's face. Zhong has been with him for so many years, and Li Siyu can tell at a glance what he is thinking. Boss Yin is treating my illness. What are you thinking about? This assistant is good in every way, but he has a rich imagination, so he always has to refute rumors in front of him. Yes, it's a treatment. I will never tell anyone. Zhong waved his hands vigorously, and Jian Anchi's Shura expression that can kill people with his eyes appeared in his mind. Woo. So scary. He might be from the Tian tribe. Li Siyu waved at Zhong. Come here. Let Boss Yin treat you. I'm not sick. I don't want treatment. Zhong wanted to refuse, but Li Siyu was adamant. His eyes looked as if he would risk his life to drag him over to let him try if he didn't take the initiative. Zhong walked in front of Yin Rui and stretched out his hand. Boss Yin, whether you are from the Tian tribe or not, I will definitely not let this matter leak out. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Rui turned his head and looked at Li Siyu. Does he have old injuries too? There should be a lot. Li Siyu said. 100,000 for one time. I'll pay for it. It's okay. Just consider it as a bonus this time. After Yin Rui held Zhong's wrist and transferred his own supernatural power, Zhong immediately realized that he had just misunderstood. Fortunately, Boss Yin didn't know what he was thinking about just now. He really deserved to die. So you are really from the Tian Anchi tribe? Why didn't your elders tell you that this ability can't be used by others casually? Yin Rui could only repeat what he said yesterday. My parents died early, so they didn't know I had this ability at all. Zongjing, woo 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 woo. So guilty. He died. Let's do it again. I'm recovered. Yin Rui held Li Siyu's wrist again. This time, after he transferred his supernatural power, he had enough time to explore the situation in his body. You are recovering very quickly. The old injuries in your body should have almost healed, including your congenital disease this time. You will be full of energy again in less than a week. Although Li Siyu has many old injuries, his physique is really good. He even thinks that even without him, Li Siyu can fully recover within a month. Can it be faster? After hearing Yin Rui's words, Li Siyu asked, I have been busy recently. No matter how busy you are, you should take good care of your body. Yin Rui put down his hand. Although your old injuries are almost healed now, if you still don't care about your body like before, you will fall ill sooner or later. Then we'll talk about it later. Anyway, I'll earn as much as I can now. If it weren't for you, I might have died in 2 days. After Li Siyu finished speaking, Zongjing stamped his feet in anger. Pa! 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 You're definitely not going to die. Yes, you're definitely not going to die. Yin Rui released his hand that was holding the original seed in his pocket. Let's do it again. 3 times a day should be about the same. After 2 adjustments, a trace of blood finally appeared on Li Siyu's face. Zong Wang, who felt the magic of Yin Rui, also bowed down to him. You can adjust so many times a day. Boss Yin, you are really a hidden talent. Zongjing gave Yin Rui a thumbs up. Li Siyu gave him 100,000 per time, which was not a loss at all. Of course, I must make you feel that it is worth the money, so that you can have repeat customers, Yin Rui said with a smile. But as soon as he lifted Li Siyu's wrist, he immediately felt something was wrong. His hair stood up, and his sixth sense told him that the crisis was about to come. Yin Rui didn't think so much. When he felt the danger, he shouted, "Lie down." After hearing these 2 words, Zongjing subconsciously lay on the ground. After lying on the ground, he immediately realized that this was not an order from Li Siyu, but from Yin Rui. He raised his head and wanted to ask Yin Rui what he was playing with him. But he saw a monkey in front of Yin Rui. Wasn't that Yin Rui's pet? Didn't he see Yin Rui bring him out? Then the monkey immediately grew so big that it could completely block Li Siyu under itself. Zongjing knelt up, pointed at him and blurted out, "Be careful. Don't crush." Boom. A huge explosion sounded from outside the door, and the door was blown away, hitting the huge monkey directly. If this impact force hit Li Siyu, who had just finished the operation, Li Siyu would probably die immediately. Explosions continued one after another. Cracks appeared in the ceiling, and the ceiling lights fell down and hit the back of the system. Hold on a little longer, and we will rush out after the explosion is over. Yin Rui comforted the system, and the system was so angry that it cursed. Who is it? Who dares to touch my people? The system was furious. Someone actually dared to touch his host. He is now different from the system without a physical body before. Don't talk about this first. Let's run out first. Yin Rui stood up, without even shaking off the dust on his body, and put a protective spell on the door as quickly as possible, and prayed in his heart that the weapons here could not do anything to the protective spell. Li Siyu's ward has a window, and outside the window is the hospital park. There are still many patients in the park who are wondering about the source of the explosion. Above the park is the roof of the starship, and outside is the boundless space. Li Siyu thought for a moment, and then said, "We can't go out. They have such a high lethality weapon. If the internal protection of the starship is destroyed, nearby residents who are not prepared will be affected. What should we do now?" Yin Rui, who encountered such a thing for the first time, was a little panicked. Just fight out? No. I know there is a secret passage here. Let's go along the secret passage. Li Siyu struggled to get up from the bed. Although he was not injured just now, he still felt a little uncomfortable with such a big monkey pressing on him. What a big monkey! Li Siyu was distracted when he saw the system had a pair of wings. They are in the southeast corner, and there are still 10 meters to the ward. The system spoke. But it was a pity that Li Siyu and Zongjing could not see the map. Otherwise it would point out each other's position to them. 10 meters? It seems that we can't run away today. Yin Rui frowned. Did you two bring weapons? Zhong picked up the pistol on his waist. I brought one. Li Siyu, who was sitting on the bed, had a frozen expression. If they want to kill me, don't stop them. I will persuade them to let you go. Although he didn't know who wanted to move him. He thought that this person should have infiltrated his team a long time ago. And all those who knew that he was doing surgery except the doctor were his confidants. He didn't want to believe that he didn't know people well. But the facts were in front of him. And he had to admit it. How is it possible? They are so brave that they came to the hospital to kill you. They are so cruel. Do you think they will listen to you? Yanrui took out 2 guns from the space button. He just bought these guns from the system mall. They were light-speed ray guns. Although he didn't know what the specific ray was. And he had no time to read the long article. But judging from the price, the lethality of this gun is definitely far ahead. You too should use it carefully. Don't forget to return the gun to me after use. I'm borrowing it from you. As soon as Yanrui finished speaking, he saw a group of masked killers appear in front of the ward without a door. The leading killer raised his gun and shot in the direction of Li Siyu. Unfortunately, his shot did not hit Li Siyu, but was stopped by the protective spell. The cinnabar on the yellow paper shook for a moment, and the color dimmed a little. It works. Seeing this, Yanrui pasted several more protective spells on the door. He actually didn't have many of these protective props. First, the supermarket didn't need him to prepare extra. And second, he had a protective shield on his body, which he found temporarily. He bought it when he just got the system in the first world. Who are you? Although they didn't know how Yanrui did it, they got a breathing space for the time being. Li Siyu looked at the people outside the door. What do you want? What good will it do you if I die? The masked man in the lead made a gesture to the 2 people behind him, and then took a step back. 2 more people came out from behind, holding square objects in their hands. Yanrui stared at their movements and didn't recognize what they were. It's explosives. Can it be blocked? Without waiting for Yanrui to speak, Li Siyu asked with some uneasiness. Yanrui didn't know if he could defend himself. He hammered the system beside him unconfidently, and the system flapped its wings uneasily. I don't know the lethality of their weapons either. This team has clear goals and neat movements. They are very professional at first glance. And they will not stop until Li Siyu's life is taken. What are you looking at? Go ahead. Yanrui raised his gun and shot towards the door. The trigger was pulled, and before the explosion broke through the protective spell, the bullet broke through the protective spell and rushed straight to the killer's forehead. Kill them! It's either you or me today. Looking at Yanrui rushing out to kill, Li Siyu cheered up in just a second and followed him. He is the commander-in-chief of the starship. He can't lose to a small supermarket owner. And what's wrong with Yanrui's brain? He looked very scared when the explosion just now. But now, he rushed to the front. Don't be too excited. Boss Yin. Chapter 112 Interstellar Cruise. Yanrui rushed ahead with his newly upgraded weapon. Zhong was unwilling to lag behind. But halfway through he thought of Li Siyu. So he turned around and helped him up again. The 2 quickly caught up with Yanrui. Yanrui rushed too hard at first and forgot that Li Siyu was seriously ill. Halfway through he suddenly braked. The system behind him accidentally bumped into Yanrui's back, causing Yanrui to stagger. What are you doing? Yanrui turned around and hammered the system. Wait for Li Siyu. The killer in front of him saw that the 2 men suddenly stopped, and felt that he had found an opportunity. He picked up the weapon without hesitation and shot at Yanrui. Yanrui touched his stomach and head. I was scared to death. I thought the weapons of the Interstellar would be very painful. How is it possible? Our system sells the best quality protective spells, which guarantee that you will not feel any pain at all. The system picked up the weapon while speaking, and with 2 bangs, it killed the 2 killers in the front. The killer saw that the 2 of them could not be killed or caught, so he immediately changed his plan. There is something wrong with him. Retreat quickly. You still want to leave. Stay here. The system's body shrank immediately, rushed out along the side of Yanrui's neck, and disappeared in front of Yanrui like an arrow from a string. After a while, 2 assassins fell to the ground again. Yanrui went forward to check their breathing, and found that 2 of them were still alive, while the remaining assassins were nowhere to be found. Come back, baby. Don't chase them anymore. 2 should be enough. Yanrui turned the system back, and wanted to buy some props in the mall that could restrain the 2 people. You can't let him catch people with his bare hands. Is this the killer who stayed behind? Li Siyu stood by the wall, leaning against Zhong Zheng, holding the wall with his hands. Leave him to me. Are you responsible for the interrogation? Yen Rui raised his head and looked at Li Siyu. Are the people on your side reliable? Li Siyu said. Then let Zhong Zheng do it. Zhong Zheng stared, and the burden on his back pressed his back, and it bent a little more. The pressure is so great. But Zhong Zheng still straightened his back. The only person who can make Li Siyu and Yen Rui trust him is Zhong Zheng. Haha. The year-end performance is here. Zhong Zheng was very happy after being assigned the task. Yen Rui stood up. Why haven't your people arrived yet? Isn't there a lot of protection here? Li Siyu's expression was also a little strange. He didn't make a big fuss about his illness. Not many people knew about it, and the confidentiality was very high. Similarly, people who could get here must have passed many levels. Even Yen Rui was searched twice after he came here. As a result, the noise here was so loud that even the residents could hear the chaos here. But none of his personal soldiers showed up. Go check. Li Siyu put down his arm that was holding Zhong Zheng. They won't all sacrifice or all rebel. Li Siyu didn't want them to sacrifice. But it was hard to accept the conjecture that they all rebelled. Goodbye. Let's go peacefully. Looking at the system flying back, Yen Rui waved his hand. Put those two people down quickly, and assign you another task. Are you looking for someone? I heard it. The system threw the two newly captured killers to the ground and flew back to Yen Rui's shoulder. Your people have been transferred away. There was an explosion outside the starship. It is said that a ship's residents died. About 600 people. 600 people? Li Siyu's breath was choked. Are you sure? I'm sure. My news has never been false. The system was a little angry. But although they said so, there were actually no casualties among the residents. It was just a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Really? Li Siyu was happy. And then heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. The system did not continue to argue with him, but instead said, I'm tired. Can you give me an extra meal tonight? He wanted to eat the oil-splashed noodles made by Jian Anchi. But Jian Anchi never listened to his orders. Only when Yen Rui asked what he wanted to eat, Jian Anchi would take the initiative to cook. Okay. Then I'll go back and ask Jian Anchi to make you oil-splashed noodles. 1 bowl per pound. Yen Rui pinched his little red face and said. The system nodded vigorously. You also need to mix the vegetables. Not the kind with vinegar. I don't like it. Okay. Okay. Make 2 servings. The one with vinegar for me, and the one without vinegar for you. After Yen Rui appeased the system, he looked at Li Siyu and said, You still have big problems internally. Even if there are casualties, you can't leave no one alive. If I'm not here today, you won't survive at all. Li Siyu nodded. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. But there is one more thing. Wait a minute. Yen Rui waved his hand at Li Siyu. Don't talk first. Li Siyu swallowed the words on his lips subconsciously, and then heard the faint voice of Jian Anchi in the communicator. In Li Siyu's ears, Yen Rui's voice was steady, without much ripples. But Yen Rui knew that Jian Anchi was on the eve of collapse at this time. Jian Anchi had sent 3 messages, and he didn't have time to reply. This was the 4th one. I'm fine. I was just a little busy just now. You heard the explosion. Yen Rui calmed in a steady voice. I'll go back soon. You don't have to pick me up. You know nothing can hurt me. Don't worry. Yeah. Ping Ping is also by my side. He is fine too. He is not injured. I want to eat oil-splashed noodles. I just experienced a gunfight, and I'm a little hungry. I want to eat when I get back. Okay? Cook more. I'm starving. Don't talk about death. Don't talk about death. Ba ba ba. After the contact was cut off, Yen Rui looked at Li Siyu. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Someone is waiting for me at home. Okay. You go back. But I want to ask you something. Li Siyu asked. What weapon did you use just now? Let's talk about it in 2 days. I'm a little anxious. Yen Rui looked at his watch and casually put the lightspeed ray gun in his hand into Li Siyu's hand. You use it first. For self-defense. After Yen Rui finished speaking, he threw the system's lightspeed ray gun to Zhong Zheng. Zhong Zheng held the gun and was a little at a loss. I'm going back. Bye. After Yen Rui finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. He trotted towards the exit and saw the familiar face he had seen beside Li Siyu before, running hurriedly towards Li Siyu's ward. Yen Rui was relieved. And at the same time, he asked the system to keep an eye on Li Siyu's situation at any time. When the two of them arrived at the airport where they could fly the aircraft, they confirmed Li Siyu's safety. Then, they took back the monitoring and hurried back with the system. When Yan Rui returned to the supermarket, he saw Jian Anchi standing at the door of the supermarket before the aircraft was off. How exaggerated. Yan Rui couldn't help but sigh. That's still because of you. The system curled its lips, and didn't want to continue watching. The figure gradually dissipated, and the whole monkey turned back into a string of data. As soon as Yan Rui got off the plane, he saw Jian Anchi throw away the noodles in his hand, take off his gloves while running, and then throw the gloves on the ground casually. And the next second, he hugged Yan Rui fiercely into his arms. You are too exaggerated, Yan Rui said again. You are not that serious. I want to confirm your safety as soon as possible. Jian Anchi's voice was muffled. He lowered his head and inhaled Yan Rui's scent hard, fearing that this was an illusion. Then you don't have to put the table and the board outside the door. People who don't know would think you're setting up a stall to sell oil-splashed noodles. Yan Rui watched Jian Anchi not only carry out the board and the table, but also the pots and pans he often used, just like an open-air kitchen. Don't do this again next time, Jian Anchi repeated. Next time. No matter where I go, I will go with you. Yan Rui couldn't help but be infected by Jian Anchi's emotions. Well, no matter where I go in the future, I will take you with me, including no matter where Jian Anchi goes. He will follow him. He doesn't want to suffer any accidents. Boss Jian, are you selling this noodle? The residents who had been staying here didn't seem to feel much about the explosion, but drooled at Jian Anchi's noodles. No. No. I made this for my family. Jian Anchi loosened his hands, held Yan Rui's face, and gently touched his mouth twice. Then smiled and replied, If you want to eat, I can give you the recipe. Oh, we don't want the recipe. The rice and noodles on the starship don't taste as good as yours. I just want to try your cooking skills. But it's not possible. The residents couldn't help but complain. Don't be so stingy. Boss Jian. Boss Yan returned safely. Don't you want to celebrate? When Yan Rui heard this, he immediately felt that it made sense. Then celebrate. Everything is 20% off today. It's not that the family doesn't enter the house. This bowl of noodles really won't be sold. Yan Rui laughed out loud. And then the residents around him mentioned today's explosion. Is it another provocation from the nearby galaxy? There were 2 explosions today, and the captain must have beaten them away. Does the captain need to do anything? As long as you show up often, they will flee. Do you still remember the last time the fleet of the nearby Mage Galaxy was beaten by the captain without any chance to fight back? And he paid 1 billion to redeem the people. Yes. 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 And the one from the Harris Galaxy. They think they can show off their power because they have a permanent planet. And they have allocated a lot of resources to us. Yan Rui didn't expect it. Do you often fight when you travel in space? It's not a fight. To put it more seriously, it's a war. Because we don't have a permanent planet. So everyone thinks we are a soft persimmon, which is normal here. If the resources are not supplied in the long run, we will naturally fail. Before, we always ran away when we couldn't win. Anyway, we didn't have a home, so they couldn't catch us if we ran away. The resident who said this smiled. We barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Yan Rui felt a little reluctant, but still admired their optimism. So we won the battle later? Yes. Since Li Siyu became the captain, we have never run away again. When Li Siyu's name came out, the surrounding residents nodded in appreciation, and most of them even showed admiration. Li Siyu has never lost a battle, and even his longest battle lasted only 1 day. I heard that there were several little princesses and princes who wanted to marry him at that time, saying that they were fascinated by his charm. Haha. Li Siyu is so miserable. Our Captain Baker is jealous. How can we appease him? UCP fans, step back a little. People have clarified it, and you are still spreading rumors. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Yan Rui quickly stopped talking. Don't worry. It was stable before I came back. It should be all misunderstandings. There is no war. Li Siyu is also fine. Yan Rui waved his hand. 20% off. 20% off. Today everything is 20% off. The more you buy, the more you earn. The more we buy, the more you earn. When this came out, the nearby residents all laughed out loud. Yan Rui pushed them. Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going upstairs. After Yen Rui finished speaking, he looked at Jian Anchi again. Put the table and pots and pans back in place. Jian Anchi nodded. And after tidying up his things, he lifted the table and followed Yen Rui upstairs. After going upstairs, Jian Anchi cooked while listening to Yen Rui's story about the thrilling experience just now. At the end, Yen Rui was a little thirsty, so he drank a glass of water. So who do you think betrayed Li Siyu? You should renew your protective spell. Jian Anchi opened the system mall and found the magic pattern again. After buying it, he looked at Yen Rui and said seriously, "Take off your clothes. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking." Yen Rui smiled and took off his t-shirt while moving forward. "Come on." Jian Anchi's Adam's apple moved, and he turned his head and put the talisman on his hand on Yen Rui's collarbone. Then put on his gloves again. "You, put on your clothes. My hands are dirty. I will make noodles for you." Yen Rui laughed out loud. "Haha. How cute." Yen Rui didn't wait for Jian Anchi to argue, and walked up to Jian Anchi and kissed him hard. "I'm going to change clothes." After hearing Yen Rui approaching the room, Jian Anchi breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh? Why don't you care about me?" A cold voice suddenly appeared in Jian Anchi's ears. "Didn't I rush back from the hail of bullets?" Jian Anchi didn't even turn his head. "Do you think I don't know that this oil-splashed noodles is the dish you ordered?" The system was speechless for a moment, and Xiao Xiaodi snorted, and then said, "You guys should be careful. Yen Rui's behavior just now may have changed the process of this entire plane. If you feel a little uncomfortable, you must leave this plane immediately." "What did you say? He changed the process of the entire plane?" Jian Anchi paused for a moment, and then continued with disapproval. "He actually changed the process of the entire plane. He changed the fate of the entire plane." Jian Anchi still said to the system indifferently, "His appearance changed the fate of every plane, and every plane has regained its vitality. Even if there is an impact, what can it do? I don't believe that this plane will reject his existence." Jian Anchi suddenly turned back at this time. "Why do you say this now? When he changed the fate of the outside world before, you didn't care at all." "That's because other planes are low-level planes. This plane is different." The system hesitated. "Anyway, saving Li Siyu is different." Jian Anchi smiled. "If Yen Rui is excluded from this plane because of saving Li Siyu," Jian Anchi's tone was calm, "then I will go and kill Li Siyu, which can be regarded as setting things right." The system blinked. "I don't care. I just remind you. And if you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. But it shouldn't be a big problem." The system jumped off the sofa. It happened that Yen Rui changed his clothes and opened the door at this time, and saw a little monkey jumped up and hugged his thigh. "Can you ask Jian Anchi to cook for me? He didn't cook for me, and I begged for a long time." Yen Rui, who just opened the door and heard the two people talking, swallowed the words he wanted to ask them what they were talking about. "What dishes to cook? Don't we have them in the basement? You pick one and we can eat together. They are all the same." "Okay. I know." After getting permission, the system looked at Jian Anchi and ran downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw Baker standing at the door of the supermarket, as if waiting for someone. The system went upstairs to tell Yen Rui that Baker was downstairs. After Yen Rui went downstairs, he saw Baker smiling and listening to what Layla said. On the surface, he looked unhurried, but his constantly changing footsteps showed his inner anxiety. Yen Rui had a bad premonition in his heart. He waved to Baker, who immediately came over. Yen Rui pulled him aside and whispered, "You didn't do this, did you?" "What?" Baker was stunned for a moment after hearing Yen Rui's nonsense, and then exclaimed, "Who do you think I am? Of course I didn't do this." Yen Rui was relieved. "Then what are you doing around the door? I feel like your toes are about to dig a hole in the cement floor at my door. I just want to ask about Li Siyu's true situation. Is he really okay?" Baker naturally heard the explosion next to the starship. He is different from ordinary residents. He thinks more. He didn't know that Li Siyu was sick. But when Yen Rui came back, the words he said at the entrance of the supermarket were heard by many people, and naturally reached Baker's ears. "So there is really no problem? Don't lie to me," Baker continued. "Li Siyu hasn't shown up for 2 days. When you two were rumored to be together before, he didn't show up for 2 days either." Yen Rui didn't want to reveal Li Siyu's privacy. "Why are you so worried about him? If something happens to him, after the news spreads, How many forces nearby will come to besiege our fleet? Baker looked at Yen Rui with some uneasiness. He didn't reply to my message. Before, he read it but didn't reply. Now he doesn't even look at it. Are you really sure he's fine? It's really okay. If you don't believe me, just contact Zhong Zheng and see. How can you not believe Zhong Neng's words? Yen Rui didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. I'll tell you the truth. I was indeed with Li Siyu just now. And Li Siyu was really attacked. But he was fine. All the assassins who came were killed by him. Li Siyu didn't even lose a hair. So amazing. Hearing this, Baker finally put his mind at ease. Great. If Li Siyu has any problems, I will be the one to go to the battlefield in the future. What's wrong with you? Are you still afraid of losing? Yen Rui was speechless. Don't worry. I'm here. Even if Li Siyu can't play, I won't let you lose. I definitely believe this. But playing is too tiring. I don't have time to sleep every day. I still prefer to do logistics. After getting Yen Rui's frankness, Baker spoke more lightly. I feel relieved with your words. I'm leaving first. Baker came quickly and left quickly. As soon as he left, many people surrounded Layla and Ms. Lily to get some inside information. However, these people were not ordinary residents. Judging from their clothes, they were people from various fleets who came to inquire about the news. Make way. Make way. Don't disturb us doing business. And don't harass our employees during work. Yen Rui raised his hand and waved. If you have anything, go to Baker. Baker knows everything. Seeing Yen Rui speak, others didn't know what to say. Some people thought about it and simply left, while others stayed, still hoping to find out some news. However, these people should not have any bad intentions. At this moment, everyone is united. Even if they belong to different forces, they will not do anything to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Of course, traitors are another matter. Nothing happened that day. The next morning, Zhong Zheng was waiting at the door of the supermarket early. Yen Rui was a little surprised when he saw him. Why are you here? You must have a lot of work today. It's okay. Picking you up is also a job. Zhong Zheng smiled. I'm here to pick you up to treat our captain. He went through so much trouble yesterday, but his condition did not worsen. So we often want to invite you to go again. Yen Rui nodded and looked back at Jian Anchi, who was already standing beside him and holding his hand. Let's go together. Of course. But what about Ping Ping? Will Ping Ping go today? Zhong Zheng tiptoed and looked behind Yen Rui along his shoulder, thinking that it would be safer if he could bring the monkey that could only grow and shrink and fly. He won't go. I'll take Anin with me today. Yen Rui waved at Anin, and Anin immediately jumped into his arms. Anin just jumped off Sanda's legs, and then fell into another embrace. Yen Rui looked in the direction of Sanda, waved to him, and said with a smile, Please help me watch the store for a while today. Sanda smiled at Yen Rui, showing 2 rows of white teeth. It's okay. Leave it to me. Chapter 113 Interstellar Cruise. How do you feel today? Yen Rui saw Li Siyu's ruddy face and walked up to him and said, You look good. Fortunately, the matter was resolved smoothly without much trouble. Li Siyu said, What did you do yesterday? Why didn't you tell the truth before we interrogated them? It was like a direct rebellion. He even saved the trouble of instigating a rebellion. Then don't worry about it. We naturally have our own way. Yen Rui's back broke out in a cold sweat. How could he know what the system had done? Stretch out your hand. Let me see whether you are bloated or strong today. Yen Rui held Li Siyu's wrist. Li Siyu looked serious and looked at Yen Rui with some tension. He stayed up a little late last night. Wouldn't Yen Rui find out? You are so seriously injured. Why don't you rest well? Yen Rui put down his wrist, turned his head and said, Don't stay up late tonight. Li Siyu took back his hand. I know. How can you be so amazing? Yen Rui smiled, with some pride in his heart. Of course it's amazing. The skills he learned are not ordinary. Plus his talent. He can have superb medical skills in a short time. What's more, this is not a particularly powerful method. The old Chinese medicine doctor in his plane can also achieve this effect. But it's a pity to think about it. After 3 more treatments, Yen Rui asked, How do you feel now? Much better. I even feel that if someone makes a surprise attack now, I can immediately counterattack. Li Siyu got up from the bed and walked around the ward a few times, nodded and confirmed, Can I go to work today? I don't know how your doctor diagnosed you, but I suggest you rest for at least another week. Yin Rui looked at him and said with some disapproval, "You have never taken a few days off in your life. Can't you take these 2 days as a New Year's holiday?" Li Siyu thought for a while. "Actually, I don't work often. For example, when he first came to this planet and met Yin Rui, he gave himself several days off to read novels, and didn't do much work during those days." Yin Rui didn't know what Li Siyu was thinking, but he asked the question he had been asking for a long time. "Then can you tell me where the people who attacked yesterday came from?" "They are from the Mage Galaxy. You should be careful. They have infiltrated our starship. After knowing your information, they will definitely take action. As for whether to win them over or eliminate them, it is uncertain." Hearing this, Yin Rui's heart tightened. If he hadn't taken action yesterday, it would be fine. Maybe there would be a chance for the other party to win him over. But he killed several people on the other side yesterday, and was obviously on Li Siyu's side. "I guess someone will come to assassinate me in the next 2 days." Thinking of this, Yin Rui clasped his fists and arched his hands towards the sky. "I hope they don't kill me at the supermarket. I have customers there 24 hours a day." After Yin Rui finished speaking, he turned around and discussed with Jian Anchi beside him. "Why don't we go out for a walk frequently in the next 2 days to give them a chance to attack us? Otherwise, I'm afraid they will hurt our customers." Hearing Yin Rui's suggestion, Jian Anchi clenched his fist and answered without hesitation, "Okay." Li Siyu looked at Jian Anchi with an expectant expression, and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. A man should rush forward. Nip all threats in the bud. Don't be afraid of fighting. Treat everyone as your own whetstone. If someone wants to do it, I will catch them all in front of you and let you deal with them. Jian Anchi looked at Li Siyu strangely, and then assured Yin Rui, "I am different from him. I am not a person who kills randomly." After hearing this, Li Siyu curled his lips and couldn't bear to look directly at him. "In this case, if you two want to take a walk, go out now. I can accompany you two to the most crowded places for a walk, and then say a few more times that you. If they want to travel in space, they might do it in space." "Okay," Yin Rui answered without hesitation. "But if we want to do it in space, we still need to prepare 2 more compressed oxygen. My compressed oxygen seems to be running out." "Then use mine." Li Siyu gave him 3 more boxes of compressed oxygen without hesitation. After giving them to him, he looked at Yin Rui's somewhat satisfied expression and said, "The weapon you gave me yesterday. I didn't give you that weapon. You have to give it back to me." Yin Rui suddenly remembered this matter. He waved to Li Siyu. "Give it back to me. I want to buy it. I'll pay for it." Li Siyu took 2 steps back and said reluctantly, "I have never used such advanced weapons before. Let me use them." "You use it?" Yin Rui was a little hesitant. The weapon he gave Li Siyu yesterday was completely beyond the technological level of this plane. He didn't even know how big a butterfly effect Li Siyu would have on this plane after pulling the trigger. Yin Rui bit his lip. "Did you use this weapon yesterday?" Li Siyu nodded, without hiding anything. "I did use it. And I killed a person with it. Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Yin Rui continued to ask. "Do I feel uncomfortable? Didn't you check my body just now? You should know that I don't feel uncomfortable." Li Siyu spread his hands, made a hugging gesture, and walked towards Yin Rui. "If you don't believe me, check it again." "No need to check." Jian Anchi took a step forward and pushed Li Siyu forward with his fingers. Li Siyu smiled. "How much is the weapon?" "I'll give it to you. I can give you double it. 1,500,000. Direct transfer." Yin Rui took out his portable payment code. "Don't forget to multiply by 2 for 2. I remember Zhongzheng has 1. "Okay." Li Siyu paid quickly, and 6 million was immediately credited to his account. Yin Rui, who originally wanted to receive only 3 million, felt a little embarrassed after the huge surprise. Since this plane does not exclude Li Siyu from having such a level of weapon, then give him 2 more gifts. Yin Rui searched around and found a magnetic sonic cannon. He handed it to Li Siyu, who took it with joy. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he felt a force pulling against him. "Boss Yin, you can let go now." Li Siyu pulled in his direction. "My body is almost healed. I can move it." Yin Rui looked Li Siyu up and down. "Are you not uncomfortable?" Li Siyu frowned. His expression was a little tangled, and at the same time confused. Should I be uncomfortable? He really was not uncomfortable. There was nothing strange about him, and he couldn't guess what Yin Rui meant for a while. Yin Rui saw that he didn't seem to be abnormal, so he was relieved and took his hand. Li Siyu breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't even dare to look at it now, and directly stuffed it into his space button. Then we'll leave now. Bye. Are we going to go out for a walk together? Li Siyu also stood up. Wait a minute while I change my clothes. Yanrui just remembered this. He nodded, and walked out of the door with Jian Anchi, looking at the doctors coming and going outside. Yanrui sighed. I haven't seen a doctor for a long time. Why see a doctor? You're not sick. Jian Anchi squeezed Yanrui's hand. It's best not to see a doctor for the rest of your life. That's what you said. But you don't. I don't know how important doctors are in the end of the world. Do you know? At that time, I really regretted not studying medicine. Yanrui continued. If I studied medicine, I could support you by myself, and you wouldn't have to go out every day. Why say these things? This is not the last life. I should regret that I didn't protect you in the last life. Jian Anchi skillfully hugged Yanrui's shoulders this time, lowered his head, and kissed the top of his head. Don't think too much. Let's live a good life in this life. Why do you two pour out your heart when I'm not around? This is a public place after all, with so many people coming and going. You should be careful of the impact. As soon as Li Siyu went out, he heard Jian Anchi say this life. Live well. Which almost made him fall in love. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go now. Yanrui stood up straight, pulling Jian Anchi with his body, and going out together. Li Siyu put on gloves while walking to cover his hands full of needle holes. I look like this. Others shouldn't be able to tell that I'm sick. When Li Siyu stepped out of the hospital, he asked Yanrui for confirmation again. Actually, it doesn't matter if you say you're sick, Yanrui said. Just say you're sick because you're overworked. So what? You've had injections for 2 days, and you're going to go back to work tomorrow. Yanrui didn't understand. What's wrong with that? Li Siyu was stunned, and instantly felt that his brain might have been fogged up because of the illness these 2 days. What Yanrui said really made sense. So he immediately took off a glove. Then this hand? This hand has fewer needle holes. Whatever you want, Yanrui said indifferently. And after walking out of the hospital gate, many people cast their eyes on them. Yanrui was actually okay. In today's words, he was just a small boss of an online celebrity store, and his influence was not that wide. But Li Siyu was different. Li Siyu was on the news every day. What's more, Li Siyu never had any friends. The only people who could walk with him were his subordinates and high-level prisoners in the enemy camp. Such a harmonious scene is still rare. However, some people recognized Yanrui, and the news spread from one person to another, and many people connected the two people for the first time. At this time, Yanrui's expression was stiff. He felt that the plan he had just made with Li Siyu was very good, but there was only one thing. That is, none of them could act. It was okay to let him chat anytime and anywhere. But once he had a proposition in his mind, he began to become stiff all over. So where are you going to have fun later? My beloved boss Yin. Li Siyu smiled a stiff smile that was uglier than crying. Yanrui walked, digging his toes into the ground. I'm going to the nearby Galaxy Amusement Park. I heard there's a fun flying bungee chair there, which is an entertainment project that doesn't exist in our galaxy. So I want to go and see it. Oh! It's the flying bungee chair that covers an area of 300,000 square meters. Is 100,000 kilometers away from our starship. And there is only one in the entire galaxy. Li Siyu continued to describe the location Yanrui mentioned in detail. The super large flying bungee chair with a coordinate of 73.52 degrees northeast of the main ship? Yanrui thought. This Li Siyu really wants to lure people out. What's the difference between this and an open book exam? Yes, I'm going there. Yanrui felt like he was doing English translation and his head hurt. He didn't want to continue pretending with Li Siyu. Captain Li, you are still sick. Fever can be a serious matter, so you should take care of your health. Yanrui turned around and stretched out his right hand. Li Siyu saw this and held Yanrui's hand in return. I will follow your advice. Stop saying such complete sentences. Yanrui felt uncomfortable all over. He quickly let go of his hand and grabbed Jian Anchi. We are leaving now. Goodbye. Captain Li. I wish you good health. I also wish you a happy time on the flying bungee chair. I hope you really like our flying bungee chair. Looking at Yanrui's back as he fled in panic, Li Siyu also wiped his sweat, hoping that the news could be spread quickly. Otherwise he would have to do this again. He couldn't bear it. After getting on the aircraft, Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. I won't do this again. If you don't want to do it, I can do it next time. Jian Anchi looked at Yan Rui and said, I thought you were having fun. No, I wasn't. After Yan Rui drank a whole bottle of water, the heat on his face subsided. So many eyes are staring at me. It's really weird. Shall we go to that flying bungee chair now? Jian Anchi called out the system. System, set the position of the flying bungee chair. Okay. The voice of the system appeared in the ears of the two. Do you want to come out and play with us? If no one comes to mess up, we can really go out and play. Yan Rui coaxed. Bring it in with you. And then Layla went out to play. And now I'm the only one left in the store. Oh yes. And Sonda. The system's figure gradually solidified in front of them. Let's go now. Yan Rui nodded. Then let's go. The aircraft drives slowly. System. You monitor the surroundings at any time to see if there are any special situations. The system patted its chest. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Although this place seems far away from the flying bungee chair. They arrived soon because of the high speed of the aircraft. When the aircraft landed, Yan Rui breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time he said with some disappointment, how can these people be so timid? Why don't they come to assassinate me? Who would ask for assassination? Jian Anchi pushed open the door. Get off first, and go to the amusement park to play. Yan Rui nodded. And after getting off the car, the system stood on his shoulder and looked around curiously. Yan Rui was not much better. Although this area was not as prosperous as the commercial starship, it also had a unique flavor. I want that claw. What is it used for? Yan Rui picked up a bone claw that was about the size of an ordinary person's palm and asked the stall owner with some expectation. Does it have any special function? This is the hand bone of my great-great-great-great-grandfather, which was passed down from my great-great-great-grandfather. It can mainly ward off evil spirits. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you for 200 interstellar points. Yan Rui. Forget it. I thought it was high-tech. Don't look down on our hand bone. There are LC-724 and DSS-49 in this hand bone, which are extinct. The stall owner crossed his arms, looking confident. Don't you really want to collect it? This store will never be available again. Yan Rui didn't understand it at all. What was there to sell? Why did he want those elements? This thing is useless to them. But the collectors here are amazing. This thing can actually be sold. It must be very popular. Yan Rui walked around but didn't find anything special or interesting. He could see that the level of the amusement facilities here was not even as good as the amusement park in his original dimension. There were so many people, but there was no place to adjust their mood. Wouldn't it be easy to have psychological problems? Where's the flying disco chair? Yan Rui asked the system, thinking that he might as well solve this problem quickly so that he could go home. The system pointed to the front. It's in the place with the most people in front. Queuing up. The line was not long, and Yan Rui got there in 15 minutes. He was watching the flying bungee chair from below, and he was actually a little speechless. There were 8 people in a row, and a total of 48 people went up. After these people sat in their seats, someone put a pair of plain glasses on them. After wearing the plain glasses, I don't know what the wearers saw and screamed frequently. After about 3 minutes, these people took off their glasses, looking like they had survived a disaster. Yan Rui thought that this was just an enhanced version of VR glasses, which was just more convenient to wear. He looked at the crowd moving back and forth and backed off. Can this thing be fun? There is no actual experience. Since you are here, give it a try. Jian Anchi calmed Yan Rui's restless heart with just these 8 words. When Yan Rui got on the equipment, he put on plain glasses, and a realistic amusement world immediately appeared in front of him. Yan Rui felt as if he was really on a thrilling amusement facility. The scene in front of him changed back and forth. But because he knew it was fake, he didn't even move at all. So Yan Rui didn't feel too much thrill. After taking off their glasses, Yan Rui and Jian Anchi left together. The picture is real enough. It would be more real if there was a little wind on the face. But it's a pity that there is no such condition here. Jian Anchi nodded. This stimulation is not as good as the training we did in the army before. After that, the two sighed at the same time. There are not even any delicious snacks around here. Remind me when you go back so that we can grill a few more sausages to eat. If you can't remember, I'll release it, Jian Anchi said. He opened the door of the aircraft, and the system alarm sounded instantly. What's wrong? Who is it? In which direction? Yan Rui held the door and looked around vigilantly. But he didn't find any clues. The system shouted at this time. Don't get into the car. There is a bomb in the car. The two people who just wanted to open the door to enter the aircraft and wanted to leave quickly were frozen in place. Yanrui silently retracted his foot. What should we do now? Should we call the police? He didn't know the police's alarm number here. So was he going to look for Li Siyu again? It doesn't matter. Let's go back and take a look. Jian Anchi closed the door of the aircraft. Said as we walked. Although Jian Anchi said this, he did not walk towards the amusement park, but turned around and walked towards a remote place. Yanrui's current situation immediately realized what Jian Anchi wanted to do, and he hurried forward to hold Jian Anchi's hand. Then let's go on a date somewhere where no one is. The two smiled at each other, and then the system reminded, there are people on your left, right, front and back, about 70 people in total, and they are about to surround you. You two be careful. By the way, do you want to buy weapons? Give me 2 more of the gun I had yesterday. Yanrui bargained with the system in his mind. Give me a discount. Our supermarket had a discount yesterday. It's not right for you not to have a discount today. I'll talk to the main control, the system said. But isn't it too late now? Yanrui had no choice but to buy 2 guns at full price, stuffing one into Jian Anchi's hand and keeping one for himself. At the same time, he did not forget to tell the system, don't forget to bargain for me. System, don't worry. I've reported it for you. Just waiting for the main control. What's wrong? Have they surrounded us? Hearing the system suddenly lose its voice, Yanrui couldn't help but start to get nervous. Don't you have any way to control their whereabouts? That's not the case. It has nothing to do with the people in front of me. In my eyes, they are still the same little trash, who don't know their own limits. The system's voice was a little uncertain. They will be around soon. You should focus on the battlefield first. Yanrui nodded. At this time, the more than 70 people had gradually narrowed the encirclement. They felt that the 2 men were trapped in a jar and could not escape. Some people thought that the 2 men were lucky not to get on the aircraft. It would be great if they could just blow them up and save themselves trouble. Yanrui's quietly looked at the positions of the 70 people shown to him by the system, waiting for the most important opportunity to attack. Bang! But before Yanrui found the right moment to shoot, he heard a suppressed gunshot in his ears. Then there was a sound of someone falling down in front, and the red dot on the map immediately decreased by 1. He is really professional. Chapter 114 Interstellar Cruise. Yanrui continued to hold the weapon, but took a step back, turned around and said to Jian Anchi, then I'll leave everything to you. Jian Anchi nodded and said in a low voice, watch your back. Yanrui turned around and saw that the people behind him had no longer concealed themselves, all leaning out and besieging the 2 of them. Quickly surrender, the leader said. Hand over your guns and we won't kill you. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yanrui rubbed. You have to tell me who you are first. Otherwise how can we follow you? The leader saw that Yanrui's words were a little loose, and he also stopped, but still stared at his direction and said, follow us and you will know. We promise not to treat you unfairly. No! Yanrui and Jian Anchi stood back to back, tacitly fired at the same time, and the opposite side immediately fell down. The military minister of the Mage Galaxy, who was observing this place, was anxious to give an order. Don't fight them head-on. There is something wrong with their weapons. What could be wrong with the weapons? It's just that they are extremely lethal. When the people he sent out yesterday came back to report, Milton felt as if he had heard something unbelievable. But he didn't clean them up. Instead, he directly sent a team of 75 people to encircle and suppress the 2 people. TMD? How could it be true? In yesterday's report, someone said that this person had a body of steel, was invulnerable to swords and guns, and was invulnerable to water and fire. He also had weapons far beyond their imagination. He should be an oriental weapon master with metaphysical origins. The problem is that he called 75 people to go, and it was not considered underestimated. How could he still fail? At this time, there were less than half of the people left on the field. Milton immediately gave the order. Retreat. Retreat quickly. What kind of weapon is that? He has been equipped with the most advanced protective armor. How can he still be so vulnerable? Milton was so angry that he cursed. Where did Li Siyu find this person? Why can't we meet this kind of interstellar businessman? Minister, our planet does not welcome the arrival of star merchants. The assistant beside him pretended not to know and said jokingly. Otherwise, You can go to the Interstellar Exploration Department to be the minister. Don't stay in the military. Shut up. If you keep talking, go back to your father. Yanrui didn't know that the people inside the Mage Galaxy had quarreled because of him. He looked at the more than 30 people lying on the ground in front of him and felt sick. Should I call someone to deal with it? You go sit on the aircraft for a while. There is orange juice in my space compartment. Jian Anchi pushed Yanrui. Go quickly. Yanrui took out the mint gum and smelled it. No. I can't run away because of this. Yanrui took a deep breath and said, call someone. Zhongzheng came here not long after. He looked at the mess on the ground and looked at Yanrui with some respect in his eyes. Boss Yan, facing so many people, even if the captain and I are combined, we may not be able to escape unscathed. Okay. Don't you know what I am like? Yanrui waved his hand at Zhongzheng. There is a bomb on our aircraft. Help me take a look. Okay. Zhongzheng immediately became cautious. What kind of bomb is it? How should I know? Yanrui pinched his temples. We'll go back now. If you have anything, don't contact me. When he was besieged, his adrenaline surged. After he recovered, he was left with a strong sense of fatigue. Jian Anchi took out the spare aircraft and took Yanrui back to the supermarket. Yanrui rested for a while on the aircraft. When he returned to the supermarket, he finally cheered up. But he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he looked at the scene in the supermarket. Sangda, what are you doing? Yanrui saw that Sanda was tidying up the shelves and hurriedly asked him to stop before he left. Although he said that he wanted Sanda to help manage the supermarket, in fact, he just wanted to find something for him to do, not really let him do it. A lot of people came just now and messed up everything here, so I'll tidy it up. Sanda smiled at Yanrui. I saw Ms. Lily and Layla were also helping with management, so I learned from them. Yanrui smiled and patted his shoulder. Well done. Then I'll leave the job of tidying up the shelves to you in the future? I'll pay you a salary every day. Yanrui didn't know why he was particularly patient with Sanda. Sure enough, after hearing what Yanrui said, Sanda excitedly turned around in circles. Can I hang the banner for you on the wall? Sanda looked at Yanrui with sparkling eyes, with endless expectations on his face. Yanrui, let's talk about this later. Although he was born with deficiencies, his memory is pretty good. System, is there anything new recently? Yanrui was bored, and after transferring all his abilities into the half-dead little green plant in front of the cash register, he asked a little bored. Not yet, but the system is undergoing a deep upgrade, and it is expected to be completed in 72 hours. The system said. 72 hours? It has never taken so long to upgrade before. Yanrui opened the system panel and found that as expected. The panel was blank, leaving only a spinning circle. Come and play mahjong if you are bored. A guest happened to come to pay the bill. After hearing Yanrui's complaints, he invited, will you come? If you want to go, I will find someone for you. Yanrui waved his hand, shook his head and said no. I'd better go out and exercise. These days, he deeply felt that his martial arts value was not enough. So he was still very Jian Anchi. If he practiced more, the next plane might be more dangerous than this plane. A few days passed peacefully. This morning, Jian Anchi said to Yanrui, I'm going back. Where? Yanrui didn't react for a moment. Isn't this Jian Anchi's home? Wanjiaming saplings are ready. I'm going to pick them up today. Jian Anchi stood in front of Yanrui, lowered his head and kissed him. What are you thinking about? Is that so? Then come back soon. Yanrui said. Let the system send you directly to Wanjiaming's warehouse. Aren't you afraid that others will find something unusual? Jian Anchi deliberately asked Yanrui. Are you not afraid of being caught now? I am afraid. But it's okay if I don't get caught. It's the end of the world soon. Does anyone care about these things? Yanrui stepped forward and put his head on Jian Anchi's shoulder. It feels meaningless when you're not around. Don't worry. I'll try not to be caught for more than a day. After Jian Anchi left, Yanrui felt empty again. At this time, Li Siyu, who had recovered, came to the supermarket. What's wrong with you? Why do you look listless? Nothing. What are you doing here today? Yanrui habitually pulled Li Siyu's hand to check his internal condition. When he found that he was no longer in danger, he let go of his hand. After the doctor examined my body, he said that it would be okay for me to go to the battlefield right now. You are awesome. Yen. At this moment, He suddenly thought of the people who besieged them that day. How are the people you captured that day? Are they still alive now? A few of them are alive. And the people in the Mage Galaxy have redeemed them. I came to you today to talk about this. Li Siyu looked a little proud. I blackmailed them for 30 million. Asked them to redeem the people. And gave you some? Hearing the money, Yen Rui was interested. He sat up straight. 30 million. How much do you want to give me? You are responsible for the capture, and I am responsible for the negotiation. How about we split it 50-50? Li Siyu turned the communicator in his hand. 15 million is not a small amount. Not only is it a small amount, but his weapons have all paid for themselves. For Yen Rui, this money is like picking it up for free. After he received the money, he happily said to Li Siyu, the people of the Mage Galaxy have suffered this loss. Of course, they have serious factional struggles within them. Although 30 million is not a lot for them. Many people are using this topic to impeach Milton, the initiator of this incident. They can't spare any time to attack us. Then you should seize this opportunity to develop well. Don't wait until they are unified internally and attack you by surprise. Of course. By the way, I have another good news to tell you. Li Siyu said excitedly. The trees have been planted and are alive. Really? Congratulations. Yen Rui also said happily. Have they all been planted? Not yet. But Boss Yen, you have to be prepared. Maybe we will buy a large number of green plants in a few days. By the way, do you have any? I want to make more of the different types of green plants you gave me before. Yen Rui narrowed his eyes, recalling what kind he had sold to Li Siyu, and then nodded uncertainly. There should be some. But the price may be. It doesn't matter. I'm rich. Li Siyu laughed. If it doesn't work, just follow the original types. Everyone can pool together. It's normal to pay more for the development of the planet. Yen Rui wiped his sweat. Okay. Don't worry. I hope everything goes well with Jian Anchi. Oh, there's one more thing. Yen Rui, why is there another thing? It's another happy event. Have you found a new water source? Li Siyu looked at Yen Rui with some disapproval. What do you mean by why is there another thing? I'm just trying to increase your sense of participation. But when you ask me this, I remember another happy event related to water sources. Yen Rui surrendered. Then tell me, Captain, does Boss Yen agree that we should build a community near him? Before Li Siyu could speak, Zhongzheng rushed in from outside. They're still waiting for notification. Build a community? You are going to build a community here. Yen Rui applauded. This is a good thing. After the community is built, a large number of residents will move into the community. So there will be no need to run back and forth. And the customer flow of his main store will definitely soar. I haven't said it yet. Li Siyu hit Zhongzheng on the back of his head. Don't interrupt next time. Zhongzheng felt a little aggrieved. How could he know that Li Siyu had been here for so long and hadn't even talked about the point yet? You told me about this community. Yen Rui asked with interest. Are you going to build it now? Where will it be built? How long will it take to build it? The first batch will build a small part, which can accommodate about 3,000 people, and then expand outward. When it expands to a certain scale, it will be built in other areas at the same time. After Li Siyu finished speaking, he added, of course, the first step is to prepare the green plants. I will come to you after the design drawings come out. Okay. Yen Rui looked at Li Siyu and was really happy for the residents here. He felt proud of it. Oh, yes. There is also water, Li Siyu said. There is no water on the surface of this planet. All water sources are in underground rivers. We followed this clue and found several water systems with huge flow. Now we don't need to extract water from opera elements in space, Li Siyu said proudly. We really found a very good planet. Congratulations. Yen Rui bowed to Li Siyu. To celebrate, I will treat you to a meal. Okay. How about tonight? Li Siyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'd been looking forward to Jian Anchi's cooking for a long time. Not today. Jian Anchi is out, Yen Rui said. Wait a few days. Let him prepare well. Anyway, you don't have many chances to taste his cooking. He's out? What is he doing? Li Siyu asked casually out of curiosity. He's going to stock up, Yen Rui replied. Li Siyu looked at Yen Rui with a probing look. Yen Rui looked back with an expression that was not evasive. Li Siyu thought for a while, then said, no. You lied to me. Did Jian Anchi go to assassinate those people? Has he already reached the Mage Galaxy? Don't think about it. It's not true. He just went to pick up the goods. It's just a little far away, so he won't be back for a few days. Yanrui was speechless. We are not lawless lunatics. But Jian Anchi can do it. He watched the video of that day. Compared with Yanrui, Jian Anchi was more straightforward and treated the enemy more cold-bloodedly. He looked like a really trained person. I just don't know where they are from. I hope they are peace-loving people. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to compete with them. Yanrui didn't know where Li Siyu was going, so he drove him away without mercy. Shouldn't you be busy now? Build the community as soon as possible, so you can land here as soon as possible. It will take about half a year to build the first batch of communities. Li Siyu stood at the door. Will you still be here by then? Yanrui calculated in his mind and nodded to promise. I will definitely be here by then. Hearing Yanrui's assurance, Li Siyu felt a sense of relief for some reason. He turned around and strode away, each step with determination. That day, Yanrui asked Ms. Lily about the community when chatting with her, hoping to get more information from her. Ecological community. I know, Ms. Lily said. I have made an appointment for the first batch to move in. Yanrui was not surprised. With Ms. Lily's status, who else could be the first batch if she was not in the first batch? But at the beginning, they were planning to build a fully enclosed community, which is actually no different from a starship. They both put people in a shell, and this shell is not even as big as a starship. So everyone was not optimistic at that time. Ms. Lily rolled up her hair and said with some relief, Fortunately, I had already signed up for the migration plan at that time. Otherwise, I would not be able to live in this improved community. Does it still require registration? Yanrui thought it was based on identity. Yes. After spreading the news in a small circle, many people backed out. But I didn't. I was actively in the first wave of registration. Yanrui gave Ms. Lily a thumbs up. You are still forward-looking. I promise that your sisters will envy you even more. Ms. Lily laughed out loud. She was happy just thinking about that situation. It was almost midnight when Jian Anchi came back. As soon as he came back, he saw Yanrui sitting on the sofa waiting for him, and his heart softened. Why don't you go to bed? Looking at Yanrui, who had lowered his head and blinked his eyelids, Jian Anchi leaned in his ear and whispered, What if I don't come back tonight? Then sleep on the sofa. After hearing Jian Anchi's voice, Yanrui regained some energy. Are you exhausted? Looking at the sweat on Jian Anchi's forehead, Yanrui said with some distress, I should have told you to come back within 3 days. Let them wait. It's not urgent. There are so many trees. Even if he doesn't need to move them one by one now, he must go to many different warehouses to collect them. People with poor physical strength like him may collapse. Jian Anchi smiled. Not so tired. Come on. I'll carry you to sleep. Yeah. Yanrui nodded, his voice still a little hazy. I'm telling you, we're going to build a community here. And we're really starting to build a place for human gatherings. Space is the sun. Bigger than my bowl. I need to eat with chopsticks. Jian Anchi carefully put Yanrui, who had already started talking nonsense, on the bed, and touched his head. Go to sleep. Good night. As soon as he went out, Jian Anchi grabbed the system that wanted to run away. Tell me what happened today. The system rolled its eyes in its heart, but still passed all the news Yanrui got today into Jian Anchi's mind. Jian Anchi was relieved after reading it. I thought Yanrui had encountered some difficulties, but it seemed that I was afraid of everything. The next day, Yanrui woke up and recalled that he seemed to have said something important last night. He walked out the door and saw Jian Anchi sitting in the living room waiting for him. It seemed that the important thing was that Jian Anchi would come back in the middle of the night. Good morning. Ruirui who eats with chopsticks. Jian Anchi smiled and looked at Yanrui. Do you also eat porridge with chopsticks in the morning? Why are you eating porridge with chopsticks? Yanrui looked confused. After washing up, he came out and saw that the system was also looking at him with a malicious smile. What are you doing? After Yanrui asked, the system played the scene of last night. Please watch the VCR. Yanrui, delete. Delete? The dead child has learned bad things. I found an assistant for you. Yanrui walked towards Jian Anchi, as if what happened just now had not happened. Sonda looks very serious. He should be able to do some simple tallying work. Yanrui said. Just don't let him go into the basement. That's fine. Even if he goes into the basement, if he stays there for a short time, Nothing unusual will be found. So don't worry too much. Ah! The system exclaimed. Yanrui and Jian Anchi immediately cast their eyes on the system. What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? System update completed. Finally, the update was completed. The system wrote that the completion time of the Uchiha update was 72 hours before. And then the number 72 never moved. Yanrui was looking forward to it at the beginning. But later he gradually lost his patience. Now the update is finally complete. Yanrui finished the porridge in the bowl in 2 mouthfuls. He pulled Jian Anchi to sit on the sofa, put his hands on his knees, and said with a serious expression, "Let's start." The system immediately opened a new interface. Yanrui looked at the design of the new interface and didn't recognize it for a while. This new interface has a strong sense of design, and the key and non-key points are clearly divided. You can see the button you want to find at a glance. The display of each area is also very appropriate. Compared with the previous interface, one is made casually by myself, and the other is hired by a $1 million artist. Why is there such a big difference? Did your main controller spend money? Yanrui was a little unbelievable. And there are too many products on it. The category with the most pages in the system mall before was only about 30 pages, while the newly updated mall has at least 50 or 60 pages. And the most food category has more than 700 pages. More than 700 pages? He would need 2 years to eat 1 page a day. Yanrui took a breath. The main controller has made too much money. Yanrui grabbed the system and put it on his knees. Does he have to give me a year-end bonus? It has nothing to do with the money earned. I don't know why it suddenly upgraded across stages. The system was also confused. Our main controller is the richest man in the Amoin galaxy. He has many planets under his command and has never lacked money. So what is going on? Yanrui's understanding of the main controller is not even half of that of the system. He can't think of anything. So he simply put this question behind him and started to look through the new features of the system. System dress up. Yanrui's eyes lit up. There is such a good thing. After clicking it, Yanrui saw that he needed to prepare an entity for the system first. There were various animals. Cats and dogs were the most common and the most complete. There were also baby elephants, tigers, bears, etc., all of which were cute. Do you want to change it? Yanrui asked. Do you want to change it to a little bear? The black and white little bear is very high-end. No. I like the little monkey. The system said that he saw the little monkey at first sight and bought it with all his wealth. But now he can let the host exchange it with points. The system touched its belly and lowered its head and said, "My little monkey I like." Yanrui noticed the system's involuntary loss and rubbed his head. Then I will buy you a few more entities. If you want to change, change it. If you don't want to change, just continue to use this one. Yanrui picked up the system and kissed him on the forehead. No matter what form you are. I like it. The system smiled. And after he heard Yanrui's next sentence, the whole monkey smiled even more brightly. There are only 3 pages of props in this. Oh! And 2 pages of costumes. For my little monkey? I'm all in. Chapter 115 Interstellar Cruise. What style are you wearing today? Yanrui looked at the system and asked with a smile. Ever since he bought all the clothes for the system in the system mall a few days ago, the system has dressed itself differently every day. He even used his points to buy clothes for Anin. It's a pity that Anin doesn't like to wear clothes. Every time the system dresses him up, he can only endure it for half a day, and the cloth on his body will disappear after half a day. But the system still enjoys it. Yanrui looked at the interaction between the 2 people and said to Jian Anchi while laughing, they are just one thing overcoming another. Yanrui got some time to look at the green plants that Wang Jiaming prepared for them. After looking at the types, he found that they were not limited to the word green plants. Instead, they were all grown trees that could be directly pulled as landscape trees. Wait for me to inject some vitality into them. After injecting vitality, the chances of survival of these saplings will be greater. Yanrui and Jian Anchi agreed to solve 200 trees a day, so that 20,000 finished trees can be provided in 3 months. Although it is a drop in the bucket compared to the number needed by Li Siyu and others, it is just a practice. As long as they are well nurtured, there will be basically no problems with these trees. There is good news. The system jumped towards Yanrui. The welfare master control I applied for before finally approved it for me. When Yanrui heard the word welfare, he immediately put down his hand. What welfare? The welfare given voluntarily may not be of high quality. But so what? Who would refuse the welfare that comes for free? It's this. The system showed Yin Rui. From today on, as long as you buy goods in the system mall, you will get a 15% discount. After hearing what the system said, Yin Rui paused for a moment and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? The system raised its hands above its head and spun happily. Of course it's you. And it's your cutest system that took the initiative to apply for it for you. Yin Rui blinked, then instantly took off on the spot, jumped in front of the system with force, bent down, raised the system that had already opened its arms high and waited for him, and cheered happily, "Long live the system! Long live the system!" The system closed its eyes and enjoyed this glory. But he really didn't expect the main control to agree so readily. Is this the treatment of the sales champion? If I had known earlier, I would have said that I wanted a 20% discount at the beginning. The system, which was circled by Yin Rui for a week, stood back on the ground a little dizzy after the celebration, and then also walked to his side and licked his head in appreciation. The system was in high spirits, holding a basket of small cakes rewarded by Jian Anchi, and happily came to the door of the supermarket. Hey, little monkey, how much is this? Baker squatted in front of the system and showed his payment account. You can charge as much as you want. Give me a taste. The system mercilessly hung the basket on an ant's neck, and then bared his teeth at Baker. And the two little babies immediately ran to Sonda. Why do your pets dislike me so much? Baker was a little disappointed. I said I paid? They don't need money. I will buy whatever they want. How can you bribe them with money? Yin Rui was counting the bill for the guests. He looked up at Baker and asked, What are you doing here? I heard that you are inviting Li Siyu to dinner today. I want to eat too, Baker said righteously. Aren't we both your friends? Yin Rui pointed at Jian Anchi and said, It's no use asking me. Ask Jian Anchi. He's the chef. Jian Anchi guessed Baker's intention the moment he saw him. He frowned and said hesitantly, This is to celebrate Li Siyu's plan to build an ecological community nearby. If you come, I am also part of the ecological community. I also invested money. Baker pointed to the sky and said, I swear. Jian Anchi. She was still a little hesitant. And Yin Rui said at this time, Then let's ask Li Siyu to see if he is willing to invite you. Actually, I brought a gift today. Baker lowered his head and muttered to himself, as if talking to himself, This is the latest face scanner, which was just made by researchers in our fleet laboratory. If you have any blacklisted guests, just enter his name and photo. And then as long as he appears within 10 meters, you can receive a warning. It's actually a new product here? Yin Rui had seen this thing in the system mall. But in the system mall, it has been released to the 26th generation. Thank you. But I still have to ask Li Siyu. If he minds, I will treat you to a meal alone. Yin Rui leaned over and asked Jian Anchi, Is it okay? Jian Anchi nodded. You decide. Yin Rui smiled. And Baker was relieved. That's good. With your words, I can at least guarantee a meal. Yin Rui didn't know why so many people wanted to eat the food made by Jian Anchi. Although the food made by Jian Anchi was delicious, he had always hidden it very well, until he saw the sneaky system. What are you doing? Yin Rui watched the system take a small box of fruit salad made by Jian Anchi from the basement. Seeing that there was no one around, he took it out and hid in the corner of the outer wall of the supermarket with an in to share it, and then even made his body bigger to cover the camera lens. Okay. I was wondering why there was always no stock when I wanted to eat something. It turned out to be because of you too. Yin Rui brought people back one by one, without even waiting for an end to become smaller. Great arm strength. A customer who was playing mahjong applauded Yin Rui. Boss Yin is getting more and more courageous. Yin Rui. Thank you. Actually, it's nothing. It's just, what's wrong with you two? Yin Rui looked at the two people with pitiful expressions, and said angrily, Did they find you two eating? So they want to eat my food? Only part of the reason is because of us. The system rode on an ant's back. But when I shared beef jerky with Sonda last time, someone asked us if the beef jerky was sold in the supermarket. I said yes. And they bought a lot of it back home. The system immediately felt that it had grasped the key point. Yes. This is called bringing goods. Although I ate your food, I helped bring goods. So there is such a thing. Then you really don't change the subject. That was made by Jian Anchi for me. You should be punished for stealing it. Yin Rui crossed his arms. Since you said you can bring goods, Then starting from tomorrow, you two will eat at the entrance of the supermarket. And when someone comes to ask, you will sell to me. The wages of the first 2 weeks will be confiscated. And after that, I will give you 250 points a day. Yen Rui originally thought that the naughty kids would be punished. But he didn't expect that these two people would give him new ideas. He remembered the customer mentioned by the system. When checking out, Yen Rui also reminded him not to buy so much beef jerky. His mouth would be dry. You can buy some drinks to eat with it. The man immediately bought 2 more boxes of drinks. And when he left, he was still muttering. Look at them eating so deliciously. I didn't want to buy so many things. I'm going to be scolded again when I go back. And so on. Originally, Yen Rui didn't take this matter to heart. But when the system mentioned it at this time, he remembered that there was such a thing. Jian Anchi and Yen Rui asked, can they really? Yen Rui nodded. Maybe. Haven't you watched eating shows? Jian Anchi shook his head and said honestly, I don't like watching short videos. Then you don't know how addictive this thing is. I used to stay up late every day to watch eating shows. Watching pigs being fed. And watching donkeys being trimmed. It's really good for relieving stress. Yen Rui said this with some nostalgia. I haven't watched it for a long time. The last time I watched a short video was in my previous life. Then asked Baker and Li Siyu if they can get an eating show for the two of them. If there is no such platform here, let them advertise at the entrance of the supermarket. Yen Rui pinched the system's face with one hand and an An's face with the other hand. Don't even think about running away. Jian Anchi looked at Yen Rui with a questioning expression. You just don't understand the live broadcast industry. You don't know how many people like to watch live broadcasts and short videos. And Yen Rui lowered his voice and said in a voice that neither the system nor An could hear, they are so cute. There will definitely be a lot of people who like them. Yen Rui didn't want to praise them at this time. But he had to say that the current system and An are not only cute, but also very spiritual. With big eyes flickering. And no one who sees them will not be soft-hearted. Anyway, Yen Rui likes it very much. Starting tomorrow. Don't laugh. Yen Rui flicked the system's head and collapsed. This is your job. If you don't do it well, such as just eating without introducing, then the money for your food will be deducted from your salary. At night, Li Siyu and Baker arrived at the supermarket together. When the two met, they were no longer tense as before. The residents on the starship had transferred all their gossip hearts to the new ecological community. And there were very few people who paid attention to the gossip about the two of them. Come! Come! Sit down. Yen Rui deliberately cleared a space in a small corner of the supermarket and placed a long dining table. Not many guests came. In addition to Li Siyu and Baker, there were the familiar Ms. Lily and Layla. Li Siyu came with his assistant Zhong Zheng. Come if you want to. What gifts do you want to bring? Yen Rui happily accepted the space button handed over by Li Siyu. Come in quickly. This is the mineral deposit of the Black Stone mine that we dug out in the past 2 days. The quantity is not large because we are a little short of manpower. After a few days of sorting, it will be more efficient. Okay. Okay. This is all a pleasant surprise. And Yen Rui is not that anxious. Ms. Lily and Baker brought their Starship Specialty 2 sets of space travel clothes. Wear this inside the coat. No matter which planet you are on. This suit will help your body adjust to the best survival data. Don't worry about being crushed into meat paste or expanding into a balloon and exploding. Ms. Lily said with a smile, which made Yen Rui feel uneasy. Thank you very much. I will pay attention when I go to other planets. Aren't you an interstellar merchant? How did you solve this kind of problem before? Lila asked curiously. And Yen Rui's heart choked. Rely on good luck? Well, they really can't compare to Yen Rui's luck. After everyone sat down, several people raised their glasses together. And when they started eating, everyone praised it. Yen Rui could see that their praise was not because of politeness, but because they really liked it. Jian Anchi prepared 8 dishes and 1 soup. And there was no dessert. Yen Rui, who was used to eating, chewed slowly, which formed a sharp contrast with Zhong Zheng, who was about to bury his face in the rice bowl. Can I have another bowl? Zhong Zheng ate the fastest. He hadn't even taken a few bites of the dishes before he had already swallowed a bowl of rice. Yen Rui said, Of course. He pointed to the rice cooker behind him and said, You can eat as much as you want, as long as you don't waste it. How could he waste it? Such delicious food would make his stomach burst. Are these dishes your hometown dishes? After Li Siyu finished eating, he controlled his desire. wiped his mouth and said, I seem to have seen a recipe for similar dishes before. It's hometown food. And even the ingredients are brought from hometown. Yanrui did not hide it. I can't help it. I'm used to it. If I suddenly change the environment and don't have some hometown food, I really won't get used to it. The space button doesn't seem to have the function of keeping fresh. How do you keep the vegetables so fresh? Or did Jian Anchi replenish them in his hometown when he bought the goods 2 days ago? Becker interrupted Li Siyu's question immediately without waiting for Yanrui to answer. Why are you still interrogating me? If you want to know everything, just buy this store. Baker found a gap in the middle of the meal and looked up to complain about Li Siyu. Don't go to work. Don't go to work. Especially don't talk about work while eating. Sorry. Li Siyu apologized straightforwardly, and at the same time realized that his question just now was a bit over the line. There are many mysteries about Yanrui, but he should not care, because he is really bringing benefits to them. And where the things come from is not important to him. Li Siyu put away his occupational disease and changed the subject. The groundbreaking ceremony of the ecological park will be in 3 days. Do you want to come and see it? So soon? Yanrui was surprised. I thought it would take at least 1 or 2 months to see the drawings. Yes. It is a publishing plan determined by all architects and designers on the starship who work tirelessly. It's just that in order to rush, the infrastructure that does not need to be changed will be determined first, and the remaining details can be adjusted during the construction process. Speaking of this, Li Siyu's eyes were full of excitement. 3 months. Only 3 months. The first batch of residents will be able to move into the ecological community. If they succeed, no, they will definitely succeed. I will definitely go there. I bought a lot of trees this time. I will give you one as a sample. It would be best if different trees have different designs. Yanrui said. Thank you very much. This is exactly what they need now. Li Siyu did not hesitate. By the way, I have something to ask you. Yanrui suddenly remembered the system and an An's live broadcast. So he explained his needs to the two people. Do you have a suitable platform to broadcast? Yes. Zongjing spoke first at this time. I have a platform under my command, and I can open a separate channel for you. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Zongjing actually has a live broadcast company. Yes. Although I told you that you can find Zongjing for any chores before. Zongjing is really professional in this matter. Li Siyu said. The video channels on our starship are all managed by Zongjing. Sometimes, when we need to issue some instructions or send some notices, they are all implemented by Zongjing. Wow. Isn't this the Director General of the TV station? This dinner is worth it. Tomorrow morning, I will find someone to create a separate channel for you. It's very simple. You only need a video camera. If you don't want to broadcast live from the beginning, you can record it. We have professional editors to use. By the way, our Starship channel is a bit busy recently. There are a lot of notices and news that need to be issued, so the action may not be too fast. Zongjing added, but your business is my business. I will go through fire and water for you. Okay. Have a drink of orange juice. Yanrui lifted the orange juice can and poured another glass for Zongjing. Then I'll trouble you with this matter. No trouble. No trouble. You have helped our captain and our starship so much. It's my duty. I wonder if I am qualified to participate in your live broadcast. At this time, Ms. Lily suddenly spoke up, and Yanrui was curious. Are you also interested in this live broadcast? Yes. Yes. Ms. Lily is very famous. She was popular all over the Star Network back then. She has plenty of experience. That's great. Yanrui was so happy that he wanted to stand up and jump in place twice. Actually, I just want them to help me sell goods. Not many people have come recently, and our goods are selling a little slowly. Okay. Let them eat whatever you want to sell, Ms. Lily said. But people can't find that there is nothing else to do in the video except watching them eat. In this way, I will help you write the script. Writing a script is unnecessary. Yanrui was about to refuse, but he backed off at Ms. Lily's gentle but firm expression. Okay, Ms. Lily. I'll leave the content of the video to you. Yanrui didn't know why Ms. Lily withdrew from the Star Network, but looking at Ms. Lily's current enthusiasm, it seemed that he had received all the benefits. What good luck. After a full meal, Yanrui packed a meal for everyone to take back. Several people were all satisfied and smiled from ear to ear. After saying goodbye, Yanrui looked at Zongjing, whose steps had become a little slow, and said with some emotion, If I didn't know you, I wouldn't know what it's like to cook for myself. Yin Rui leaned his head back and leaned straight on Jian Anchi's shoulder. Don't even think about running away. You too? The system stomped its feet angrily and scratched its head in annoyance. You didn't even look down. How did you see me? Yin Rui heard what the system said and realized it later. Yes, I didn't even look down. How did I see you? The five senses are more sensitive. Jian Anchi explained concisely. Recently, whether it's supernatural powers or martial arts, you have been training very hard. So you have made rapid progress. And your five senses are naturally more sensitive. Really? Are you the same? Yin Rui grabbed Jian Anchi's hand and asked. By then, will you be able to be like the people in the fairy tales? With your eyes closed? Do you know how many people are coming to attack me? It's better to pray that no one will come to attack you. Jian Anchi hugged Yin Rui and said, You guys should know that starting tomorrow, whether it's live broadcast or video recording, you must follow Ms. Lily's arrangements. If you two don't obey, the system won't allow you to eat anything for a month. After Jian Anchi finished speaking, he looked at it and again. If you don't obey, you can only eat steamed buns soaked in water for a month. What a cruel heart. Jian Anchi is the real devil. Yin Rui stopped Jian Anchi's punishment measures and even raised his hand to cheer. That's it. The two little cuties immediately wilted. When they opened the door the next day, they saw that Ms. Lily's dress style had changed. She used to be comfortable, but now she has become an urban elite. Ms. Lily pushed her glasses. Good morning, everyone. The system perked up. Good morning to you too. Ms. Lily was surprised to hear the system speak. She had long known that the little monkey raised by Yin Rui could grow or shrink, and could also speak human language. But it was the first time she had actually seen it. Ms. Lily picked up the system, and then whispered, You are too special. Things that are too special are easy to be targeted by bad guys. And bad guys like to steal other people's treasures the most. Ms. Lily coaxed like a child, so when you record the video later, you must not talk. If there is any mistake, they will take you away from Yin Rui. And then, you will have a hard life in the future. But you can't have a good life with Yin Rui, the system said with its neck stiff. And it was defeated in a few seconds. I know. Not to mention other pets. Even those who passed other systems are not as good as him. Other systems do not have so many forms to transform, nor so many clothes to change. Some systems are even a string of data. Yin Rui was relieved to hand over the live broadcast to Ms. Lily. After handing over the book bar work to Layla, Yin Rui was worried that Layla would be too busy. As a result, he found that Layla adapted well, and even had plenty of time to go out and play with Nin. Sometimes she even went out to help and say a few words. This plane is really a bit happy. Yin Rui stood at the door of the supermarket with his arms folded, watching the system work. Even before the video was played to the public, many customers who were playing mahjong at the door could not help but walk into the supermarket. No way. Boss Yin, I think you want me to go bankrupt. How could I want to make you go bankrupt? Yin Rui took the money with a smile, thinking quietly in his heart. He is not a profiteer. Chapter 116 Interstellar Cruise. Li Siyu did not hide the eco-community from the public. So when the eco-community started construction, countless people came down from the starship to find out what was going on, just to see the true face of the eco-community. This was also the first time Yin Rui knew that there were so many people in the fleet. Yin Rui made a prompt decision and asked the system and Nin to become bigger and sell drinks in the gathering area. Didn't you learn a lot of sales skills during the filming these 2 days? Don't worry. Today is a good opportunity to practice. Come on. Yin Rui gave each of them a loving hug, and then encouraged. If it's too crowded, come back. The system and Nin were still a little entangled, and Yin Rui added at the end, I won't take a penny of the net profit you make from selling goods today, and I'll give it all to you as pocket money. Just wait. The system immediately changed its attitude. When Jian Anchi looked at the two people running out, he asked Yin Rui with some confusion, Why are you so excited? Give them some pocket money and sell the inventory. Yin Rui looked at the inventory piled high in the warehouse and said, Once all of this is cleared out, we will continue to expand the warehouse and then refill it. Yin Rui enjoyed the process of continuous consumption and enrichment. Jian Anchi asked, Do you want to go on a trip this time? Travel? Yin Rui was a little tempted. Then he thought about it, shook his head and said, Forget it. There are a lot of things to prepare when I go back, and I probably won't have time to travel. It's still 2 months before the end of the world, so it's okay to travel. Jian Anchi said. We can collect supplies while traveling. Otherwise, there will be no such opportunity in the future. Yen Rui was moved when he heard Jian Anchi's words. It was true. After the end of the world, the environment became bad, and the beautiful mountains and rivers in the past were no longer as glorious as before. Not to mention that he had never traveled much in his life. Yen Rui was a little yearning. Then let's go for a walk. Jian Anchi smiled. After this plane ends, we will travel around the country. And then when the next plane ends, we can go abroad to collect supplies. Jian Anchi said. Some specialties abroad are not available in China. Wouldn't it be a pity if you haven't eaten them in this life? Yen Rui felt more and more that what Jian Anchi said made sense. Although he didn't have any special requirements for food and clothing in this life. As long as he thought that he might miss something that he couldn't experience in this life. He was still very moved. Then we have decided. Yen Rui clapped his hands. I will check the guide and find the route now. Jian Anchi saw Yen Rui agreed and smiled and said, let's do it together. Why are you still here? Our opening ceremony is about to begin. Yen Rui's communicator rang. And when he opened the new voice message, he heard Zhong Gang's hurried urging. We will leave soon. Yen Rui grabbed Jian Anchi. Hurry up. If you go too late, there will be no good seats. However, Yen Rui still got a good seat. After the two arrived at the destination, they passed through layers of people, and finally met Zhong Zheng at the position closest to the front. Zhong Zheng pointed at Yen Rui, and 4 people immediately appeared beside Yen Rui and Jian Anchi, and lifted them up along their shoulders without saying anything, and carried them to the supreme VIP seats that had been prepared for them. Around him were captains of various fleets that he had met once before, and there were also some familiar customers. Yen Rui looked at their seating arrangement and realized that these customers, who often came to his shop to buy things, were actually in high positions. Yen Rui nodded to the people who noticed him, then turned around and pushed Jian Anchi beside him. I suddenly feel a little nervous. Don't be nervous. Jian Anchi held Yen Rui's hand. It is our luck to be able to witness the node of the plane's development. Yen Rui held Jian Anchi's hand back, and the two looked at the stage. At this time, the groundbreaking ceremony officially began. Hello, residents, friends, everyone. Welcome to the groundbreaking ceremony of the Xixing Ecological Community. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone's support on behalf of our pilot ship. Yen Rui looked at Zhong Zheng standing on the stage, and felt emotional. At this time, the system Ananin, 1 big and 1 small, 2 furry. One jumped on Yen Rui's shoulder, and the other jumped on Yen Rui's leg. Yen Rui rubbed an An's head, and Anan rolled over on him, holding her tail and acting coquettishly in his arms, looking very happy. The system had no interest in Zhong Zheng on the stage, but kept pulling his ears, wanting to report their achievements. Yen Rui lowered his head slightly. Why are you so happy? You just achieved great results? Not only that, the system and Tone were excited. It's selling very well, and everything I took out has been sold. All sold? What about an An's part? Yen Rui was a little unbelievable. Did an An's part also sell? The system simply opened the screen in front of Yen Rui and Jian Anchi. Yen Rui looked at the scene recorded by the system, where they were surrounded by people, and opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that the system and Anan might be watched by people, but he didn't expect that the two of them would be so popular. Wow! You guys made a fortune today. Yen Rui looked at the data sheet provided by the system and said in surprise. You two can earn more than 1,900 points a day. It's amazing. Yen Rui continued, I will make up the rest for you. And you two can each get 1,000. Okay. The system cheered. And Anan also rubbed excitedly after hearing it. At this time, the person on the stage changed to Li Siyu. Li Siyu looked serious and cautious. He explained to everyone the benefits of this ecological park and the negative effects that may occur during the construction process, as well as the possibility of failure in the end. Although I have said so much, I still hope that you can have confidence in our pilot ship, and also have confidence in the hard work of all the captains and various fleets. There may be many obstacles in the process of building the ecological park, but we believe that we will succeed in the end. When Li Siyu said this, there was a fierce cheer from below. Li Siyu immediately raised his hand, motioning everyone to stop, and then said, in the process of building the ecological park, we will live broadcast it on the Star Network in real time, and open inspection quotas. limited to 100 people per day. And everyone can make an appointment in advance on the pilot ship's account. Li Siyu threw a heavy bomb. And many captains seemed to have not received this news. They were looking around in surprise. And the former enemy had become their confidant. Yin Rui was also surprised for a moment. And then he admired Li Siyu's decision. This way, more people can monitor the situation in the ecological park. As long as a small number of people are sent, the project leaders will not dare to take it lightly. It can be said to be the most labor-saving monitoring measure. After Li Siyu stepped down, several captains came on stage to give speeches. Yin Rui was so excited that he even wanted to buy a house in the ecological park to live in and experience it. After the end, all the residents behind were evacuated. Yin Rui and Jian Anchi stood up and said, "Hello, we will go back now." Wait a moment. Gary, who had not appeared for a long time, trotted in front of the two of them. Wait a moment. Both of you. Yin Rui stopped. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the experiment? Gary shook his head. I just want to report to you. Report to me? Yin Rui was puzzled. Report to me what? If you have anything, you can talk to Li Siyu directly. I have already talked to the captain. The captain has reported. And he said I need your permission. Gary's expression was a little eager. Yin Rui looked at his big shining eyes and softened his tone. What do you want to say? Gary saw that Yin Rui's tone had eased. And immediately said, I have reproduced the thinner. The one you sold to us. That's great. Yin Rui didn't know why Gary was so cautious. After reproducing it, you don't have to spend money to buy it later. Isn't it good to save money? Ah. So do you mind? Gary continued, this is your patent. Don't you mind? Yin Rui suddenly realized. And then smiled, this is not a patent. Just use it. I'm just a businessman, not a scientist. Looking at Yin Rui's calm answer, Gary stood in awe. Thank you very much. Yin Rui saw Gary breathe a sigh of relief again, and then heard him continue. Our funds are a bit tight recently, so every bit we can save is a bit. It doesn't matter. Just use it. Don't have too much psychological burden. Yin Rui comforted that if Gary hadn't come to him today, he might have forgotten that he had sold this thing. Watching Gary's relief back, Yin Rui and Jian Anchi also prepared to return to the supermarket to continue business. There are so many people coming to watch the opening ceremony today, and there must be many customers passing by. I don't know if the self-service checkout can keep up with their speed. After returning to the supermarket, as Yin Rui expected, the supermarket was crowded with people, and the line even stretched out the door. Only Sanda was counting the goods seriously. Yin Rui saw him sweating and hurried forward to help. Let me do it. You've worked hard. Sanda grinned. Not hard. It's nice here. Yin Rui also smiled. Then let's do it together. The start of the ecological park can be said to be the biggest news of the starship recently. Even if Yin Rui did not take the initiative to investigate, he still heard a lot of gossip. I heard that each captain has contributed 1 billion yuan. Our captain has been mobilizing everyone to donate these 2 days. I donated a little. Did you donate? Of course I donated. I want to live in the ecological park as soon as possible. I won the first batch of quotas. Well, if you don't want to live here, you can sell this quota and make a lot of money. I don't want to sell it. I have already discussed with my child that he will be the first to move in, so that he can show off in front of his friends. Yin Rui listened to the chats of these residents, which were nothing more than money issues. It can be seen that in order to build an ecological park here, every captain has tried his best and basically invested all his family fortunes in the construction. Hearing these words, Yin could not help but admire them. He turned to look at Jian Anchi and discussed with him, how about we donate a little too? Jian Anchi nodded. I think it's okay too. When Zhongzheng received the 100 million donation from the two, he felt that the record book in his hand was a little hot. You too really. Even if you make a lot, there's no need to donate so much. Zhongzheng stopped writing. You still have time to take it back now. Yin Rui thought about it, and suddenly changed his mind, and took back all the Interstellar points. Indeed, donating money is useless. Zhongzheng breathed a sigh of relief. Li Siyu asked him to handle the relationship with Jian Anchi and Yin Rui. If he took the money, whether he should make a commemorative plaque for Yin Rui later or not. It would be another account. Then let's donate 10,000 trees. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he waved to Zhongzheng. Give me a few space buttons. Hurry up. Zhongzheng was urged by Yin Rui and handed over a few space buttons in a daze. When these space buttons returned to his hands, he was a little at a loss. 10,000 trees. Have you written it down? Yin Rui leaned his head and looked at Zhong Zheng, who had not written for a long time. Write it down quickly, and then send it to the storage place quickly. This thing can't be kept in the space button for too long. Oh! Zhong Zheng hurriedly recorded Yin Rui's donation. Before he could write a certificate of thanks to Yin Rui, he was urged to get on the aircraft. When he came to his senses, his aircraft had already flown into the air. At night, Yin Rui was not surprised by Li Siyu's arrival. I'm here to give you the donation certificate, Li Siyu said. I don't know if you like it, but I've framed it, and you can hang it at the door. It would be even better if there was a silk banner. Yin Rui smiled. Thank you, Li Siyu continued. Starting tomorrow, we will play Ping Ping and An's videos every afternoon. You'd better be prepared and prepare the stock in advance. Play it tomorrow? Yin Rui rubbed his hands. I thought it would take a few days, but it will be played tomorrow. Don't worry. There will definitely be no shortage of stock. The only thing he is worried about now is that no one will come. Or because the two of them are so cute. Everyone ignores the products around him, resulting in poor sales results. Don't worry. Someone will definitely come by then. If no one comes, I will ask them to change their marketing ideas. And you have to believe in Ms. Lily's ability. Li Siyu comforted. Don't tell Ms. Lily what I just said. Yin Rui patted his mouth, and the two smiled at each other tacitly. By the way, there is one more thing. Li Siyu found Yin Rui and said, there is a vacant spot in the ecological park. I bought it and gave it to you. That place is also a shop. You can also open a branch there when the time comes. You actually gave me a spot in the eco park. Yin Rui knew how expensive the spot in the eco park was, and was a little surprised for a moment. You keep it. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Li Siyu turned around and waved at Yin Rui. We have accelerated the speed now. It should take less than 3 months for the eco park to be fully built. I hope you can come. Looking at Li Siyu's back as he left, Yin Rui was entangled. He wanted to give us such a big gift, but we can't stay for a few days. Isn't it a waste to give us this spot? What's the waste? Since he gave it to us, it proves that we are valuable to him. Jian Anchi said calmly. Do we want to go to the beach for a trip? Yes. Yin Rui was immediately attracted by Jian Anchi's plan. When we go to the beach, we can also buy some fresh seafood. In the late stage of the apocalypse, many coastal cities have been submerged, and marine creatures have also mutated. Not to mention seafood. People on land have become their food, and their identities have been directly reversed. Let's eat more live seafood, so that we won't have any regrets in the future. Okay. Jian Anchi recorded Yin Rui's request. At this time, the system came to Yin Rui and said to him, I discussed with An, and we also want to start a business. Yin Rui was surprised. What kind of business do you want to do? Do you want to use the Interstellar points you earned a few days ago to invest in the supermarket? Of course not. I want to expand my business territory. The system has great ambitions. I want to put snack machines in the ecological park. Snack machine? What snacks? Ah. Yin Rui immediately praised the system's idea. How did you come up with this idea? New brains are better. He wanted to expand the supermarket's business scope by opening branches on several commercial starships. But this would require a large investment and a lot of manpower. He had system cheats and the original accumulation before, so he didn't find it difficult. However, for people like the system who just started to do business, there are some financial problems. But using the snack machine method solves most of the problems. Tell me in detail. Yin Rui was quite interested. Do you need my investment? I want to cooperate with you. The system was neither humble nor arrogant. I want to put in this kind of snack machine. The system showed Yin Rui the equipment in the system mall. This is it. This snack machine is more advanced than the snack machine in the plane where Yin Rui originally lived. It comes with a heating system that can heat lunch boxes and drinks, as well as an automatic beverage machine. In addition, the storage area in the middle is replaced by a small space button. So the capacity is huge and does not need to be replenished frequently. If a product is about to sell out, a notification will be sent to the main system, which is very convenient and hassle-free. Is this good thing a new product after this update? Yin Rui looked at the snack machine and fell into thought for a while. The system looked at Yin Rui nervously, and finally couldn't wait to ask, is it possible? Yin Rui came back to his senses. Yes. How do we split the profit? The idea is mine. And I can also provide a small part of the funds. But the product is yours. And you have to pay most of the investment. So the net profit is 30% for me and 70% for you. Yanrui nodded after hearing what the system said. That's fine. Although the system said it could provide some funds. He knew that the system didn't have much money and couldn't provide much. But this idea could really make him a lot of money. Doesn't Anan want to invest too? Yanrui asked Anan, who was sitting in front of him with a serious look. With a smile. Anan nodded. And the system said, in the end, the profits of both of us will be 70% for me and 30% for him. I won't cheat him. Yanrui nodded. Then it's settled. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent Li Siyu away just now. Yanrui asked the system to contact the captains in his name that night. Sure enough, every captain welcomed him with both hands. And even Baker said he wanted to invest, but was sternly rejected by the system. How about it? How much do you plan to invest in the first batch? Yanrui asked. According to the scale and division of the starship, an average of 80 snack machines are enough for a starship search. How many snack machines can you buy with your money? Yanrui suddenly thought of it and asked. How many points are there for a snack machine? 600 points for a snack machine. I can give. The system's eyes were a little erratic, looking around uncomfortably. And Yanrui laughed out loud. Can you give 10? Yanrui asked jokingly. You won't give 10. The system pursed its lips, lowered its head, and kept fidgeting with its two front paws. Looking restless, Yanrui said, Why are you so nervous? I am your angel investor now. Come on. Tell the angel investor about your true situation. Actually, you can buy more than 10. I made some money before. The system said that if it wasn't for buying this body, he could at least buy a lot more now. Yanrui stretched out his finger to the system, and the system subconsciously grabbed Yanrui's index finger with its little claws. Yanrui shouted cute in his heart. It doesn't matter. We will still divide it according to the previous division. After hearing Yanrui's words, the system immediately grew bigger and walked forward to hug Yanrui's neck. Thank you. Yanrui was suddenly hugged by a koala. And he was very happy. He hugged the system with one hand and Anan with the other hand, and kissed him. And then he was satisfied. Jian Anchi also came over and rubbed the two little cuties. How is it? Your new plan. It is progressing steadily. After Yanrui finished speaking, let's go to the ecological park later. The ecological park is laying the foundation and measuring. Li Siyu found Yanrui and wanted him to help. Maybe he can find a new water source, so that he can avoid it at any time. But Yanrui refused to help find the water source. He was lucky to find it last time. Luck is an illusory thing. It is better to rely on machines than on it. However, the system will fail here. He has not solved this problem yet. Boss Yin. Someone called Yanrui's name softly. Yanrui looked in the direction of the voice and saw Sonda looking at him expectantly. What's wrong? Yanrui put down the system and Anan waved to Sonda. Come in quickly. Sonda was a little embarrassed, but when he heard Yanrui's call, he walked in with small steps. He walked in front of Yanrui and took out a small box. What is this? Yanrui asked. Is it a gift for me? Sangda nodded. Yes. Take a look and see if you like it. Yanrui opened the palm-sized paper box and saw a mouse-sized thing that looked like a crystal ball. What is this? Yanrui looked around. The colors inside are really beautiful. The crystal ball was like a lightning explosion of various colors, entangled with each other but repelling each other, as if an external force bound them together. But they tried to break free with their own strength. The electric currents hit each other with a sizzling sound. And Yanrui blinked his eyes and said with great interest, Where did you buy this thing? It shouldn't be cheap. Thank you. I didn't buy it. Sangda smiled shyly. I made it myself. Yanrui was surprised. You have this skill. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Sonda looks ordinary, but he didn't expect that he is a craftsman. Well, I extracted the essence of several mutually repelling cosmic rays and took a part of each, then found a way to tie them together to keep them active, and then used their mutual repulsion to make them continue to operate and react. And that's it. Sonda tried to explain the principle with his limited vocabulary, but it still sounded like a fairy tale to Yanrui. But Yanrui really admired science and technology people. This should be considered a science and technology person. He even got involved in the mysteries of the universe. Yinrui clapped his hands at Sonda. It's really amazing. It's really amazing. But what is the name of this thing? What is it used for? Yes. Sonda scratched his head. I haven't chosen a name yet. But this thing should be considered a power bank. Didn't you curse someone a few days ago because your phone ran out of power and you looked for a power bank? But the power bank also had power. So I wanted to make a power bank that would never run out of power. Yinrui took a closer look. Wow. There is a charging port at the back. USB? Yinrui took out his phone and tried it. And sure enough, it could actually be charged. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem to work. Yinrui tried it. This charges a little fast. Is it fake power? It's the kind that looks like it charges quickly. But when you use it and make a phone call, it runs out of power immediately. It shouldn't. Sonda was unsure. Would you try it? Yinrui unplugged the cosmic charger that fully charged his phone in a few words. After playing 2 games that consumed a lot of power, he found that it was no different from usual. Oh my god! Yinrui held the charger as if he had found a treasure. You said this doesn't need to be charged. There will always be power. Right. Sangda nodded. In theory. It is true. I haven't put it into practice yet. But according to the data, it will not be a problem within 100 years. Yinrui couldn't help but get excited. He supported the table and jumped out from behind the cashier and gave Sonda a big hug. Thank you. This gift is perfect for me. I need it so much. Even if he can't connect to the internet after the end of the world, he can always have power to watch a movie or play a single-player game, which at least can keep him from being too upset. Although the supermarket will always have power, it is also important to have a backup plan. Sangda pursed his lips. It's actually not a very mature invention. There is still a lot of room for improvement. At this point, Sonda smiled proudly. This is my first invention. Yinrui held Sonda's hand gratefully. Your invention is really great. I will keep it well. Hearing this, Sonda narrowed his eyes happily. Let's have dinner together tonight. Call your brother and your sister. Let's go together. After hearing Yinrui's suggestion, Sonda's expression suddenly froze. Forget it. Both of them disagreed. I bought these things with my pocket money. Then I will support you. I will support you to invent. Yinrui waved his hand. Whatever you want to do in the future. What raw materials you need. How many interstellar points you need. You can come to me. Yinrui finished. But your brother and sister should still know about this matter. After all, this is your future. Without the support of your family, it will be difficult to go far. Yinrui continued to persuade. What they both did was for your own good. If you can convince them with reason and evidence, they will definitely agree. Sonda lowered his head and nodded his toes a little uneasily. Okay. I'll talk to them tonight. But you really like my gift. Right? You are not trying to coax me. Right? Yinrui nodded vigorously twice. It's true. I really like your gift. It really helped me a lot. Sonda was happy again. Then I'll go back. Goodbye, Boss Yin. Jian Anchi patted Yinrui at this time. And Yinrui turned around and saw Jian Anchi holding a cake box in his hand. I see you should like this. It's an ice cream cake. Ice cream cakes are very expensive. And Jian Anchi never sells them to outsiders. Only when Jian Anchi shares them with the system, and then can a few people taste them. The system often shares some with Sonda after getting them. Yinrui stuffed the cake into Sonda's hands. Take it quickly, and go home to eat with your family. After sending Sonda away, Yinrui grabbed the system in front of him. When did I find a power bank, and then curse someone when it was out of power? It was 2 weeks ago. The system scratched its head. I recorded it. Do you want to see it? Delete it. Delete it? This kid is so bad. He just likes to record other people's embarrassing things. To be able to invent something so amazing in just 2 weeks. Is the technological level of this plane really that high? Or is Sonda really amazing? It's really amazing, the system said. If you don't believe me, go outside and take a look. They even have a lot of room to develop compressed oxygen. An accessory that the public needs to wear in real time, the system said with certainty. Sonda is really amazing. After hearing the system's evaluation, Yinrui immediately believed it. Then Sonda is really a genius. But why hasn't anyone discovered his talent for so many years? His parents died early. And when he was young, the 3 siblings lived on relief and pensions. His brother and sister were not old, so they didn't understand things in this regard. It was not until he grew up that the two discovered that Sonda was unusual. Hearing this, Yen-Rui sighed. What a genius. If he is guided well, the development speed of this plane may change, and he may be able to invent an instrument that can detect groundwater at will. Yen-Rui felt sorry for the genius being buried. But fortunately, the genius met him, and he would definitely help and strive to set things right. The next day, before night, Sonda's brother and sister appeared in the supermarket together. At that time, Yen-Rui was still discussing with the system where he should visit the snack machine. This is a residential area. Of course we have to put a few more. Who doesn't want to watch a movie while eating spicy chicken feet when they go home? Come on. Look at the sales of our DVDs here, which are not as high as books. Those who love to watch movies all come to the supermarket to watch them. Who goes home to watch them? They are busy playing Star Network at home. That's because it's troublesome to play DVDs. When the time comes, all the movies will be released on Star Network, and there will definitely be people watching them. The two people argued for a while, and to outsiders, it seemed as if they were talking about a big business of tens of millions. In fact, it was a matter of one more or one less in a residential area. You really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are when you don't run the family. After Yen-Rui said the last sentence, he came to Sonda and his brother and sister. Sonda's elder brother is called Sangshuan, whom Yen-Rui had met once before. His youngest sister is called Songyu. The three of them share the same face and look like a family. Hello. Sangshuan shook hands with Yen-Rui nervously. Last night, he heard Sonda tell them that the supermarket owner wanted to see them, and thought that Sonda had gotten into trouble again. But Sonda couldn't explain clearly, only saying that the supermarket owner was a good person and liked him very much. And when he was anxious, he couldn't say anything clearly. However, Sangshuan emphasized and asked his brother whether he needed to bring money. Hearing Sonda say no, the owner didn't ask for money. He was relieved a little. Sangyu was more pessimistic. Is it because of my brother that I have to sell myself as a laborer? I've been bringing delicious food home lately. This one looks very expensive. Sangyu looked at the ice cream cake that Sonda brought back, and suddenly felt a little worried. Forget it. Eat it first. It will melt if you don't eat it. Sang-sun looked at the handwritten notes on the cake. At most I can work 2 more jobs. It's okay. The brother and sister really couldn't imagine that they would encounter good things. But they couldn't blame Sonda. The doctor said that if he had intervened earlier, Sonda wouldn't have become like this. Now it's congenital inheritance plus the acquired environment that caused him to become like this. The brother and sister actually felt a little guilty. Hello. Why are you here so early? I wanted to treat you to dinner, Yen-Rui said with a smile. He turned around and waved to the system and Anan. You two can go and play with Sonda. There were only a few of them left in the room. Yen-Rui got straight to the point. Sonda gave me something. Seeing Yen-Rui cherishing it and taking out a box, Sang-sun's heart tightened. No wonder the supermarket owner didn't ask them to pay for it. This gift couldn't be stolen from somewhere by Sonda and given to Boss Yin. Sang-sun and Sang-yu frowned at the same time. Sang-sun murmured at the same time. Sonda doesn't usually have rich friends. This thing shouldn't be too expensive. If it's too expensive, I really can't afford it. After hearing Sang-sun's mumbling, Yen-Rui immediately realized that Sang-sun had misunderstood. No. He made this thing himself. And it didn't cost any money. Sang-sun immediately came back to life. That's good. Boss Yin, why did you look for the two of us? I mean, Sonda is a very talented inventor. Yen-Rui took out the crystal ball charger from yesterday. I want to invest in him. Yen-Rui looked at the puzzled eyes of the brother and sister, and explained in detail his estimation of Sonda, and repeatedly stated that Sonda is really a genius. A genius verified by the system. He is just a little different. He is very special. Very slow in some aspects. But in some aspects, he is far ahead of normal humans. Yen-Rui promised. Have you two taken him for an IQ test? The brother and sister shook their heads in unison. No. Only mental tests and brain health tests. If you two don't believe me, you can take him for an IQ test. He is really a very smart person. But he has too many ideas in his mind, and has no channels to realize his ideas. In addition, the environment of the starship is really not good. Yen-Rui advised. I want to build a laboratory for him. No. Boss Yin. Wait a minute. I need to slow down. Although Sonda repeatedly emphasized that they didn't need to bring too many interstellar points this time. Sang Sun and Sang Yu both went out with their own small treasury. This time Sonda was not wrong. Boss Yin actually liked him. Or his brain. I have to verify it. Sang Yu received the information very quickly. I will make an appointment for the test now. And the results will be out this afternoon. If my second brother is really a genius. Sang Yu's eyes were red. Then we are even more sorry for him. Yin Rui hurriedly said, you are the same age as him. And you grew up together. What is there to be sorry for? Yin Rui advised. You are still children. Sang Sun cleared his throat. Let's wait for the results. But Boss Yin, I still want to thank you. Thank you for caring about my brother. I just don't want to let the genius be covered in dust. Yin Rui spread his hands. Besides, I am a businessman. I just want to invest in him. Sang Sun knew that Yin Rui said this just to reduce their guilt. Before he didn't know that Sonda was a genius. And even a little different from others who might cause trouble here. Yin Rui had always taken good care of Sonda. Then we'll take him there now. Sangda wiped his face. We'll tell you the first time we get the result. Yin Rui nodded. Watched the three siblings of the Sang family leave. And said to Jian Anchi, do you think the fate of the Sang family has changed? Yes. You saved another family. Jian Anchi stood beside Yin Rui. Their family may change because of you. It won't be because of me. Gold will always shine. Yin Rui said. I may have just advanced some of the process. A genius like Sonda can't be hidden. In the afternoon, Yin Rui hadn't waited for the news of the three siblings of the Sang family, but waited for Baker first. Boss Yin, are we still good friends? Yin Rui looked at Baker. Where did you get that? We have always been good friends. What's wrong? Baker pinched his waist. Then why didn't you tell me when you found such a genius? Chapter 117 Interstellar Cruise. Yin Rui suddenly realized. You also know the test results of Sonda. He was tested as a genius. Right? Yin Rui was not surprised by the results. And he was even less surprised by Baker's news network. I didn't know it as early as you did. I just asked his family to take him to test his true intelligence level. Yin Rui said. It seems that the result is good. Of course it is good. Baker covered his chest. Not only good, but also very good. There are 5 tests in total. And each one, he got the highest score. He got such a high score because the paper only has such a high score. So strong? Yin Rui was a little surprised. He used to study at home. And it really delayed him. Otherwise the door. Baker covered his chest. I don't care. I will let the residents of our starship take an intelligence test now. Maybe we can find another Sonda. This should be a little difficult. But Baker should know what he is doing. Yin Rui continued, why did you come to me? If you want to negotiate with him, then go to him. I don't care. Yin Rui just didn't want such a gifted person to be buried. As for who took over, he didn't care much. As long as he was a person who cherished talent. Their family said that except for Boss Yin, they would not cooperate with anyone. Baker looked at Yin Rui with some complaints in his eyes. Is this how you treat your friends? Yin Rui didn't know how to answer for a while. At this time, he heard the voices of the Sang brothers and sisters coming from outside. Boss Yin, we're back. Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief and stuck his head out. Then his pupils trembled. What's going on? Why is Li Siyu here too? And even followed by several captains he had met once. Seeing this, Baker hurriedly held Yin Rui. We are friends. Can you promise to hand over Sonda to me? Don't worry. I will definitely treat him well. I swear on my mother's name. How can you treat him well? Li Siyu's voice was a little sarcastic. What else can you give him besides money? A local tycoon. I have people under my command. And at this time point, what do you say is the most important? Isn't money the most important? Baker hugged his arms and retorted to Li Siyu. You? And at the same time said to the captains behind Li Siyu, you old guys. You have the nerve to come? Sorry. I can really come. At this time, Ward took a step forward. His identity is registered under our fleet. You are so ashamed to say that he is registered under your fleet. Someone said disdainfully. If this person is registered under our starship, he would have received special care long ago, and would not have emerged only now. Ward was a little ashamed. This was indeed his negligence. But he really didn't want to let go of Sonda. And now he had to struggle. This is my fault. I admit it. But you have to give me a chance to make up for it. So that I can compensate them. Just pay the money. Calculated by the minute. By the way, I heard that Sonda made a small invention as a gift for Boss Yin. Can Boss Yin take it out and show it to everyone? Let us open our eyes too. Yin Rui had no choice but to take out the gift that Sonda gave him under everyone's gaze and explain it. Endless renewable resources? Li Siyu looked at the thing in Yin Rui's hand and pondered for a long time. Except for him. Everyone else fell silent. They were not capable of making this thing. But they had never taken it seriously. And some well-known madmen created it. What were they? If it weren't for Yin Rui, they would have made a big mistake. They are back. The system's voice came to Yin Rui's mind. I take them away. Yin Rui nodded. Take them away quickly. Take them away quickly. The three of them can't handle it. The three brothers and sisters of the Sang family didn't know that Sonda's test results had been spread all over the sky. And they wanted to tell Yin Rui the good news as soon as possible. But when they just got off the aircraft, they were grabbed by the system one by one. And then also bit Sonda with his mouth, trying to take them away. What happened? Sang Sun didn't know what happened, and looked at the system, and in confusion. Little darling, we have something to say to Boss Yin. We don't have time to play with you for the time being. Wait a minute. Someone in the room wants to catch you. The system spoke at this time, scaring Sang Sun and Sang Yu back several steps, and even almost screamed. Don't scream. The system spoke first. They all want to recruit Sangda, and are now negotiating with Yin Rui to snatch him. You'd better not show up at this time. The system looked at Sang Sun and Sang Yu, who were so shocked that they couldn't say a word, and bared its teeth and threatened, don't tell others that I can speak. Otherwise, he. Sang Sun and Sang Yu nodded vigorously. Only Sonda seemed to be unaware of how terrible the system was. A talking monkey? So cute. Can an talk? An can't. Only I can. The system looked proud. Anyway, you should hide now, and wait until Yin Rui calls you. There are people around here. They just don't pay attention to us now. If they send people to find us, we have nowhere to hide. Then follow me. The system thought for a while, and waved to the three siblings. At this time, Yin Rui received the message from the system. And then he calmed down and smiled at the people in front of him, who were arguing with red faces. Even Li Siyu, who had always been calm, couldn't help but come down to communicate with them. And he didn't lose the upper hand at all. When the quarrel was almost over, he saw that many residents had begun to squat at the door and eat melon seeds. And Yin Rui finally spoke to stop. I know everyone is doing this for the good of Sonda. For the good of Sonda. And for the good of this planet. Right? Yin Rui clapped his hands vigorously twice, shifting all the attention to himself. The three brothers and sisters of the Sang family have promised me that if he is really an extraordinary genius, they will work for me, and say that they want to repay me. I think I am qualified to accept this gratitude. What do you think? Yin Rui's eyes went back and forth between several people. Some people did not say anything, but their expressions were obviously unconvinced. It's better to give it to Boss Yin. Boss Yin is the most fair. If everyone wants Sonda's research results, they can pay. The highest bidder wins. Baker was full of confidence. I agree to entrust it to Boss Yin. After Baker finished speaking, he blinked at Yin Rui again. Yin Rui choked. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, everyone did not let go of any clues. And Li Siyu directly gave Baker a slap. Dare to flirt with me in front of me. Yin Rui, you can't say that. There is only coming and no going. Yin Rui glanced at Jian Anchi. Jian Anchi nodded slightly and said. Then Yin Rui plucked up the courage to say, as for me, although I accepted the request of the Sang family, there is one thing you don't forget. That is, I will only stay here for 10 months. Oh, now it's less than 10 months. Yin Rui looked at them. So you see how this works. When I stay here, everyone is equal. I treat everyone equally. After the disaster, when I leave, I will discuss with Sonda, and he will go to that force to serve. At this time, some people still want to fight for. But at this time Yin Rui said, you don't need to say more. Just decide it like this. Finally, Yin Rui added, I will pay for the construction of the initial laboratory. And as for the rest, it depends on you to fight for it. Everyone understood what Yin Rui said. But Baker was the fastest. I will give them one of my family quotas in the ecological park. And then, the laboratory can be built directly in the ecological park. Before the ecological park is built, come to our laboratory on the starship as a temporary laboratory. Li Siyu continued, "It is undeniable that our newly built laboratory is the most advanced of all laboratories." As soon as Li Siyu said this, no one else had any objection. "Then I will take care of his meals every day from now on." "What do his brother and sister do?" "They can come to work on our starship." "Where is his home?" "How is life on the starship?" "I don't know if the environment is good." "I have a vacant space where they can move." "I don't know if his brother and sister want to contact other people." "I have a son and a niece. They are both pretty and smart." "Yenrui, it's too early for you to think about this. You should go back first. I will contact you if there is any news." Before everyone left, Yenrui gave one last reminder. "You don't want to do it in the dark, do you?" Yenrui said in a gentle voice. "The 3 siblings are my people. You'd better be careful." After making sure that everyone had left, Yenrui sent a message to the system, asking him to bring the 3 siblings of the Sang family back. After a while, Yenrui saw that each of them was carrying a basket. Upon closer inspection, the basket was full of fog mushrooms. "Why did you go to pick mushrooms?" Yenrui said with a smile. "Hurry up and sit down and take a rest." Sang Sun handed the basket to Yenrui. "Ping Ping and Anan took us there. Fortunately, we went there. Otherwise we might be captured." The system punched the void a few times and said angrily, "Some of them were playing tricks behind the scenes and wanted to capture people. Fortunately, I discovered it in advance. Thanks to you." Yenrui touched the system's head. "Who is behind this?" The system couldn't explain it clearly for a while, so he showed all the videos at that time to Yenrui, who took a look and suddenly realized it. "All forces are behind this. You see, Baker and Li Siyu are no exception. They all want to arrest people. It shouldn't be arresting people. They want to get ahead. And they are also afraid that Sonda will be taken away by other forces." After Sonda's test report came out, Sang Sun and Sang Yu were all surprised and subconsciously told Yenrui the news. But they didn't expect that this would give them room to buffer. Otherwise, if there was no systems mediation, they might have been taken away by some force. If they met a force that was easier to talk to, they might be provided with good food and drink. But their freedom would also be affected to a certain extent. If they were taken away by a force that was not easy to talk to, their future would be bleak, and they might never get ahead in this life. Fortunately, Yenrui is here. Yenrui gives them great freedom. "Wait, they haven't asked yet. Boss Yen, what should we do in the future?" Yenrui answered without hesitation. "Whatever we should do. I heard that he has never studied systematically. He is so powerful without studying. If he has learned all the knowledge, he can walk sideways." Yenrui thought about it. He should not do anything these days. Baker said that he would give you a house in the ecological park. You can move in when the time comes. Of course, before that, just study first. After Yenrui finished speaking, he bought dozens of textbooks from the system without hesitation. He didn't know how far the technology in this plane had developed. But since the books could be bought, the heavenly laws of this plane didn't prevent him from doing so. So he bought all he could. Find time to learn all these books. By the way, don't read these first. Yenrui and Sonda Sang Yu advised. Let him lay a good foundation first. Some knowledge is difficult to apply well in the future without a foundation. You should think of a way to solve these problems. We will. The brother and sister looked at each other, and then nodded firmly. Don't worry, Boss Yin. I will keep an eye on him. Sonda understood what they said and asked with some melancholy. Then can I come here again in the future? Yenrui, of course. You are mine now. If I don't protect you, who will? As long as you come, I can keep you safe. Yenrui thought about it again, and then quickly bought a few amulets from the system. Take this. Don't leave it with you except when taking a bath. If someone does something behind your back, this can save your life. Sang Sun and Sang Yu knew that Sonda's last life had become unusual from today, but they didn't expect that there were so many crises in it. Is it really necessary? Sang Sun was a little confused. It's not like there haven't been geniuses on starships. I see their families are all alive and well. Geniuses are different from one another. Sonda is a genius among geniuses. The kind who is likely to change the world. Yenrui said with some envy. I wish I were half as smart as him. At this time, Jian Anchi whispered in his ear with some complaints. Don't talk nonsense. Yenrui pursed his lips, smiled at Jian Anchi embarrassedly, and then continued to instruct the Sang brothers and sisters. If someone comes to you these days, just hold your tongue and put all the blame on me. Yanrui proudly showed his 8 white teeth. No one dares to offend me. Ward's affairs have been spread internally, and several smart people dare not do anything in his supermarket. Yanrui feels that his name should still have some deterrent power. After the 3 brothers and sisters of the Sang family decided, Sang Sun and Sang Yu thanked them profusely and prepared to leave together. Can I not leave? I think I'm fine now, and I don't want to study. Sang Do was a little resistant and took 2 steps back. He looked at Yanrui for help and didn't know how things turned out like this. Don't you want to make a lot of money and live in a big house? Sang Sun rubbed his temples. And delicious food. Didn't you say you wanted to make money to plant a tree for your family in the future? As long as you study hard, this wish can come true. Yes, brother. Although you don't like studying. Don't you like to make small inventions? If you don't study, you won't be able to make small inventions in the future. Sang Yu also persuaded softly. The 2 of them knew that no one could force Sanda to do something he didn't want to do. And now they were in a deadlock for a while. Yanrui tilted his head, looked at Sanda's expression, and asked tentatively, otherwise, I'll let them accompany you when you study? Really? Can you promise me? Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had found the crux of the matter. Don't worry. You will study in your old position if you want to. And you will be at the door with the teacher even if you have class. And the 2 of them will always accompany you. Yanrui finished speaking, looking at Sang Sun and Sang Yu. It should be fine. You 2 find a good teacher and buy the textbooks. And send the people here as usual tomorrow. The 3 of them left without any obstruction this time. And when their aircraft disappeared in the sky, those captains rushed out from nowhere. Boss Yan, this is a specialty of our starship. Boss Yan, do you need a guard? I'm not bragging. The guards I trained are more professional than Li Siyu's. Boss Yan, I have sent a message to recommend all the residents of our starship to come to your supermarket for consumption. Yanrui was annoyed and said to these captains who were the bosses outside but even had a flattering tone here, Go. 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 Go quickly. If you keep letting the dogs go like this. Ha ha ha. Boss Yan is really a joker. Some people didn't believe it and thought Yanrui was really talking nonsense. Anan! Do it! An ant's figure immediately grew larger and blasted several people out with a few claws. Yanrui hugged his arms and said proudly, Aranan can be a cat or a dog. Several people standing outside the door. Some people wanted to continue bragging. But at this time Li Siyu also appeared here. After seeing Li Siyu's performance, several people left in dismay. Alas, I may fail again in this competition. It's so annoying. How do you want to deal with this person? Tell me the truth. Li Siyu looked at Yanrui with a serious expression and said, You don't plan to take him away. Do you? Take him away. Where can I take him? Yanrui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not an expert in talent introduction. What can I do with people? Although Li Siyu was a little worried, he still apologized after hearing Yanrui's assurance. Sorry. I'm just a little bit paranoid. Yanrui also understood that in their current situation, let alone losing a genius, even losing an ordinary person is a loss. The population is really too small. I'll give you a backdoor. Seeing Li Siyu's tangled face, wanting to say something but not being able to say it, Yanrui sighed and said, I just asked them to go back and find textbooks and teachers to make up for the knowledge they learned in school before. If you want to help, you can help find a teacher or something. Li Siyu frowned. Thank you. Yanrui nodded. And after Li Siyu left, the supermarket finally became quiet. It's finally over. Yanrui wiped his non-existent sweat and said to Jian Anchi, It's really tiring to fight with them. Jian Anchi smiled. There shouldn't be any trouble now. The only thing left is to make money. I hope so. There are not many big things in this plane. But there are a lot of small things. But I did make too much money. Yanrui habitually put the fog sacrifice mushroom on the shelves. He just put it on the shelves and found that his mall was empty again. He put it on the shelves again. And when he looked up, he found that the product list was empty again. I think I put it on the shelves. Yanrui looked at the fog mushroom in his hand and asked in confusion, Where are the things? They have all been bought. Your shop is now very popular among the hosts in various planes. And your name has spread among the hosts. You are a star in the system world. What star or not? Hee hee. How can you be a star? Yanrui didn't know whether it was true or not. but he felt particularly satisfied when he heard it. Okay. Then I'll put something else on the shelves for our fans. He had neglected the operation of his personal mall in the past few days, and now he felt a little embarrassed. But this fog mushroom was bought by the main control. Your fans are not yet at the level of being able to buy the goods in your personal mall at will, the system said ruthlessly. Yanrui paused and put all the baskets of fog mushrooms in front of him into the space grid. You will have no food tonight, Yanrui said ruthlessly. System. Small-minded. The next day, the Sang family siblings sent Sonda to Yanrui early. After settling Sonda, the two siblings reported yesterday's situation to Yanrui. Several groups of people came to me yesterday and said they wanted to help. I refused all of them after hearing what you said. But later, Li Siyu came to us and said that he had your consent and just wanted to find a teacher for my brother. He didn't mean anything else. Sang Yu asked apprehensively. Is what he said true? Yanrui nodded. It's true. He is the most reliable person I have come into contact with. If I want to develop in the future, I can't do without Li Siyu's help. Hearing that Yanrui had thought so much about Sonda, the two siblings were a little moved. Do you two have to go to work today? It doesn't matter. Just leave the person with me, and come to pick him up in the evening as usual. Sang-sun said, I quit my job. Our family's savings are enough to live for a while. At least I have to take care of Sonda's life until it is completely back on track. And then I will find a new job. It's not easy to quit my job, and there must be someone at home to work. Now I am the main person in our family. Sang Yu smiled and said, Then I will go to work first. If there is anything, please contact me at any time. I didn't expect that someone in their family would resign. It seems that they really value Sonda. Sonda is very lucky. Although he is born with some deficiencies, he has indeed met a very good family. Looking at Sonda and Sang-sun sitting in their old seats, Ms. Lily found Yanrui. I've heard about their affairs, so I want to ask you, what do you want to do with Sonda in the future? Ms. Lily looked at Yanrui's hesitation and comforted him. Don't worry. I will never favor Baker. Baker is my child. I know his ability. He is not the best person to protect Sonda. Who do you think is most qualified? Yanrui asked. He wanted to say Li Siyu, but maybe Ms. Lily has a better choice. Maybe Li Siyu can protect Sonda. But considering Sonda's ability, Li Siyu alone should not be enough. What should we do? Yanrui was a little troubled. Sonda was his responsibility now. But he couldn't find a perfect solution no matter how hard he thought. This really made him a little distressed. If one family can't do it, then several families can unite. Sonda is the treasure of all of us. Since it is protected by everyone, then everyone should contribute. Ms. Lily covered her mouth and smiled. When the time comes, build a borderless laboratory. All of Sonda's inventions will not be bound by power, but belong to the whole world. Yes, this is the best. As expected of Ms. Lily, she solved Yanrui's problem in one sentence. Okay, I only have this suggestion. As for whether you implement it or not, I don't care. Ms. Lily winked at Yanrui playfully, then turned and left. Yanrui has decided to follow Ms. Lily's advice. But when someone came to please him these days, he was reluctant to accept it. It's not because of anything else, but because he wanted to promote his snack cabinet. Yanrui returned all the gifts sent by everyone, saying that if you want to make friends, come and make friends. But there is no need to give gifts. He has everything here. Of course, except Ward Baker and Li Siyu. Ward has been doing a lot of good things for the Sang family these days, using the excuse of giving Yanrui a share of the profits. He has given them many gifts that are not expensive, but are very needed by the Sang family. For example, some difficult analysis of difficult points that are difficult to collect, some internal information of famous teachers, and many videos about novel inventions. In addition to these, Ward also gave Sang-sun and Sang Yu many gifts, all of which were things that the two of them particularly liked. He was particularly good at grasping the degree, making it impossible for people to refuse. So, have you approved my request to buy a snack cabinet on your starship? Yanrui looked at Ward, who once again presented the gift boxes to the three siblings, and said, It's been so long, and you still haven't approved it. Are you deliberately blocking me? How is it possible? I have already approved it. They haven't replied to you yet, because they haven't cleaned up the things in the place you specified. When they are done, they will move the snack cabinet directly. Ward said, a little aggrieved. You can't always wrong me. Yanrui was also a little embarrassed. Okay, I apologize to you, but I won't help you speak well of the Sang family. Lord, I'm so angry. This guy is so smart that it's a bit annoying. Not long after, the snack cabinets were all put in place and are now in operation. The system was a little anxious. When Sundar was in class, he walked back and forth aimlessly in the supermarket, making it a little uneasy. And was a carefree kitten before, as long as he was full. But now, he actually started to worry about his own profits. Hurry up and stop there. You're swaying around and making me feel annoyed. Yinrui pointed at the system. If you feel like there's nothing to do, go out and pick the fog mushrooms for me. The system didn't hear the implication of Yinrui's words, but its eyes lit up. Then I'll go now. Yinrui waved at the system. Go ahead. Don't pick them all. Leave some for me to breed. The system and it went out together. At this time, Yinrui thought about it and couldn't suppress his curiosity. After all, he took out the communicator and started to contact Zhongzheng. How is our snack cabinet doing? Are there any customers buying? Zhongzheng has been busy recently. He has not been to the supermarket. It is very inconvenient to buy something. This snack cabinet greatly relieved his worries. He immediately replied, there are so many people. I am still queuing now. I have been queuing for 10 minutes. It will be my turn soon. By the way, Boss Yin, how much goods do you have in each snack cabinet? I wonder if it is enough to sell for a day. Yinrui was relieved. Don't worry. It will definitely be enough. But the goods replenished each time are different. If you come across delicious ones, it is best to buy more each time, because I may not be able to replenish them next time. Zhongzheng understood. Okay. It's my turn in the queue. I won't talk to you for now. Bye. Boss Yin. Yinrui still wanted to ask about this specific situation. But seeing Zhongzheng in such a hurry, Yinrui's heart was relieved. After all, it was his own business. How could he not worry? The snack cabinet business was particularly good. From the 10th day, there were snack cabinets that started to alarm. The inventory in the cabinet was not enough to support 3 days, and Yinrui began to prepare for intermittent replenishment. The replenishment work was all handed over to the system. The system was very happy, secretly calculating how much money it could receive and how many things it could buy in the mall. What do you think of the snack cabinet? Yinrui chatted with Jian Anchi that day and said, should we take the snack cabinet with us when we leave? Or sell this business and make some more money? Sell it out? Your business is so good here. There should be people who will be jealous. They don't suppress you now because they know you can't stay here for long. Jian Anchi said, we are still friends now. But people's hearts change over time. We can make more money by selling it. And we can also have more funds. If we need it in the future, we can buy it from the system. Then let's decide it. Yinrui made the final decision. We will also share the profits after selling it with the system. And the system will definitely agree. Tomorrow we will go to see how far the ecological park project has been built. It seems that the foundation has been laid and construction has begun. By the way, let's see how our trees are doing. The trees in the system mall are too expensive. Do you think we should stockpile a batch of trees now and take them out for emergency use when the doomsday comes? Or contribute them after the doomsday ends? I think we can stockpile them. But do you know when the doomsday will end? Yinrui shook his head honestly. I don't know. At least when I die, there will be no sign of the end of the doomsday. Then stockpile them first. Jian Anchi was concise and to the point, and his chopsticks were turning quickly. Yinrui suddenly thought of something at this time. If we ask the system now whether it can expand a space with the same time flow rate as our original plane, will he agree? What do we want to do to make the time flow rate consistent with the original plane? Jian Anchi asked doubtfully. But he should agree to your request. Let him know when he comes back from digging mushrooms. Yinrui tapped the table lightly a few times. That's what I'm talking about. Mushrooms. I want to find a room specifically for growing mushrooms and fresh vegetables. He has a few chickens, ducks, geese, etc. Seeds and living things are much easier to preserve than vegetables and fresh meat. Jian Anchi didn't know where Yinrui's words came from. How could seeds and living things be easier to preserve than fresh vegetables and fruits? It was obviously a new trouble. However, Jian Anchi thought about it and made a difficult decision. I will learn how to farm and raise poultry in the next 2 days. Yinrui smiled. You can't be the only one learning. I also want to learn. It's too boring after the end of the world. If we don't go out hunting, We won't have anything to do every day. We can't read books and watch movies every day. We have to find something to do. Why can't we go out hunting? Jian Anchi's brows twisted into a shape. It shouldn't be too dangerous for us to go out now. It's true that there is no danger. But I'm too lazy to go out. Yanrui knocked the plate with chopsticks. It will be very dangerous outside. I'm definitely worried about you going out. Hearing this, Jian Anchi's brows relaxed. Okay. Then I won't go out. Wait for the system to come back. And we'll find a way to persuade him. What do you want to persuade me to do? The system asked. He only picked a basket of fog sacrifice mushrooms every day, and spent the rest of the time running around nearby, or secretly making public aircraft, randomly finding a starship to land, and checking the business situation of his snack cabinet. I want to ask if you can help me expand this space. Yanrui explained to the system in detail, and then said, I think you can do it. Right. You can do it. But why is the speed of time the same as the original plane? Wouldn't that mean that when you travel through other planes, that space will be useless? The system suggested, why don't you open a space based on the normal time flow speed of your location? Yanrui thought about it, and felt that what the system said made sense. He made that decision before just because he was afraid of mistakes in the end of the world. But then, he thought that no one else would come into his supermarket. Besides, even if others found out that his city was different, what could they do? He was no longer afraid of any forces. Okay. Let's do it as you said. How many points are there for a cubic meter of such a space? This ordinary space is definitely cheap. But it will cost a lot of money to expand the location. Where do you want to put this space? Yanrui thought about it. This space needs sufficient light. So the basement is not okay. Second, this space will definitely be noisy. And it may be dirty if there are animals and plants. So it cannot be placed on the second floor. He can only place it on the first floor. But there is no other location on the first floor. Does it have to open a third floor? Isn't it a bit strange to plant trees on the third floor? Just open a door under the stairs. Isn't there a storage room under the stairs? It shouldn't attract attention behind it. Jian Anchi looked at Yanrui's tangled expression and suggested, that is a space that belongs to us completely. Naturally. The more secretive the better. Yes. Can it be opened there? I want to start with 5,000 square meters. And then 5 meters high. Yanrui also wants to plant trees. 20,000 points per square meter. I'll give you a discount for 1 cubic meter. But it will cost 500,000 to open up a new space. Is the host sure to open up the space? 500,000? The current 500,000 still hurts Yanrui a little. But he can easily take out these points now. And the heartache is only a matter of a moment. The points have been deducted. Do you need to lay the land? The system took out the map of the new space. You can do terrain planning on this map. The first decision is free. Each subsequent change will cost 100 points per square meter. Okay. I understand. Let me plan it first, and try to save the 100 points. Yanrui rubbed his hands. Finally. He had something to do. Do I need fong jiaming to buy chicken, duck and goose seedlings? And seeds and seedlings of various plants. And some fruit trees. Can the terrain planning plan out a small hill? Yes. But the total height of your space is only 5 meters. It may be difficult to plan out a small hill. Then open a 50-meter area in this area. Yanrui drew a circle on the map with his finger. We will put a mountain here. Okay. The expansion has been completed. After dealing with these things, Yanrui copied the map to Jian Anchi. The terrain planning needs to be considered in the long run. They will have meetings every day in the next 2 days. The next day, Yanrui and Jian Anchi came to the construction site of the ecological park, which is not far from the supermarket and can be reached in 5 minutes by car. The gatekeeper was already familiar with Jian Anchi and Yanrui, and the two entered the park without any difficulty. Yanrui looked around and said, It's really nice here. The foundation of the building has been laid, and it has now been built to the second floor. The pits for planting saplings at the door of each building have been dug. There are special personnel who are taking care of and maintaining them every day, striving to ensure that every tree can survive. If all these trees can survive, then the people nearby may not need to wear compressed oxygen to live anymore. Slowly, this planet will become a truly habitable planet. It is a habitable planet created by them with their own hands. And this is their real home. Yanrui looked at the people who have been working non-stop with some admiration. There are many cases where sway workers are persuaded by people around them to rest. But the workers still refuse. The world created by such people will definitely be particularly beautiful in the future. Chapter 118 Interstellar Cruise. Seeing the ecological park being built bit by bit, Yanrui and Jian Anchi couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of pride. This place is really nice. It feels like a wasteland yesterday. But today it is almost a new town. Judging from the scale of the ecological park, it is also the size of a county town. It will develop slowly. It is possible that it will expand outward with this park as the center. Judging from the situation of this planet, it will not be built in a dispersed manner for the time being. 3 months have passed, and the ecological park is about to be completed. At this time, Sonda has also learned the basic knowledge that others have to learn for many years. And now he has begun to really practice. Today is the profit distribution day. Come on. Are you ready? Yanrui patted the table and the system and quickly sat over, looking at Yanrui with expectation. This month's income is relatively stable, but because of liquidity, there are also a few short-term growth peaks. Yanrui looked at the table and said with some satisfaction. But the system was a little anxious. His eyes rolled around. His tail swung, and accidentally even swung it on An's face. But An didn't care. He grabbed the system's tail and held it in his mouth, blinking his big eyes. The cute Yanrui couldn't hold his temper even if he wanted to have a serious meeting. Okay. I'll send the money now. Yanrui opened the transfer interface, gave the system 280,000 points, and then gave An 120,000 points. How is it? It's all right. Right? Yanrui checked with the system. We didn't make any mistakes. Did we? No. Not only that, Yanrui even rounded up the difference for the two of them. Yanrui also made a net profit of more than 1.2 million this month. He didn't do anything, but he made so much money just by providing goods. All the work was handed over to the system. In addition, the snack machine business also boosted the business of several of his branches. The green plants in his branches have been selling very well these days, and there is a situation of supply exceeding demand. Yanrui doesn't even feel bad about buying goods from the system mall now. Am I fat now? Yanrui touched his face and said, I have been a little too comfortable these 2 days, and I haven't exercised well. Didn't you transfer superpowers to more than 300 saplings in one breath yesterday? Isn't this considered exercise? Jian Anchi has been urging Yanrui to train recently. At first, Yanrui was a little tired, but after getting used to the rhythm, he saw that every tree was glowing with strong vitality because of him. And gradually he no longer hated exercising superpowers. He can even cure some sick trees directly. There are no trees today. Yanrui looked out the window and said a little lonely, Suddenly I don't know what to do. You can charge the supermarket's protective shield, which has never been upgraded before. Or you can inject all your superpowers into the pot of wilted grass on the table. Jian Anchi looked at the pot of grass on the table and rarely complained. I don't know how this grass grows. It's not dead yet. But the way he looks now. Is he really still alive? Jian Anchi was a little bit unbelievable. He asked Yanrui, If it's dead, just throw it away. Maybe it's not used to the new environment. It's better to dig it up and plant mushrooms. It shouldn't be dead. Yanrui was also a little uncertain. He lay on the table and looked at the grass. He frowned and said, I feel that it is not dead yet. If it is dead, this thing can't be worth 100 points. A few days ago, Yanrui wanted to sell it, so he sent it to the system for valuation. The valuation came out to be only 100 points. Yanrui was a little reluctant. He gave so many superpowers to this little thing, and he only took 100 points. I've given it all. I can't give up halfway. Yanrui sighed and said, Let's not talk about this first. Let's go upstairs to change clothes. The opening ceremony will start soon. The opening ceremony was in the afternoon. Yanrui and Jian Anchi came to the scene early. At this time, the ecological park was decorated with lights and colors. Everyone he saw was full of a happy atmosphere. The opening ceremony was simple, but it did not suppress everyone's enthusiasm. After the ceremony, Yanrui came to the park house given to them by Li Siyu and Baker. We haven't lived in this house for long. It feels a bit regrettable to decorate it like this. Yanrui said, What do you think we should do? Whatever you want to do. You can decorate it in any way you want. You can return the house to them when we leave. Jian Anchi said, This place can also be a popular tourist attraction in the future. The value of it depends on how they operate it. Yanrui thought about it and felt that it made sense. At this time, Baker also got rid of himself and came to the door of Yan Rui's house. "What do you think of this house?" Baker said with some pride. "Li Siyu wants to give you the one in front. But the light in that one is not very good. And there is no tree at the door. So I prefer this one." Yan Rui nodded. "This place is really nice. But what do you and Li Siyu want to use it for in the future?" "I don't know. Let's talk about it later. My mother loves making coffee now. So we may open a cafe here for her. And Layla has already started to study how to take care of plants in the laboratory. So it should be nice to open a flower shop here in the future. A cafe plus a flower shop should be very good," Yan Rui suggested. "You can also change the decoration of the cafe frequently. Although there are many cafes and flower shops in Yan Rui's plain, there are very few here. Or even none at all. The main reason is that flowers are so precious here that not many people have the money to buy them. Yes, if I open a shop for my mother, she will be very happy." Baker said, "I used to worry about my mother's mental state. But now she is too busy to take care of me. Sometimes she looks at me and says, 'Why are you bothering me again?'" Baker complained. But his face was full of happy smiles. "Then let's make a decision. I want to see Sundar's laboratory. If I go too late, they might trick people away again." Baker left in a hurry. And Yan Rui laughed at his back. "If I tell them that Sundar finally decided to build an independent laboratory, how do you think they will react? I don't know about others. But Ward will use the excuse of compensation to deliver meals to the 3 siblings of the Sang family every day. To be honest, Ward is a hateful person. But Yan Rui can't say anything harsh after seeing his performance in the past few months. Every day, Ward provides 3 meals to the 3 siblings of the Sang family on time according to his own meal level. Sang Sun and Sang Da are not mentioned. The two have always been in Yan Rui's supermarket and are easy to find. But Sang Yu works at other fleets. Ward applies for a tourist visa every day to deliver meals to Sang Yu in person. At first, the 3 siblings of the Sang family were a little scared. But Yan Rui told them not to worry. Just accept it. And they were relieved. But Ward really tried his best. His economic level was not rich. But when the Sang family said that Li Siyu would provide them with a house in the ecological park, Ward directly gave his house to the Sang family. He is now the only captain among all the captains who does not have a house in the ecological park. If Ward gets angry to death, I can give him first aid. Yan Rui has given his contact information to Sang Sun and Sang Yu, and reminded them that they must contact Ward before making their decision public. Ward must not fall. The ecological park has been built, and the supermarket is on track. Recently, fewer people are playing mahjong in front of the supermarket. Everyone has started to work hard to earn money and save interstellar points to prepare to move into the ecological park early. Let's go outside. Go to other uninhabited areas. Or go to outer space. Jian Anchi touched his chin. We probably won't have the opportunity to go to outer space in the future. Okay. Yan Rui snapped his fingers. I thought so too. But before we leave, should we tell them? Yan Rui asked. Jian Anchi nodded. Yan Rui took out the communicator. And at this time Li Siyu came behind them. How about the location I chose? The place Baker chose is large and empty, with little traffic. Although the area here is not large, it is just right for you to do business. Baker said that this place was chosen by him. Nonsense. Li Siyu cursed. This person dares to say anything to please you now. I plan to transform this house into a cafe. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Now that Li Siyu has appeared, Yan Rui doesn't need to use the communicator to find someone anymore. Jian Anchi and I are going on our honeymoon, Yan Rui said. So you can find someone to help me look after the supermarket. You don't have to worry about anything. We will have robots to help. You are going on your honeymoon? Li Siyu was puzzled. When did you get married? Don't worry about it. We are going on our honeymoon. We may come back to take a look halfway, Yan Rui said. If you need anything, you can contact me through the communicator. Li Siyu found it hard to accept. He didn't know what was good about this place for a honeymoon. Could it be that he wanted to find an excuse to go to another habitable planet to investigate the market? The more Li Siyu thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Yan Rui could open a store on this planet, so it would be even more convenient for him to find a habitable planet to do business. But Li Siyu had no way to stop it. Many nearby galaxies are dangerous. Why do you want to leave? Isn't it better to stay here? Li Siyu frowned. Besides, I haven't read all your books yet. Maybe there's nothing interesting outside. I'll be back in 2 days. Yin Rui patted Li Siyu's shoulder. I don't actually want this house. But I will finish the decoration of this house before leaving. That should take about a month. Li Siyu relaxed a little. Okay. You can contact me directly if you need anything. I need weapons. Yin Rui didn't. Hesitantly answered. I think the weapons you used last time were pretty good. Can you sell us some? Weapons. Do you think our weapons are better than yours? Yin Rui nodded. Yes. Your weapons are just outdated. Li Siyu smiled. What do you want? I'll just give it to you. You might go bankrupt if you give it to me. Yin Rui said frankly. I want 100,000 of the laser guns you carry with you. 100,000? Even though Li Siyu had seen big scenes, he couldn't keep calm at this time. What do you want so much for? Are you going to start a war? Are you the emperor of a nearby small planet? You won't buy all these guns and then counterattack us. Right? You sigh. Yin Rui didn't know whether to praise or what for a while. He had a rich imagination and a strong sense of crisis. He was a good leader. I swear I don't need to stay in this galaxy. If it doesn't work, we can sign a contract. Don't worry. I will definitely not lie to you about this matter. Yin Rui promised. Then you lied to me about the past? Li Siyu was now paranoid. What is it? Tell me the truth. I still have a lot of the weapons I gave you before. Okay. I can't take out the 100,000 guns now. If you are not in a hurry, give me 2 months to prepare. After 2 months, I will deliver all the guns. How about 100 interstellar points for each gun? Deal. The system mall costs 600 points. Although the system mall may be more advanced. He doesn't need so many functions at all. So he won't buy it in the system mall. Yin Rui sat on the chair and told a few close friends that he would leave to travel after decorating the house. Everyone didn't understand. Originally, Yin Rui only said that he would open a store for 1 year. And now he is leaving early. How can he make money like this? But fortunately, he will leave after the decoration. So they still have a chance to persuade him. So the next day, they were dumbfounded when they saw the supermarket that had been decorated. How did he suddenly? The people who came to see Yin Rui looked at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't think of how Yin Rui did it. However, Yin Rui didn't want to explain it to them. They were already flying in the aircraft, traveling in the mysterious universe. System. Quickly record the starburst here. I'll take a screenshot and use it as the cover of my phone when I go back. Yin Rui looked at the scenery outside the window with great interest and said excitedly, No. You have to record it manually. The main control is being upgraded again. The system spread its hands and said helplessly, I can't use the recording function now. Why is the main control always being upgraded recently? Yin Rui was a little confused. Since that major upgrade, it has to be updated every few weeks. And each time it takes 2 or 3 hours. It's not a long time. But it's quite troublesome if it can't be used when needed. Yin Rui knew that he was a little too dependent on the system. But the existence of the system was too convenient. And he couldn't control it. How is the mushroom farm in the supermarket? Yin Rui suddenly remembered and asked, Shall we go back secretly at night to take a look? Even if you go back now, they won't find you. What are you worried about? The system stood on an ant's head, grabbed the hair on an ant's head, and said without turning back, The first batch of fog mushrooms has been planted. The survival rate is good. You should not worry about not having mushrooms to eat in the future. Let's go back and buy some mushroom bags. What if we have eaten all the black fungus in a few hundred years? But want to eat black fungus again? Yin Rui said. System. Write this down on the memo for me. Okay. The system said. Is black fungus delicious? I haven't eaten it yet. Is it a kind of mushroom? The system licked its lips and searched on the internet the next second. It turned out that the main control was being upgraded and could not access the network. The system became a little depressed. Fungus? Not very tasty. You haven't tried it because neither of us likes it. The taste is a bit strange. Yin Rui licked his lips. But now that you mention it, I really miss the taste. How about eating it when we go back? Okay. I'll make it for you when we get back. Jian Anchi turned around and smiled. Please write this down in your memo as well. Great. The system didn't know how many delicious foods it hadn't eaten. But after listening to Jian Anchi and Yin Rui's words, its mind became active again. Can I send you the recipe for whatever I want to eat in the future? The system asked. Can't we make more fresh food? No. Don't always tell my boyfriend to do it. Rui hugged Jian Anchi, then looked at the system provocatively. If you want to eat, go find your own partner. Or learn to cook it yourself. Aren't we a family? The system stomped its feet in anger, but it didn't know where it stepped on, and then threw the system off him with a wow sound. And then the two of them fought again. Rui laughed at the two of them. And Jian Anchi also looked at Rui with a smile in his eyes, lowered his head, and kissed his hair. 100,000 guns are ready. When will you come back? After an unknown amount of time, Rui heard the voice of his communicator. It's Li Siyu. He has prepared the guns. Rui was half asleep at this time, stretched his body, and opened the communicator to see this message. We will go back today. Rui quickly replied, and then said to the system, let's go back to the supermarket. Originally, they thought that a month was a bit short for them. But after they really came to space, the family did feel very fresh and interesting at first. But after a week, Rui already felt a little bored. However, seeing that everyone else was so excited, Rui didn't want to spoil the fun. Finally, I can go back. I've been so bored for the past half month. The system was the first to speak at this time. I thought I could see some interstellar war. But let alone the interstellar war, I didn't even see a few stars. The system's complaints at this time were sincere. And there is no sound in the vacuum outside. If there were many people near the starship, it would be fine. But now there is no one near the starship. It's so lonely. I finally understand why so many people on the starship are depressed. Except for the occasional planetary explosion and nebula. It's so boring at other times. Especially when you are trapped in the aircraft. The system finally became talkative after having the opportunity to release. Rui opened his eyes wide. And he looked at Jian Anchi. Do you think so too? Jian Anchi looked into Rui's eyes. A little tangled. But he couldn't get over his conscience. And nodded slowly. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this situation when I first proposed it. Rui turned his gaze to Anan. Baby. What about you? Anan was even more so. He liked running and jumping and loved freedom. But now, he was trapped in a small aircraft. He could only float outside. Which was boring. In order to have a larger space for activities relative to his body. He had already made himself the size of a palm. Rui slapped his forehead. I thought you all liked it. I was bored a long time ago. But a family should be neat and tidy. As soon as Rui finished speaking, there was a short silence in the aircraft. And it was so quiet that it seemed as if the aircraft had also turned into a vacuum mode. After a moment, several people looked at each other, and then couldn't help laughing at the same time. What? It would be great to go back and grow mushrooms. Rui rubbed his eyes. Next time I won't hide it. And you too. Just say whatever you want to say. The other two nodded. Only Anan stretched out his paw to cover his eyes. Feeling a little irritable. Aranan is different. Aranan. Rui covered Anan's ears. Kissed him twice on his head. And then turned to look at the system. Have you ever seen a machine that can make speechless creatures speak in the system mall before? The system recalled. It seems that there is no. Then is there any method that can be practiced by animals? There are many demon cultivators in the world of cultivation. And it is written in the novels. Rui said. Wait until the update is completed. You can go up and take a look. I will. The system remembered Anan's matter in mind. Rui let go of Anan's ears. And Anan jumped off Rui's legs with some discomfort. After landing, he scratched his ears with his hind paws. And then became smaller and ran away. Anyway, we have to go back. Let's go back now. After Rui finished speaking, he got the unanimous agreement of everyone in the aircraft. After everyone put on compressed oxygen, they held hands and got out of the aircraft. Jian Anchi put the aircraft away. And the next second, everyone returned to the familiar supermarket. Finally back. It feels so good to land on the ground. Li Siyu. I'm back. Where can I find you now? Wait for me. Li Siyu's reply was concise and to the point. After about an hour, a black car with a cold and hard shape was parked at the door. Why did you leave just like that? Li Siyu just got off the car, without saying hello to Rui, and blurted out the words he had buried in his heart for a month. How did you finish the decoration in one night? And he prepared the goods and robots. One night. Rui and Jian Anchi? Even gods can't do it. Chapter 119 Interstellar Cruise. Rui did not answer this question, but smiled mysteriously, and then said to Li Siyu, how do we trade our guns? Li Siyu took out the space button. You can count. No more. No less. And also sent some compressed oxygen and protective clothing, which can protect against attacks and space radiation. Thank you. Yin Rui took the space button and transferred the money to Li Siyu without hesitation. Can you sell me some aircraft? Yin Rui suddenly spoke. And Li Siyu was so angry when he heard the word aircraft. I gave you the best aircraft in the entire galaxy. Aren't you satisfied? Yin Rui shrugged his shoulders. Of course I'm not dissatisfied. I just want to buy some ordinary ones. And then, I will use the aircraft you gave me to be far ahead of the crowd. Li Siyu was a little relieved. That's fine. But this thing has to be bought from Baker. This kind of thing that only the general public can buy. Just go to him to buy it. Yin Rui looked at Li Siyu. This kind of popular stuff. I want you to help mediate. Otherwise, what if he doesn't give me a discount? Li Siyu nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. He is a little narrow-minded. Then I thought, why should I bother you? I can just find Ms. Lily. Yin Rui directly brought up Ms. Lily. And Li Siyu immediately lost his temper. Why are you looking for Ms. Lily and mentioning me? Let's go! Li Siyu waved his hand and turned to leave. And when he reached the door, he stepped back. You won't disappear suddenly again. Right? No. There's still about a month. Yin Rui calculated the days. But when he heard the time, Li Siyu was still a little unhappy. He frowned and left in a hurry. It's still a month. Yin Rui asked the system, and was relieved after getting the system's affirmative answer. If the calculation is wrong, Li Siyu will be angry. What are you afraid of him doing? He will just be angry by himself. Jian Anchi was a little dissatisfied with Yin Rui's excessive concern for Li Siyu. Let's go pick the mushrooms in the cave. Oh. Okay. Yin Rui didn't know why Jian Anchi suddenly got a little temper again. It was a little temper. Yin Rui hurriedly caught up, took his arm, and shook it with a smile. Then I'll get you a basket later. Jian Anchi was instantly deflated when he saw Yin Rui like this. Pursed his lips and said, okay. TSK. It's so easy to coax. Yin Rui took the initiative to hold Jian Anchi's fingers tightly. The two of them didn't say a word all the way. But the system behind them was sour. Look at them. They are arrogant, and the morals of the world are going downhill. The system grabbed An's ears. Don't learn from them when you grow up. Anan blinked and lowered his head to ignore his words. Recently, the system has been listening to novels beside him. And he also listened to them. In fact, he also wanted to make friends with the little female cat. It was really meaningless to play with the system all the time. But don't tell the system about making new friends. The system seems to have put itself in the role of a vicious villain recently. After a month, the fog mushrooms have reproduced a large area again. Why does it feel that our farm is not as good as here? System, can you write down the environmental data here so that we can simulate it after we go back? Our farm is growing just as well as here. But it feels like it's growing fast because you haven't been here for a long time. Just like a teenager who hasn't seen him for a year. He looks different every year. Is that so? You're amazing. I don't know these things. Yin Rui gave the system a thumbs up. You know a lot. After hearing this, Jian Anchi looked at the system with some dissatisfaction. Don't bully him. System. Okay. Okay. Today the old system. We'll see what tricks you two can play. Yin Rui took advantage of Jian Anchi's inattention and stuck out his tongue at the system. The system waved its fist at Yin Rui and wanted to rush forward, but was bitten by Anan, who was watching the development of the situation behind him. So angry. The system turned grief and anger into motivation. A monkey picked more than 50 baskets of fog sacrifice mushrooms and almost picked all the mushrooms clean. Okay. Okay. That's enough. One more time before we leave will be enough. Yin Rui stopped the system. I'll fry you a plate when I get back. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to eat fried black fungus? Let's eat it tonight. Okay? Yin Rui winked at Jian Anchi. There are dried black fungus in the supermarket. After hearing this, the system scratched its face, and then said a little shyly, then I also want to eat ribs and grilled fish. I've never seen a monkey like to eat big fish and meat. But Yin Rui still agreed with a smile, and then said to Jian Anchi, can I help you today? Jian Anchi refused sternly. No need for that. Yin Rui can't cook at all. After returning home, Yin Rui thought of Sonda again. Do you want to ask Sonda to come over for dinner tonight? Okay. Let's see how he is doing recently, and whether he has improved a little. Yin Rui has actually been able to receive news from Sonda recently. Sang Yu and Sang Sun will report to them when they have time. But they seem to feel a little guilty about what Ward did. Ward is really persistent. He hasn't changed at all after so long. He still insists on delivering 3 meals a day to their family. Yin Rui is moved when he sees this. Since you want to call the 3 of them, call the others together, Jian Anchi said after seeing Yin Rui contact the 3 siblings of the Sang family. Many people don't know the news when we come back, and there may be some problems at that time. Okay. Yin Rui sent the news of his return to Baker, Ms. Lily, Layla, Li Siyu and Zhong Zheng, and invited them to have dinner together. After coming to this plane, Yin Rui only made a few friends. However, in addition to these friends, Jian Anchi and Yin Rui said, then how about sending some gifts to the old customers who have always supported us at the door? There is still a month. We will make a long-term plan. Yin Rui pinched his fingers. Although he had some minor conflicts in this plane at the beginning and some minor conflicts in the middle, he got the most and felt the best, which gave him the courage to continue to challenge other planes of difficulty. We must prepare a big one for them. When it was evening, everyone gathered together. Yin Rui prepared a big table. Looking at the friends at the table, Yin Rui even felt that it was as lively as a gathering of friends during the Chinese New Year. After a month, my supermarket is running well, and it is also inseparable from everyone's care. I heard that Layla often comes to the main store to help. Thank you. Yin Rui raised his drink and clinked glasses with Layla. Layla narrowed her eyes and said loudly, then boss, can you give me some bonuses? I work hard every day to show movies. I've received a lot of money from movie tickets alone. Of course, Yin Rui said without hesitation. I'll give you a big gift in a few days. Great. Layla sat down with satisfaction. And Yin Rui toasted Ms. Lily again. Thank you, Ms. Lily, for helping us look after the branch in the ecological park this month. You've worked hard. Ms. Lily raised her glass and nodded slightly. Nothing. I like this job very much. After Yin Rui toasted Ms. Lily, Baker and Li Siyu stared at him straight in the eyes. Even though the two did not look at each other, Yin Rui still felt the faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Okay. Let's eat together. Yin Rui thought about it, then sat down without hesitation, not wanting to interfere in their affairs at all. That's it? Li Siyu couldn't believe it. If he lost to Baker, he could still say a few words. But neither he nor Baker got a toast? What does this mean? You two are always quarreling. I don't know what to say, Yin Rui said frankly. So I gave each of you a gift. And this gift together is invincible. Yin Rui pretended to be mysterious. I will give it to you after dinner. Hearing that there was a gift, the expressions of the two people were slightly better. But Li Siyu humped at Baker as if he had won. But Baker didn't feel anything. Yin Rui thought Baker had matured. But during the meal, Yin Rui received a message from Baker. Li Siyu said bad things about you to the Sang family when you were away. Yin Rui, childish. However, Yin Rui cared the most about the 3 siblings of the Sang family. Now Sonda seemed to be more silent. He couldn't help but take out a pen and paper to write and calculate when eating. What new things has Sonda developed recently? Any new ideas for inventions? Yin Rui asked curiously. After hearing Yin Rui call his name, Sonda was willing to raise his head and smiled at Yin Rui friendly. Yes. I'm studying the effect of space ions on time conversion recently. Okay. Okay. Yin Rui said 3 good words in a row. Since Sonda was studying high-end technology that he had never heard of, he was really relieved. By the way, in addition to this, I also made a gift for you. Sonda suddenly stood up and ran outside. Yin Rui was a little panicked and put down his chopsticks. He almost wanted to run with him, but was stopped by Sang Sun. It's okay, Boss Yin. He knows where he should go now, Sang Sun said. But he doesn't have that kind of manic behavior now. Really? That's good. Yin Rui was a little skeptical. But after a while, he saw Sonda carrying a huge box and running in stumblingly. Sangda carried the half-person high box in. His steps were a little stumbling, but it couldn't stop his enthusiasm. What are you doing? Why are you giving me a gift? Tears patted Sonda's shoulder with some care, and then reminded him with some concern, you are in poor health. You should exercise more. Sonda nodded. Don't worry. I will listen to you. Yin Rui. Tell me what's inside. Can I open it now? Of course. He stood in front of Yin Rui and rubbed his hands excitedly, waiting for Yin Rui to see the gift. Looking at Sonda's expectant expression, Yin Rui carefully opened the gift box. and then saw a silver-white box with a messy arrangement of lines and a messy shape. But it looked a bit high-end. Hat? What is this? Yenrui asked curiously. Is it a hat? What is this hat used for? It must not play a role in the shape. It's a space communicator. Sanda said a little embarrassedly. I heard from my brother and sister that you will leave after staying here for another month. But there are some things I just want to tell you. So I made this thing. Sanda picked up the peculiar hat and said, I didn't know you were so far away from Wenzhou. So I didn't make a communicator that relies on distance and medium for communication. Sanda pressed a button on the hat. Every time you want to find me, you can press the golden button above. Then put it on your head and say what you think. And this hat will record everything you say and store it in the intermediate converter. When I am free, I can download it through this intermediate converter. And vice versa. Sanda carefully explained the use of the hat to Yenrui. The two hats rely on nothing else but on the unique coding and the medium I extracted from the three-dimensional particles of the space storm to transmit information. No matter where you are, we can definitely get in touch. Really? That's great. Yenrui looked at the helmet from left to right and asked the system quietly in his heart. Even if they are not in the same plane, can these two hats communicate with each other? I'll ask the main control. The system immediately sent an urgent message to the main control. Just when Yenrui and the system didn't know how to react, Li Siyu and Baker were almost crazy. After hearing Sanda explain the function of the hat to Yenrui, Li Siyu immediately stood up and pointed at him. You. For a long time, he didn't say a useful word. Yenrui looked at his reaction and subconsciously stood up and blocked Sanda behind him. Don't blind the child. Beck also stood on the same front with Li Siyu at this time, which was rare. You will use this thing as a gift for Yenrui? I don't mean that it can't be a gift for Yenrui. But it's just a gift? What's wrong with that? Yenrui felt Sanda holding his shoulders, and his desire to protect him increased. He pinched his waist and said, If you want to say something, just say it honestly. Don't set the stage for me. Sanda doesn't understand if you set the stage. Li Siyu took a deep breath, and then calmed down, and said calmly, This technology has been developed by the Starship Technology Research Institute for a long time. He should not have the ability to steal your technology. If he bumped into the technology, it should be a coincidence. Yenrui subconsciously explained for Sanda without thinking. It's true that he really doesn't have the ability to steal our technology. And there is no need to steal our technology, Li Siyu said, because no one in our institute can develop technology to this level. Ah? So that's what it means. Yenrui turned his head and patted Sanda's shoulder with a smile. You are already the top researcher here, and none of them are as good as you. Sanda didn't care about his title at all, but looked at Yenrui with sparkling eyes. So do you like my gift? Yenrui nodded. I like it. I really like it. Thank you. This is my favorite color. Sanda smiled and showed his teeth. Then if we have the chance in the future, we must keep in touch. At this time, the system also received a reply from the main control. This hat can actually communicate across dimensions. Oh my god. After hearing this answer, Yenrui's eyes widened slightly. He was stunned for a while. And it was Jian Anchi who coughed lightly to pull his thoughts back. So can you build another one for us? Or you can sell us the design. We also want to contact Boss Yin. At this time, Li Siyu and Baker had already started to talk softly to Sanda. They had never done this kind of thing in their lives, and they were still quite stiff when doing it now. No. Sanda refused without hesitation. I don't want to make it for you. And I don't want you to contact Boss Yin. After hearing this, Yenrui laughed out loud. After hearing his laughter, the two turned their heads at the same time, and their eyes were tacitly filled with resentment. Yenrui immediately tried to make up for the loss. Sanda, now we can contact each other. Right? This design is useless. You can sell it to them. Let them give you money. And then you can buy food for your brother and sister. Sanda had not had a clear concept of how to spend money before. But after hearing Yenrui's words, he suddenly realized. This thing can be sold for money. Okay. Then I'll buy it for you. Sanda finished speaking, and took out a large stack of paper from the space button. You can take these drawings if you want, but you have to pay for them. Li Siyu and Sanda stretched out their hands without hesitation to grab them, but were stopped by Yenrui. You want to take them before you pay. This drawing is so important. You two should sign a contract with him first, whether it is a direct buyout or a subsequent profit sharing. You have to discuss it in advance. Li Siyu gave Zhong a look. Zhong understood, and immediately fiddled with his communicator. And then an email popped up in Sang Sun's communicator. These are 2 contracts. One for buyout and one for profit sharing. And the Sang family can choose independently. Baker saw that Sang Sun, who was usually sneaky, lowered his head and looked at the communicator for a long time, and knew that the 2 of them must be doing something in private. If it were me, I would choose to share the profits. I would use this technology in military communicators, and equip all soldiers and reserve personnel on the starship. The number is not small. If this order is successful, you will not lack money for the rest of your life. Sang Sun was about to speak, but was stopped by Sang Yu. Thank you. We have to go home and discuss this matter. After all, this is my brother's achievement, and the 2 of us can't make a decision here casually. When Yin Rui saw Sang Yu speak, he immediately tried to smooth things over. Okay. We have already negotiated a deal today, and we can't talk about business at the dinner table anymore. Come and try our Jian Anchi's cooking skills. It's forbidden to show affection at the dinner table today. Okay? Seeing that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit stagnant, Layla also spoke up. Let's celebrate the discovery of such a great inventor as Sonda. Cheers! Alas, competitors are really competing all the time, and they are so ambitious. However, the meal was still very harmonious as a whole. By the end, Li Siyu and Baker were a little drunk and their emotions were a little more outgoing. Li Siyu first said frankly, I don't want to target you. I think all those who can hold high positions because of their family are garbage. Baker didn't feel much disgust when listening to Li Siyu's words. Over the years, many people have said such things behind his back, and he has become accustomed to it. But Li Siyu is the first person to say it to his face. I'm actually quite annoyed by people like you who are arrogant because of their good brains. You and I are no different. I was born rich, and you were born smart. At least God is fair to everyone. After saying this, everyone else at the table covered their ears at the same time. In the future, the rules of the table should be added to prohibit Versailles. But these people probably don't know what Versailles means. If there is a chance in the future, I can explain it to them. Later, Yin Rui also changed his drink to wine. After drinking a bottle of beer, his cheeks were slightly red. But then his supernatural power decomposed the alcohol, and his eyes became clear again after a while. I like my supernatural power so much. After Yin Rui discovered the benefits of supernatural power, he held hands with Jian Anchi under the table. He approached Jian Anchi's ear and pretended to be drunk and said, Do you want me to help you sober up? As soon as Yin Rui finished saying this, he felt Jian Anchi's hand suddenly tighten, and then loosened slightly after he lost control. I don't need your help. I'm not drunk. Yin Rui smiled lightly, and the air he exhaled brushed Jian Anchi's earlobe, and half of Jian Anchi's cheek immediately turned red. Okay. You two stop fighting. If you do, go to the starship. The sudden noise at the dinner table attracted Yin Rui's attention. He subconsciously stood up and put his arm around Li Siyu's shoulder, who was closer to him. A gentleman should talk, not fight. Why are you fighting all of a sudden? Li Siyu turned to look at Yin Rui and shook his finger at him. That's wrong. How can I hit my good brother? Good brother? Who? Yin Rui subconsciously turned to look at Zhong, only to see Zhong waving his hands desperately in panic. It's not me. It's not me. His good brother is really Baker. Huh? Baker also crossed Ms. Lily and Layla in the middle. I want to hug my good brother. What's wrong with that? It's not wrong, but it's a little scary. Yin Rui and Jian Anchi stood up together to stop the two people's actions. Just kidding. If they agree to this, the planet might explode tomorrow. Ms. Lily and Zhong also knew what kind of people these two people were. They didn't expect that the two people looked sober on the outside, but they were so terrible when they did things. They said goodbye to Yin Rui with their own people. Sorry. We'll leave first. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Chapter 120 Interstellar Cruise. This plane seems to have stabilized. Yin Rui stood in the ecological park branch and looked at the pedestrians outside and said, I heard that in this area, you can stay outdoors for 3 minutes without wearing compressed oxygen. Yes, Sonda has invented a temporary large oxygen generator. I am really jealous of such talents. Yin Rui chatted with him while using the system. Has Sonda contacted you recently? Yin Rui handed the contact hat made by Sonda to the system, and the system could receive his messages from time to time. Sometimes, Sonda would talk to the system when he encountered problems that he didn't know how to solve. The system would even send the problem to the main control and ask the main control to help explain it. It would be even better if a solution could be provided. The main control is not angry at you for doing this, Yanrui said. Does the main control have a job in your galaxy? Or has he been a teacher before? He is quite a teacher. The system shook its head. I don't know what the master controller was like before. I came to you just after I was born. The system rubbed Yanrui and said to him. So hey. The system felt that its limbs were in the air, and there was only one fulcrum on its neck. It wanted to turn its head, but couldn't get the strength. So is it about to leave this plane? Jian Anchi found the topic forcefully, and at the same time put the system in his hand that he had taken from Yanrui's arms on the table next to him. How many days are there? 3 more days. Yanrui was a little depressed. I'm going to say goodbye to them. Jian Anchi nodded. I'll go with you. Then he pushed the system behind him. You stay at home and look after the house. System. Don't be petty. Yanrui was a little dazed and didn't hear what the two people said until Jian Anchi grabbed his hand. And he came back to his senses. Let's go now. Who should we go to first? Let's go see Ms. Lily first. Since the two came back, Yanrui took over the store in the ecological park, and Ms. Lily returned to the main store. When Ms. Lily saw Yanrui and Jian Anchi, she felt a little unspeakable in her heart. Ms. Lily, you and Layla don't have to come here from tomorrow. The store in the ecological park will be handed over to you. I will decorate it into a coffee shop tomorrow. Are you leaving? Layla realized Yanrui's plan, pursed her lips, and said with a disappointed expression, Can't you stay for a few more days? I'm already missing you now. Yanrui also rubbed his nose, and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry. Before he could pour out his heart, he heard the sharp voice of the system surrounding his mind. You don't care about this. You only care about me. Layla said she misses him. Layla hasn't even reached the age allowed to fall in love on the Green Pepper website. What can I care about? Jian Anchi was arguing with the system in his mind. And Yanrui's emotions just now disappeared without a trace. Yanrui cleared his throat. It really can't be postponed any further. Lila and Ms. Lily sighed at the same time, and both of them looked visibly disappointed. Well, if you want to come to this galaxy to do business again, you must come to me. Yanrui nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely come to see you. Then at least let us finish our last shift today. Layla sniffed and said with forced calmness. At least let us work a full shift today. Ms. Lily patted Layla's waist gently. Forget it. Let's go back. Mom. The reluctance in Layla's tone turned into reality. Ms. Lily shook her head gently, and Layla took a step back, lowered her head and whispered, I still want to watch the movie today. Yanrui also patted her shoulder. Thank you. Without you, my business would definitely not be so smooth. Layla's eyes were red. She smiled at Yanrui and said, Of course. You can't do it without me. Yanrui laughed from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Ms. Lily took off her scarf and stretched out her hand to Yanrui, saying, I have worked for so long. I have to ask for some salary. Yanrui patted his chest and said, Of course. Yanrui gave the mother and daughter a space button each, and then pretended to be mysterious and said, Open it when you go back. Before leaving, Yanrui gave each of them a hug. Layla walked in front of Jian Anchi, looked at Jian Anchi's slightly serious expression, hesitated for a while, and then felt that she fell into a warm and broad embrace. Thank you. Jian Anchi's voice turned into Layla's ears, and Layla's eyes immediately turned red again. She gently patted Jian Anchi's back. You're welcome. After saying that, she reluctantly said goodbye to the system and then turned around and left, looking back every few steps. Yanrui rubbed his red eyes. How come I never felt that parting is so difficult? Every parting is equally difficult, but the people you meet later make you forget the pain before. Jian Anchi rubbed Yanrui's head. Do you want to adjust your mood? Yanrui leaned into Jian Anchi's arms. How to adjust? Tell me. We should say hello to Ward before we leave. Yanrui's eyes lit up visibly. Let's go. Let's go find Ward. So you're leaving soon? Ward couldn't hold back his joy after hearing Yanrui's words. After seeing the expressions of the two, he suppressed his joy and asked again in a steady voice. So you are leaving soon? Yanrui nodded. So we should settle our accounts. Ward's expression was frank. I have given you everything I should give you. Since you are leaving, I should not be able to deliver the resources I mine directly to you. What should I do? Ward put his hands behind his back, raised his head and looked at the sky, fearing that Yen Rui would add interest because of his attitude. Swindler? But the profiteer is leaving, ha ha ha. Ward was already laughing in his heart, but he used all his strength to control his expression. So what do you want to do? Do you need me to send me to your galaxy? How should the transportation fee be calculated? Yen Rui touched his chin, looked at Jian Anchi, and said helplessly, This is indeed very troublesome. And no matter which galaxy I open a store in, it is not certain that the transport ship can deliver it to my location. Yes, otherwise I will buy out the remaining resources in advance, so that no matter how many resources you have, you can get a certain amount of interstellar points, which is not a loss. No. What if others say that I took advantage of you? Yen Rui said. Forget it. I'd better not leave for the time being. At least wait until all your resources are mined. Otherwise it will be another mess. Yen Rui shook his head and patted Jian Anchi. Don't you think so? Jian Anchi naturally saw what Yen Rui meant. Then let's work for another year. And it would be nice to open another branch in the ecological park. Ward was stunned immediately. That's not right. Didn't Yen Rui say that he would only stay here for less than a year when he came here? The money he earned in a year is not much different from the value of the resources he got. Now he has no goods in his hands. Isn't it a waste of time to stay for another year? Why is this person so unmotivated? Go away. Go away. Don't stay in this galaxy. Well, it's good if you want to stay here. This place is very suitable for you. You have many friends here. They all. Ward couldn't continue. He didn't know if it was his hallucination. Yen Rui even heard a hint of sobbing in his tone. Okay. Bring me the previous resource share tomorrow. Yen Rui patted his shoulder. You are really my good friend. I don't know what to do without you. Ward smiled awkwardly, looked at Yen Rui's expression when he left, and cursed in his heart. Oh, right. Yen Rui took 2 steps and suddenly turned back, and then saw Ward's fist stayed in the air, not falling yet. Yen Rui grinned at Ward. You are the only reason I stay here. Don't let me down. Ward was disheartened. Although Yen Rui had his back to Ward, he watched the live broadcast given to him by the system in front of Ward. Finally, seeing Ward slumped in the chair powerlessly, knocking on the table in frustration, Yen Rui said, Is this considered elder abuse? He wanted to kill you at first. Jian Anchi reminded him coldly, and Yen Rui immediately came to his senses. I am just too soft-hearted. Jian Anchi rubbed Yen Rui's head. It's okay. You are fine like this. I knew you were here. The two did not take a car. After coming out of Ward's command area, they walked outside holding hands. While chatting, they heard a familiar voice behind them. Found you. Jian Anchi grabbed Yen Rui's hand and pulled him behind him. Who? Can't you even recognize my voice? Baker parked the car behind them, then covered his chest and said, I'm so sad. How did you find me? After asking, Yen Rui slapped his forehead. I feel like I asked another nonsense question. No way. This time it wasn't someone else. It was my mother who told me. Baker walked up to the two of them. You two are leaving soon. Right. I just came back to give you the black stone, or that I mined these 2 days. Thank you. Yen Rui took the space button in Baker's hand, and asked, Has the black stone or been mined now? Baker shook his head. That's what I want to tell you. The content of black stone ore is much more than I thought. According to our prediction, about half of the amount has not been mined. Do you have any way to take this part away? These are already a lot. You can keep the rest. Yen Rui spread his hands and said frankly, In fact, I didn't think of monopolizing it from the beginning. How can it be monopolized? Shall help Yen Rui to refute. You deserve it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I gave gifts to Ms. Lily and Layla, and I'm sure you can't leave it behind. Yen Rui handed Baker a space button like Ms. Lily and Layla. You can see it after you go back. I'll give you a gift too. Baker pulled Yen Rui to the trunk of his car. Wait for me a moment. After Yen Rui opened the trunk, he found that the things inside were ordinary and did not look like a gift for himself. Baker took out 2 worn-out metal boxes from the trunk. The boxes looked quite old and even covered with scratches. Is this a gift for me? Yen Rui suddenly felt that this gift was quite special. He pointed at the box in Baker's hand and said, Give it to me. Baker turned sideways and pushed his hips towards Yen Rui. Take out the key from my pocket. Yen Rui didn't know what Baker was up to. What is this? It's the registration device for this car. After you two enter your biometric information, this car will be yours. After saying that, Baker put the metal box in his hand into his space button. This box contains my things. Yanrui suddenly realized that this car was the gift Baker gave him. No one except you can drive this car in the future. The safety performance is the strongest in the entire galaxy. Even if it is hit by galaxy light waves, this car can remain intact. If you encounter any danger, just hide in the car. Thank you. Then I won't be polite. Yanrui accepted the car without hesitation. Do you want me to take you home? No. I will go back by myself. Baker released another car from the space button. I have my own car. And the two of us may not be on the same route. Baker opened the door of the cab, turned around and waved to the two of them vigorously. And Yanrui waved back. Just when Baker wanted to get in the car, he paused, then turned around and strode towards Yanrui. Baker hugged Yanrui and patted his back vigorously. Will you come back in the future? Yanrui didn't know how to answer this question for a while. After hearing his silence, Baker sighed heavily in his heart. He already knew the difference of Yanrui. His silence didn't mean he knew nothing. But he still wanted to gain a glimmer of hope. Even if you come back once? Before I die? Yanrui's throat seemed to be blocked by cotton. He looked at Baker's somewhat earnest eyes. But he couldn't resist the pressure after all, and nodded vigorously. I will find a way. Baker was happy at this time. He hugged Yanrui again. At this time, the system appeared beside the two of them, pointing at Baker and saying to Jian Anchi, You didn't scold him? Jian Anchi frowned. Baker heard the system's incredulous voice, and all his previous emotions were thrown behind him. What do you mean? Jian Anchi and the system did not answer Baker's question. Instead, Yanrui pinched the back of the system's neck. What are you doing here? Don't disturb our date. When Baker heard this, he quickly let go and hugged Yanrui's arm. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Looking at Baker slightly escaping back, Yanrui laughed out loud. Why are you doing this? What do you mean by why? The system pinched his waist. I want to see how Jian Anchi is hypocritical. Jian Anchi hugged Yanrui helplessly. We are going to do something that lovers should do. Shouldn't you stay away? Ah! Yanrui covered his eyes, and his figure immediately disappeared into the air. Yanrui was in Jian Anchi's arms, raised his head and looked at him and said, Thank you. Jian Anchi and the system were actually trying to make him happy. Every time before leaving, he was in a low mood. He knew that the two of them were using unique methods to make himself less uncomfortable. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jian Anchi put his arm around Yanrui's shoulders. Let's go. Who are we going to see now? Yanrui came to the residence of the three siblings of the Sang family. It was already evening, and it was time for Sang Yu to get off work. When he was about to turn the corner, he ran into Sang Yu hurriedly opening the door of his house. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yanrui hurriedly called Sang Yu. Sang Yu heard someone calling her and subconsciously wanted to close the door. As a result, she looked up and saw Yanrui standing at the door of her house. Panting, Sang Yu then said in surprise, Boss Yan, why are you here? Why are you in such a hurry to close the door? Is there someone chasing you? Yanrui said with a smile. There won't be a killer looking for you in broad daylight. Sang Yu hurriedly let the two people in. Yanrui took a look at the residence of several people and found that the house was in order. There were several pots of green plants in the house, which looked full of vitality. Don't mention it. Recently, there have been people coming to our house to recruit my brother. I am really annoyed. If it weren't for the good sound insulation of my brother's room, people outside couldn't disturb him. Otherwise, he would probably have a relapse. The situation turned out to be so serious. Have your family decided to rely on themselves and not rely on any forces? Sang Yu was silent. She called Sang Sun down from upstairs. After seeing Yanrui, Sang Sun said with some embarrassment, Boss Yan, I want to ask you for help with something. Do you want me to help you choose a force? Yanrui guessed the thoughts of the two brothers and sisters. He shook his head and said, I actually have the same idea as you. That is, don't rely solely on any one force. But if the dust doesn't settle, people from different forces will come every day. The polite ones will give us gifts, and the impolite ones will threaten us, which makes the two of us terrified. Some people even come to our unit to put pressure on me, which is really annoying. Sang Yu sighed. Boss Yan, you have more contact with those forces. Can you help us choose? Otherwise, be neutral. Yen Rui said. After you build the laboratory, you can spend money to hire different forces to be your bodyguards. Or simply make an agreement with the leaders of each force. And each force will take turns to protect you. 1 round a month. Will they agree to this? Sang Sun and Sang Yu looked at each other and said worriedly. What if someone has bad intentions during the month they are on duty? I am still here. Yen Rui took out 2 guns. Then thought about it and took out the 3rd one. This gun is more powerful than the one I gave to Li Siyu. It can be said to be the strongest weapon in this galaxy. You can use it to protect yourself. Yen Rui handed the gun to them and reminded them. A gun can only be used 10 times. You should save it and don't shoot until the last moment. This is a good thing. The 2 siblings felt that it was a bit hot to keep it in their hands. I believe you won't need it at all. I believe in the character of Li Siyu and Baker. This is just in case. You don't have to worry too much. The 2 siblings nodded. At this time, Sonda ran down from upstairs quickly. Boss Yin, you didn't forget to come and see me before you left. I'm so happy. Of course. You are the most important treasure I found here. How could I leave without saying hello to you? Sonda jumped into Yen Rui's arms. Goodbye. We must keep in touch in the future. You should keep the hat I gave you. Yen Rui nodded. Don't worry. I have kept it well. Didn't you use it to contact me these 2 days? Sonda jumped down. I will definitely listen to my brother and sister in the future. You don't have to worry about me. Sonda looked at the time after speaking. My experiment is not finished yet. Goodbye to you too. After speaking, without waiting for Yen Rui and Jian Anchi's response, he ran back to his laboratory without looking back. Who knows what shocking experiment he will do next? The emotion of parting was washed away by Sonda's reaction. Yen Rui looked at Sonda's back and chuckled. Then turned around and said to the 2 siblings, Don't worry. Even if someone wants to hurt Sonda, they can't do it. Because Yen Rui meant something. And the 2 siblings immediately understood. Apart from anything else, Sonda was either electrocuted or affected by the explosion these 2 days. But there was no scar on his body, which showed that what Yen Rui said was true. I will let Li Siyu and Baker help with the construction of the laboratory. As long as the 2 of them are there, the laboratory will be their battlefield. And no one else will intervene. Yen Rui comforted before leaving. As long as the 2 of them don't fight in the laboratory, you don't have to worry too much. After leaving, Yen Rui looked at the sky. Are we going to see Li Siyu today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. It's a little too late today, Jian Anchi said. Li Siyu should have a lot to say to you. It's just that they didn't go to find Li Siyu. But Li Siyu took the initiative to find them. Which is exactly the same as Baker. Is it because I am the most important that you put me last? Li Siyu asked, standing in front of the supermarket. Hands in pockets and chin up. Yen Rui, you are the most important. And the one who lives the most inconveniently.